As the human epic approached its end, the Earth faced cataclysms of universal proportions. But the scariest part was the fate of being immersed in a world full of monsters. At that time, a great power was awakened in some people. That made them the idols of millions. They were the hope for the future. On a par with them, there were people who had no power but felt it. They were also called upon to provide a carefree life. Ordinary people at this time were living their immediate problems. They went about their daily routine activities, honoring the awakened members of society. Among them was a guy who was into gaming. He was immersed in novelties on various platforms. His name was Lee Yunmu, an ordinary man with ordinary abilities, a high school student. Every now and then a cheer would run through the city. The people around began to exclaim in awe that the car of the reborn was coming and that they should let it pass. The awakened moved in the center of a motorcade of 4 police and 2 military vehicles. People stepped in front of them and stood in respect. To see the outline of the awakened man through the ajar window of the car was an event. The lucky man told everyone that he had seen the very man in whose hands the fate of mankind rested. Only our guy did not see anything important in this event. He was surprised at such a fuss and continued doing what he loved to do. He returned to his monitor and hurried to start a new game. On the screen, a pretty girl was inviting him to dialogue. At the bottom of the browser, a circle with an outline of a palm glowed. The guide said that you had to put your hand on this outline to start the game. Lee Yun-mu followed the instructions. Suddenly something went wrong as usual. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. An unusual glow appeared, and he realized that his hand was gradually being pulled into a parallel reality. The monitor girl announced that the download was complete and the shadow system had been successfully activated. Our hero was perplexed. What is this happening? What kind of shadow system is this? His eyes were blinded by a bright light. In an instant, the light moved backward behind his back. That's when Lee saw his shadow. But something about it seemed strange. He saw that his shadow was moving independently of its master, but he couldn't understand what it was. Gradually, the shadow transformed into the outline of a guy with burning eyes and a glowing halo. He stepped out of Lee Yun-mu's shadow. Our hero was shocked. Horror and surprise were reflected on the guy's face. He could not move out of fear. Meanwhile, the monitor continued to display messages. The shadow's materialization process was complete. If the tasks specified by the system were completed, the shadow's master would receive rewards and experience. The shadow could only be seen if it was used in battle. Lee rejoiced like a child. He figured it was an updated system from the popular novels. He now owns an evolved shadow. He can control it. It's so cool. The guy thought it was a reward for saving the girl from the game. Kind of like taking it to the next level. The guy got a little dreamy about having all the cuties at his feet now. He even made a little list in his head. But then a message appeared on the monitor with a task for the shadow. It was necessary to kill an ant in the garden. Our hero was even surprised at the simplicity of the goal. Lee commanded and the shadow attacked. The shrunken image fell into the grass and struck the unsuspecting ant dead. The boy was thrilled at the shadow's capabilities. He marveled at such a transformation. He watched what was happening and couldn't believe it was real. Finally, a message appeared on the screen saying that the task of killing the ant had been completed. It was suggested to get some kind of reward for completing it. The young man was as excited as a child. He shouted that he wanted the prize very much. And then something spilled on him. Some kind of plasma stream. He froze for a moment, trying to comprehend what was happening. Our hero felt a flow of energy on his hands. He was stunned. Could he really become one of the awakened? Lee had never even dreamed of such a development. His eyes shone with happiness. 5 minutes ago, he was just an ordinary high school student. And now there was an opportunity to become the very hero who would help humanity survive. With the thought that he had sensed the energy flow and might be able to awaken, Lee Yun-mu rushed home. He couldn't wait to share his joy with his loved ones. On the way, he didn't even notice that the people who saw him were joking about this guy being from the Lai family. They were saying among themselves that he was so happy and came here because he didn't know the latest news yet. As he ran to the front door, he didn't even notice the cortege of police and military vehicles around the house. He flew into the house without seeing anyone around. He pushed the door with force and started shouting to his mother from the doorstep that he had done it, that he had succeeded. Joy filled his eyes, but instead of his mother's delight, he heard her anxious cry asking him to run away. Only now he saw that the room was full of military men. He froze in bewilderment. The boy saw that these were the awakened ones. But what did they want with his family? Why, his mother was handcuffed. His stupor was broken by his mother's shout for him to run away. But the moment was lost. He was grabbed firmly by one of the military men, claiming that no one had been released. Already lying on the floor with a gun to his head, the guy screamed what was going on and why the hell all these military men were breaking into a peaceful people's house. Apparently, the senior present explained that during the mission, Yunmu's father had deserted. Because of that, his entire unit was destroyed. They are now investigating what happened. The boy couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father couldn't do that. He always protected people without sparing himself. This couldn't have happened. The awakened man went on to say that an investigation was underway, and if his father was innocent, there was nothing to worry about. But his mother would have to go with the military for a while. Suddenly, the young man was so furious that he couldn't seem to control himself. The energy surged to the point where it seemed to overflow. The awakened one sensed it, and was very surprised by this outburst. The boy managed to free himself from the onslaught of the military man. In an instant, he snatched the pistol that had recently been held to his head. The young man pointed his weapon at the awakened man and demanded that his mother be released. In response, he saw a smirk on the faces of the military. It turned out that such a gun could only be used by the owner of flow energy. His emotions overwhelmed Lee, and he shouted with all his might not to hurt his mother. He shouted, and a stream of unprecedented energy burst out. Now the men in uniform panicked. One of them shouted that it was flow energy and the guy had to be stopped. The transistor on the weapon went off. The energy was so great that the guy couldn't control it. It enveloped him from head to toe. The gun went off. The bullet flew straight at the awakened man. The plasma wave seemed to pierce through him. That's when Lee saw that the bullet didn't hurt the military man. And he realized what's so special about superhumans. The leader continued the conversation in a calm and confident voice. He said that he had not suspected the boy of having an energy flow. Now the military had every right to detain him. The boy kept saying, as if delirious, that he wouldn't let his parents be taken away, that his father wasn't a traitor. The exhausted mother exhaled and whispered that he should obey the law. Yunmu looked at his mother with tears in his eyes. She said she didn't know about his abilities. She was sorry that his parents would not be able to see how their son would grow up. She told the boy to work hard for his future success. But now he had to take care of himself. As he left, the military officer said he believed Lee's father was innocent. But there are some things that need to be clarified. At last, the confused boy heard that if he wanted to help his parents, he should wake up quickly. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked at his mother as she left. Left alone, the boy thought about his preparations. He had only 1 week before the annual trial of the Awakened. Yunmu turned to the game monitor. When asked about the experience required for awakening, he received an answer of 100,000 units, which was equal to defeating 100,000 ants in a week. The program said that you can let the shadow go offline. Then it can earn experience on its own without the owner's participation. The boy commanded to activate the auto mode. The shadow obediently broke free to fulfill its master's command. The young man decided not to rely entirely on the shadow's experience. He took textbooks from the shelf to practice working with the flow energy. That way, the chances of awakening would increase. Memories from the past flashed through my mind. His father had always said he would protect his son, and now it was his turn to protect his family. These thoughts boosted our hero's energy. After 7 days, Lee Yunmu came to the City of Happy Wind, the 16th high school. This was where the stream test called Dragon Race was to be held. The teacher had a standard conversation with the applicants. If they felt the energy of the stream, they could join the army and become heroes. If not, they would work for the good of society. Statistically, only 1 in 1,000 applicants are awakened, and our hero needs to be that lucky one. Lee was a little late for the opening speech. With a shout of permission to enter and apologies for being late, he burst into the classroom, barely catching his breath. The process of testing the younger generation was already underway. Some Wang Wajue was told by a computer voice that his energy was still lacking. Our hero managed to get to the last group of test takers. He fell on a chair and tried to catch his breath before the decisive test in his life. Looking around, Lee saw that there weren't many applicants. He decided that the other students had decided to give up on the idea of awakening the cherished energy. Suddenly, he was torn from his thoughts by the words of a tall, blonde-haired guy. He recognized Lee Yunmu. In his opinion, the young man had hoped not to meet our hero at the trial, but he was foolish enough to come after all. This was Qianfei, a third-year third-group student. He is the son of the head of a large company in Happy Wind City. Qianfei's henchmen began to mock the boy. They talked about how his father had betrayed his army and fled the battlefield, and how he, Lee Yunmu, even dared to come here. They called him a clown, saying that he would never become a fluxer. The young man listened to all the attacks in silence. It was bitter and hurtful, but he didn't dare to say anything against it. The thought that he had once hoped to be friends with Qianfei because of his father's connections in the army kept running through his mind. Suddenly, a bold shout was heard from the crowd. It was Zhang Kai, Yunmu's best friend. He shouted loudly that Chanfei couldn't admit that the girl he was dreaming of was dating Yunmu, so he advised him to go home and be jealous instead of barking at the guy. The others had gotten a bit of a kick out of it, too. The boy remembered that not long ago, they had all crawled on their knees in front of Yunmu. And now that the guy's family was facing problems, everyone was ready to throw a stone at him. Shame on such people. Fei said in a half-whisper that it was worth it to see how long a friend would be at Li's side. He ordered his pack to get out of here. After taking a breath, Zhang Kai felt a pleasant sensation of being right. Sometimes, saying everything that had accumulated was a very peaceful thing to do. Our hero heartily thanked his friend for such a tirade. Kai supported his comrade. He asked how things were going in the family and what he had heard about his father. Li Yunmu dryly replied that the investigation was still underway, and quickly turned the conversation to the approaching testing queue. At that moment, he heard a girl call out to him. Turning around, he saw the same young beauty that Qianfei and Lin Li were arguing over. She is the goddess of the school and our hero's girlfriend. The girl thought that the guy had come to support her in the test. In order not to disturb the couple's conversation, Kai's friend tactfully withdrew. He referred to the need to take his friend's turn. Yunmu announced that he would also be undergoing the trial. Lin Li sympathized with the difficult situation in the guy's family. But the conversation was not so simple. Lin Li reported that she felt the flow energy a couple days ago, and now this is her only chance to see the world. Although she realizes that it's selfish, but she's not going to miss it. So Yunmu should forgive her dot. The girl froze with tears in her eyes, waiting for the guy's reaction. The dumbfounded young man only managed to squeeze out a chuckle. Resentment, confusion, and anger raged within him. The thought that his father's name had brought him only pretenders who had previously been considered friends. The boy didn't understand where that pure childhood love could have gone. Is it possible that everything exists only as long as the families are equal? If the fragile equilibrium is shaken, the world collapses like a house of cards. You can't know what's in another man's heart. Perhaps that was his mistake. He should have looked at the world soberly from the start. Lin's voice interrupted his musings. The boy cut her off halfway, wishing her a successful exam. He turned around and went about his business. His thoughts were muddled as he wandered down the corridor. As he passed the line of applicants, he had forgotten his mission. But a friend called out to Yunma and showed him where he stood. A voice from the admissions office announced that Qianfei was the next to pass the test. The boy walked briskly to the monitor, excited about the long-awaited event. Just as suddenly, Qianfei was abruptly pushed away by someone. It was Li Yunmu, shouting, "Get out!" The guy cleared a path to the coveted monitor with a single movement. Lying on the floor, Qianfei shouted, "Why the hell is Li Yunmu climbing out of line? He should know his place." The young man approached the monitor, feeling the power boiling up inside. He shouted that he dared because he was awakened, and confidently touched the monitor. Everything around sparkled from the flow of energy. Threads of plasma developed around our hero, striking everyone with its power. Lin Li froze in astonishment. The only thing that came out of her mouth was a scrap of a sentence that he really was. Qian continued to sit on the floor, surprised and amazed at what was happening, thought about how Yunmu was indeed awakened. The young man looked at everyone present confident and proud. He had managed to prove to everyone that he possessed superpowers. The word pulsed in his head. Awakened. The solemnity of the moment was interrupted by a loyal friend. A delighted Kai jumped up to Yunmu and started hugging him, shouting, "Wow!" An experienced man was watching from the sidelines. He said faintly that now no one would dare to look down on this guy. As he came closer to our hero, he expressed his surprise at what had happened. He didn't expect to see even one awakened person today. Apparently, Yunmu had been gifted by the heavens. The old man handed the guy a box, said it was his mark of the awakened one. And from now on, Li Yunmu also has the special privileges that all Fluxers have. Kai vigorously dragged his friend towards the exit. Already behind his back, Yunmu heard that he was expected at the cloud front for registration within a month. Representatives of the Flow Energy Masters would be waiting for his arrival. So that's who it was. Flashed through the boy's mind, a Flow Energy Master. As they left the room, the friends heard the timid voice of a girl. She asked who it was. Turning around, Yunmu saw her, the one who had so ruthlessly betrayed him a few minutes ago. She called out to him. The young man froze for a second. Determination grew in his eyes. After hesitating for a bit, Yunmu told Lin Li in her own words that it would sound selfish, but he wanted to see the world. She needs to forgive him. And the guy vigorously walked past the stunned girl. Without giving away with a single muscle the storm of excitement that was now raging in his heart, he stared in silence. After returning home, our hero dialed his mother first of all. He told her the good news. He had awakened. His father would not be persecuted now. It is necessary to provide him with the best treatment. The son promised to visit his parents soon and ended the conversation. Being all alone, the guy finally opened the coveted box. In it lay a Fluxer badge. It was used as a spatial storage and three-dimensional virtual space. The hero considered the thing and thought about its purpose. Snapping out of his thoughts, Yunmu decided to try the power of the badge in action. Why not try to enter the virtual space? Giving a command to his artifact, the young man heard the reply that a user check was in progress. Soon, everything would be activated. Impatience was increasing. A message about authorization success was displayed. Badge number 930-664 Lee Yunmu. Usage rights confirmed. After that, the young man began to fall into some kind of energy cloud. Glowing, flickering graphic transformations flashed before my eyes. And finally, everything stopped. After a second daze, our hero shouted to see who was here. There was a rustle behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a couple of mannequins. The boy exclaimed in surprise that they were so ugly. Suddenly, a laughter came from behind him. When he looked back, he realized that some kind of animal was flying at him. Either a dog or a hare. He only had time to think, what the fuck? Before he could say the question aloud, Yunmu received an answer. The something introduced itself in a human voice. It was his sidekick named Pedro Yuhu. And the surrounding space was a personal virtual world where one received combat skills to grow in strength. Next, Yuhu said some absolutely amazing things, turning to Yunmu. He said that the two of them should now adopt virtual models. And only now the young man turned around and saw that the shadow was standing directly behind him. It turns out that the virtual world recognized this blob of energy as a separate person. The boy hesitated. According to all the rules of virtual reality, the shadow should not be susceptible to the parameters of this space. Yuhu interrupted his reflections with a call to create virtual characters. The beast was pleased with his design skills, proudly proclaiming that the images he had chosen fit his charge as well. Yunmu supported him by saying that it would be just fine. Yuhu did not stop and was already rushing to introduce the newcomers to the virtual world. Our hero was surprised. He asked if it was really necessary to do it now, and again the young man felt the same sensation of falling into the unknown. Though it had become a bit familiar during these few crazy days, the invisible abyss still made his adrenaline surge. Suddenly, in an instant, the guy's gaze focused in this global endeavor into the unknown. It was a beam of light. Suddenly, the clouds in which the flight was taking place parted. The young man saw a beautiful city below him. Multi-story houses, numerous roads and bridges shining with nightlights. The landing was not pleasant, but our hero quickly came to his senses. He looked around and said with astonishment, as if to himself, that this place was really beautiful. Yuhu continued his tour. He said that time flows 3 times faster in the virtual world than in the real world. That's what makes the local people different. They have 3 times as much time. The guy's point is probably all the great people and trying to get here. Yunmu overheard the locals talking about how a certain person from a noble family had challenged Master Gu Gele of the War God Temple to a fight. Everyone automatically raised their eyes to one of the nearby monitors on the wall of the building. The beast explained that this is a spatial battlefield. It's a virtual battle system where human skills are replicated. It's a place to hone your technique. Yuhu dragged the boy to try out the system on him. Yunmi didn't even have time to react to what was happening, but the opponent's selection on the battle space had already been launched. The next second, he found himself in a park in the city. He felt something metallic and cold in his hands. It was a weapon. The boy only had time to ask why. Suddenly, an arrow whistled past his temple. The hero barely had time to dodge it. He heard a click from the side of the tree. In a second, a flashlight appeared in his hand. The young man shone the flashlight and saw a warrior with a bow on a branch. He said with regret in his voice that he must have run into a nub. Addressing Lee directly, the stranger wished him good luck, as he was unlucky enough to face an experienced fighter in his first battle. The bowstring tightened, and another arrow flew toward our hero. But Yunmi deftly twisted, and the projectile again missed the target. The warrior was surprised at his luck. The boy hid behind the bushes in a single leap and hid behind a tree. The stranger continued to chase him, claiming that the newcomer could not get away from him. He advised him to let his arrow hit the kid to finish the game. Suddenly, Lee's voice came from behind him. Was he looking for him? The fighter's mind only flashed that he must have relaxed if he let it happen. At the same second, our hero fired his shot. Looking at his opponent, the young man said that even a cornered beast would continue to fight. He shouldn't have underestimated his opponent just because he was a beginner. He shouldn't be so overconfident. The enemy's hologram slowly evaporated. As the guy noticed that something fell on the path, some glowing balls. In the moonlight, it was impossible to see what it was. Suddenly, these objects rose into the air and crashed into our hero's chest with furious force. He even fell to his knees from surprise and pain. Yunmu sat on the ground and touched the spot where the something had gotten in. He touched his chest, realizing that something had entered his body. A service message appeared in the air. Turns out the guy absorbed the entity. It's a reward for defeating the enemy, and now he's getting an A-rank Admiralty cover. Puzzled, the hero rose to his feet. He was informed that the essence is received for defeating the master of flow energy. It is a currency in the virtual store. You can buy techniques or a skill. Techniques meant ancient martial arts from the Dark Ages. Each message pleased our friend more and more. His damage was now reduced by 30%. With each new victory, his enemy attack would increase. The young man wanted to try out the new power as soon as possible. Yunmu summoned his assistant Yuhu and asked him to load him into the fight once more. A new selection began. Now the hero was transported to a Chinese city. He thought that it was rather tiring to be in a completely new environment in 1 second. He saw in front of him a lush-breasted beauty, armed and very determined looking. Lee started talking about not fighting with girls. But he drew his weapon and fired. He said that if he wanted to win, there was no other way. The girl barely dodged. In an eerie bewilderment, she began to yell at Yunma that it should be shameful for a man to attack sneakily. Facing his opponent head-on, Yunmu kept saying that he only intended to win. And in a battle, all means were good. His eyes radiated excitement and confidence. The fight continued with an attack from the beauty. In the process, she shouted out that Yunmu must be from the common ones. The guy was a bit confused, asking what kind of simple ones. Continuing to repel the onslaught of his rival, our hero tried to pry out who the simple ones were. The girl announced that it was time to end this fight. She took a deep breath and a halo of red energy appeared around her. Lee was stunned. The new acquaintance struck her victorious blow. Our hero froze. Only a slight moan escaped his lips. Proud of her victory, the girl began to talk about her unique attack technique of 1,000 cuts of 36 shapes. But suddenly her monologue was interrupted. Yunmu, gathering his last strength, struck back at his opponent. She was already dissolving into the hologram, and she wondered if he had an essence. The guy proudly, with a hint of vanity in his eyes, laughingly said that it hurt, and he thought he was going to lose. Left alone in the middle of the city with his sword in hand, the young man pondered that probably the opponent's technique belonged to attackers from ancient cultivators. It was a good thing that the past Admiralty Cover Award was able to repel some of the onslaught. Just like after the last battle, a message appeared in front of the hero about obtaining 70 space elements and understanding the Blade of Violence technique. He realized that the more skilled the opponent, the greater the reward he could get for winning. Lee called Pedro over and asked him to load him into the game again. He rather wanted to try his hand at everything. Meanwhile, in the virtual reality city, a couple of people who were watching Yunmu fight on the screen were chatting. They were talking about some rare defense technique since he was able to resist the 1,000 cuts. 3 days later in Heavenly Cloud City, Lee Yunmu was walking around with a basket of guests in search of a hospital. Things had gotten better. His father had come to the big city for treatment. But the boy couldn't find this backwoods hospital his father had chosen, and he was worried about whether it was a place that could really provide proper care. Suddenly our hero heard a speech of an obviously bullheaded type. It was addressed to the girl who tried to avoid continuing the dialogue in every possible way. 3 guys stopped a fragile girl in the alley and started harassing her, talking about her father's illness and lack of money. They offered to have a drink with them and more. But the boldest one's phrase was cut off abruptly. A basket of fruit flew into his head, the same fruit that Yunmu was carrying to his father. The boy suggested that the hooligans choose another place to have fun. Our hero complained that the fruit was spoiled, and told the 3 boys that they would have to pay for them. The girl quietly called out to Yunmi. The guy got between her and the bullies, covered the girl with himself, warning her that they might do something else. And he was right. The main bully pulled out a knife, yelled out if Yunmi knew who he was messing with. Our hero did not hesitate and taught the hooligans a lesson in good manners in a language they understood. He also charged them financial compensation for the spoiled fruit. The ringleader asked me to let them go. He said he wouldn't always protect her, so why was he playing the savior? The young man was confused. He said, "What nonsense. What kind of savior?" It was his sister. Her name was Lu Ruyan, Li Yunmu's older sister. Our hero complained that whenever he meets his sister, she's always in some kind of trouble. Does she really have a lump in one place? Although this time the meeting helped to find his father's hospital, so the brother is not so angry. One of the beaten youths intervened in the conversation. He said that Lee was a tough student of the stream, gave him his card, Guaranteed he'd come to his aid at any time. Our hero threw it in the nearest trash can. The conversation with his sister continued. Yunmu asked why that guy said she was urgently looking for money. She has a job. Is it really expensive to treat her father that the funds are not enough? The girl looked at her brother sadly. Ruyan revealed that her father's injuries were much more serious than expected. The family's savings had quickly run out. The money that the family had managed to raise recently would allow them to continue treatment for some time to come. The young man was at a loss. But pulling himself together, he gave his sister a little encouragement. He said that she had already done too much. Now he would take care of the medical expenses. After all, money was not a problem for the awakened. Heading towards the hospital, Yunmu commanded Ruyan to go to his father's room, while he went to pay the bills. When her brother told her that she had done a good job, she was a little relieved. He loves her, after all. When she entered the room, she saw her mother. She immediately offered her a drink of water because she must be tired. The father echoed his wife's words that they were tiring their daughter with their care. She had to run around and fuss all the time. The daughter was against such words. The girl started to say that there would be no more problems with money. Her father cut her off at the halfway point, saying that it was not in vain that he had sent her to his coworker for help. At that moment, a satisfied Yunmu looked into the room and said that he didn't recall serving with his father. The parents became enthusiastic. He began inquiring about his old man's health. The father said that everything was normal. He was just lying there and had no legs. The son was stunned. He was shocked at what he had seen. He had not expected this. Looking at the horror in his son's eyes, his father cheerfully continued to say that he was alive and that the rest was nothing. He had already had his day. There is no disaster, so there is no need to look at him like that. Dad cheered up his son, smiled, called him a jerk. He asked about the origin of the money for his treatment, but his father's mood changed drastically when he heard about Yunmu's energy. He was now stunned. The son had been awakened, and now there would be no financial problems in their family. In a second, the whole room was immersed in the Homeric laughter of Dad. He couldn't believe his son's words. He remembered that he could never even feel the energy, trying his best. He asked if Yunmu's head was all right if he was saying such things. The boy was hurt by his father's words. He was about to leave the room. His father teased him some more, but then asked his daughter to get some of his things. Ruyan gave him a suitcase of weapons in his hands. Calling out to his son, the father handed his artifact to him. Yunmu was surprised, because Dad treasured his battle weapon so much. Dad would hardly need it anymore. The awakened man's combat power would be greatly increased. Lee Sr. said that a normal person wouldn't need this thing, but for an awakened person, and someone who can sense energy, it is of great use. Yunmu listened carefully to his father's words. If the son is truly awakened, he is nothing without it. The battle item will greatly increase his strength. The chamber was quiet for a couple of seconds. Then Yunmu mischievously said that he wanted to arrange for his father to borrow his weapon for a while. Then he would definitely find a way to get Dad back on his feet and return it. Touching the suitcase, the guy commanded to activate the battle weapon. At the same second, the artifact began to transform. Yunmu held out his hand and said to let his father's battle equipment meet its new master. The family froze in surprise. Only the mother was able to say that he was truly awakened. The father supported her in return. He was no longer that sloppy kid, but a real warrior. His father's outfit suited him well. There was pride and confidence in his gaze. After waking up the next day, the first thing the young man did was to check if he had packed everything. Today, he would have to go to Heavenly Cloud Castle. This was something he had never dreamed of before. On this day, the Happy Windfluxer Guild was lively. Someone in the square clarified whether or not they were really seeing the Wang family's second lord. In another group, there was a dialogue about how the Liu family was also bound to have an awakened one. Just then, the murmurs of the crowd were broken by a tall, blonde-haired young man with a representative appearance. There were whispers around that this was the new #1 in Jifeng City. This was Luolo Jin, whose father had become a stream master. Looking around skeptically, the guy heard a conversation nearby. Another guy was asking his father if he could rely on anyone in such a miserable place. The older man condescendingly said that his son could come home with him, but the boy rejected such an offer. The handsome young man with his hair in a ponytail said with a smirk that he was even interested in feeling like a commoner, especially since he had money with him. This was the descendant of a wealthy Jiang Daxiong family. He heard a mischievous shout to his left and automatically turned around. The words that this day had finally come sounded ambiguous. A beautiful girl, Liu Noji, granddaughter of the chairman of the Masters Association. She was very excited to see her grandfather. Meanwhile, the conversations in the square were still going on. There was a discussion about the newcomers of the stream. It was said that the first 8 on the high school roster were quite talented. as suddenly everyone turned around at someone's shout that there is an awakened one in the 16th middle this year. Everyone saw Lee Yunmu being carried into the square on a palanquin to the sound of gongs and drums, the sound of salutes and cheers. His friend walked in front of him and announced that everyone should welcome the brilliant Yunmu. People around here were shocked. They were whispering about the guy's adequacy. Why he was showing off like that? Zhang Desun laughed out loud to the point of tears. He was sure that the guy had dementia for coming here like this. Yunmu himself was ready to fall under the ground. He sat there with a scarlet rose across his chest. Kai was genuinely happy for his friend's success. The blue-eyed Liu Noji smiled at the procession. She said to herself that this was the newly awakened one this year. A woman appeared on the porch with a blue folder in her hands. She announced that all newcomers should come to her. All the applicants were asked to line up in pairs to go to Tianyun. When they heard their names, everyone had to step out of the line. After the words about the beginning of distribution, everyone saw a big burst of energy. The recruits were surprised by what was happening. The first to be announced was Luo Zun. He stepped forward. Zhang Daxiong fell to him as his companion. He was happy that he was named second. But the companions originally pissed each other off. Next name Li Yunmu. Next name Liu Noji. At the same second, the guy felt his hand being grabbed. The girl was vigorously dragging the confused young man behind her. He followed her like a lost child. Looking around, the young lady introduced herself. Her name is Liu Noji. She politely said that she was pleased to meet you. The confused Yunmu could only murmur that he was glad too. It flashed through his mind that the girl had a very beautiful voice. After passing through the portal, the recruits found themselves in the Castle of Heavenly Cloud, Tianyun. It was an incredible structure that resembled a huge spaceship. Our hero was amazed by the scale of Tianyun City. He had no idea what this magnificent structure could be compared to. His new acquaintance tells him that the city is constantly moving through the air. This helps to escape monster attacks. The conversation was interrupted by Jifeng Tang An, the director of the academy and the representative of the Awakened Association. He asked everyone to follow him into the academy. This place would be their home and headquarters for the next 3 years. The recruits proceeded to the bus. On the way, the director told them that there were 7 moving castles in Zhengzhou today. One of them is Tianyun. Yunmu sat in his seat and listened attentively. It turned out that all fortified castles governed their own districts. There were 136 towns under their castle's jurisdiction. All students were told that the cities where the awakened ones come are their territory to learn theory and actual combat. In time, some will be able to work alone. The director asked not to be too happy about the success in the entrance test. After half a year of training, there will be a ranking tournament in Chunzhou City. After that, the resource production quota for the city would be adjusted. Tang'an wished everyone to work diligently since the people of the city rely on the protection of the awakened ones. He wished the newcomers good luck. The bus pulled up to a red brick building with a large clock on the wall. The director said that all the life of Jifeng City takes place here, and in case of questions, everyone could approach him directly. After getting off the bus, Yunmu called out to the principal to ask a question. He was very curious about what kind of girl he was able to defeat in the trial battle. The only signs he knew were the firepower energy. Tang'an was shocked by what he heard. It turns out that the newcomer had defeated the awakened one with dark flow energy. Luo Xin heard this conversation. He froze in place. He couldn't get enough of the news that this kid was able to deal with dark energy. The guys nearby also heard the dialogue with the principal. They began to call Yunma a braggart. After all, this is a very difficult task. Even number 1 disciple Luo Xin can't do such a thing, let alone a rookie. Our hero scratched the back of his head in confusion. Is it such a rare power? The principal confirmed that basically such an encounter was impossible for a mere rookie like Li Yunmu. A new acquaintance of mine joined the conversation. She told me about the destructive power of dark energy. It creates fire inside. That's something that's beyond the reach of ordinary people. It's a 1 in 1,000 occurrence among the awakened. She said Yunmu was really tough to overcome such a thing. The boy looked at the girl confusedly. She really believed he wasn't bragging. Her philosophy asserted that one cannot assert a person's weakness until one sees his real strength. Even a mere man cannot be a weak a priori. Our hero's musings were interrupted by the principal's words that they should go to the dormitory, their new residence, Fengling. This place was luxurious. It looked like a resort. The students were invited to choose their favorite room. The boy was considering the dormitory building. The rest of the crowd in the courtyard gave the right of first choice to Luo Zi as the strongest. It so happens that in a family or dormitory, the right of first choice goes to him. Yunmu interrupted further conversation. He said that while everyone was pondering, he had already chosen. He had envisioned a room off to the side. It allowed him to learn to control the shadows. Our hero's musings were interrupted by some older guy from the group. He began by claiming that there were certain rules, and he couldn't choose before Luo Xin. At this moment, Zhang Daxian uttered in a loud voice that he wanted the room closest to him. The indignant young man was shocked. No one had expected such arbitrariness from the newcomers. Upon entering his room, Yunmu was pleasantly surprised. His apartment was even better than his home. The young man couldn't wait to practice. He commanded the shadow system to activate, but the system reported the need to update after the change of residence. The guy was annoyed, but nothing could be done. The next morning, barely opening the door to the auditorium, our hero wished everyone a good morning. A resounding cheer resounded back at him from the empty classroom. It was the same cheerful Liu Noji. The boy wondered why no one else came to the first class. Could it be that the whole class had decided to skip it? A friend explained that the first classes were theoretical. They were used to teach the newly awakened about the peculiarities of the system and basic concepts. Most of the newcomers had familiarized themselves with this information before arriving at the building. The young man was upset. He was frustrated that the whole training process was probably built for the two of them, the foolish beginners. At least he had a companion. Just then, Teacher Li Bowen walked through the door. He was pleasantly surprised that at least someone had come to class. However, he was very surprised that Liu Nuji was here. The girl started chatting sweetly with the teacher, who was inquiring about the health of the teacher, part-time her grandfather. To say that our hero was surprised was nothing. Nuji showed the teacher the newcomer. She said to Li that despite his talent, he should study hard. Wishing her friend good luck, the girl walked away with a smile. A bomb went off in my head. It turned out he was the only fool on the stream. The teacher looked at the boy. He lay down on the desk and sank into his heavy thoughts. The teacher himself reflected on the realities of modern life. There are few honest people today who rely only on their own strength. Especially this guy is on good terms with the teacher's granddaughter. It's worth paying attention to him. The teacher's voice pulled the young man away from his desk. He suggested that the empty classroom should be replaced by another place. They went up to the roof, where they had a leisurely conversation. The teacher found out that the boy knew nothing, but had managed to get the power. He doesn't know anything about it either, by the way. Yunmu, sitting on the ledge just above the teacher, listened attentively to the new information. It turned out that the level of the awakened one's power progression had its own stages: black, silver, gold, and rainbow crystals. The teacher talked about overcoming all these levels on the way to Flow Master. Yunmu flipped around and jumped off the ledge. He landed near the teacher and asked him to tell him how to overcome his limits and develop energy. According to the teacher, overcoming one's limits is only possible through awakening one's vital points, 12 in all. Awakening points in the feet and calves enhance dexterity. Points in the palms and hands develop strength. Points located in the head sharpen thinking, reflexes, and the 5 senses. The teacher said that the awakening points could only be awakened after reaching the black crystal. The young man persisted. He wanted to know how to induce these points. The teacher replied that it was not so difficult. To awaken, one must defeat enough monsters and absorb their flow energy. Yunmu pondered over what was said. 3 days later, the courtyard was very crowded. No one could understand why everyone had been called here early in the morning. What could have happened? Our hero heard whispers in his direction that he went to theoretical classes every day. It turned out that everyone else was attending the director's training at the same time. One guy was clearly pestering Yunmu. His questioning about how he was different from the others in terms of his level annoyed the young man. The teacher came to the rescue. He put the offender in his place, saying that he was always giving him trouble in class. Li Bowen announced a practicum class in class today. For this, students need to divide into pairs and go to different places to practice. With a stern look at the students, the teacher announced the task of the lesson. 10 monsters must be defeated. You have to rely on your and your partner's strength. Therefore, we must divide into pairs. In case of a dangerous situation, the teacher will help. Li Yunmu became animated. He rejoiced at the news. After all, this was exactly what he had been waiting for. At this moment, Luo Xin called out to Liu Noji. He offered the girl to be his partner. The girl hesitated. Luo was strong, but she didn't want to be paired with him. Yunmu came to the rescue. Holding out his hand to her, he offered to be his partner. The girl sighed in relief and agreed. Their team was sent to Ruin Number 7. There was once an outpost here, created by the people of the 5th dimension. But that was before the ferocious monster attack. Left alone with the girl, Li Yunmu wondered why she didn't go to Luo Xin's team. He's strong and the test is easier to pass. Liu Noji replied that he was arrogant, always putting his own priorities before others. And she doesn't like people like that. She thanked Yunmu. He literally saved her from such cooperation. He, in turn, replied that he had no other options for the team. While the friends reasoned that the resulting command suited them both, neither noticed the approaching danger. The boy sensed something wrong. He turned sharply and saw the monsters approaching. They watched as the lower-level monsters approached them. The young man reasoned that they needed to be careful. Usually groups like this have a ringleader. Only he can't figure out where he is. The girl looked at her companion and stunned. He had a huge monster behind him. The girl looked at her companion and was stunned. Lee Yunmu managed to dodge as the monster delivered its first blow. The girl froze, stunned by the power of the blow. She managed to recoil as the monster struck in her direction. In midair, she noticed her opponent's clumsiness. Noji rushed into the attack with a shout that this monster was not her opponent. It was scary, though. At the moment of battle, she realized that it was of the middle level. In the next moment, the monster swooped down on her, opening its huge maw. The girl was stunned with fear. That's when Yunmu appeared. He put his arm around his friend. He cheered her up by saying that she was the best in their group. How could one monster scare her so much? With a snide smile, the young man asked the monster who he was going to eat, and for the ruined sleeve of his school uniform, he owed him a debt. Yunmu unarmoredly attacked the monster leader. A couple of blows were enough to send him to his death. After the battle, he was surprised that a mid-level monster wasn't that strong in reality. The girl froze in a daze. To bring Nudze back to his senses, the young man shouted that his arm hurt. His partner came to his senses. When she realized that her friend was fine, she gave him a skeptical look and made it clear that she didn't believe his stupid joke. Suddenly, she said loudly that she knew about his high defense skills. The boy was confused by this statement. It turns out that the girl Yunmu defeated during the trial fight, the one with dark energy, is Liu's friend, and she saw them fight. The fact that Yunmu was able to resist a strength like Xiao Yu's said that he was not an easy person. The girl thought that her partner didn't want to show his full strength since there were many ill-wishers around. The young man listened to her and realized that he didn't really know anything about his strength. He didn't show his defense technique because of his family situation, but the girl guessed it. His thoughts were interrupted by the monsters that had arrived, and the battle continued. The monsters screamed at the students' onslaught. Our friends were victorious. After finishing off the last opponent, the guy asked if it was possible to obtain dark energy like Noji's friend. In response, he heard that it was a secret, but my friend decided to tell me about a possible way, besides innate, to become the owner of this type of energy. To do this, you need to defeat the kings of monsters of different levels. By absorbing their crystals, you can theoretically become the owner of the dark energy of the stream. But this information is concealed so that the strongest awakened ones do not die in an attempt to defeat the kings. Seeing the excitement and genuine interest in her friend's eyes, the girl warned him that he shouldn't even try to do it. You'll die. The boy began to deny that he wasn't even going to do it. The teacher was excitedly waiting for his students to return from their assignment. Noticing the outlines of Yunmu and Noji, he was very surprised that they were the first to practice. The teacher greeted the students with a slight irony, saying that the level was fun. Yunmu, on the other hand, had an aggressive attitude. He expressed that Liu Noji had almost died. Why were there mid-rank monsters? And what were the academy teachers thinking sending students on such tasks? Looking at the pair as they left, the teacher thought that the boy had a lot of attitude. I guess he hadn't been tortured enough by the middle-class monster. Luo Jing's group appeared in the portal next. His partner was talking non-stop about how they had coolly dealt with 10 low-level monsters. They were confident that they were the first to finish the task. When they saw that they were second, they could not contain their surprise. Their faces stretched out. Yunmu didn't miss the chance to sarcasm at the annoying Wu-Hu. Since he was in Jin's way, they were delayed in their mission. He advised Luo to choose his minions more carefully. Here, Luo Jin blocked Noji's path, making it clear that he needed to talk. Yunmu politely stepped aside. His opponent wanted to understand how they had accomplished the task so quickly. Meanwhile, Zhang Daxun was watching their dialogue very intently. His gaze was literally drilling the girl. Nodze wondered a bit. Why was he talking to her when he couldn't stand her? Of course, he didn't believe in Li's accomplishments. After thinking for a bit, she decided to say what they wanted to hear from her. That it was she quickly identified the monster's features and managed to deal with them without much difficulty. The people around him were satisfied with this answer. Zhang Daxun echoed the crowd, saying that his comrade was lucky to have a partner. But he decided for himself that it was a lie. After half a year of training in the ruins, Yunmu was 100% confident that he could work alone. Having easily defeated all the 17th level monsters, he was looking forward to the ranking competition in Zhongzhou. In these 6 months, Yunmu had never managed to use the shadow system. For some reason, it had never been updated. This made him terribly angry. In the end, he decided that it was useless. Standing in the school courtyard in the early morning, Yunmu lamented his habit of gathering everyone here at the crack of dawn. He had practiced late last night and was in no mood for early rising. The principal came out to the students and announced that there would be an important competition in a week's time. Their castle would be staying in the Lamu River area. Teams of 5 people from each town will have a chance to fight monsters on the river. Yunmu listened attentively. His fatigue faded away. After all, this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The battle points would be credited as a ranking and would determine the grade in the academy. The principal continued that there will be 24 hours of cameras, drones, with the students at the moment of release. Therefore, every action will be monitored by all the people in all the cities. This is a big responsibility. Chimera stared intently at our hero, and the director went on about the need for armor to increase the chances of survival. After the meeting, a team had to be formed. Our hero was 100% sure of his armor, but with the team, he went to find Nodza. When she saw him, the girl apologized. She had already been taken, or rather put on Luo Jing's team, as mixing beginners and experienced awakened ones was not welcome in such a competition. To the girl's worries, our hero assured her that everything was fine. He confidently walked away, but in fact, he had absolutely no idea how to solve the problem with the team. The pensive fellow was stopped by Zhang Dasyun. He was very friendly and invited Yunmu to join his team. The young man wondered for a second why this major had approached him. They had never even spoken once during the whole training. On the other hand, he had nowhere else to go, so he agreed to the invitation. Zhang took Li to meet the other members of the team. They were brothers who were the sons of the second richest man in the city. They were Lingan Jifeng and Lu Qiang Jifeng. Yunmu thought to himself that the rich sons had decided to go hunting. They looked really depressing. Zhang Dasyun meanwhile announced the formation of the Big Xiong squad. He called out to register with the teacher. The next day it was necessary to purchase all the equipment for the mission. Yunmu was given an advance of 7,500 yuan. It was impossible to buy even a tent with that. He stood and envied the son of the rich daddy who told him to make sure he was given everything he could use on the camping trip. Zhang appeared. When he realized that he didn't have the money to buy even the most basic necessities, he began to feign regret. Our hero was not shy. He said that in principle he didn't need any of this. Instead of a bicycle, he could run fast and sleep once on the ground. Zhang Dasyun replied that their squad would not leave him behind. Firmly grabbing his arm, he dragged the guy behind him. No matter how much Yunmu balked, his new comrade led him to the cash register and paid for all the necessary equipment. Dasyun was happily looking at the most expensive items in the store. Yunmu could only think that it was cool to be rich. Meanwhile, Jin and Hao were talking in the Awakened Association. They were wondering whether Yunmu would take part in the competition. Jin said he hated him to the point of nausea. There was a screech of wheels. The boys just had time to jump back. Hu started to yell at the driver, but he didn't think twice. Yunmu was behind the wheel. Li greeted his opponents, to which Jin asked what he needed here. Our hero referred to business. All the more so because it would be good to take a couple of tasks before the competition. Hao started to snicker that Yunmu had found a team. When he heard Zhang's voice, he asked if the guy liked his car. Jing's team was shocked. Hao continued his monologue about how he was going to beat the team of these majors. After all, monsters can't be crushed by money. Especially for team registration, 5 people were needed. Dasyun smiled slyly and said that another team member was on his way. Everyone was eager to find out who it was. There was the sound of a motorcycle approaching. A student from Fenghua High School arrived on it. A spectacular brunette, Ling Shuang. She's the sister of the rich brothers on Zhang's team. Yunmu was very surprised. He didn't even believe that this cool girl could be the sister of the plankton he had to cooperate with. Luo Jing objected that it was against the rules. Li Shuang is from another city. Therefore, you can't accept her into your team, thus jeopardizing Ji Feng's ranking, but she managed to transfer to their academy. There were a few seconds of silence. Only Hao whispered in his companion's ear that this young beauty was very cool. Unlike her non-traveling brothers, Ling Shuang was a level 2 awakened one. She possessed a black flow energy crystal. She had been training with a flux master for several years and had mastered fearless combat skills. Luo Jing knew all of this. He realized that compared to them, she was a first-class fighter. Therefore, it would be difficult to win. The silence was interrupted by Zhang Daxiong. He thanked his friend for appearing. There were enough people in their team now. Her brother Lin Anjifeng began to whine that she was here for nothing. The girl gave him a painful peck on the cheek, saying that she had come to raise his ranking. Otherwise, her parents will be very upset. Now that all the team members were assembled, we needed to head to the teacher's office for check-in. Seeing our hero, Lin was very interested in him. He was not like the other students. There was something about him that attracted her. It's been a week. The iconic day of the ranking battle had finally arrived. Tianyuan City had successfully landed by the river, and the battle vehicles with teams came out of the airlock that opened. Crowds of spectators gathered around the screens in the town squares. They wished good luck to the recruits and hoped for their victory. Yunmu's father in the hospital room also turned on the TV. He asked his daughter to help him sit back so he could cheer for his lousy boy. A car with Luo Jin's team pulled ahead. He told the team to proceed to a safe area, equip themselves, and prepare for battle. In the back seat, Noji was in thought with Lee Yunmu. She was worried whether the guy had found a team. The rest of the team noticed something approaching from behind. But fortunately, it was not a monster, but another car. Hao was surprised because such a thing is impossible. There is no car faster than his modified one. At this moment, the jeep that was catching up with them flew up on a bump. Everyone in Luo Jin's car only had time to raise their heads up. After jumping over their opponents, Zhang's team continued on their way. Lin Shuang was at the wheel. After arriving first at a safe place, Big Xiong's squad began to choose the way forward. They had to decide on their destination. Li Yunmu gripped the monitor, studying the map of the area. Lin said that the monsters here were no problem for her. Her brother whined that he should choose a less dangerous place. The team captain Zhang Daxun was as cheerful as ever. They had Master Lin in a very fast car. He was confident of victory. Yunmu jabbed his finger at the map, indicating the location of the first stop. Lu Qiangjifeng's brother Lu Jiefeng said that it was the home of the most dangerous monsters, the Ayu demons. The girl told her comrades that if you meet one such demon, he's not strong at all. But they all live together. They are very smart and hate humans. They attack in groups, and if they surround you, there won't be a human left alive. Li Yunmu hesitated for a moment, but Zhang, with his usual self-confidence, decided that this route was suitable for them. Since no one would go there, it was worth it to go and earn all the points. The major brothers howled in fear. They didn't want to go to such a dangerous place, and they discouraged Zhang in every possible way. Ignoring the others, Yunmu looked intently at Ling Shuang and asked her advice. The girl was not timid. She left it up to the guys. In a vote of 2 against 3, the Ayu Demon's habitat won. Our team took off and rushed forward. After getting out of the car, everyone put on their equipment. Zhang Daxun had the executioner's armor. His weapon was a speed cannon. Lu Qiangjifeng has hunter's armor. The weapon is a life-eating sword. Lin Jifeng had the armor of a life-eater. The weapon was a cross flywheel. Lin put on the warrior's clothes, but Yunmu was still nowhere to be seen. Zhang waited impatiently for him to appear. Seeing our hero, Zhang was shocked. He couldn't understand why he had such armor. The uniform of a temple of war. You can't buy this kind of armor anywhere. The team captain rushed like a child to examine and feel Li Yunmu's armor. The young man had no idea what valuable equipment his father had given him. He wondered where his father could have gotten it. A branch crunched nearby. Everyone tensed up. They looked around. The girl said someone's coming. Everyone should take cover and be careful. When everyone sat down in ambush, the girl asked for a situation report. Zhang looked through the optics and reported seeing 2 monsters. They were patrolling the area. He didn't see anyone else. Lin commanded Zhang and Yunmu to prepare to attack. The boys were on guard. In the path of the monsters, the girl threw a candy. While they were looking at it, Daxun and Yunmi attacked. The targets were eliminated. Meanwhile, the musicians' union was discussing the rankings of different cities. Looking at the screens, everyone was amazed that the city of Happy Wind had moved from the 30th place to the top 70. In the discussion, there was a version that Luo Jin was a very strong participant, but it was immediately challenged. Teacher Li Bowen looked at the monitors, wondering how this guy could score so many points. Meanwhile, the youngest of the major brothers became bait for the monsters. He tried his best to escape from the pursuit of the fearsome creatures. When the pursuit entered the open terrain, Yunmu came into play. He diverted the attention of the unclean to himself. Drawing his sword, he stood in a fighting stance, preparing for a difficult fight. A few minutes and then we can exhale. Battle mission accomplished. All enemies have been struck down by his sword. Suddenly, a snarl sounded behind his back. 2 more monsters came to the end of the fight. A shot rang out and another opponent was hit. It was Zhang. They covered their comrade from the back. Ling Shuang admonished Yunmu to concentrate while attacking. The last fleeing monster was asked to be left to Lin and Zifeng. He launched his flywheel after the monster. There was no limit to the young man's happiness. He himself had struck a whole real monster. His comrade stood behind him and watched with irony. Opening another lollipop on a stick, the girl noticed that they had defeated 30 rather than 40 opponents. They must have quite a few points already. Satisfied, the commander ordered Anyu to run off once more to lure out a group of demons. But the boy categorically refused to be the bait for the 5th time. Zhang then decided to play a joke on the guy. He said he'd be the first line of defense from now on. Li would be the bait he got scared, and everything went back to normal. Dasyun approached Lin and found her in deep thought. She was sitting on the ground and did not even immediately notice his approach. She asked Zhang if Yunmu had really awakened less than a year ago. After receiving an affirmative answer, the girl was very surprised. Such great strength was his. Dasyun confirmed that it seemed very unusual for him too. That's why he called Li to join his team. The conversation was interrupted as a new batch of monsters arrived, and Jifeng had successfully played the role of bait this time too. As the demons came closer, our warriors were stunned. The head of the Ayu tribe was approaching them. The group decided to retreat. In the evening, everyone sat and relaxed by the fire. Zhang looked at the statistics of their achievements on the monitor. It turned out that Yunmu had brought in 43% of the team's income. Shuang also did a great job, 35%. Yunmu said that if she wasn't in cover, she would have easily bypassed him. But because of her defense, our hero was able to attack so easily. The girl looked at the young man suspiciously. He said that on purpose to take the credit off himself. He's hiding for some reason. And she wanted to know what it was all about. The team captain noticed that Lin and Zifeng was very sad. About the reason for this state of mind, the guy said that he had worked all day long in sweat, driving demons, and had only gotten a 5% rating. His brother supported him. He had only a couple of points too. His sister felt sorry for them and promised to give them her points. Yunmu was surprised. He didn't know that his points could be shared. Li promised to share his points with Luqiang Zifeng. The young man was very surprised by this generosity. After all, these points had been obtained with such hard work. But this was a teamwork, so everything should be fair. After an exchange of pleasantries, the captain commanded a division of the booty. These are flow energy crystals. Yunmu wanted to leave them until he got home and touch the acupuncture points there. But after learning that they only lasted for 12 hours, he would have to do all the manipulations here. The young man opened the monitor and began to choose which point he should start working on first. It was a difficult choice. After contacting the teacher, he was advised to work on the holy point. The only flow point in the head could be developed much faster than the others by the power of thought. The boy decided to start at the head. He brought his hand with the crystal above his head and broke the artifact in one sharp movement. A stream of energy traveled toward the point of the holy. The screen showed 15% progress. One by one, the boy used up all 5 crystals he had gotten. He didn't feel very good after all the manipulations. And what was his surprise? His holy point was only 70% activated. The young man became frustrated at the thought of his data being so bad. Suddenly, the monitor informed him that the shadow system had been updated. That was already good news, and he immediately launched the application. The avatar that appeared was wearing a similar warrior costume. This amazed Yunmu. The message that opened reported that the shadow's power was now equal to that of the host. Working out the holy point now allowed Li to control the shadow with the power of thought. He couldn't wait to try it. In a few seconds, he was already inside the shadow. He looked at his body lying on the floor and couldn't believe what was happening. Our hero decided that he wouldn't sleep tonight. He carefully snuck outside so as not to disturb Zhang. In the morning, Yunmu sat tired on the couch. He had been fighting monsters all night, absorbing crystal energy. His body was exhausted. But he had managed to comprehend the holy point. He had a scrap of cloth with writing on it. Demons were guarding it, but Li didn't understand what it was. The captain knocked on the door. It was necessary to move forward. Yunmu said he would be right out. There was a discussion outside about who had activated which points. Li didn't say that he had activated only 70% of the holy points. The guys were surprised at this low figure. The fools rejoiced that their scores were higher than Yunmu's. But the fun didn't last long. We must go to the demon leader, Ayu. The 3 days went by lightning fast. The team was united and the guys could understand each other without words. They could already easily deal with high-level monsters. Li Yunmu escaped from the camp every night in the body of a shadow to continue practicing. He lit 4 acupuncture points. It doubled his strength. At this time, at the monitor in the academy, an elderly gentleman called out to his assistant. He was very concerned about the progress of Happy Wind City. More specifically, Yunmu's progress. Who is this guy? The assistant reported that this Li Yunmu was an ordinary person, but his group had scored very high. They were able to beat even the favorite Luo Xin, who everyone was betting on. The man looked at the monitor with the image of 2 strong warriors, and reasoned that they could make something out of it. But the city of Happy Wind was not to his liking. He hinted to the aide that the death of a few students during training camp was not that uncommon. Meanwhile, Yunmu questioned the idea of attacking the tribe at the team's council about future plans. They had the great power of the shamans and elders. The captain assured me that the elder was not present. But shamans can get a lot more points than ordinary warriors. Lin supported Zhang. She encouraged the team, for there was progress in sight. Therefore, it was worth increasing the difficulty. Besides, the girl had her own goal. She easily helped the team to get points because she was eager to get the black crystals. The next corral of demons began. An went as bait again, except this time he was lingering. That bothered Li. Zhang reassured him. He said that the activated lake point on the palm of his hand gave the guy a power similar to his own. At that moment, An appeared with the monster behind him. The guy drew his weapon and threatened the monster with retaliation. The team looked out from the ambush. We had to get to work. There were uninvited guests. 2 guys. They said they'd get the points this time. A few seconds and this strange couple had annihilated the shamans of the Ayu tribe. Yunmu was perplexed. Who these 2 were and where they came from. Their attack was lightning fast. Lin was very angry. She explained that it was a team from another neighborhood and they had come to take away their points. And a couple of the guests stood and smiled evilly. They thanked our team for their understanding and the monsters they had ambushed. The commander gave the order to leave. They've already stolen the points. There's no point in bickering with outsiders. But the couple began to incite rage in their opponents. They taunted their opponents, forcing them to fight. Zhang couldn't stand it and attacked the first opponent. He fell to the ground from the blow he received. Dacian came closer to them. He said they'd already gotten their points. No need to piss him off more. Suddenly the sky lit up with a bright red flash. The captain realized it was a flare. He ordered everyone to run. But they didn't have time to escape. A big monster was already here. It looked like a huge dog. He approached the wounded guy who was sitting on the ground. He gave him a blow. Everyone froze in fear and bewilderment. The partner rushed to his friend's defense, but at the same moment he got hit. Zhang, who was closest to what was happening, shouted to his team to run away. It was a devil dog. Those 2 were beyond saving. The guys ran towards the car. The commander fought off the monster while covering his group. His armor was damaged, but more devil dogs appeared on the way. They were ruled by an elder of the Ayu tribe. The team is surrounded. They need to get to the car at all costs. Dosun explained on the way out that the group was trapped. This flash was a signal that the team had entered the encirclement ring. Lin Shuang echoed him. Elder Ayu made them believe that he was not in the tribe. He ambushed all the warriors to catch them. The dogs surrounded the boys on all sides. With each step they increased in number. The group was surrounded on all sides. The head monster began his speech. He stated that he had killed many of their tribesmen in a few days. So now he would kill our guys. Yunmu looked at the elder. A phrase of surprise at the fact that the ugly man could speak escaped his lips. Such insolence enraged Lord Ayu. His dogs howled. They gnashed their teeth, drool running down their fangs. The elder commanded to rip all the warriors to shreds. Seconds before the attack, Yunmu informed Sister Lin that she was the only one who had a chance to get through the encirclement. She needs to run to the car and then pick them up. The girl doubted that the group would be able to wait for her arrival, but Yunmu advised her to hurry. In the next instant, he drew his sword and dashed forward to cut a gap in the monster's surroundings, so that Lin could slip through. One of the dogs had already caught up with her in a leap. She saw the huge paws approaching. Her brother An took the blow. He managed to cover his sister at the last second. His armor shattered from the impact. He threw himself into the fight, yelling to the girl that if she didn't make it in time, no one would survive. A hard battle began, where comrades defended each other from the last strength. Everyone realized that it was important to live until the moment when the car would arrive. Yunmu saw the increasing number of demons. If the battle continued with this balance of power, no one would survive. One of the dogs was already killing the defenseless Anzi. The team couldn't resist such an onslaught. Yunmu realized that something had to be done. Otherwise, the boys wouldn't be able to escape. After analyzing the situation, the young man realized that the dogs were ruled by an elder of the Ayu tribe. Therefore, we should start with him. Making a dash, our hero almost reached his goal. He caught the tribal chief a little. At that second, the dogs froze. The elder commanded them to stand in his defense. The 3 dogs went on the offensive against Yunmu. The boy had to use all his strength to deal with them. He screamed as hard as he could. In the next second, a strong stream of red energy burst out from his body. His team members were shocked. He was able to block 3 dogs at the same time. When the comrades saw this, they realized that Yunmu had entered a trance. They've heard of it in legends. It's the trance of a holy warrior. What secrets he's hiding. The demon leader couldn't understand what had happened to this man, that he alone could handle 3 devil dogs. The demons started flying in different directions from the other side of the encirclement. The elder couldn't understand what was happening. With all guns blazing, Lin flew into the center of the battle. She made it. The young men rejoiced and headed towards the car. The captain commanded Yunmu to also run to the car. The guy was clearly out of it. He couldn't hear anyone around him. Meanwhile, there was a commotion in the Riflemen's Union. The chairman was told that a new man had entered the trance of the holy warrior. They immediately stopped filming and blocked all information about what was happening. I should have reported it to the saint. Our hero sat on a pebble in a safe place and complained that his whole body ached. Friends had told him that he had not been quite adequate some time ago. The young man didn't understand how to explain. His body was filled with power. He couldn't suppress the urge to fight. The team captain interrupted his story by clapping him on the shoulder. The main event was, besides the regular crystals, the black crystals earned. Looking at the monitor, Zhang said that since Yunmu had saved everyone's life, it was only fair to give these crystals to him. Our hero was very surprised by this decision, but all the team members supported the captain. Yunmu rose to his feet. He refused such a reward and offered to split everything equally. After all, he just wanted to save his friends like the rest of the team. It was already night. Everyone was tired after a hard battle. It was decided to find a quiet place to camp to have a good rest. Our hero stepped out of the shower. He was so relieved, as if he had washed the whole day away. A message popped up on the monitor. For his services, the owner is entitled to a reward. Waidu box. A strange object appeared on the floor of the room. The system explained that it could be used to draw combat skills and weapons by lottery. Yunmu couldn't wait to experience the gift right away. What would he find? The guy turned the knob until it clicked. The whole box moved, opened and closed back up. The young man didn't understand. Why didn't he get anything? What had happened? It wasn't like he could get any air out. He was nervous. But then a message appeared in front of him congratulating him on acquiring a new skill. It turned out that he now had the ability to rotate his legs, a Class A combat skill. The system asked whether to run the internal forces to study the skill. The answer was unambiguous. Positive. Yunmu felt a large stream of energy flow through his entire body. After a few minutes, the skill was successfully mastered. Master couldn't wait to use this power. The young man headed outside again instead of resting in the form of a shadow to try out his new power. At night, one of the demons was walking along the path with a torch. It was a sentry from the Ayu tribe. Our hero in the shadow body let him get close and landed several crushing blows. He finally tried a new technique. Meanwhile, in the Big Siong team's camp, someone had snuck into Yunmu's tent. An unidentified man approached the young man's body. He compared it to the photo. He was a tall guy with a muscular build. Our hero showed very good results, so they sent him to eliminate him. The shadow, meanwhile, had an alert system going off. The host's body was in danger. Yunmu commanded the system to return him to the body immediately. The stranger was just about to deliver his crushing blow when the young man opened his eyes. Li was able to regroup and literally jumped out from under his opponent's fist. The enemy was amazed at Yunmu's vigilance, the way he dodged the blow. Our hero asked who he was, but the reply was that it didn't matter. For tonight, our hero is going to the other side of the world, and he's on the attack again. Yunmu wanted to use his weapon, but his opponent was very fast and was able to knock the gun out of his hands. The unknown man was emitting golden crystal energy. Our guy realized that his power was very high. Who sent him and why? The enemy realized that Yunmu's reaction time was very fast. As he prepared for the next strike, he said, "Let's see if he can hide this time." The next instant, the blow reached its target. The young man flew out, punching through the roof of his tent. He realized that without a weapon, he would not be able to fight back his attacker. The enemy was ready to strike the final decisive blow. The young man realized that he was finished, but Ling Shuang came to his defense. At the last second, the girl managed to throw her friend a sword for protection. He arrived just in time. The enemy was at a loss. Li Yunmu perked up. Energy filled his body. He said that it was his turn to strike back. A confrontation between two strong warriors began. The enemy appreciated the young man's attack technique. It was not dangerous for him. The opponent used an explosive force technique. The guy was thrown back by the energy wave. Standing in front of the victim, the executioner said that he even felt sorry to destroy such a talented guy. But in business, there's no room for personal relationships. Saying that Yunmi would die, the enemy launched a stream of fire energy. Our hero smiled in the face of danger, which amazed the attacker. He could not understand why he was not afraid. The alert system informed our hero that the sword had reached the 4th stage. Therefore, his technique became a level higher. Now the strength of the two warriors had equalized. Yunmu easily deflected the fiery strike. The opponent was shocked at what had happened. He could not resist the fire dragon's claws. The battle continued with renewed vigor. Each fought with his last strength. Both realized that the fight could not end in a draw. In an instant, the enemy's eyes filled with horror. He didn't immediately realize what had happened. His hand was suddenly on the ground. Yunmu informed his enemy that he had only lost his arm for the day. The next time he met him, the stake would be his life. The executioner stood furious and shouted to Yunmu that he would bring this back to him. He would take revenge and send our hero to the other world. The young man said that they could continue. However, if the enemy did not hurry, he would bleed to death. The opponent, realizing the insignificance of his position, had to retreat. Meanwhile, Yunmu heard Shuang's voice behind him. She called out to him. In the same second, the guy collapsed to the ground like a hamstring. The girl rushed to her friend and helped him to come to his senses. The boy was very weak. Turns out Yunmu was really hurt during the battle. He was bluffing in front of the enemy, and if the fight lasted even a minute longer, the young man would die. Gathering together, the whole team tried to understand what had happened. Those who were on guard duty were simply stunned. They were not killed. So the target was a definite target. It was Li Yunmu. The boy sat there at a loss. Lin expressed the opinion that the team's successes were hindering someone, so an executioner was sent for the strongest of them. The younger brother wanted to argue with his sister. After all, not only was Li a strong warrior, but she was not inferior to him. Shuang interrupted her brother. She said that their family was very famous and even the upper-level managers wouldn't risk hurting any of them. Besides, the girl's mentor was a saint. Anyone would think about that before attacking her. The young man listened to the discussion and felt very hurt. In spite of all his labors, the people around him perceived him as a wimp with no origin. The team captain said we'll have to stay here in camp for a few days. Until Yunmu gets better, no points are worth his life. The young man tried to object after all. They had been going to the top of the rankings for so long. A lull like this would set them back. But the captain was adamant. The young man said he was fine. He sent everyone to rest and volunteered to stand guard. He thought of revenge. He collected samples of the executioner's blood and ran the system for scanning. The search was successful, and the information was recorded in the database. The young man was satisfied. He heard John's voice from behind him. He had heard about the system. Now he looked at our hero in bewilderment, waiting for his comments. Yunmu managed to get out of it. Waking up in his tent a couple days later, Yunmu felt a surge of energy in all of his acupuncture points. While the master was recovering, the shadow himself was fighting monsters. Therefore, the young man had a collection of crystals. Yunmu was thinking of creating armor made of flux energy crystals. As he leaned back on the couch, he thought he should be more careful. He had almost been caught last time. It was a good thing Zhang believed his words. His musings were interrupted by a system alert. It turned out that his experience had already amounted to 10,000, and he was offered to spend it on creating a second shadow. Yunmu thought for a moment. If there were 2 shadows, the results of fighting monsters would be doubled. It was decided to have a second shadow. A metamorphosis began to take place around the young man. Shadows and blobs of energy swept across the room. Eventually, a new shadow stood before him. This one was scarier and purple in color. The boy wondered if the shadows needed names now. How would he know which one he would call? He didn't bother with names. He gave them numbers 1 and 2. There was a knock on the door. The young man commanded Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 to return to the system. Opening the door, Lin Shuang stood on the doorstep. She reported that many strong players on other teams had been attacked by assassins. Among them, Luo Jing was also injured. Yunmu was worried about the condition of Liu Noji's friend, but Lin reassured him that only Luo was seriously injured. Shuang reported that the Riflemen's Union is investigating. The instigator in his city will be severely punished. And then it hit Li. Why isn't Shuang at practice with the whole team? In response to this question, the girl hesitated a bit, blushing slightly. She admitted that she'd seen a real man in the guy over the past few days. That's why she decided to stay to talk to him alone tonight. Our hero was so embarrassed for the first time in his life. I wondered if Sister Shuang had warm feelings for him. The girl clung to the boy's arm, but the next thing he said knocked him completely out of his rut. Lin offered to fight. She wanted to learn sword technique from him. The guy was even more shocked. She's unhinged. The stubborn girl was already ready for battle, Yunmu agreed. The training had begun. Each of Shuang's punches was fast and accurate. The young man couldn't find her weakness, but he wasn't going to admit defeat either. The girl also noted the pluses of her opponent. He was very fast and strong. It was impossible to let your guard down. The battle was fierce. Everyone was giving 100%. The first stage was overcome, then the second stage. The girl realized that after the second step, where you could combine techniques, she wouldn't be able to stand for long. Lin decided to be cunning. He began to retreat so that he could see what the enemy's technique was. So they passed the third stage, then moved on to the fourth stage. Suddenly the girl caught her opponent's sword with her hand, said that if each blow made the guy stronger, she would finish him off with one. She threw one single victorious punch. The guy was in a stupor. The winner emerged. Holding Yunmu's sword by the blade in her hand, Lin brought her sword up to the guy's neck. After a moment, she shouted that she had won. The shocked guy had no choice but to state the madness of the prodrug. When the rest of the team returned, they were surprised at the bandage on the girl's arm. In response to all the questions, she said that she had just scratched herself. Zhang said that the three of them went to scout the Ayu tribe. After the last battle, they had become much more vigilant. Even with a recovered Yunmu, they are unlikely to be able to attack in the same fashion. But the indomitable commander announced that he had come up with a new strategy where Sister Shuang would help. The next morning, when the things were loaded into the car, everyone was waiting for Sister Shuang to come out. A fragile girl in a fitted dress appeared before them. She was embarrassed and so different from the belligerent Lin. The guys were surprised at this transformation. The guys were surprised at her embarrassment and encouraged her that such clothes were part of military tactics. Last night, it had been very difficult to persuade the girl to such a venture. The commander had suggested seducing the demon elder Ayu. Our hero didn't like the idea at all. He was against using the girl's appearance as bait. Lu Qiangzifeng said that while scouting, they heard the elder's order to capture the beautiful girl and bring her to the camp. Zhang decided to use it against the demons. To destroy a tribe, you have to start with the leader. So they decided to take the enemies by surprise and finish them off. And now they were standing near the path that the demons were patrolling. The girl was still unsure of the plan. The commander said he would fake a chase after Lin so that the sentries would notice her. After that, she would be captured and taken prisoner. Meanwhile, the whole team would follow to find the enemy's nest. Dasun exulted with delight at his plan. He named it the Love Trap. The plan had begun. The girl ran down the path and called out for help. Zhang chased after her, laughing evilly. But then the unexpected happened. The boy fell, tripping over a rock. He complained to himself about the bad timing. At that moment, the demons, instead of Lin, grabbed and dragged the young man to their lair. The whole team was shocked at what was happening. Shuang stood in the middle of the road. The story took a fantastic turn. A few seconds and the comrades realized that in principle in the plan changed only the bait, so we need to follow it. Sister Shuang logged onto the network and tracked Zhang's whereabouts. Yunmu said that one should stick to the plan and act together with Big Xiang. Then the task of destroying the Ayu Demon King would be accomplished. In a dark dungeon in strong shackles hung our lad, dressed in the costume of an oriental beauty. The warders informed the king that the girl was here. Joyful in his suit and flowers, he went on a date. He ordered the servants not to disturb him in any way. Meanwhile, Yunmu had already neutralized the guards. It was safe to go to the demon lair. Lin reported that according to the coordinates, Zhang had been in this cave for quite a while, so he had already been taken to the king. Yunmu reminded the An and Xiao brothers that you can't fall behind the group here. This is very serious. Everyone headed for the cave, the lair of the Ayu tribe. Meanwhile, the team captain was already having to fend off the romantic advances of the Demon King. The team rushed to the aid of their comrade. At the last turn before the king's bedroom, they saw the guard post. Fighting them here was the worst thing you could think of, but it was the only way to the room. Yunmu saw a ventilation grate on the ceiling. He decided to use it to reach his goal. In the bedroom at that moment, the monster unlocked the shackles from the wall and offered the prisoner a game. She runs away, he catches up with her. He said that resistance made him even more aroused. The demon commanded the start of the game and lunged at his prey, but he was a little stunned. The young man did not run away. He went on the attack, jumping on his captor. The confrontation lasted for several minutes. Zhang was eventually able to use the chains to twist the Demon King. Joyful, he blurted out that the game was over. But the monster broke free and the battle continued with renewed vigor. When the monster was already sitting on top of the beauty, the ventilation grate opened and Yunmu jumped out, freeing his friend. The rest of the team followed. Dasun sat on the floor and was happy. He said that if they delayed even a minute, he would lose his innocence. The demon stood up and angrily said that the fucking humans had tricked him with the help of such a beautiful girl. Hit a nerve. Then the pretty girl pulled up her dress and informed him that he was actually a guy. And what's the big deal that he was tricked? The demon went wild. Threads of energy began to appear around him. My friends watched and didn't understand what was happening. The flow of energy kept growing, and finally there was an explosion that blew the entire cave apart. Yunmu was thrown to the surface by the wave. He was amazed at the demon's strength. The monster itself had increased in size by leaps and bounds. He stood on the highest peak of the ruins and asked if the humans were ready to die. Meanwhile, in the gunnery center, all the computers issued a danger message. There's been a big commotion. Turns out Demon King Ayu has activated a spell of extreme magnitude. He's gone to the level of Demon King. That was a very big problem. Such magic could kill everyone involved. Messages have been sent out to everyone that the competition has been stopped urgently. All groups are to be recalled immediately. Gold crystal shooters were ordered to be sent from the evacuation. But our hero knew none of this and watched as the demon approached him. The monster's body became even more terrifying. It raised its weapon. Enormous power oozed out of the enemy. He prepared to strike. Yunmu looked at him like he was mesmerized. He realized that the group couldn't handle such power. The demon Ayu raised his sword and sent a devastating blow at our hero. At the last second, Lin yanked the guy out of his seat. She shouted that it was time to get ready, not to fool around. Throwing her friend aside, the girl rushed to attack the monster. Sitting on the ground, overcome with trembling, our hero tried to gather himself and begin to act. He called out to his brothers, but they were unconscious. He realized that he would have to go to the rescue alone. Turning around, he saw that Sister Shuang was already sitting on the ground. The demon said it was a pity that such a beautiful girl would die here. Li wanted to get up, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He beat on them with his fists. Nothing worked. The demon had already drawn its sword over the girl's head. There was horror and despair in her eyes. In a split second, Yunmu arrived. He attacked from behind. The monster flew aside. He turned around and asked if Sister Shuang could stand up. She asked ironically, but his knees were not shaking anymore. The young man said with contrived cheerfulness that the monster no longer frightened him. The girl saw a knife sticking out of the guy's leg. He did it to save her, to make her legs obey again. Yunmu said if she was okay, we should run. That's when their car arrived. Zhang was behind the wheel and ordered a retreat. They screwed up this time. Lin panicked. Anmu and Xiaoqiang were nowhere to be seen. The monster had already woken up. He headed towards Yunmu with the words that he was about to poison him to the other world. The monster soared into the air. It said its power was underestimated. There's no escape. A blob of energy appeared in the palm of his hand. It was as if he was holding a bolt of lightning. Yunmu reached out his hand to Lin Shuang and shouted to quickly jump into the car. Then an explosion sounded from behind the girl and she was thrown back by the blast wave. Zhang caught the girl. He told her to get into the car immediately. The girl refused to go without her brother. At that moment, a blast wave threw two unconscious guys out of the pile of rocks. The comrades grabbed them and threw them into the car. We had to go. The captain started the car. The girl yelled out to wait for Li Yunmu. However, there was no second chance for them to get out. Shuang said that if they wanted to defeat a king-level demon, a miracle was needed. But throwing Li, Zhang reassured her, telling her that it was a Yunmu miracle in this world. A voice came from behind. Shuang turned around and saw their comrade running after the car. The young man ran and asked me to stop the car and wait for him. When everyone was assembled, Dasyung said, I didn't expect Li to get out so quickly. He was about to hail him as a hero. Lin wondered how he had managed to escape. I wondered if he had been able to kill the Demon King. Yunmu said that he couldn't have done it alone. He realized that the monster's strength increased in a certain territory, so he was able to escape from that territory. The team drove and were glad they were able to get out in one piece from such a mess. Only Li Yunmu sat there and remained mysteriously silent. He was the only one who knew the whole truth about what had happened. Left alone with the demon, he took a few blows. The beast realized he'd done it for his friends and started teasing that they had abandoned him and were probably already far away. That's what our hero was waiting for. When there were no outsiders left, he activated the shadow system. He cast both of his shadows on the demon. He couldn't understand what was happening. The boy explained that the demon had misunderstood the fact that he had stayed here. It wasn't for the team. He wanted no one to see him defeat the beast. After these words, the young man directed both shadows to attack. The demon wondered what it was. Could it be a new kind of monster? The young man sat and watched the battle from the side. When the monster was almost finished, he was about to leave. The demon shouted in bewilderment that the one couldn't leave like that. Must fight him one-on-one. Yunmu explained that if he initially knows he can't defeat it, why would he want to fight it? And he had never been eager to go into a one-on-one fight with him. That was the monster's desire. The young man ran to catch up with the team. He left it to his loyal shadows to deal with the demon. Sister Shuang was coughing intermittently. Yunmu asked if she was all right. He lamented that it was his fault for not being able to come to her aid in time. He apologized. The girl looked at him understandingly and replied that it wasn't his fault. The first time he saw a king-level monster, he could even faint. An ordinary person would have immediately given up. Zhang confirmed his friend's words. He told me to look at the seething brothers. Turns out it's a common reaction when you see a monster for the first time, and the guy's got a lot of willpower. Then the young man received a message from the system. He thought that the shadows had returned, and King Ayu was already in the other world. But he was wrong. It said the battle was over and both shadows were dead. The guy was stunned. The system continued to dialogue with our hero. It was suggested to animate the shadows directly, or with the help of the mind. The young man chose the second option. It cost 2,000 points, and it gave the shadows an increased intelligence and improved combat technique and tempo. Here, the team received a message that an emergency evacuation was underway due to a king-level monster. Zhang started to discuss the situation with our hero. After all, if they stopped the competition, then what about the points he had accumulated? Turning around, he saw that Yunmu was already asleep. He must have been very tired. At this time, the monster was sitting over the bodies of the shadows. He was not very satisfied. After all, After defeating 2 opponents, he had missed the most important one, Yunmu. He wouldn't miss him next time. Immediately the shadows began to come to life. The demon even fell to the ground in surprise. Then he heard Yunmu's cheerful voice. He asked if the ugly man had expected such a quick meeting. The demon realized he was talking to the young man. He was surprised that he was inside the thing. After receiving the first blow from the Thea, he was unable to repel it. The monster's strength was running out. A spell must be cast to replenish them. The boy took a closer look at the demon's actions and realized that he was referring to a magical formation. Apparently, the shadow's eye can see things that humans can't see. Yunmu realized that the monster needed to stop at a certain place to replenish its strength. It had to figure out a way to break this magical formation. The behemoth rushed to attack. Yunmu took a defensive stance, avoiding direct contact. The boy deftly dodged the attacks. Only when the guy was near the magic formation did the demon realize his intention, and was shocked that the man could see this energy flow. Meanwhile, Yunmu had managed to break the magic circle. The monster was furious. Although he could no longer feed off the circle's energy, his strength was still many times greater than the guy's. And when he was hit, he felt the pain. The young man soberly assessed his capabilities. If he let the enemy attack, he would fail. Therefore, it was necessary to hit the enemy with a single blow. But how? The guy decided to use his new leg kick. He jumped up, and with all his strength he attacked his opponent. However, it was not enough to kill him. The demon was only annoyed by the young man's effort. He said it was his turn. Yunmu replied that he wasn't the only opponent of the monster. A second shadow swooped down from behind King Ayu. The 2 shadows began to continuously strike the enemy. They didn't give him a moment's respite. The demon had figured out the guy's plan. Since his every technique was pointless against such a monster, he decided to wipe it out with constant attacks. That would really work. The enemy did not accept the fate of dying insulted. Gathering all his energy, he came up with one last move. The demon slid onto the guy from behind and clawed at him with all his might, saying that if anyone was going to die, they would die together. Yunmu felt the monster's body start to inflate like a balloon. He realized that self-destruction had been launched. The guy was saved by his warrior uniform. King Ayu exploded, spitting out a huge cloud of fiery energy. This was seen by the Cloud Sky Special Squad sent to eliminate it. One of them was surprised that someone was dealing with a king-level demon. In the haze, they saw the outline of a warrior. The form of a man of the Temple of War was visible on him. Yunmu woke up screaming in the car with Big Seong's team. It was all over. The captain assumed that the young man was having a nightmare. He didn't deny it, of course. The boy pondered that he had broken the connection with the shadow in time. Otherwise, he would have died with it. But then the messages from the system began to arrive, congratulating him. He rejoiced that he had been able to protect number 1. For defeating the strongest Ayu Demon King in this zone, he was awarded 10,000 units of experience and inner strength, 1,000 units of void energy, a 12-colored king crystal, and a king soul. The car was driving and it seemed like everyone was flying messages. For his first victory over a king-level monster, he was given a special monster box. The system asked if the owner wanted to take back the destructive power of the Demon King. Yunmu noticed a fast-running monster nearby. He even shrieked in surprise, startling Dasyun. Stopping, the boys took a closer look at the commotion. Not far away, the monsters had caught someone. It was a warrior girl with a sword in her hands. How did she end up here alone? Zhang recognized her as Li Qi. She seems to have fallen behind the team. Yunmu offered to help the stranger. After all, they were from the same institute. We should help each other. Without waiting for his comrade's reply, our hero was already jumping out of the car. The captain shouted after him that the matter was dangerous, so he climbed back into the car. Zhang looked at him with annoyance, surprised that the young man had just woken up and was already so active. Lin Shuang suggested that maybe Yunmu had a crush on this girl. Daxun was shocked. The girl fought off the raging monsters with all her might, but they didn't seem to be getting any smaller. She didn't notice as she tripped over the demon's tentacles and fell, losing her weapon. The huge beast hovered above her. The girl clenched her eyes in anticipation of her end. A young man appeared between her and her attacker. She sat dazed on the ground, unaware of what was happening. Yunmu, holding the monster with one hand, inquired if Li Zi was injured. Dumbfounded by everything that was happening, the girl could only mumble quietly that she was fine. The young man easily dealt with all the uncleanness. Li Zi watched and thought that this was Li Yunmu and he was cool. Zhang skeptically observed and said that it was time to get out of here already. When she saw Dasyun, he was still dressed as an oriental beauty. Her new acquaintance shouted that he was a transvestite, a pervert. The guy tried to justify himself in every possible way. Yunmu kindly offered to give Li Zi a ride. She gladly accepted. Finally, our friends made it to the Happy Wind Institute, alive but not quite well. An was seriously injured. A stretcher was needed to carry him out of the car. Upon seeing Yunma, The guys in the square started whispering that he was one of the members of the toughest team. Thanks to them, the city is no longer a laggard. They have raised the ranking of the town of Happy Wind to 30th place. Now all the students' rankings and rewards will be bigger. At that moment, Liu Qiang walked up to Li Yunmu from behind. He clapped the guy on the shoulder so that he jumped up in surprise and shouted that he was scared. The guy was very intrusive in his attentions. Our hero fought him off. Yunmu, having gotten rid of his annoying friend, walked and looked around for Liu Noji. She was nowhere to be found. She must not have returned yet. Suddenly he was called out, "Moo-moo," as Zhang called him. When he turned around, he saw the new acquaintance he had recently rescued. Our hero turned to her indifferently, asking why she had called him that. The girl was displeased at his indifference, but she started the conversation in a cheerful way. She said that it was not permissible for that pervert to speak like that, and no one else was allowed to. Yunmu showed indifference. He turned away and was about to leave, but the girl was still trying to say something behind his back about the evening. When he saw the acquaintance, he asked him about Naozi. He said he had only seen their team's car. Li Zi caught up with him. As she approached Yunmu, she asked if he was dating Noji. The guy cut her off, saying he didn't have to answer her. Z was furious, but she didn't show it. She told him that his friend was fine, just scratches. She's probably resting. Continuing to follow the young man, she offered dinner. The boy was surprised and explained that it was in gratitude for his rescue. The boy refused, citing business, but promised to feed her next time. The girl was at a loss. The boy said goodbye and continued on his way. After a second, she called out to him again, asking when he was going to ask her out. The boy looked at the girl in bewilderment. He hadn't expected such a push. He began nervously explaining that another time meant some other day. Hao watched the whole thing with tears in his eyes. A guy passing by called him a pervert. The reason for his hasty return home was to see the awards for the victory over King Ayu. He made himself comfortable on the sofa and began to study them. He was interested in a blue-colored stone with a hieroglyph, the Waidu stone. I think he'd seen a description of it somewhere. Going through a stack of books, he found the right one. In it, he saw this information. Waidu stone is a very valuable treasure. Once perfected, it can create a whole separate world. The person who perfects it will be able to control the created world. The boy cheered. There was a reason the Demon King had blown himself up. Yunmu now possessed the real treasure. The young man turned to the system to upgrade the stone. The response message said that 30,000 experience points were required. The guy resented the high cost of the service. He even said that the system wanted to rob him. A little calmer, he agreed. 30, so 30. A couple of seconds later, he received a message that the improvement had been successful. The boy went to see his world. It was an open space with many stars around it. The young man was enraptured. Such a starry sky, he had never seen anything more beautiful in his entire life. After a few minutes, elation was replaced by disappointment. Although there is so much space around, the guy can only be on a piece of slab about a meter by a meter. He tossed with annoyance at the slab where the crystal sat, and the platform grew larger. Turns out it was growing, feeding on Vaidu's crystals. Since that was the case, the young man decided to greatly increase the area of his world. He began to scatter crystals around him. He fed the platform about 100 crystals. This activity tired him considerably. But he was glad to be lying on the huge empty floor amidst the vast starry sky. When the euphoria passed, Yunmu wondered why he even wanted this thing. He had spent over 100 crystals on it. What was the point of all this? It was as if the system had heard the host's thoughts. The answer came back that this was the dimension of the host's personal star world. In the guy's body, the power of the world was now born. This star world is a low-level star world. Peace power can only be replenished from attacks in the outer world. The young man thought for a moment. It must be all for the harrow. Golden bell, military uniform, power of peace. If anyone finds out about this, they will be eaten alive. The system continued. This world is too small, and therefore can absorb very little power. The young man was angry. He had made about 80 square meters of floor space out of a small piece of slab. Yunmu sat there and lamented that he had spent half a day, 30,000 points, and over 100 crystals on all this. And now there was no way he could use this thing. He lay there and pondered whether to spend more crystals on this starry world. Then he felt panic that it was a bottomless abyss, which was not enough. A long time passed in such an empty dilemma. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from a fellow student. He said that it was urgent to change and hurry to the square. The university square was very crowded. Our hero thought that he was called because Big Jiang had done something wrong again. He saw his team, but in the midst of them, the annoying Li Zi was waving her uka and calling him. Moving closer, Yunmu said with disappointment that it was her again. The girl didn't understand the ignore. Then the guy clarified that it was time for her to go to her team. that she was hanging around here. Ling Shuang admonished him for being so insensitive. Zhang smirked and remarked that youth was so beautiful. Suddenly, someone jumped on the guy from behind, shouting, "Good thing he's okay!" He was stunned for a second. Then he realized it was Liu Noji. He asked her to get off because she was heavy. The girl stood in front of the young man and began to say that she was very worried about him because a murderer had been sent to him. But when she saw that he was all right, she calmed down. Li Qizi watched this dialogue and got a little angry. Luo Xin and Wu Hu appeared in the square. They started their sarcastic speeches again. They said they thought their major team had been killed long ago. They started teasing Yunmu that he was a henchman of the rich. Our hero stood silent. He wondered if those dogs had gotten to him so much, but he couldn't say anything back. Zhang Daxiang stood up for his comrade. He said that despite the long separation, the guy's strength had not increased. The only thing that has progressed is the ability to insult people. An enraged Wu Hu ran up to Dasyun and grabbed his pecs. He shouted that Zhang wanted to fight him. The young man squeezed his attacker's hand tightly and said he didn't want to fight. But if the opponent wants to, let's fight. The scuffle was interrupted by the appearance of Teacher Li. He looked at the situation and calmly said that young people were angry. Turning to Ling Shuang, he told him to surrender his weapon. The girl smirked in surprise that the teacher had noticed. Only now did everyone see that the girl was holding a gun. Turning to Wu Ho Lin said that he should thank the teacher. If he attacked anyone on their team, he would immediately go to the other world. The teacher looked at what was going on and thought, "Not bad. The kids have a team spirit." Turning to all the students, the teacher announced that the competition ranking had come up. Happy Wind City entered the top 50 and ranked 48th. This is, of course, a credit to his students. He is pleased with them all. So it was decided to reward everyone. For this purpose, the Treasury will be opened and everyone will be rewarded according to their merits. The square froze in surprise. No one had expected such a thing. In a second, everyone was cheering. The teacher said Tanan would take everyone to the Treasury. There, everyone will choose a gift for themselves. As they approached Happy Wind's treasury, everyone was surprised by its size. It was a multi-story building. Yunmu wondered aloud at such a large building, to which Zhang said that it was almost as big as his house. The director announced that all teams would enter the treasury one by one according to their ranking, and presented the order of seats to everyone. Everyone was surprised to see the Big Xiong team in first place in the result table. Luo Xin's team members couldn't believe their eyes. How could it be that they weren't the first? Dasun was happy that they were the first to go and choose presents. But Yunmu didn't like this situation. He thought it was not good to attract the attention of many people. His thoughts were interrupted by Wu Hao's shout. The guy couldn't calm down. He lamented that Yunmu had only awakened a year ago and couldn't have scored so many points. The young man was taken care of by Li Zi. She said she saw the boy's technique. So what if he's recently awakened? Don't bother him. The restless young man pushed the girl away and demanded that Yunmu not hide behind the broad's back. As he approached our hero, he gibbered that he relied on Ling Shuang in the competition. So is Yunmu talented after all, or is it just words? He challenged the guy to a fight. Li Yunmu remained silent. He looked at the girl who was sitting on the ground. She was in pain. To Hao's continued attacks, he replied that he would fight him. The Big Xiong team members watched the altercation. Zhang and Lin were discussing how unlucky Hao was. He could have gotten to anyone, but he had to get in touch with Yunmu. En and Qiang cheered, encouraging their favorite. With words that he had been enduring for a long time, Hu launched an attack on our hero. Yunmu calmly recoiled from his explosive stream. No matter how hard the opponent tried, he couldn't hit Yunmu. He shouted annoyedly as he jumped like a flea. It was about time to strike. It seemed like Yunmu was just waiting for those words. Answering that, he said, "Then get it." One apt strike and the enemy flew to the ground with a clatter. Gawkers were shocked that the guy flew off with one punch. Yunmu's cheering team cheered, shouting out words of encouragement. Yunmu was about to leave, but Hu stood up saying he wasn't giving up. He gathered all his energy and threw himself into the attack with a menacing shout. Yunmu calmly watched. A second later, the face of the offender met our hero's fist, and he flew back a few meters. Wu Hu was completely defeated by the people around him. They began to gossip that Yunmu was tough, and Wu Hu was not so strong. The director interrupted the conversation. He said that if we had found the winner, it was time to go to the treasury to get the reward. Li Yunmu agreed, saying that they had already wasted too much time on this boring stuff. He called Xiong into the treasury. But then Hao appeared behind him with a knife in his hand. The director froze in a stupor, only managing to shout, "Watch out!" The young man managed to dodge the attacker's blow. He grabbed his hand with the knife and broke it. Whispers spread across the square again. Everyone was surprised that Yunmu had broken Hao's arm. They said that he was cruel and it was best not to piss him off. Yunmu silently looked at his opponent who was lying on the ground, squirming in pain and shouting threats at him. Hao complained to the director about his broken arm and promised to go to the union to be punished. But he didn't get any sympathy. Tang An said he wanted to kill his comrade. It's good that his arm was only broken, but the director will definitely report Hao's behavior to the union. The boy was at a loss. After all the confrontations, the team for once went to the treasure trove. On the way, Li Zi said that Hao was certainly not a good man, but wasn't it too cruel to break his arm? Yunmu replied that if he wasn't taught a lesson, the attacks would continue again. The guy looked at the girl with a look full of fire and explained that one should never leave the enemies with the opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the team approached the Class A vault. Everyone waited impatiently for the doors to open. In the vault, the shelves were full of artifacts that couldn't be bought anywhere for any money. Everyone started looking at weapons and other military items, trying them on for size. Yunmu was called out by Lin Shuang. She had found something interesting. The guy headed towards her. The girl explained that it was more interesting than any swords and knives. It's a technique transfer ball. Handing the guy an orb, Lin told him that it concealed the Northern Lights killing technique. It strengthens one's sword skills, and if it is combined to Yunmu's fighting style, it will be excellent. The young man seriously thought it was worth choosing this technique. It felt like it was made for him. The system sent a message that a scan of space had been run. A valuable object has been found that the owner should not miss. There was a bow hanging on the wall near the guy. That's what caught the system's attention. Yunmu put the orb back down. He said he wanted to take a closer look. The young man walked over and took the bow off the wall. It was very old and covered in dust. There were pictures of birds painted along the shaft. The boy said confidently that he would take it. Shuang was shocked, akin to rage. She couldn't understand how she could trade a strong battle technique for an old bow. Yunmu didn't expect such an attack. He mumbled that as soon as he saw the bow, he immediately felt that he wanted it. An distracted his sister from complaining. Asked her what she chose. Was the Northern Lights technique really a good match for Yunmu? The girl angrily shoved the orb into her brother's hands and walked on, and only scratched the back of his head, not understanding why. Our hero contentedly headed for the exit when he was called by Zhang. Captain asked, "He took the prize and already wants to escape." The young man replied confusedly that he was just anxious to see what the bow could do, so he forgot about everyone else and wanted to go home. Anne walked over to the young man and handed him a ball of Northern Lights technique. He explained that his sister didn't need it. He added in a half-whisper that she wanted to share it with Yunmu, but she wouldn't tell him. The guy was surprised. It's a very expensive item, and Sister Shuang didn't tell him. Chiang confirmed that it was better for him to take back the gift. After all, the Hao family is very big, and they will definitely want to take revenge on him. Therefore, he should arm himself better. Dasyun was also supportive of the team, adding that they are partners. Everyone will help him. The young man accepted the gift. He felt so light at heart. It had been so long since he had felt the warmth of friendship. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the house, the boy collapsed on the bed. It had been an exhausting day. Already lying down, he ordered the system to learn a new technique. The system again told me to spend experience, this time 4,000 points. What to do, the host agreed. In the same second, the orb flew up to the ceiling, spreading a glow across the room. A moment later, a stream of energy flowed into the guy's body. It felt like he was being pierced through and through. He couldn't get used to such a forced introduction of skills. The young man reminded the system about the bow. He was informed that it was a battle bow with the runes of the 7th monster Waidu. The boy was astonished. A 7th wade. Then a black raven seemed to soar from the bow. Yunmu was surprised. The system said that this bow contained the soul of a warrior whose hands grew from the wrong place. The boy assumed that the vision was the warrior calling out to him. He was told that he could level up and then he could remove the seal on the bow. The young man agreed. The process didn't take even a few minutes. Yunmu didn't expect such speed. He gave the order to unseal the raven. The guy seemed to hover in space. Everything swirled in front of his eyes. Some circles appeared. The young man found himself in front of a huge cage. He didn't understand what was happening. An unfamiliar voice called out to him, asking him how he had gotten here. Yunmu turned around and saw a man chained up. The young man asked if he was a raven. He said he had come to free him in exchange for his strength. The interlocutor laughed, saying he was talking nonsense about his release. Yunmu commanded the system to break the seal, but a message came in that he didn't have enough internal technology. The stranger told him to use all the equipment. Let him have as much as he had. Equipment pickup has begun. When the internal technique level was at 0, the young man heard the sound of a chain breaking. The prisoner smirked at Yunmu's advances. He said that he talked a lot, but could do almost nothing. Turns out he was shackled with 3 layers of seals, and right now, only the first layer had broken. The boy felt like a delinquent schoolboy. It had been a long time since he'd been so embarrassed. But for his efforts, the raven did share a small portion of his power with him. The prisoner sent him 3 ravens who would do all his bidding, and he said that if he released him completely, he would get much more. Yunmu was very happy about such a gift. He promised to definitely free the raven. After all, it would also help himself. The prisoner confirmed their agreement. Citing fatigue, he ordered the boy to get the hell out. After jumping through the spatial vortex, the guy found himself in his bed again. He felt very tired. After resting, our hero went in search of Van Wen's house. There's a pawn shop there. When he found the right address, the young man was very surprised. He did not expect that such old buildings still existed. A little old man called out to him. He inquired what had brought the young man to his pawn shop. He immediately advertised his establishment as a place with a lot of things. Yumu replied that he had no intention of buying anything, but he had heard that the owner dealt with smuggled goods. The old man smirked and invited the boy inside. You don't discuss such matters on the street. After offering tea to the young man, the old man started talking about the case. He asked what valuable thing he had decided to sell. The young man laid out the crown of Ayu, the demon king, in front of the astonished fence. He thought it was inconceivable that such an ordinary boy could have such a treasure. When asked about the cost, the old man showed a 1 on one hand and a 5 on the other. The young man thought that meant 150,000, and said it was worth more than that. The merchant corrected the boy, for he had misunderstood him. He's offering 1.5 million. Yunmu's eyes almost popped out in surprise. This was something he hadn't even expected. The old man said he would like to be friends with such a promising young man. Then our hero laid out his entire collection in front of him. The military uniform of the demon elder Ayu, the staff, the ring. For such goods, the shopkeeper promised to give another 12 million. Yunmu motioned to a writing parchment he didn't understand. It had been greatly cherished by the demons, clearly a valuable item. The old man said it's a parchment with the runes of the 5 Vaidu. He can't take it. He'd better keep it safe and not show it to anyone. The boy was very surprised by the merchant's words. Apparently, this artifact was very important indeed. Meanwhile, our hero's sister Liu Ruyan was working as an animator in a bear costume. She sat down to take a break, complaining that it was very hot. But you have to try harder. Brother's money has almost run out, and he alone can't pay for his father's medical treatment. She sat and remembered asking for a little delay in payment. At that moment, a message came in that a transfer of 300,000 had been received. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Where could so much money come from? Could it really be from Yunmu? Ruyan joyfully ran to the hospital to see her father. When she came in, she saw 2 people in black suits. She was very surprised. When asked who these people were, the parents explained. They came as soon as the girl left for work. One of them asked Liu Ruan to sign for the receipt of 3 Waidu helmets. They were sent in her name. The girl signed for the receipt. The whole family was handed helmets, very expensive items. The couriers left. The daughter assured her parents that Yunmu sent these. We should put them on soon. The parents had doubts. These things looked scary. Ruyan said that if it was sent by her brother, there would be no problem, and put on her helmet. She pressed the power button. A few seconds later, she found herself in the park. It was empty all around and a little scary. She was soon joined by her mother and father. Here Dad had his legs again. He could even jump and was as happy as a child. From behind them, their son called out to them. They turned around and saw a smiling Yumu. He said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mom threw her arms around her son. She missed him so much because she hadn't seen him for so long. Yunmu was embarrassed because he was already an adult. Turning to his father, he joked that if his old man was going to piss him off, he would remove the code from his feet. His father smilingly replied that he couldn't be intimidated by the loon. He asked his sister if she was tired of taking care of her parents alone for so long. The girl was embarrassed. He replied that it was even harder for him because he was earning money. Mom wondered where they were going. Yunmu said they didn't need to go anywhere. He walked up to a tall, beautiful building and said that this was now their home. He smiled and spread his arms out to the sides. A quiet, measured life began. The boy decided to take a walk. His parents told him to be back in time for dinner. The boy wandered around the city. He was so bored. He wanted to go to the arena and fight monsters. But there's direct video surveillance there now, and if they found out about his abilities, he'd be in trouble. The young man had an idea. Enter the Waidu dimension and pick a character. Yunmu chose a guy unlike himself with blue hair as his character. So even if he shows his best self, no one will realize who it is. The young man commanded Pedro to pick his opponents in the arena. One by one, he defeated 10 opponents. But fighting random opponents all the time was kind of boring. The guy looked at the monitor in surprise. A message came through that he was being summoned to a fight. Meanwhile, Tang Jichin was sitting there bored and waiting for a worthy opponent. This was one of Heavenly Cloud City's top 10 candidates. He was considered the most talented in his generation in Heavenly Cloud City. Girls came up to the guy and asked for an autograph. He agreed and said that it was a great honor for him, because the support of fans is very important. Here Pedro came up with his piece of paper and asked for his signature as well. The guy signed his name on the machine, and only then he realized that it was someone's virtual assistant. Tan began to call out, asking who had lost Pedro. The brute replied that there was no need to call out to anyone. He had come himself to deliver the challenge to fight. The young man was very surprised that nowadays someone still writes a challenge to a fight on paper. It was necessary to send it by email. Pedro replied that he would hardly have read it electronically. So they delivered the letter to him in person and figured out how to get him to sign it. He didn't expect the guy to be so cooperative. Meanwhile, our hero loitered in the Vaidu arena, wondering if Pedro would fail. Seeing the hologram appear, Yunmu rejoiced, thinking it was Pedro. He stepped forward, but Tang Zoken appeared in front of him. The guest clarified whether Pedro was his. The conversation was quite friendly. Tang reported that the beast had eaten 36.5 worth of treats. Yunmu would have to give it back to him, and the city's screens were already broadcasting. People were surprised that someone had invited Tang Zoken himself to the duel. Joken's female fans cried with happiness to watch their idol. Some of them wondered who the new guy was. Tang said that Yunmu looks like a shooter of ordinary crystals. Did he know that for Jochen he was already interested in silver crystals? The young man answered in the affirmative. The invited guest told the lad not to expect a giveaway on his part as a more experienced warrior. Yunmu replied, worried that he would refuse to fight a less experienced opponent. The battle had begun. Joachen's technique won Yunmu over. He said that it was not for nothing that he was considered the most talented among the young generation of Heavenly Cloud City. In a pause, Yunmu expressed his delight at his opponent's talent, saying that he was very cool. And Tang asked if the opponent was really fighting at the level of simple crystals. The warrior was amazed that Yunmu was able to resist him. The young man was not so simple. Our hero has confirmed that he fights at the level of simple crystals. That's what his profile says. Yunmu went on the attack. His punching power was so great that his opponent had to use the Heaven Demon 18-step technique. The fight spun with renewed vigor. Jochen said that although the young man's strength was strong, they were definitely different in level. He could win if the difference between them was 1 level. The two waves of energy clashed almost equally. Both warriors were satisfied with such a fight. The pleasant fatigue of the intense battle filled their bodies. Meanwhile, those watching in the square couldn't quite make out what was going on. They could only catch glimpses of the shadows, so swift was the battle. Many people were seriously interested in the mysterious Li Yun. After all, he was able to stand up to Zhou Cheng himself. Gradually, the heat of the duel heated up. Yunmu decided to use the 6th-level Frenzied Sword Strike in his attack. The opponent noted that the strength of our hero gradually increased. His attack became stronger. Yunmu's burgeoning aura was beginning to frighten Tan. It amazed him that the guy possessed such power at a low level. Jichen began to realize that his opponent was piling on the attacks. His previous strikes had only served as fuel. Our hero's strength has reached its peak. The opponent realized that everything depended on the last blow. Tang invested 100% of his strength to repel Yunmu's latest attack. He used the Heavenly Demon Fist technique. The two energies met. Great Zichen realized that he couldn't withstand the onslaught. The audience cheered. Some of them were shocked. Some newcomer Li Yun had defeated the idol of millions. Now our hero would also have a crowd of fans. Our acquaintance Zhang Daxun was watching the broadcast at his home. He smirked. Li Yun, Mad Sword, Primal Energy Strike. The picture was getting more and more interesting. He seemed to have guessed what kind of rookie he was. Our hero didn't want to settle for one victory. He received 98 energy points for the fight with Jochen. The young man ordered Padro to look for more opponents. He challenged Ba Xiong of the top 10 warriors of Heavenly Cloud City to a fight. Victory was once again on his side. It was definitely not just luck. It felt like the city was buzzing with eagerness to find out where this Li Yun came from that evening. Meanwhile, our hero sat down to rest after 2 hard fights and look at his stats. Li Yunmu didn't understand how he had 30,000 Weidu money in his account. Pedro explained that it was payment for watching battles. The guy asked for an explanation. The beast said, when the number of subscribers of a warrior exceeds 10,000, the system charges money for views. Now, everyone who wants to watch Li Yun's fights has to pay. The young man's a bit of a swimmer. Now he's a star. That's enough for today. He ordered Pedro to turn off the arena. Back to his normal life, the boy hurried home. He was expected there for dinner. On his way, he was caught by a video call from Liunoji. The girl was gibbering loudly as usual, asking if he had seen the new guy's fight. The young man indifferently replied that he had seen it, and there was no need to shout like that. The interlocutor continued noisily telling what a great guy he was, and everyone was discussing him. Suddenly, Notsi asked her friend if he was hiding under an alias. After all, the names are similar and the techniques are identical. Everyone is talking about it. The guy was sweating, wondering if he'd been exposed. Yunmu started making stupid excuses. That he wasn't that cool, that it was all gossip. And his head throbbed that he had to think of something. The girl's imagination came to the rescue. She made up a legend that Li Yunmu was a disciple of some secret sect, and Li Yun is his brother. He is also a master of the mad sword technique, just like the rest of their town. Apparently their lineage is quite intimidating, even though they stay quiet for a while. Yunmu liked the girl's story so much that he decided to accept it. This way many problems and unnecessary questioning could be avoided. He confirmed all her guesses. He said he only entrusted the secret to her, so she mustn't tell anyone. After hanging up the phone, Nazi sat in her room, mulling over the guy's words. She was the only one he trusted with his secret. For some reason, it made her feel so happy. Li Yunmu made up his own sect. In this way, he justified his extraordinary strength and invented a patron for himself. To advance, he created another Li Feng character, and now he was fighting in the arena with his own doppelgangers. Their simultaneous appearance in the arena got rid of the rumors. But now a new cult has hit the net. Some were even asking to become disciples. A few days later, while walking around the city, Li Yunmu called Liu Nodze again. She was excited that everyone was only talking about him and her brother. The young man was satisfied. Let the whole world find out, and they would leave him alone. He reassured the girl that since everyone had found out, there was no point in worrying. But the girl's worries concerned Tang Zoken. After the defeat, he didn't fight anymore. But at the same time, his badge showed that he hadn't gone offline. Therefore, Li Yun needs to be careful. The young man wondered. After all this time, Thane had challenged him to a fight. He had refused. He hoped that he would finally calm down. The guy noticed some commotion. He said goodbye to his friend and went to find out what was going on. Near the store's cash register, behind which his sister Ruyan was standing, some guy was trying to sell black crystals. She refused. The young man persistently intended to invite the girl to dinner. Yunmu intervened. He said that the store closes early today. If you have any questions, come back tomorrow. The dandy with flowers expressed that the girl had already almost agreed to his proposal, but the brother firmly said that she had already agreed to his proposal. When everyone had dispersed, Yunmu jokingly reprimanded his sister. He had left the store to her, and she had stirred up trouble. The girl began to apologize. Her brother explained that he did not blame her for what had happened. He just didn't think that she would be so popular in the virtual world. The one who brought the black crystals seemed to be from a wealthy family. Maybe I should get married and live like a princess, my brother said jokingly. The girl, a little offended. She replied that she didn't want to be a princess. She wants to live with her family. Her dad, mom, and brother. The boy was surprised. The conversation turned to work. The young man asked about the crystals that needed to be prepared. Ruyan rolled out a whole suitcase full of crystals. Puzzled, she asked why her brother needed such a large amount of crystals. Yunmu thought that although the amount was large, the star world was a few meters in area. It would cost the young man more than a house. Then our hero got a call from Ansu. He asked for help. Without explaining anything, he called his friend to come to the Waidu arena. The boy grabbed a suitcase with crystals and rushed to his friend's rescue. He warned his sister not to expect him for dinner. Appearing in the arena, our hero saw the home team, including Li Zi, who in a verbal altercation tried to prove their superiority to a group of obviously prepared guys. Big Xiang's team was openly vilified, saying that without Lin Shuang, it sucks. The girl, however, replied that the people around them should not be insolent. Now their trump card would appear. Li Yunmu echoed behind the backs of his comrades. He said as he was gone, getting into some trouble. Sister Shuang has been gone for a couple of days, and he is not getting any peace. Anne and Z began to complain that they were being wronged. At the boy's words that he would not fight, Anne's friend began to tearfully ask him to help him take revenge on his abusers. He told Yunmu that Big Xiang didn't want to fight today, and it was as if he lost on purpose. Yunmu wondered why the team captain needed to lose and call him out on it. The opponents were already rushing the inadequate team to decide whether they would fight or not. Lu Qiang bet 100,000 crystals that Big Xiang's team would win. The opponents decided to add a player to the opposing team to even the odds. Bold Qian trumpeted that they could add whoever they wanted. With Yunmu, they were safe. What was their surprise when another player on the opposing team was Tang Zichen? He offered to increase the bet. Tang apologized for his friends. They had behaved rudely to attract Yunmu to the duel. The young man wanted to jump out of the fight. He started to say that he was not going to fight today. The opponent continued to insist on fighting. He promised to give the sword of the Snowfrost in exchange for the fight. The Snowfrost sword was forged from the Frostblood Raven mineral from Tibet. Although it is a B-class sword, its potential is endless. If the appropriate runes are engraved on it, it will become a Class A weapon. If one hardens the warrior's soul, the sword will be priceless. Zhang started making excuses that despite having such a cool sword, their team didn't have anything to put as a replacement. Jiaochen replied that whether the team loses or wins, the sword already belongs to them. But if he wins, Yunmu finished his thought. Tang wants to meet Li Yun. Yunmu realized that Tang was very clever. Therefore, he put up such a bait that Li was unable to refuse. The boy accepted the offer. The battle had begun. The spectators in the city cheered. It was going to be an interesting spectacle, especially since a $10 million sword of Snowfrost was at stake. There was an active discussion. The battle countdown began. The teams found themselves on a rainforest island. Yunmu was surprised that an entire island had been chosen for the battle. Zhang was surprised that it was the first time a comrade was participating in a small group battle. Dasyun asked about the excitement. Li said he felt more mentally uplifted than ever. The boy asked if he could keep Tang Zoken. Zhang agreed, saying that they couldn't beat him anyway. The signal to begin the attack sounded. The group spread out over the area. Yunmu took out his bow. He called the crows to help him. He wanted to see what they could do. The team captain was very surprised to see our hero with a bow and asked him when he had learned to use it. Yunmu realized that he really didn't know anything about bow and arrow techniques. The boy closed his eyes and turned to the system. He urgently needed to learn something. The search yielded the lunar eclipse technique. To learn it would take... The young man didn't even let the system finish. He ordered it to load the skill faster. The team members looked at Yunmu confusedly. He had passed out. He stood there with his eyes closed. The team noticed someone approaching. We had to fend off the attack. Zhang ordered everyone to get ready for battle, and Li Zi to stay with Yunmu since he had passed out. At that second, the young man woke up. He opened his eyes, full of determination. Jumping into the air, our hero reached up and fired several arrows on the fly. The spectators in the city were amazed. They said that the young man not only had a mad sword, but also a bow and arrow. They were amazed that he attacked even though the enemy was thousands of meters away. His speed was noted as he fired 7 arrows at once. No wonder such a warrior from the Li family. The arrows that were fired reached the enemy. Only he managed to dodge. None of them did any damage. The audience was outraged. They advised me to get a sword, for such an idiot should be sought after. However, our hero was quite pleased with himself. He gave the command, Lunar Eclipse. Behind the enemy's back, a circle of power with runic inscriptions appeared on the tree trunk where the arrows hit. An entity resembling the outline of a wolf emerged from this circle of power. The enemy turned around and screamed in terror. Gawkers noted the brutality of the reception. The opponent was simply torn apart by the creature. The opposing team became nervous, in the first few minutes of the fight, losing Xianzi. One of the opponents, a guy named Ah Liang, complained that Yunmu's bow was shooting very far away. He was hit a bit by an arrow. Zhao Chen ordered them to be more careful. At the same moment, Ah Liang was picked up from behind by a crow. The boy screamed in fear and begged the bird to let him go. Yunmu's new servant lifted the enemy into the sky. There, our hero's arrow struck the target. The young man was pleased with himself. He said that there were only 3 competitors left. Super. The audience was shocked. They saw ravens that they had only read about in books before. They were sealed by the King of Destruction. How did they get out? Meanwhile, our hero was stalking another enemy. This guy decided that he should get closer to the archer. Since he easily shoots at targets at a long distance, it might be easier up close. But he didn't make it. The arrow struck him. All the enemies within range of the bow were like cattle in a slaughterhouse. Jochen and Pan tried to escape from the fast and accurate arrows. When they were left alone, they tried not to let the arrows hit them. After all, blood attracted crows. That's when Pan stopped. He said that there was no point in running away. We must challenge the enemy. Tang began to discuss a plan. Pan would cover him while he slowly crept up on Yunmu, but then his comrade was struck by an arrow. He fell, stopping at the top of the tree. Yunmu proudly pronounced that he had defeated another one. Now it was Tang Zoken's turn. The rest of the team sat around complaining that they were bored. They aren't participating in the battle at all, and it's actually a team battle. Yunmu was confused. A second later, the entire surroundings lit up with a golden glow. It was a strike of golden crystals. Joshin stepped into the clearing in front of Yunmu. His hands were glowing with fiery energy. Our geek swept up that the crags, wrist protection for the archer's forearm against the strike of the bowstring, helped Thane get to the next level. The opponent explained that he had originally prepared them to defend against Li Yun's frenzied sword, but he would need them today. Jichen sharply struck the tree trunk where the young man was standing. He began to fall, but in the braid, he managed to pull the bowstring and release several arrows into the enemy. Thane managed to put an energy shield on his defense. The arrows didn't penetrate it. Seeing that the enemy had time to close in, Li Yunmu released his crows to attack. The enemy, seeing the annoying crows, said he would wipe those birds into powder. Tang Jichen commanded the frenzied beast to come out. Everyone saw something grow out of the cloud of fiery energy. Everyone was amazed at what the hell it was. Zhang said that if he guessed correctly, it was a warrior's soul. A huge pig-like creature emerged from the cloud of energy. It was dozens of times the size of its master. Yunmu watched and was amazed. How cool. This is the soul of a warrior. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Zhaochen asked his opponent if he would dare to confront him now. He launched an attack. The beast mercilessly caught one by one the crows and destroyed them. Our archer watched and marveled that none hit the target. This is not good. We must find a way out. Yunmu mentally addressed the King of Destruction. He complained that the crows were defeated, and help was needed. The king replied that the rabid beast was not worth a toe. To the boy's objection that his ravens would soon be finished, the warrior said that he had given him a meager strength. According to their agreement, if a guy wanted more help, he also had to give something in return. Yunmu ordered the system to gather all the accumulated inner strength and break the raven seal. It was still a long way away from completely freeing the captive, but another seal was broken. Raven sent his power to the young man as promised. Yunmu plunged into the stream of fiery energy that permeated his entire body. Meanwhile, the enemy was jubilant that he had already destroyed the last third raven. Our hero looked at the enemy with a smirk. Saying he thought there were only 3 of them, he ordered an entire army of birds to flog the enemy. Zhaochen continued using his monster to crumble the crows into mincemeat. Yunmu turned to the king of the ravens again. He asked what to do next, for the ravens were being defeated. The raven advised him to leave it to him. The remains of all the ravens merged together, glowing with a golden halo. It was the glow of golden crystals. Everyone stood and watched what was happening. In shock, no one realized what it was. The silhouette of a warrior with wings behind him transformed from the fiery cloud. This entity was many times larger than the rabid beast. He positioned himself in front of the silent beast. The audience didn't understand anything anymore. The level of this battle. There was talk that Li Yunmu was probably the strongest of his family after all. Our young man looked at the new character with the delight of a child. He almost laughed, delighted at the size of the creature. Fire Essence threatened the rabid beast with his finger, saying that such a babe dared to stand in his way. The fire warrior told Yunmu to watch as he would lead him to victory. The image of a fire raven appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the beast. He was blown away by a stream of powerful energy. At this moment, Zhaochen thought that it looked like he had definitely lost this time. On all the screens, the information about the victory of the Big Xiong team flashed up. The spectators were astonished. Although it was a team fight, everyone was defeated by one Li Yunmu. Is he really that strong? The young man breathed a sigh of relief as he thanked the Raven King. He had received 169 points of void energy for this fight. The team congratulated their hero. Zhang pointed out that the boy had chosen this bow in the Treasury for a reason. It would help him grow. Yumu snapped back to reality. He found himself back at his home. The system notified him that the points he earned could be used to expand the Star World. The young man began to complain that the system is always trying to cheat him out of all his points. That way there would be nothing left. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Xiao Qian stood on the doorstep. He said that while passing by the pass bureau, he was told that someone was looking for a friend. It seems to be Tang Zoken. Tang Zichen was indeed standing at the bottom. The guy looked a little confused. Walking down the stairs, Yunmu didn't miss the opportunity to sneer that this handsome man couldn't part with him even for an hour. Tang brought the staked Snowfrost sword as promised. With a sullen look, he handed it to Yunmu. He also babbled something about a case made of 1,000-year-old frosty jasper from the Tianshan mountain. We could keep weapons in it. Yunmu inquired this was all to see Li Yun. Tang confirmed, and asked for forgiveness. The guy couldn't calm down in any way, as he wanted to learn his frenzied sword technique. He admitted defeat and got ready to leave. Our hero looked after the guy who was leaving. He was so depressed, I guess losing really hurt him. Tang's not a bad guy. If he doesn't deal with these thoughts, he'll be stuck in one place. Yunmu felt sorry for Zhaochen. He called out to the young man and said that he could fight him using the frenzied sword technique. Thane rejoiced. He couldn't believe that he was so lucky. The gawkers had already begun to gather around. They realized that the battle was about to begin and began to guess who would win this time. Zhaochen was worried that they were going to fight in the real world. There were a lot of people around and one could accidentally hurt them. But Yunmu had an orb with a protective barrier for this case. He activated it. The boys went inside, ordering no one else to come in. The gawkers weren't happy, so they wouldn't see anything. After an hour of silence, the people around them noticed some movement. Everyone was wondering who would come out of the balloon. To everyone's surprise, both warriors emerged from the protective barrier at the same time. They supported each other in a friendly manner, though they were both badly bruised. Lee Yunmu told his opponent with a satisfied look that it was much more interesting to fight in reality. A similarly enthusiastic Tang Jicheng agreed with his opponent. The young men were surrounded by spectators who had waited so long for the result. Everyone asked who had won after all. But they never got an answer. They sat on a bench on the street and talked like old comrades. Yunwu joked that he was being rewarded for fighting Tang for so long. He replied that Li was a great fighter himself. Yunmu hinted that the sword he received from Tang was not cheap, and Yo Cheng's family was rich. In response, Tang laughed that he would not give him money. The interlocutor told our hero that he could try his luck in the Tower of Triumph. Yunmu hadn't heard anything about it yet. Zhao Cheng said, "The tower contains the strength of the entire Riflemen's Union. It took 9 years to build, and has 108 floors. To climb it, you must defeat a Waidu monster on each floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the monster." Yunmu became animated. It's like playing a game, and this is something he can do. Zhao Cheng said, "Each level is awarded a tower medal for winning. It could be exchanged for a prize." As he left, he smirked that he had told the boy how to get rich, and then it was up to him. The young man sat on a bench and thought that he would have to visit the Tower of Triumph. His musings were interrupted by the headmaster passing by. He said that in a few days, the Heavenly Cloud Fortress would go to fight in the demonic bullfield. It would be there for 1 month. It would be good for the young man to practice and gather useful data. It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. 3 days later in the library, our hero sat deciphering some runic symbols. Unfortunately, the text was impossible for him, so he was very nervous. It turns out that the day before, Tang Jicheng had given Yunmu a map of the secret entrances. They are located in the Demon Bullfield, on the Devil Mountain in the Dark Zone. Thane heard that his new friend was going there, figured he could use her. The young man could not understand anything written on it. Tang replied that they were ancient writings, and whether or not Yunmu could decipher them was up to him. So the guy sat there and tried to make out something. He managed to understand that from the Devil Mountain to the demonic bullfield was 138,640 kilometers. That's when Liu Noji hovered over him. She was surprised that the guy was looking for information about Devil Mountain. It's a dark area filled with monsters. Why isn't he looking for information about the demon bullfield? After all, he's going there. Yunmu tried to justify that he had just heard about this place and was curious. But the girl didn't believe him. Noji screamed so hard and almost cried. She said that even with his strong defense technique, being a disciple of a hidden world sect, he couldn't just go to such a dangerous place. Yunmu was taken aback by this reaction. He calmed his friend down, stroked her head and apologized for always making her worry. He's a dummy and likes to take risks. The boy looked down at the girl affectionately. He didn't want her to cry. As he continued to stroke her hair, he began to explain that it must be dangerous out there if she was so worried. But in spite of the danger, there was work to be done. Smiling, he said that despite all the danger he would come back alive for her, and he held out his little finger, the way little children do to make up. Liu wiped away her tears. She mumbled that she didn't care if he came back or not, but held out her pinky finger. The guy replied that he would assume she smiled. After all, she has a very pretty smile. Parting on the porch of the library, Nodzu asked him to contact her if he had any business to attend to. He agreed. The entire Big Xiong team was watching. Some of them marveled that the boy had brought Nodzu to tears. Some said that Yunmu was handsome, and Li Zi was furious at what she saw. Our hero, after seeing his friend off, went back to his books. He thought seriously. The Devil's Mountain must be a very dangerous place indeed. After a while, our guy decided to enter the Tower of Triumph. He filled out a registration form. At the registration desk, he was told to leave the form here and pay the participation fee of 500,000. The boy lamented to himself that it was very expensive. If he didn't need the ancient runes to temper his sword, he wouldn't have come here. At the same time, 2 girls entered the room. They were Lin Li, our hero's ex-girlfriend, and her friend Chu Qingyu. They looked around and chatted that there were a lot of silver-level shooters here. Yunmu had just started trying to bargain for a discount near the front desk and was paying his entrance fee. Seeing him from the back, the girls assumed that this guy was clearly at the entry level. The girls continued to talk, but one of them thought the guy looked familiar. She had a strange feeling. She wanted to hit him. Chu Qingyu called out to the young man. The unsuspecting boy looked around and was shocked. Why would there be two girls here who hated him? He was confused. What to do? Yunmu made as much of a face as he could and turned to the girls. Changing his voice, he started talking. The girls were surprised at such an unusual appearance, and apologized for mistaking him for another person. The young man tried as best he could to bore and threaten the old acquaintances to get them to leave quickly. His plan worked. The girls hurried away from him. One thought he looked like the freak who had once made her look like an idiot. Yunmu was glad that they had withdrawn. His face had already stiffened. It almost remained skewed forever. It even made him sick to keep his eyes rolled for so long. The young man's attention was attracted by a girl handing out leaflets. She was advertising souvenirs from the Union. He went and bought a fish mask. Walking further into the building, wearing a fish mask, the hero marveled at what a huge star world they had created here. Someone tapped him painfully on the back of the head. A girl's voice asked what he was hanging around for. Had the starry world of the shooter's founder stupefied him? It was Chu Qingyu. She worked here. When he asked about the founder of the archers, she told him. He was the first person to awaken the power of an archer. In that dark time, he was the hope of all mankind. The boy asked if the founder was alive now. After all, he is more than 200 years old. Chu replied that he was fine. The girl, realizing it was his first time in the tower, cautioned Yunmu. You never know what you'll die of here. Not only are there 108 floors above, but there are just as many floors below. That part is called the Fall Tower. Only those with a Dark Zone pass can get in. The young man hesitated. After all, he was to enter the Dark Zone in the near future. The girl led the hero to the entrance of the Tower of Triumph. To him, the construction seemed very strange. Chu Qingyu left him and told him to rely only on himself. Yunmu resolutely stepped through the door that opened. Next, a fork of 3 different doors awaited him. Sacred shooters, shooters, and super shooters. Our hero couldn't figure out what it was. The system sent a message. The super shooter has already exceeded the level of the shooter. The sacred shooter is the one who has exceeded the level of the super shooter. It turns out each door has a different rating. Yunmu took off his mask and began to study the information. It turned out his friend had been here before. Then he definitely wouldn't lose to him. As he headed for the door, he received a message from the system. He was in a dangerous location. The system began scanning the tower. We'll have to wait a little longer. Our hero took his time. He sat down to wait until he got the system data. Messages sprinkled one after another. The map in the shadows was loaded. The tower was divided into 3,333 Vaidu spaces. In the event of death, the tower would take all of the warrior's energy. The young man was shocked by the information. It's a training tower. Why would anyone die in it? Could it be that the best shooters are brought here, and then use their energy to expand this world? There was no way in his mind that the founder of the tower, the hero of all mankind, could come up with such an insidious deception. Yunmu ordered the system to scan the tower and find where the founder himself lived. The system carried out the order. It turned out that the master and demons of Waidu made up the incarnation of this tower. It seems that the master sent his consciousness into oblivion to become a deity of the 12 stars. The tower is now run by a being with basic intelligence. The boy realized that his every move was now being watched. It turns out that the host had already collected 7 stars by now. 5 more to go. How can a man who is considered a hero by everyone not shy away from killing people to become a deity? It's disgusting. Then, said the young man, since you like to use people, I will use you myself. He ordered the door to be opened and stepped boldly forward. The door opened to reveal an empty room, but just as he entered it from the back, he heard the monsters growling. Before he knew it, he had received the first blow. He managed to dodge, but his arm was wounded by clawed rats. In terms of strength, these monsters are equal to regular crystal arrows at the peak of skill. 9 creatures came at him at once. How could this be only the first level? He had no idea how many death traps were hidden here. The monsters launched a simultaneous attack. Yunmu had no choice but to activate the shadow system. He thought that he would also earn points. He released both shadows, which easily dispatched the monsters. The young man watched and cheered as his shadows learned to fight together in the Waidu arena. On this floor, the work was finished. Yunmu commanded the shadows to return. Then a panel grew out of the floor in the middle of the room. He couldn't understand what was happening. As he got closer, the young man saw that it was a monitor displaying exchange information. One could buy ancient writings of Frost Ice Waidu for 100 points, ancient writings of Thunder and Lightning for 100 points, and so on. There were some very rare and expensive things on the list. No wonder many people would risk their lives. That's when his eyes locked onto a single item, the blood of a shadow fairy for 2,500 points. He remembered that when he opened the box he had received after the battle with the demon Ayu, he had received the seed of a shadow artifact. To make the seed grow, it must be watered with the blood of a shadow fairy. The fairy is a 7th-level Wei-Du creature, dwelling only in the shadows and hard to find. At that moment, it seemed impossible for the young man to get her blood. The guy was seriously thinking that he needed to find a way to get this artifact. He's got 10 points in his account so far. The system interrupted my musings, informing me that the host was overreacting. We have to act according to our capabilities. The guy went on. It was only the first floor. He hoped that going a few floors wouldn't be a problem. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Triumph, 19 otherworldly rats were destroyed with the help of shadows. On the 3rd floor, 29 otherworldly rats were defeated. On the 4th floor, 39. Once on the 5th floor, 49 otherworldly rats and 1 rat general appeared in front of Yunmu. He was many times larger than his rats. The young man rushed with the shadows to attack, but the general was not so easy to hit. Even the shadows couldn't deal with him. Since close-range attacks didn't help, Yunmu turned to the power of the King of Destruction. The boy drew his bow and used an eclipse attack. A huge stream of energy burst into the room, revealing a wolf. He attacked the rat general, and then there was a big explosion. Yunmu was thrown several meters to the floor. When he got up, he realized that the fight was over. Many tower coins were flying around. The young man didn't know that this rat would be so fat. As he looked around, he realized that the shadows had finished off the rat warriors. The guy started counting the number of coins he had received for all the levels he had passed, but soon he got bored with it and decided to climb further. Meanwhile, Lee Yunmu fans have again seen that their favorite is off the grid. And so are the characters he invented. An argument between fans of different warriors even broke out in a cafe, but then an urgent message appeared on all the screens in the city. Congratulations to Yunmu of Zhengzhou, an ordinary crystal-level archer, for successfully entering the 10th floor of the Tower of Triumph. Knowledgeable people were surprised that an ordinary crystal-level shooter was able to do such a thing. At this moment, in the capital city of Zhengzhou, someone called an assistant to his office. He reported that he had brought the materials that had been requested. It was a dossier on Yunmu. It was reported that he was the one who was able to break through to the 10th level of the Triumph Tower at the ordinary crystal level. And now the War God Temple had announced that Lee Yunmu was among the ranks of the temple's test subjects. The chief smirked that these old men were quick to step in, and ordered a notice to be published that the young man was now a young star of Zhengzhou, and his family has been granted the right to reside in the capital and an estate. One notice after another appeared in the tabloids of the city. The viewers began to discuss that the Temple of the God of War and the Riflemen's Union had decided to lure our hero to them. The adult generation was discussing that this was the first time they had heard of such privileges for an ordinary crystal-level marksman. Apparently, this guy is very talented. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Triumph, Yunmu and his shadows were battling the Rat Emperor. While the shadows held the monster, the young man fired an arrow with an eclipse spell at it. There was an explosion. The guy was thrown to the floor again. He sat up, and the tower coins fell all around him. He realized that winning was certainly a good thing, but he was almost at his limit. The young man sat there thinking that it had been a long time since he had fought at full strength, but now he knows his true abilities. With the help of shadows, he is able to defeat enemies from the golden crystal level. He went to the screen to see how many coins he had accumulated. It turned out that the Rat King had brought a lot of money, 300 coins. Now he had 2,370 in his account, so he could already buy fairy blood. Our hero was happy that it was only the 11th level, and there was no need to collect coins anymore. This tower is not that difficult. The system sent a message. Since the host at the ordinary crystal level had entered such a complex tower, he was entitled to extra points and bonus coins on each floor of the tower. Yunmu was glad that he didn't go to the black crystal level and pressed the coin exchange button. Everything around him was illuminated with a bright light. A huge scale appeared in front of the young man. A voice sounded, asking him to put the coins on the scale. The boy was surprised at the voice. He put all the coins he had earned in the Tower of Triumph on one scale. At the same moment, an item of interest began to appear on the second scale. The young man held in his hand a flask with the coveted liquid. Now we could pour it on the shadow. Lee Yunmu closed his eyes and commanded to transfer to the Star World. Once there, he wasn't very happy with what he saw. His Star World was more like a garbage dump. He thought he shouldn't throw things here anymore. The boy looked around. He had to find the seed he wanted. He had to rummage through the piles of junk to find it. He'd finally found her. With such excitement, he wanted to see what would grow out of her faster. The young man buried the seed in the ground. He was so happy that it was his land and his seed. I counted to 5 and poured the liquid from the tower over it. A second later, a sprout sprouted on the surface. The plant was growing very fast and a bud had already begun to blossom on it. The boy was surprised at this rapid growth. When the bud opened, a blinding golden glow illuminated the whole place. The young man even fell down from the glow. He lamented that he would be blinded. When his eyes could see again, an unassuming strange flower appeared in front of Yunmu. He was even surprised. That was it. When he came closer and looked closely, he saw a little girl sleeping in the middle of the flower. She was meowing in her sleep. The system reported that the Shadow Queen's birth was successful. Our hero, looking at the sleeping future queen, broke out in a fit of cuteness. He wanted to caress her little cheeks. The guy noticed that the baby was already awake. She opened her lovely eyes. Yunmu introduced himself to the girl. He said it was a pleasure to meet her. After being quiet for a while, the little girl stretched out her arms to Yunmu. She asked her daddy for a hug. From such words, the guy bounced from the girl a few meters away and fell to the ground. The little queen sat with bewilderment in her eyes and sucked her finger. The young man lay dazed on the ground and thought life was interesting. Coming to his senses, Lee took the girl in his arms. He said he didn't expect a child to come from the seed, but now they would always be together. The little girl cried that she was hungry, but Yunmu didn't have anything to eat with her. The girl was already on the verge of hysterics. The boy tried to calm her down, telling her that they would go out now and Daddy would think of something. The system sent a message that the Shadow Queen feeds on blood, and the guy can feed her his for now. The young man held out a finger to the girl. He said that he would not spare anything for such a sweet daughter. Let her drink as much as she wants. The little girl greedily devoured the offered finger. Yunmu smiled at first and thought she wouldn't drink much. Gradually, he howled that such blood loss would not be tolerated by an elephant. The system replied that the quality of his blood was low, so a large quantity was required. Half an hour later, the satisfied girl was playing, and our hero lay on the floor with the feeling that all the juices had been sucked out of him. The guy went to urgently replenish his energy with goji juice and brown sugar, while saying that he couldn't imagine dying while nursing a baby. Out of nowhere, a baby girl appeared on his shoulder. She clasped her small arms around his neck cheerfully. To the young man's surprise, the system replied that the Queen of Shadows could move freely in space, and if she didn't want to, she wouldn't be seen by others. Yunmu noted that it was quite a convenient option, and started playing wasps with his ward. The system continued the story. The strongest skill of the Queen is to copy the strength of shooters of Saint level and below. The young man's question that the little girl could be stronger than he was answered that he could put as much power in her as he wanted. After gathering his thoughts, Yunmu picked up his little girl. It was time for them to get back to business. Emerging from his star world, the irresponsible daddy found himself in the Tower of Triumph on the 12th floor. The Queen of Shadows sat obediently on his shoulder. This time the opponents were not hordes of rats, but feathered witches. We had to figure out how to fight them. The little girl clenched her fists and showed with all her appearance that she was ready to rush into the attack. The boy was surprised by such a fighting spirit. In a second, the girl was already rushing at the witch, but her attack was short-lived. After the monster's first blows, the frightened little girl rushed to her father. He asked in bewilderment, what was she going to do? One of the witches almost hit the girl with ice crystals. The boy was very frightened. He managed to snatch the little girl from the vicious birdwoman's grasp. She was shaking with fear. The young man was very angry. He shouted at them that they dared not harm other people's children. He left the baby in a safe place, told her to wait for him, he'd be right back. Yunmu went into battle. Jumping on the back of one of the witches, he grasped her wings tightly. He said not to underestimate a father's love. The battle began. He tried to get it over with as quickly as possible. The room was filled with the clinking of coins. As soon as he tackled the bird, the happy little girl was already jumping for joy, waving to her heroic father. But the next rivals only got angrier. One of them started cawing loudly. It was a sound wave attack. The guy couldn't move. It was like the sound was nailing him to the floor. The next opponent flew up and attacked the immobilized young man with a blast. The little girl was in a panic. She screamed, looking at where her daddy was. This time, the guy managed to dodge the attack at the last second. But he had to figure out how to deal with those sound waves. Otherwise, he'd never get out of here. But at the same moment, the sonic attacks started again. Yunmu was in a panic. He realized that he wouldn't be able to cope. The little girl, seeing her father's helplessness, cried out loudly, and then began something that no one could have expected. Both the boy and the witches looked at the little girl stunned. After screaming heavily, on a breath, she began to suck in all the sound waves of space. Yunmu was surprised at such a strange strength, but was glad that he could now deal with the attack. He called the little girl to fight alongside him, since she could do that. His daughter settled comfortably on his shoulder, and the fight went on. Half an hour later, a new message appeared on all the screens. Li Yunmu of Zhongzhou, ordinary crystal-level shooter, was congratulated on entering the 15th floor of the Tower of Triumph. The onlookers were puzzled. A warrior at the level of ordinary crystals and rose so high. Many people thought he was crazy. Meanwhile, in the city subordinate to Happy Wind City, Zhang Kai, the best Doug, was cheering for his friend at the screen. In the university auditorium, teacher Li smirked that his student had made a splash in the world, but he was worried whether such fame had come too soon. Somewhere in the secret place, Lin Shuang said that she couldn't wait to fight our hero. In the Tang family house, surprise was also in the air. The new arc was very surprised that Yunmu had reached the 15th floor so quickly. Now Zhao Chen's father will now chide his son, but he would not lose so quickly. In the courtyard of Cloud Sky University, the hitman who had recently fought our hero, already with a prosthetic arm, was talking to the chairman. He lamented that he shouldn't have lost to him. The chairman replied that he didn't expect Yunmu to have such strength. He would definitely become the trump card of Happy Wind University and a threat to them. The warrior replied that now the guy had climbed so high, he was so strong, that it would be impossible to get rid of him quietly. The chairman partially reasoned to himself and replied that it was still unbelievable to reach such a level at the ordinary crystal stage. But only if he didn't have the blood of a holy warrior flowing in him. The interlocutor was surprised, and the man told me to spread the word. The more people who knew, the better. The boy perked up. He understood the chairman's plan. He said that he would wipe him out. Tired, our hero had already reached the 20th floor of the Tower of Triumph. By the way, he remembered that one who got to this level would automatically be ranked among the top warriors. The system wrote that it was possible to hide the number of floors traveled so that the name in the table would not be reflected. Yunmu felt sad that he hadn't done it earlier. He had already created a sensation. He pressed the offered button. Now he could go on fighting and not worry about excessive attention to his achievements. The people of the city had already started discussing the appearance of Li Yunmu's name on the ranking list. It was the first time since the construction of the tower that someone had been able to squeeze into the leaderboards like this. But the guy's name disappeared from the monitors. Some began to panic that disappearance meant the warrior's demise. But those around him warned him that it was possible to conceal his position. There was a guy in the crowd who said that he received a message that said Li Yunmu has the blood of the holy warrior flowing in him. The onlookers calmed down, writing off all of the young man's successes to the power of the holy warrior's blood. That was why his skill was growing so rapidly. One of the boys on the street reacted unusually to the information he had heard. He thought he should go back to the clan as soon as possible and report it. Li Yunmu had been in the tower for a very long time. When he went outside, he was happy to see such fresh air. He walked on, glancing at the backpack behind him. This time he was happy with his harvest. He'd pulled out a lot of amazing things. Upon entering the busy street, Yunmu caused a stir. Everyone began to whisper. He was that guy. It was unknown how many times he had been in the tower. He was breaking his ranking. Judging from his backpack, he was at the 30th or 40th level. They heard that he had the blood of a sage in his veins. The guy walked and couldn't understand whether everyone was staring at him or whether he was imagining it. Meanwhile, two people were waiting for our hero at the exit from the virtual world. A guy and a girl. They were talking about whether he might be dead if he disappeared from the rating. The young lad is the son of Qianyun City Mayor Chu Qingyang. He said that since he, the young master, was waiting for him, there was no way for him to die. Next to him was the mayor's adopted daughter. The same Chu Qingyu, she replied that her brother was devaluing her father's work with his whining. Li Yunmu finally emerged from the portal. He was walking and muttering that he was angry that the transfer fee was too high. The girl called out to the young man. He was very surprised to see her here. He quickly pulled out his fish mask and put it on. In response, he shouted back to her that he was aware of his uniqueness, but there was no need to chase after him like a dog. To which Chu Qingyu demanded that he stop this nonsense. As she approached Li, she explained that she wasn't in the mood to pester him today. She had orders to take the boy to the mayor's house. Chu Qingyang meanwhile looked at the guy taking off the fish mask with a smirk, and said, "Is this idiot really that warrior?" Yunmu didn't miss the opportunity to reply with an unflattering remark. The guys got into a threatening altercation. They were about to get into a fight. A girl intervened. She said that our hero should go with them. Yunmu was stubborn, saying he didn't know who they were or what they wanted to do to him. While the sister was trying to calm her brother down, Yunmu called Liu Noji. She was hysterical, screaming that she thought he'd been killed somewhere in the tower. And here he was, alive and well. She couldn't stop crying. The young man was confused. He asked why his friend was crying, and how she knew he was in the tower. He heard that the whole world already knew. Just then, Chu Qingyu came over to the monitor and said hello to Liu Noji. She explained that her father asked her to bring the guy to their house, but he doesn't want to. Liu explained to the young man that this is her best friend and she won't hurt him. Therefore, he should go with her. to which the boy tried to argue. But he couldn't resist the crying girl. Turning to Chu Yunmu, said that he agreed to go. At the same time, he called her a beauty. This phrase infuriated the girl. She threatened that if her father was here, she would kill him. Chu Qingyang intervened in his sister's altercation. He asked Yunma not to play around. He thought to himself that he was really annoying. When he approached the mayor's mansion, he was amazed by the beauty of the place. He said that it was a worthy place for the Lord of Heavenly City. The girl said he could take some ideas to decorate his Qinglong mansion. The young man looked at her very surprised. It only came to Chu Qingyu. He had no idea what was happening in the real world while he was in the tower. Chu Qingyang explained. The royal capital granted the young man a title. In the future, he would join the War God Temple's squad. Yunmu was dumbfounded. He was told that he was now a celebrity, but he had purposely hidden his ranking to avoid publicity. Now everyone knows he has the blood of the holy warrior in his veins. She realized from the guy's reaction that he didn't know what she was talking about, so she started to tell him. A holy warrior is the highest stage of development of a ruler's spiritual and physical strength. The direct descendants of people involved in holy warfare most often have a powerful lineage called holy blood or sage blood. It turns out that the better the pedigree, the higher the likelihood of receiving the sacred dignity. And now the world's strongest are thirsty for our hero's blood. Yunmu was indignant. What sacred blood and lineage? His father is a factory supervisor. The girl replied that it was not for him to decide whether that blood flowed in his veins, and opened the massive door. In the room behind the long table, the guy was already waiting. It was a whole delegation. A descendant of the heavenly city, a rain lady, a heavenly dragon, a heavenly rebel, and a Western commander. The commander started a conversation, invited him to sit down. He said he had been waiting for him for a long time. Our guy didn't hesitate, sat down, and he said to speak directly, as he had many other things to do besides this meeting. The interlocutor continued. He said that the city ruler and the guild leader were two opposing forces. They are equal in power, and there is regular friction between them, but both maintain a balance within the city limits. Yunmu ironically remarked that despite the change of eras, the object of humanity's struggle remains man. The commander continued. Lately, the balance has been on edge. The situation is spiraling out of control. That's why he was invited here. He said he hoped that the Li sect, which patronizes the guild, would agree to join the city faction. As long as the sect cooperates with the city forces, they will promise the boy support and protection, the young man thought. He had come so far toward his goal. After a few seconds, he turned down the offer. There were attacks from those present, that he was a nobody and didn't realize where he was, which he did. But the boy didn't hold back. He replied that he was a member of the Li family. If he needed protection, the family could take good care of him. At the same time, the young man pondered. If the faction is asking the Li family to join them, doesn't that mean that she herself means nothing? The musings were interrupted by a rebel. He offered 10 chits for his agreement. Yunmu replied with a sarcastic remark that it was exactly what their family lacked. On the other side, there was a proposal to send the Acropolis to the Li sect. Yunmu was silently amazed that this gathering was still going to make concessions to him. He thought after such insolence the conversation would be over. One of the girls present made a counter-condition. All tax revenue would belong to the Li family and should not affect Heavenly City in any way. This was the maximum they could agree to. The guy replied to the dumbfounded interlocutors that since they were making such conditions, they had their own plans. In the mind of our hero began to form a picture of what was happening. They are making sure he has a steady stream of money and an autonomous city under his control. But how can just 6 people control an entire city? The bottom line of this conversation, Li Zong is a fake. Yunmu started to refuse again, saying that the offer was tempting, but here he was interrupted. The young man who met him exploded with indignation. He shouted that he'd had enough of his arrogance. He didn't realize who he was talking to. He called him trash. He said if he took a good look, he'd be disappointed in himself. Just then, several guys appeared in the doorway. Chu Qingyu shouted to her brother what he was doing. Chu Qingyang said that since the guy was so bold, refusing to cooperate voluntarily, they would send him to a neutral territory. They will hand him over to the dominant clan. In exchange, they will gain their loyalty. Li Yunmu fought off the attempts to grab him. The people gathered around the table were discussing that they thought it was an ordinary kid from Li Zong's gang. But ordinary ones don't have that kind of strength. One of them noticed that he had never encountered an advanced-level opponent. Maybe his combat power has already been depleted. After all, even for a sage's blood, there are limits. But no matter how many people attacked our young man, he fought back. They tried to surround him from all sides, but nothing worked. Chu Qingyu shouted for Chu Qingyang to withdraw his men right now. No one would let him do such a thing. As there was no response from her brother, the girl began to demand the commander of the Western Front to stop the massacre. But the latter cited that since Yunmu disrespected their offer, he wanted to see what he was really capable of. The girl stared in shock at everything that was happening. It was as if everyone around her had gone mad. Qingyang yelled that there was only one black crystal left. Clearly, he couldn't be an ordinary child. Having disposed of all of Qingyang's minions, Yunmu rolled up his sleeves and headed towards their leader. A fire of rage burned in his eyes. There were bursts of energy all around him. He said, turning to his opponent, that now it was his turn. Without helpers, the guy turned out to be a coward. He fell to the floor and begged our hero not to touch him. He started yelling that he was the mayor's son. Chu Qingyu saw the power of the thunder attribute in Yunmu's hands. He didn't use any special skills in the arena. She wondered where he got it from. Meanwhile, our guy was confidently going to attack the offender. He sat on the floor with tears in his eyes and wailed pitifully that he should not touch him. The young man didn't have time to strike. A shot rang out. The boy had time to bounce. Everyone was stopped by the Rain Lady. She shouted that this guy really is gifted with such power, and it seems like there's more to him than that. The whole place went silent, and through the loudspeaker, everyone heard the voice of another person who had not been in the room earlier. He said mockingly that the boy had managed to take control of all the sixes. There was no need to worry about him. The voice said that he had something to show for it as well. One person in the audience asked if that was the mayor's voice. Was he the one doing the shooting? Yunmu said that since it was the mayor, he wouldn't hide. He also said that he was too excited. The guy wasn't going to send his son to the grave. With a spark of anger in his eyes, he noted that he considered it low to defeat someone who relied on his rich daddy for everything. Qingyang tried to snap some more, but no one paid any attention to him. The voice turned to Qingyu. He asked to escort the guy to the backyard garden. The mayor wanted to talk to him personally. Yunmu followed the girl and lamented that the house was just huge. When will they reach? The girl asked not to ramble. Then our hero mentally turned to his little girl. He gave her a task. As soon as she saw the old man, she should try to copy his skills before the guy was recognized. At that moment, the girl pushed open another door behind which the garden was hidden. There was an elderly man sitting by the fountain. Chu Qingyu reported that she had brought a boy. The stranger said that Yunmu really didn't look like an ordinary boy. When he came closer, he was shocked by what he saw. It was impossible to live with such a body. It was like a skeleton covered with skin. The old man greeted Li Yunmu. He said he was happy to see him. Seeing the guy's surprise, the man commented that he clearly hadn't expected to see the legendary saint. Standing up and baring his torso, the stranger continued that he wasn't ready to see a saint who looked so pathetic. Seeing the intense surprise on the young man's face, Chu Qingyu explained. Her father had used secret techniques to forcibly influence the saints to choose their place. In the end, they fought back. And now he looked like this. Turning to his daughter as if the boy wasn't here, the father advised her to look out for a young man, for the years are coming. The girl was furious about the subject. She started to say that it was nothing, but her father interrupted her and said that he was worried because she still had no one. The boy stood there as if he were part of the interior. He wasn't going to listen to their squabbles anymore and turned to the old man. He asked. The man called Yunmu over to look at their beautiful family bond. The man smiled, said he was kidding. He invited the guy to talk about Li's sect, because he needs the help of a strong party in Heavenly City. The old man explained that he wanted to work together with the Qingyun sect to check the condition and balance the power of the musician guild. In his current state, the mayor wouldn't be able to live for long. Once he was gone, the city would change a lot. As the ruler of Heavenly City guarding these lands, he doesn't want outside forces to take over the power here. The young man started making excuses that Li Zong is just an ordinary little sect. He didn't think he could do anything to help the city. Meanwhile, in his head, he reasoned that he wasn't going to get involved in other people's problems. And since he's the only one in the sect, what use is he going to be? Coughing, the elder called the young man over to him. He told him to put up his ears, for he had something to tell him. The man whispered in our hero's ear that he had heard that the Li sect did not really exist. The boy's eyes widened. He became very nervous. The boy bounced off the elder, asked how he knew. He wondered if he knew the rest of his secrets. The young man looked at the man's haggard face and wondered what he would do. Maybe threatened to try to force him to do something for him. The father sends his daughter away, citing that she doesn't need to hear the following conversation. The girl tries to persuade her father, seeing how he coughs, to rest. The father replies that he will not last long anyway. As if reading the young man's thoughts, the old man beckoned him closer to him, telling the boy not to be nervous. Hiding his excitement, he sat down next to me. In his head, he had already let the situation play out. Let it be. The old man jokingly said that there was no need to be afraid, he wouldn't eat him. The boy timidly asked his new acquaintance how he knew that the Lizong sect didn't exist. The old man replied that he had just assumed and the young man had given himself away. The old man continued. His men had looked everywhere for information about the sect, but had found nothing. Then he wondered if it really existed. The young man thought, that mayor is a sly fox. The man went on to say that he also knows that Yunmu has no sage blood. Therefore, he realizes that it will not be possible to persuade him to cooperate with other sects. The guy confirmed this assumption. The new acquaintance, smiling, turned to the young man and said that he wouldn't tell anyone the truth about the Lizong sect. He offered to join him. The mayor of Heavenly City. Yunmu was at a loss. The young man began to replay the conversation with the old man out loud once more. Since he already knows that the sect is fake, why confuse him? If Li joins the mayor, it won't change anything. No one will be stronger. The old man replied that none of that mattered. In dealing with such matters, truth does not matter. What matters is what can strike fear into the opponent. That's what his suggestion was. The boy thought for a moment. After all, he didn't want to get involved in other people's problems. All the more so when it came to the fate of the whole city. The old man coughed and held something out to the young man, saying he could take this thing. It was a jade. The man began to talk about Yu-Er. She is a very nice girl. She was an orphan when the mayor met her on the street. She is still trying to repay him for adopting her. Lowering his voice, he continued. At any moment the old man could go to the other world. All affairs will descend into chaos. His son will contribute to that. That's why he's worried that the girl will be alone again. And it will be even more difficult for her than before. So watching the guy, he decides he can trust him with his daughter. Yunmu was confused. He clarified, meaning the old man wants him to become his son-in-law. Not finding anything better, the boy mockingly said that he was waiting for the bride with her dowry. He replied that being a son-in-law was not a simple matter. The smirk on our hero's face changed to thoughtfulness. He realized that the old man was not joking at all. This is an important question for him. The two men sat in silence for a few more seconds. Then Yunmu left with a sigh. As they approached Yu-Er, the guy lightly gave her a friendly hug, and they walked together. The girl asked if they had finished talking, what they were talking about. Yunmu brushed off that he didn't have to tell her anything. It was a conversation between two men. The girl turned around and said goodbye to her father. He sat motionless. He closed his eyes. It was clear from his entire appearance that the thoughts that had taken hold of him were very heavy. Escorting Yunma to the meeting room, the girl asked if he would join them. The boy couldn't give a definite answer. He had not as yet made up his mind. He was walking and twirling the pendant he received from the old man on his finger. Chu Qingyu was very surprised to see him. She asked where he was from. The young man was confused. He stopped playing with the pendant. He said he got it from her father. Asked what was wrong with that thing. What good is it? Chu Qingyu took out and showed the same pendant. She told its secret. It turned out that by connecting the two pendants, a rune key of the 7th dimension was obtained. When the two holders of the amulet reach transcendence, the key will guide them to discover the master secret. The girl also warned me to treat the amulet with care. The main thing was not to tell anyone that it was there. Otherwise, the owner of the jade would be hunted down. Yunmu started to say that it was, but then brought the conversation to a halt. They continued on their way to the study in silence. Just then, Yunmu received a message from the system. The Shadow Queen had successfully copied the cultivation of the alien realm and awakened a holy talent, an excellent annihilation technique, a secret technique of the holy realm. To utilize these skills, you need to give the queen a lot of free points. The guy commanded to give everything he had. The system safely executed the order. Behind the next door of the mayor's house, our hero and his companion met a certain guy. He said that he had been waiting for them here for a long time. And anyway, how could they start without him? Yunmu didn't know the guest, so he asked if Chu Qingyu knew who it was. Had she seen him before? The stranger introduced himself. This is Wang Tianba, a member of the 2nd-level sect supporting Chu Qingyang. The girl replied to him that 7 do not wait for 1. Looking at Yunmu, the guest asked if it was the same Lizong sect member. He chuckled and said that the Heavenly City's ruler must be confused. Recently, there have been a lot of brave children. The commander, who was also sitting in the hall, sat down Wang Tianba's impertinence, saying that he dare not speak of the ruler in such a manner. One might as well part with one's life. Besides, Li hadn't joined the city yet, perhaps because of his inhospitality. Tianba continued his swaggering conversation, this time switching to Chu Qingyu, sneering that apparently she couldn't even handle and recruit a guy. She had always been inferior to her brother's intelligence. The insolent man had condescended to openly declare that it was time for the girl to learn how to use her body to lure guys into their ranks. Hearing that, Chu almost cried. Our hero looked at the confused girl. He realized that no one would stand up for her here. Yunmu, throwing his feet up on the table, also answered the boar defiantly. He first asked why his breath stinks so badly. Then he said that people of his age should be embarrassed to talk such nonsense in front of a young lady. Apparently, though, the guy is just an asshole. The interlocutor was furious at this treatment. He was trying to hurt the guy by saying that his sect had no rights here at all. It was not proper for a stranger to interfere in a conversation between two representatives of Heavenly City. Annoyed by Wang Tianba, the guy objected that he couldn't see any outsiders, since from this day forward, he, as a representative of the Li sect, officially joins Heavenly City. After saying that, Yunmu was shocked at himself, but turning around was no longer an option. The interlocutor clarified he did agree to join. Our guy explained that after talking to the city's ruler, everything fell into place and he decided to agree. And then our hero was stumped. Since everyone here is an outsider, he was asked to introduce himself and the Li family in detail. The attack from Wang Tianba continued. He cited that he didn't know if they could get along with the sect elders, since the whole family is joining, not just Yunmu. The opponent clarified that the decision to join still requires the consent of the elder. Then the commander said that now there was a possibility of a face-to-face meeting with Li Zong. He asked me to prepare the car. Our hero quietly turned to his shadow. And then, to everyone's surprise, he asked for 3 incenses to be prepared. The people around him were astonished, but they brought what he asked for. Yunmu danced with incense and hummed a song he had just made up. The impertinent interlocutor began to tease him. He said that maybe he would call his little sister here. At that moment, our hero announced that the wishes of those around him had been granted. A portal appeared in the room. A beautiful girl came out of him. Li introduced her as the youngest daughter of the Li Linglong family. Everyone was shocked. What a cultivation technique. Wang Tianba looked at the girl and thought that such was the strength of the Li sect. Although she was introduced as a junior disciple, but it was clear that her fighting power was incredible. At that moment, the girl gave a lightning strike to the impertinent guy. He didn't expect it. Li Yunmu grinned at the fact that little sister didn't spend even a small amount of strength on the punch. What does he think now? Is he satisfied? The opponent replied, grinning, that he was very grateful for that. Yunmu bowed respectfully, expressed his congratulations to his sister, noting that it was hard work. The young man himself thought at the same time that all his empty glasses had gone to the Shadow Queen. This performance with his sister had cost him dearly. Following the guy, everyone in the room respectfully bowed to Linlin and thanked her for her trust. The Western commander rejoiced. Now that the Li family had joined them, they would be able to repel any attacks and continue the game started by the Musicians Guild. Yunmu walked over to his interlocutors, rubbing his hands together. He said that since the sect had now joined, it was necessary to return to the previous conversation about promises. The guy jokingly reminded me about the 10 cheats. He was assured that he would receive everything he had been promised in the best possible way. The conversation went on for quite a while, and when the guy was about to leave, it was already late. Chu Qingyu offered to stay and spend the night at their house. They have guest rooms. A servant escorted the young man to a room prepared for him by his mistress. Yunmu was surprised by the name, Scarlet Rain Pavilion. Quite strange for such a name in a Western-style villa. Apparently the ruler of the city is a peculiar man. The servant left the boy, wishing him a good rest. The young man went into the apartment, closing the door behind him. Suddenly, from the semi-darkness of the room, he heard 2 cheerful voices. "Hello, uncle." Yunmu was frightened. Then he saw the 2 girls and scolded them for hiding here and scaring them. The girls introduced themselves. They were the twin maids. They had been sent by the mistress to help uncle get settled. The young man asked what they called him. The girls repeated that uncle, implying the relationship between him and the mistress. The guy was really pissed off. He forbade himself to be called uncle, but the girls only giggled in response. They said that since the mistress had made him sleep in her boudoir, what else could they call him? The young man began to say that there was nothing. They started pulling off his clothes. He shouted in shock as to why they were doing this. The maids explained that it was to help him take a warm bath. In a few minutes, the young man attacked by the girls was already sitting in the bathtub. They were washing him and pouring water on him. He was uncomfortable, but the maids were unfazed. The boy couldn't take it anymore. Yunyu began to swear that he could take care of himself. He didn't have to wash him. In response, he heard that no matter what he said, they had orders from their mistress, and no one will disobey it. One of them whispered in the young man's ear that they had been asked to serve their uncle well. At the same moment, towels flew off at the girls. The boy was in shock. He yelled that they must have misunderstood Mistress's order. But the girls were unstoppable. After the bath, the girls sat across from Yunmu, smiling. They were talking to each other, and their hands were so numb. The boy was sitting on the couch. He asked where their mistress was. Footsteps were heard from the corridor. Chu Qingyu's voice sounded out. Our hero said he knew she was hiding out here somewhere. He needed to talk to her, ask her what Chu Qingyu is doing. The girl replied that she had to check him out. After all, the pendant he received from his father is the key to the secret realm. This secret is equal in power to God himself. The young man listened with bated breath. Chu Qingyu told him that the secret realm was an opportunity to open the seventh dimension. That is, it was a chance to become God himself. The boy was numb from what he heard. The young lady continued. Even Xianzhu could only condense 7 planets, but he still had a long way to go before the title of a true god. Therefore, the fellow would now be able to imagine the true value of this pendant. Yunmu couldn't understand how this information was relevant to his inspection. And he didn't understand, since the rarity was so good, why was it given to him? After all, he was considered a bad guy in local circles. The girl explained that one could only open the realm by combining the 2 pendants at the peak of enlightenment of both holders. Otherwise, nothing would work. The young man looked surprised. It was explained to him that there was a need for pair cultivation here. He clarified to the embarrassed girl that she was referring to the very pair cultivation he had just thought of. She nodded, blushing. The boy zealously threw himself into the fight. He declared that there was nothing to wait for. Don't think he's a little flower. Let's get to it. The girl waved off such a bold onslaught. Said she wasn't ready yet. They didn't know each other well enough for that. You can't. The guy handed her the pendant, saying he was returning it. Chu Qingyu wondered why he returned the pendant. After all, he knows its secret. The young man explains to the girl that he understands the lure of entering a secret realm. But he doesn't agree to a marriage of convenience. And she probably doesn't like the idea herself. He continued that one day the girl would meet a worthy man and fall in love with him. Then she would make a conscious choice. The girl sank down. He asked in a half-whisper, did he hate her? Yunmu explained that at first he did think of her as a big problem. But he doesn't hate her. It's just that the guy hasn't thought about marriage yet. He hopes that in the future, he'll meet someone he'll really love. And she'll reciprocate. Then they'll be happy. But sometimes he thinks that he might not meet love. That's why he gets sad. The girl watched with bated breath. And the young man continued. One day he would just look at a person and realize that he was special. That she was the one he had been looking for all his life. Only then can he get down on one knee and ask this girl to spend the rest of her life with him. He even squeezed his eyes shut as he imagined this picture. He dreamed of growing old with his beloved, to be with her until the end. Returning from his dream world, he optimistically told his friend that she should keep a good eye on her jade pendants, so that one day she could give one of them to the dearest man in her life, and he would surely come to drink wine at her wedding. The guy's getting ready to leave. Said she'd know how to get in touch with him if anything happened. The girl grabbed him by the edge of his shirt and asked him where he was going. Yunmu replied that to the wilderness camp in Sunset Town. Chu Qingyu said that they have a teleportation system at home. She could take him there. The boy agreed. It would be more convenient than spending a lot of time traveling. The girl took him to the portal and sent him to the camp. She fell to the floor. She cried as she stared after him. She kept saying over and over what a fool he was. Meanwhile, at Sunset Town Camp, movement was seen on the teleportation bridge. It was reported to Captain Wu. He sent sentries to look. Li Yunmu appeared from the portal. 2 people with pistols immediately jumped out at him, ordering him not to move. The young man didn't understand why he was being greeted like that. Explained the captain who approached. It turned out to be a military teleportation system, and they had not been notified of its use. So the young man needed an excuse not to get shot. Yunmu noticed his badge. He had seen something similar when he worked with his father. The guy introduced himself. Li Yunmu, the young star general of Tianyu City. He gave his number and showed his battle badge. Then asked him to prepare a month's supply of food for him. The captain ordered the subalterns to prepare provisions. Turning to the young man by his rank, he said it would be safer to proceed after dawn. Yunmu referred to an urgent task. He asked to be addressed simply as Li Yunmu, as he was younger than his interlocutor. And he doesn't need too much respect. They talked some more about the affairs of the camp. The captain reported that armed soldiers were patrolling the area and ready to fight in case of danger. Smiling, the military man said that if they relaxed for even a minute, they could lose their lives. The boy looked at the commander and thought to himself that this was the kind of life his father had lived. When the supplies were gathered, Li decided to leave immediately. Captain Wu gave him his vitality pill in case he needed it. Yunmu wished him to be careful. At the gate, Yunmu handed Uncle Wu one of the crystals he had earned, which could be used to pay for anything. He said that he worked every day to buy food for himself and his brothers. So let them buy themselves something to eat, and he went on his way. The man was yelling after him that there were 10,000 to take the crystal. But Yunmu waved his hand and said that they would see each other someday. The captain looked at the young man with tears in his eyes. He wondered how he could become a general at such a young age. Well done, boy. After moving a bit away from the base, the guy encountered monsters on his way. He thought he should have listened to the captain, and why all the beasts came out here at night. He remembered that he had bought back something interesting from the tower. Perhaps he should use it today. The young man took out a Wind Wings artifact from his inventory. These were the wings of a true six-dimensional wind zone creature. It would be more convenient for him to move around now. Our hero struggled a bit. He couldn't figure out how to install them. Finally got it. The boy shrieked with delight. He had never felt so different before. His wings had grown. Everything looked much better than he could have imagined. But here's the rub. How to use them. Do I need some kind of spell? The monsters came close to our hero. He was frightened, screamed, and jumped up. A moment later, he was hanging in the air high above the ground. He was glad that he had been able to take off. It was an inexpressible sensation of lightness. After spinning around a bit, he figured out the flying skills. It wasn't that difficult. Flying in euphoria, he thought that since it was a long way to go, these pair of wings would be his salvation. Suddenly, there was a strong impact. The young man didn't even notice that there was something there. He sat on the ground and could not understand what had happened. Coming to his senses, the young man looked up and saw something that looked like dragons. He remembered the lesson at the academy, where they were told that it was a mystical Yalong beast. It is among the silver-ranked monsters. Its attacks are fierce and fast. Therefore, hunting it is extremely difficult. He rejoiced, as their skin and internal organs are highly prized, and he just needs to get rich. The boy released the shadows and the battle began. He flew towards the dragons with sword in hand. To the young man's surprise, the dragons turned out to be fire-breathing as well. Yunmu dodged to shield his wings from the fire. The shadows rushed to attack, and he used his technique of acute madness. But the dragon managed to dodge the sharp sword. The boy was surprised, but one more shadow attack, and the goal was reached. At this time, a dragon hunter was sitting in the forest. He was surprised that he had not seen a single Yalung tonight. It was clear from the sounds coming from the darkness that something was happening nearby. Suddenly, a dragon carcass fell in front of the guy. He was startled by the surprise that he even shrieked. As he got closer to the unmoving body, the boy was surprised that a Yalunga couldn't just fall from the sky. He stood there bewildered, thinking that he didn't know everything about these species. Looking up, the hunter saw something even more unexpected. The dragons were flying away from someone flying. It was our hero who was trying to catch up with the frightened monsters. He urgently needed to earn money, so he tried his best to catch up with them. The hunter even raised his glasses. How many years had he hunted dragons, but he had never seen such a thing. A problem when trying to catch a Yalung. After a successful Yalung hunt, our hero visited an old acquaintance from the pawn shop. The old man was pleased when he saw Yunmu. Their cooperation was beneficial to both of them. After chatting jokingly about the goods for a while, they got down to business. The young man showed a photo of the dinosaur carcass and asked the old man to set a price. Sipping tea from a mug, the man said that he could give 1,200,000 for this product in a complete set. The boy was pleased with these rates. After all, he had 23 more of them. The old man choked on his tea when he heard that, and our hero said that he wanted to get a string of rock crystal for them. Yunmu also said he had 12 more, but randomly broken carcasses. The receiver offered 150,000 for them. At the end, the guy left a unique lot, a live baby dinosaur placed in a capsule. The old man almost fainted from surprise. This is a wild beast of the first class. He stammered and offered 50, then 65 million. Yunmu, satisfied with the productive trade, headed for the exit. He said that he liked working like this. He expects money as soon as all the goods arrive. Already at the door, the guy looked back and told the shopkeeper not to delay the sale, because he'd be back soon. The next item on our hero's to-do list was to improve his star world. Yunmu dragged a suitcase full of crystals and complained that he felt like a laborer. All the money he had earned through blood and sweat was going here. It made me sick to my stomach to think about it. This time, he brought 100 million mountain crystals. He really hoped that there would be enough for reinforcement now. The work began. After working on perfecting his astral world, the tired guy sat there and wailed that maybe it was some kind of mistake, why even 100 million wasn't enough. He sat and pondered. No wonder Xianzu had founded the Tower of Triumph. If you want to reach the very top, it's unrealistic to rely only on yourself. The young man made himself comfortable and asked the system what astral power he could use now. In response, he received a message: the power of the astral world, and it can also absorb damage from a full-blown rock crystal string strike. After a little rest, he thought it was not time to relax. He got up and ordered himself to continue. Meanwhile, morning had come, and it began with a commotion in the Heavenly City Mayor's mansion. Chu Qingyu's room was where her brother was trying to get into Chu Qingyu's room. He was angry that the twin maids wouldn't let him in. He was furious. Why couldn't he even stick his nose in where Li Yunmu was? Hearing the shouting at the door, the girl allowed the maids to let Chu Qingyang in. As soon as he entered the door, he began to scold his sister for leaving this rustic man in their house for the night. Is she out of her mind? He couldn't calm down because she herself didn't trust this guy a few days ago. Now her father was confused and she was acting weird. The girl sat with a confused look. She took a sip of soda from the can and said quietly that her father had already left. The boy was surprised at what was said. He did not immediately understand the real meaning of the words. The first thing her brother asked was, "Where is the jade pendant?" Chu Qingyu couldn't believe that after such news, her brother would only have thoughts of the pendant in his mind. She looked angrily at the boy and told him to forget about him. One half the father gave to her, the other to Li Yunmu. The young man couldn't believe his ears. His sister kept saying that the pendant would not do him any good anyway. His awakening was the result of a large amount of resources expended. With such talents, he has no chance of entering the higher realm. As she passed by, she quipped that Qingyang should obey his sister to continue living his life as the young master of the city. The infuriated guy grabbed the girl's arm. He shouted that he was the master of the mansion, the heir to the Lord of Heavenly City, his only son. In his mind at that moment, all the resentments surfaced when they had laughed at him, saying that if the mayor's son hadn't awakened, there was no need to waste so much effort on him. Qingyang pushed his sister to the floor. The girl fell down, and he shouted that the jade pendant was his. Only he could possess it. Memories from her childhood flashed through the girl's mind. When the Lord brought her in and told her this was her home now, she was greeted by a shy little boy. He immediately called her sister. How could he turn into such a monster? Qingyang pounced on Chu Qingyu with words that Li Yunmu wasn't the only one who could help her with her paired cultivation. She belonged only to him now. The girl tried to get away, but the guy said that since she had been drinking, she didn't have the strength to push him away. He laughed evilly. Now the sister would be his woman. At this moment, the maids intervened in what was happening. One of them punched the guy that he flew away from Chu Qingyu. The defender asked the young gentleman to watch his behavior. The exasperated guy kept yelling, insulting the girls that he was a young lord and they would all go to the other world. The second maid, wrapping her mistress in plaid, inquired whether the mistress was much frightened. After coming to her senses, Chu Qingyu ordered the twins to take the young master to the secret room. The young man fell to his knees and begged his sister not to do this to him. But the girl's eyes were filled with rage, and she was adamant. Meanwhile, in his star realm, Yunmu held the last remaining crystal. He had spent all the money he had gotten for the dragons. He decided to keep one crystal just in case. But then by accident he dropped the remaining crystal. It was swallowed up. The boy cursed that he was now penniless. But then the earthquake started. He didn't realize what was happening. Something flashed above his head. Something appeared among the stars in the sky. It was a bright, fiery planet. Now something resembling a sun had appeared in his star world. Then grass began to sprout here and there on the platform. The boy was dumbfounded. It was as if someone's life energy had spilled out here. Yunmu received a message from the system. His astral realm gave birth to a planet. Now it is becoming a star realm. The boy's eyes lit up. At last his work was bearing fruit. He asked how much energy he could mobilize now. The answer raised his spirits even more. He was now able to completely absorb the Musicians Guild's attacks. The boy questioned whether he was really able to withstand any blows from the Militant Guild without anyone's help or amulets. Scrolling through the system messages, Yunmu saw a red dot, an alert. Walking in, he saw a call from Zhang Dashun. A joyful guy received a call from an old buddy. He started the conversation by saying that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and missed each other. But he was interrupted by Liu Noji, who was in the car next to Dasun. She said things were bad. She was trying to find out where he was. The young man asked his friend what happened. Where are they now? He was interrupted by Zhang. He told him to stand there and listen carefully. This is very important. The former commander said he needed to find a safe place and lay low. He can't go anywhere. Trust anyone. Not a single person. Yunmu was dumbfounded. What could have happened? Why did everyone get so excited? Sitting in his prison, Chu Qingyang wasted no time. Angry at the world, he thought of a plan for revenge. He could not allow himself to be looked down upon. He promised that because of his stupidity and arrogance, everyone would go to the other side of the world. Walking into her brother's room, Chu Qingyu kicked him to the ground. She shouted that he was out of his mind. The guy laughed evilly. Then he said that it was Li Yunmu and the jade pendants that drove her crazy. The girl looked at her half-brother and couldn't believe what he had become. He told his sister it was too late to talk sense into him. He had already managed to tell the world about his father's death and about the pendants. Now everyone knows that Chu Qingyu has one and Li Yunmu has the other. And now all he wanted was their destruction. And he laughed evilly, looking at the confused girl. Meanwhile, the news of Heavenly City Lord's demise appeared on every monitor in the country, and also about the key to an ancient secret. These words excited all those who sought great power, and no one cared about the fall of the Heavenly City anymore. Everyone went in search of Li Yunmu for the treasure, the jade pendant, which should go to the most deserving. Everyone had a clue as to our hero's whereabouts. A few hours ago, a video circulated online. There, Li Yunmu flew carefree against the background of the sunset in search of dragons. Therefore, the location of the young man was not a secret to anyone. All the powerful went after the prey. Meanwhile, at the mayor's house, Chu Qingyu was attacked by a mob. They demanded the secret of the ancient art of self-knowledge. Her arguments that it was all her brother's machinations didn't help. The jade pendant was demanded from her, to be kept in a public place. Her twins interceded for the girl. They pushed back the onslaught of the crowd. But the crowd of infuriated guys started shouting that they would easily massacre the three girls, and they already wanted to attack to catch Chu Qingyu. A grown man walked through the open door, a little shabby. He asked if a bunch of kids thought it was a good idea to bully three young ladies. Shame on them. Chu Qingyu looked at him and thought, why did this person come here? The whole crowd froze. Only one boy stepped up to the man and began his impertinent conversation with him. He grabbed the guest by the pecs and started threatening him, saying he knew where the heads of all the sects were. The man was not at all confused. He replied that since he wanted to bark, he could start. The guy disappeared after a few seconds. The others stood there in a cold sweat. They whispered that it was the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect himself. He had been honored with the title of a holy warrior. Could it be that he had personally come to Chu Qingyu's aid? The man turned to Chu Qingyu. He said that she had grown up and become a beauty. He remembered how she liked to pull his ears and fell asleep on his lap. The girl looked at him and asked if he thought it was time to kick someone else's ears in. Elder Tai looked at the crowd and replied that he had thought of this as well. He turned to those standing around and threatened that if anyone dared to touch Chu Qingyu, he would destroy everyone. The former daredevils began to slowly disperse. Someone said that if this was just another stupid prank by Chu Qingyang, then it was all a waste of time. Li Yunmu was now the target of the attackers. They discussed that the sooner they went to look for him, the sooner they would find the jade amulet. The girl looked at the people leaving in confusion. Only one thought kept running through her mind, that of Li Yunmu. Meanwhile, Yunmu continued talking to his friends. They said he was taking too much risk. It was better for him to keep his head down for a while. There is no need to worry about the family, as their transportation is already being arranged by the Zhang family. So it's up to the guy to ensure his safety. And Noji and Desyung will try to work things out. Yunmu started to say that the guy should go back. In his current situation, the best thing to do was to prove himself. Meanwhile, the friends were already on the outskirts of Sunset Town and rushing to Li's aid. The young man was wondering where he could find a place to hide. He decided to try out another item he had acquired in the Tower of Triumph. He pulled a flat-tailed beetle out of his backpack. He tossed it in the air and commanded him to dig a hole. Instead, the beetle flew away, much to the young man's surprise. He stood there and just stared at it. Rocks came flying at the guy. He managed to twist out of the way to avoid being under them. Good thing the wind wings helped. Looking up, he thought he'd almost died. Turns out it was the Yunma hunters who had already come. They reasoned that since the trap didn't work, the only thing left to do was to destroy it. Our hero looked up at them. He did not expect that they would come for him so quickly. He counted. There were 4 attackers. They reasoned that his wings were really cool. But it turned out that they also had wings, and the enemies hurriedly flew after him, saying that in addition to the unusual wings, the young man had something else, and they would take it for themselves. Yunmu was dumbfounded. The attackers immediately rushed to attack. He only had time to dodge the blows. Li Yunmu used the Madness Blade technique. One of the attackers fell down, stunned to the ground. The other 3 thought they had hit our hero. But when they saw the defeated associate, they thought they had to find a way to seal Li's skills. He moves very well. Meanwhile, our hero attacked again. This time he was able to hit 2 more attackers. The remaining enemy, to avenge his comrades, used his most powerful strike, the Sizzling Beam. He was sure that the jade pendant would now go to him. But our hero used obtained in the tower protective sound barrier. Yunmu was pleasantly surprised by the effect of the barrier. Now he could repel any attack without worrying too much. The enemy, on the other hand, ran away. He shouted that the guy was a devil. Such a strong blow had been used against him, and he didn't give a damn. But Yunmu couldn't let go of the offender. He sent the Madness Blade after him. The enemy was destroyed. Now the boy hoped he could get some respite. Then came a message from the system. For defeating a member of the Musicians Guild, he received a box with a surprise. The young man decided to find a secluded place first, and then he would open the box. This time the bug responded to the guy's call and dug a good hole. No one's going to find him in a hiding place like this. We might as well see what the surprise is. Upon opening the gift, the guy, as usual, didn't realize what he had received. The system explained that it was an A-Rang artifact, the spine of an imperial demonic dragon. If this spine is implanted in a young boy, it will allow the formation of an additional protective skeletal shell. This will protect the internal organs. The young man was frustrated that it was once again an artifact not suitable for attacking. He lamented, seeming to become a shadow of himself. That evening, one group after another began to visit the Sunset Town camp, asking about Yunma. Captain Wu told everyone that he hadn't seen the young man, and they'd better look elsewhere. Looking after them, he wondered what our hero could have done, what trouble he had gotten himself into. Meanwhile, our hero sat in the shelter and set up for the implantation. Now the spine of the Imperial Dragon would be installed to him. The system informed him that it was a painful process and that he had to be patient. The young man clenched his teeth for a few seconds, but he couldn't stand the pain. He screamed and swore. The message finally sounded that the implant was complete. The boy collapsed to the floor, sighing heavily. When he regained consciousness, he sat on the ground and reasoned that it had been horrible. There was no way in the world he would ever agree to suffer such pain again. 2 grenades fell right in front of him. He only had time to look at them in surprise before there was an explosion. The attackers stood at the torn-up ground and said it was a simple matter to find the guy. When the dust settled, our guy was wounded but still alive. His enemies were surprised that after being hit by 2 thunder bombs, the young man had not yet gone to the other world. They told him that they were sorry, but that he had something they were missing. A fight broke out. 4 healthy guys attacked 1 wounded young man. Finding himself on the ground after another explosion, littered with boulders, the young man considered his chances. This group worked cohesively. They understood each other without words. This time, it wasn't Yunmu who controlled the duel. In such a situation, it was hard for him to think of anything. The commander of the attackers ordered our hero to be killed. He waited helplessly for his fate. Suddenly, at the last moment, he heard a familiar voice say, "Cuckoo." It was Zhang who came up. He shot at the attacker. The others hesitated, trying to figure out who was here, who fired and from where. Standing at the top of a tall tree, Daseung turned to Yunmu and said that he had asked him to hide. What's he doing here with this bunch of losers? Especially with these monkeys. The finally freed young man scratching his wounded head. Big Xiong sighed in relief. The chief among the attackers shouted at his team members that this was just an ordinary kid. No strength, no experience, so they tucked their tails. But he was struck in the head by Noji, who had arrived. The man fell down. One of the enemies screamed in horror that the girl had jumped right on his head. That's very cruel. The 2 remaining from the team tried to attack Liu Noji. But our hero released the Black Raven, and it destroyed the offenders. The girl turned to her friend and scolded. She said he had been asked to be an independent boy for a short while and hide. And he screwed up. Good thing he's okay after all. Enraged, our hero turned to the only remaining attacking enemy. Taking his sword in his hands, he said that now there was nothing to prevent him from destroying it. As he got closer, he was saying that their plan wasn't bad. Now it was time to reap the benefits. The enemy this time saw a changed look in Yunmu's eyes. It was no longer the frightened child from 5 minutes ago. He tried to run, but was shot in the leg. It was Big Xiong's shot. He informed the enemy not to even hope to get away. The young man walked up to his opponent and, taking him by the hair, said that it was okay to attack one in a crowd. And now it's not? He should be ashamed of himself. He applied the Thunder Law technique. The offender asked to stop so his body burned. Yunmu thanked his friends for helping him. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Zhang replied that there was no need to thank his friends. No said that Yunmu should leave first. The sounds of battle could be heard, and it might attract other hunters here. At that moment, a signal rocket flew up into the sky. The comrades looked back at the bright light. Turns out it was a bounty hunter who was killed by a young boy. He marked Yunmu's location, and now everyone looking for him will come here. The enemy, having said that, opened some flask with liquid and wanted to drink it. But our hero knocked it out of his hands. Zhang caught the liquid and told him that it was holy water. If a person is on the verge of life and death, he can be saved with a few sips of this water, even if he is unconscious. Dasyun handed the water to Yunmu, saying that it now belonged to him. Someone shouted that one should not relax when left alone on the battlefield, and fired an arrow. The boys managed to dodge the arrow before it hit them. The same voice shouted for Lee Yunmu to surrender as the best at tracking down and destroying a target had come for him. There was no way for him to escape now. Liu Noji stared into the darkness confusedly and quietly said that it was another hunter. Zhang Dasyun said there are too many people here who want to take Li Yunmu's life. It seems like they have more guests. The earthworm Dailonggu from Changfun, the snow maiden Ying Shui from the Seven White Queen sect, and Lu Jing from the Giant Lion clan appeared in front of the friends. Our hero was in a panic. The best bounty hunters on the continent had come for him, and they're not the last ones who want to kill him. It felt like the sky was shaking. Li Yunmu raised his hand and asked, if he gives up the gate key, he won't be attacked? In response, he heard that, of course. The boy wondered which of the applicants to give the pendant to. One of the warriors said that if he got the key, he could provide the lad with shelter. Snow Maiden Ying Shui objected to her buddy not thinking because of Yunmu's suggestion to back out of their arrangement. Our hero threw his hands behind his head and said thoughtfully that the evil woman was questioning his decision. Then he'll come up with a little contest to determine the future owner of the jade pendant. He announced the unification technique. Yunmu and his friends appeared to be wearing the same clothes, and the guy wondered who would be able to find him. The opponents didn't expect such a turn of events. They began to guess which of the three guys was the real keeper of the pendant. At that moment, the friends scattered in different directions. The pursuers hesitated for a few seconds. Then each of the trio chose a direction, and along with their minions, headed out to catch up with one of the guys. The pursuers could not understand what was happening. It seemed like they were being led around in circles. The earthworm Dylan Gu was even surprised that the guy seemed to have disappeared. But then the fighters in his group began to be shot off one by one. Zhang Dasyun appeared on the tree branch and announced that such a pity, but the Gu group was wrong. To this, the earthworm replied that maybe our friend was mistaken. He could capture him and exchange Zhang's life for the key. He threatened that Zhang was unlikely to get out of the situation on his own. The man continued to be defiant that there are dozens of top fighters of the Giant Lion clan here right now. Is the guy really sure he can defeat them? Our young man wondered if the guest was really convinced that he was as simple as he seemed. Dasyun noticed that the pursuer and himself said that they seemed to be being led around in circles. Looking around, the enemies saw many explosives stuck into the ground. The guy then introduced himself that he was from the Zhang family of Heavenly City, and was glad to meet him. Then the young man, saying goodbye, pressed the detonator button, and the whole clearing lit up with an explosion. To the north of the clearing, the pursuers, including Snow Maiden Ying Shui, were catching up with one of the runaways. Ying Shui demanded that he stop. In response, she heard that she thought she had caught up with him. The woman took a few steps forward. She demanded not to resist. She didn't care for speeches. The goal is to get the key, and she doesn't want any unnecessary sacrifices. The cloaked man replied that she was not an old woman to socialize like that. Io made an angry, and she replied that she had changed her mind and drew her weapon. The woman threw an icicle and nailed the man in the raincoat to a tree. Liu Noji fell out of the cloak. Ying Shui was shocked. It was a girl. With the words, "I apologize," Liu stood in front of her pursuers, clarifying that she was not the one who made the mistake here. South of the clearing, the pursuers caught up with the third cloaked man. Lu Jing of the Giant Lion clan said that he hoped the chase was over. He wouldn't let Yunmu get away from him. The guy smiled evasively and replied that no one had said he wanted to escape. The enemy was surprised. Li Yunmu pulled off his cloak. He congratulated the pursuers on their first win. It was a quick victory. The young man said that he did not intend to stay here for long. He gestured to his enemies and asked them to attack together. It turns out that some time ago, when they were alone together, they came up with a plan. Zhang suggested that they split into 3 groups to reduce the number of enemies who wanted to fight Yunmu. Our hero began to argue that their fighting power would not be enough for the battle. The friends would not be able to resist the attackers, and they would be destroyed. The friend replied that this would not happen. Dasyun said that the goal of all hunters is Yunmu. Besides, if he wanted to, he would find a way to get rid of the pursuers. In the meantime, he would try not to provoke them, and then nothing would happen. As for Noji, everyone knows who her grandfather is. Even he is sometimes afraid to approach a girl, let alone others. The plan was approved and the comrades set about implementing it, and now Li Yunmu was standing in front of a crowd of enemies. The astonished Lu Jing asked if the guy was counting on a positive outcome. Our young man clarified why the enemy thought it was impossible, and he half-whispered, "Number 1, number 2, Black Raven, Li Linglong." Our hero spread his arms and shouted out that they were all part of him. Meanwhile, Liu Noji was fighting the Snow Maiden gang. She defeated one opponent after another in hand-to-hand combat. The leader, watching the fight, noted that the girl was demonstrating basic skills. Judging from her strut, the girl is also from Heavenly City, and their sect doesn't want to get into trouble. Noji replied that if she wanted to fight, she shouldn't be interested in what family she was from. In her mind, the girl's thoughts were that she had to help Yunmu, and by all means, apprehend this group. If she didn't provoke them into a fight, they would go in search of the guy. She determined to stand to the death. At that moment, an explosion organized by Dasyun rang out over the forest. Noji and Yingshui looked on, not realizing what was happening. The smart woman immediately realized that the explosion was on the east side of the forest, so Dylan Gu can't fight anymore. Yunmu also turned around at the sound of the explosion. He panicked for a second. What was that idiot Dasyun up to? Lu Jing said that Dylan Gu had gone eastward. It looks like our hero's friend has already been destroyed. At the same second, the enemy heard the noise of battle from behind. Turning around, he couldn't understand what was happening. The shadows were already fighting his minions. Yunmu, surrounded by his warriors, replied. He warned that he was in a great hurry, so he asked to attack all together. In turn, Zhang Daxiang coughed and waved away the smoke of the explosion. As he walked through the blast-torn clearing, he mused that he hadn't expected such power from 50 crystal detonators. It was a great idea to blow them all up at once, even if they cost a fortune. Putting on his jacket, he shook it off and said it was time to head back to the rendezvous point. But it wasn't to be. From behind him, he heard someone else's voice asking him where he was going. It was Dylan Gu waking up. Zhang managed to dodge the enemy's attack. He drew his weapon and used the string charge technique. But the old experienced hunter repelled his attack, grinning that it was an adorable trick. Zhang was really scared. The enemy was able to repel his string charge with his bare hands. The young man took up his weapon and, gathering all his strength, shouted that he was about to show the enemy. This time his opponent left unhurt by the cannon shell. He grinned at the fact that he couldn't be taken down by such a big man. In the next second, Zhang attempted to attack again, but it didn't work either. The opponent used the formation breaking technique and was able to block all shots with his hands. Zhang Dasyun was amazed by his speed. He easily blocked all of his shots. There wasn't a single scratch on him. This was an incredible skill. Dylan Gu stood proud of his absolute defense. And now the enemy himself went to attack Zhang, using the same skill of disrupting the formation. Zhang Dasyun dodged the punch. He was surprised that he had not broken through his defenses. Now it seemed like an impossible task to defeat such a strong enemy. The boy closed his eyes to concentrate. He needs to calm down and just find the enemy's weak spot. There is no such thing as absolute defense. Dasyun came to the conclusion that it was time to use that very trick. He opened his eyes. Crosses were glowing in them. Alicia's pupil technique. The guy explained that this is a unique secret technique of their family. It allows you to fully analyze the situation during a battle, keep calm, and find the enemy's flaws, and then destroy him with a single blow. Then the opponent attacked again. He smirked, saying that he should be less tongue-in-cheek. The opponent claimed that there was no flaw in his absolute defense. Any attacks against Dylan are ineffective. Zhang tuned in. All he had to do was concentrate. He must carefully watch his every move without distraction to spot a gap in his defense. But there was an unfortunate accident. The young man tripped over a rock and fell. The opponent laughed. He called the guy an idiot and teased that he had a lot of attitude, and went into a final attack. Dasyun screamed in pain. This time his attacker struck him with all his might. At that, the snide enemy began to mock our friend again. He told him to show his trick and find his weak spot. And at that moment, Dasyun fired a shot with aim at close range. The enemy was defeated. The young man exhaled and said he had found it. And now it was the opponent's turn to rest. On the ground, Dylan Gu said it couldn't be true. That kid. The young man explained that wasn't it tiring to attack continuously. When the opponent made his 137th strike, his speed slowed by 37 thousandths of a second. Meanwhile, to the north of the clearing, Noji continued to fight the Snow Maiden army. The girl defeated one opponent after another. The only thought in her head was to rely on her. Ying Shui, watching the dueling homo, said that she understood the insecurities of this world for people of their level. But one can always look for the upside. It must be hard for a girl to be a boxing master. Over the past few centuries, this style has become less popular and most of the techniques have been forgotten. But a woman has seen a lot of things in her life. She can surprise you too, and suddenly she's gone. Liu Noji swiveled her head around. Ying Shui was nowhere to be found. It even seemed to her that she had left. But then the girl was hit on the head from behind with something hard, and she fell to the ground. It was that Snow Maiden. She said that she regretted her decision. She had originally wanted to let Noji go because she was useless. Fighting for the sake of fighting was a waste of time. But the girl seemed to go wild and interrupted all of Ying's followers. She wondered what was in the young lady's mind at that moment. The girl began to rise from the ground. Her opponent said that her right arm should be numb from such active blows. Does she still want to continue the fight? Noji replied that even if she only had one left arm left, she wouldn't give up, and suggested the big-breasted auntie to attack. Such a comment infuriated the woman. What has her breasts got to do with it? and the Snow Maiden with curses on her lips jumped up to attack. At this time in Yunmu Glade, his army was victoriously battling the enemy's minions. Lu Jing didn't understand what was wrong. Where did all these... Are they even human all of a sudden? He looked at the shadows and thought he should tell the others about them. Just then, Yunmu went to attack Lu Jing. Such a lightning-fast technique caused the enemy to be surprised. Our hero thought that he should finish off his opponent right now. Big Xiong and Liu Noji should wait for him. At this time, sharp icicles were flying at Naozi from all directions. The girl managed to dodge the icicles. It was quite difficult. My right arm was already wounded. She looked at the woman and realized that she was successfully attacking from a long distance. Noji could not do any damage to her if she kept her distance and dodged. The girl decided to make a swift lunge to get closer to her. To Ying Shui, this was unexpected. Dodging the blow, Ying thought the girl was very fast. Noza was pleased with the tactics she chose and went on the attack again. Dodging Lu's swoops, the woman was already pissed off at her rowdiness. Employing the tiger trot tactic, Noji finally managed to hurt her opponent. In the same second, she finished off Ying Shui with the fierce beast claw technique. The woman was on the ground, but that was not to last. The furious Ying rushed to attack and struck Our Lady hard. Noji flew several meters away and fell to the ground. Shui said that her left leg would be broken now. But what was the woman's surprise when the girl tried to crawl to her? She wondered why Liu continued to fight even in this state. Was it for that guy? What had he done for her? Noji crawled and said that she had an obligation to apprehend Ying at all costs. No matter what happens to her, she has a duty to continue for Li Yunmu's sake. He needs to escape from here faster. She mustered the last of her strength to get up, and screamed, because he was her drug. Ying Shui was astonished. She couldn't understand what kind of reason this was, and the confused girl lay on the ground wondering if it was okay that she said that. It must have sounded strange. The woman said that since she liked Li Yunmu so much, she could do something else for him, and she launched a decisive attack. Noji was lying there at that moment, thinking that she had never said anything to him, and there won't be another chance. But then she resented that she couldn't say such a thing to herself. Obviously, Li is trying his best right now, and she should be too. She wondered if she would ever catch up with him, or if it would be her destiny to always stare at his back. What she really wants is to stand next to him. This is her true desire, so you need to be as strong as he is. This is no time to relax. She needs to win. She's going to be the best version of herself. Gathering her last strength, Noza managed to attack the one who had approached to strike Ying with the beast lunge technique. Her opponent flew off. She was furious at what was happening. Nazi was already flying after her to show what she could do. And she struck again. A second later, an exhausted Liu was lying on the ground. She was glad that she had succeeded. She had used her strongest attack. She was able to stop Ying and help Yunmu. Tears rolled from her eyes. But the Snow Lady wasn't actually neutralized. She was rising to attack. She hit the girl with 2 icicles, but she didn't stop there. She was furious that this girl dared to think she could handle In. Before she could strike next, the Snow Lady was hit in the chest with a fire charge. It was Zhang Dashun who came to the rescue. He said that the pretty girl lying at Ying's feet was their girl. Liu Noji had already half-consciously realized that Big Xiong had come to the rescue. Yunmu, meanwhile, continued to battle with Lu Jing. The latter couldn't figure out who this child was. Jing looked around and saw that the astral monsters summoned by Yunmu were incredibly strong. He was also worried that neither Zhue nor Dylan had gotten out yet. He wondered if they were still dealing with the others. He mentally asked them to come back and help. After all, our hero was going to attack again. One by one, Yunmu used their tactics, Thunderlaw and Mad Blade. The opponent realized that he couldn't defeat Li Yunmu. Therefore, there was a need to escape. Lu Jing commanded the remaining people to retreat, for everyone to return to the giant lion city. The minions catching up with the leader asked if they would just run away from the battlefield. Jing replied that leaving on time was also a victory. One must act wisely. They will return by gathering the best hunters. Yunmu understood that. He couldn't just let his opponent go. The retreating enemies raised their eyes to the sky and froze in horror. Our hero applied the Thunder Sky technique. A fiery hand appeared in the sky above the pursuers. A tremendous explosion rained down on the enemies. When the dust from the impact dispersed, the guy was greatly surprised. Lu Jing wasn't dead, although he didn't look very good. Yunmu said that in a normal situation, he would have let the guy go. But since he had seen his shadow spirits, he must carry this secret with him to the other world. But then someone uttered a command, sizzling Dunway cannon, and Jing was defeated. Our hero turned around. There was an outsider standing behind him and said he was surprised. The strangers from the Giant Lion sect dared to compete for the Jade Pendant. The stranger introduced himself. His name was Lin Jiang, and now the sacred pendant will be his. The jade pendant belongs to Kaoshin Zong. Yunmu looked at the enemies that had arrived. I thought they were from some powerful clan. It's a pain in the ass. Our hero turned away from the arrivals and began to gradually withdraw. He said that he was in a hurry and had no time for these games. Lin Jiang clapped his hands together. He said that he wouldn't let Li escape. No way. Our hero looked up and saw several people hovering in the air above him. He was told he might change his mind and was shown some kind of artifact. Yunmu was surprised and asked if it was an aerial ballet. In response, he heard that it was a sacred artifact of the Kaoshin Zong school. The attacker cast the spell Void Theory and Cancel. Our guy was watching and didn't realize what was going on. A second later, an energy dome came over him, very dense. Lin Jiang moved around the dome and didn't fall into it. He said that the guy wouldn't escape now. He should hurry up and hand over the jade pendant. Realizing that he was being trapped, Yunmu drew his sword and used the frenzied blade technique to break the shell. But nothing succeeded. The young man was surprised. How could it be possible that there was not a scratch on the dome? The enemy was still standing there, not even moving. Lin Jiang advised our friend to conserve his strength. This is an unusual spell. This barrier is an enclosed space created by the sacred artifact of the Chaotic school. It cannot be destroyed. Yunmu panicked. He was trapped and had no idea how to get out of it. The friends were also not in a good situation. Zhang carried the injured Noji on his back and tried to run away from Ying Shui's attacks. The guy was carrying his friend and bemoaning how she'd managed to piss the woman off so badly that she'd almost cut her to pieces. In the next second, they were almost hit by the Snow Lady's attack. Zhang barely had time to get his feet away. The guy ran and thought, "They are wounded and will not be able to fight, so one way to get out of this situation is to run." Then the woman, mad with anger, caught up with them. She demanded that Dasyun give her the girl. The young man looked into the face of approaching doom and wondered if it would end like this. But suddenly someone shot the stalker. The guy didn't even realize what had happened. Turning around, the friends saw a guy in a courier's uniform. He introduced himself as Dingfeng Express. He said he had a package for Li Yunmu. If they don't know where the friend is, he asked them to sign for him. Zhang froze for a few seconds. He realized that this guy was very strong since he was able to eliminate Ying Shui so quickly, and yet he still remained so cold-blooded. The messenger, meanwhile, was already holding out the package to Zhang, asking him to sign for it. After all, he was Yunmu's friend and could take the package for him. There was nothing left to do, so the boy signed his name. He was afraid that this man might be an enemy. The courier said that since the documents had been signed, the goods had been received, he could go. Asked to give 5 stars for the delivery service. Dasyun shouted after him to see if he was here to help. The guy turned around and said he was just a courier. He wasn't interested in overtime. Zhang looked at him and wondered to whom such couriers came. And what kind of package was this? After reading the data on the box, Dasyun's eyes widened with surprise. The specified address, Temple of War. Meanwhile, Yunmu had a battle brewing inside the dome. He summoned his aides. The attackers were shocked at how monsters and a girl could appear in an isolated dome. Lin Jiang, watching from outside, was amazed at what was happening. A moment ago, Yunmu was alone under the dome. What a mysterious child. How many more secrets is he hiding? The enemy pondered that it was not for nothing that he had brought a few of his sex artifacts with him. Zhang pondered with a smirk that it was impossible to escape from under the dome. Therefore, they could deal with the young man. Although it would be a bit of a pity since he was so energetic. The leader commanded his warriors to take one of the artifacts. He wanted to see if his monsters would still be here if they destroyed the young man now. So he threw a spear into the dome. Yunmu and his team stood there puzzled. They didn't understand what the enemies were up to. The opponents took a huge spear and threw it. It flew straight at Li Linglong. The guy lunged at the girl, knocking her to the ground and covering her up. When he looked at her face, she was crying. Yunmu started to calm her down, saying it's okay. But in fact, he had lost his right arm. At that moment, Zhang was sitting on the dome and rejoiced that everything had gone smoothly. The girl looking at Li could only whisper, "Pomo, Daddy," and then rage swept over her. Li Linglong pounced on the offenders. She didn't spare anyone. Everyone was terrified by the girl's strength. Li Yunmu was lying on the ground. There was weakness all over his body. His eyes saw everything like a blur. He couldn't understand what was happening. A sneering Lin Jiang watched from above. He revealed that it was the curse of the rune spear. It is all impregnated with poison. It enters the bloodstream and spreads throughout the body instantly. There's no escape from it. Li Linglong, meanwhile, spared no one. The leader ordered to defeat her with the cursed spears. Hearing this, Yunmu asked the girl to leave. After all, the speed of the poison spreading is no joke. It's so cruel. But the girl didn't disappear. The spears flew at her and Yunmu jumped again, covering her with his last strength. He was ordering her to hide in the astral world. The girl cried. The young man told her not to worry. He wouldn't die. His father had taught him not to fall before any lowlifes. Lin Jiang was surprised. He had expected that our hero would die after the first spear strike, but he could move after a few wounds. Yunma was covered on all sides by shadows. A system message said that both shadows had fallen in battle. The boy's eyes filled with rage. Now he would definitely have to destroy everyone. Looking at the shadows, he promised to bring them back to life when he sorted it all out. The next second, the guy opened a vial of holy water. He didn't know for sure if it would help him, but there was nothing else to hope for. It tasted pretty nasty, but after a couple of sips, his arm regenerated. He was surprised to regenerate so quickly. His main opponent was also in great surprise. How the guy could grow bones so fast. He guessed that our hero had drunk holy water. All of Yunmu's injuries healed in an instant. He felt great he could fight with renewed vigor. Our guy pulled out his crazy blade and all the enemies scattered in different directions. After a few sword strokes, Yunmu had a thought. It seems that his arm had become more flexible after the water miracle. The enemy threw the cursed spear at him again, but this time Yunmu was more agile. He caught the weapon on the fly and sent it to the enemy. The observer from above was shocked. It was impossible to catch the spear on the fly. Li Yunmu was at the peak of his strength after healing. He was as focused and determined to fight as possible. Today, he couldn't lose. The guy had only one thing on his mind. He had to break the barrier somehow. He remembered what his teacher had said. The teacher had told him in one of his lessons that it didn't matter what kind of enchantment was in front of him. He remembered what his teacher had said, that it didn't matter what kind of enchantment was in front of him. You have to identify a weakness, find a gap in the system, and then the hardest blow must come at the weakest point of the enemy. Li Yunmu gathered all his strength and energy together. Saying that he would show what real strength was, not tricks, he went to fight the dome. Looking around the dome, he thought that besides this way, he knew another way to get out. But he would try this one for now. Lin Jiang watched what was happening and couldn't understand why the guy was running around the dome like a madman. Our hero was already a little nervous. After all, it's easy to say you have to find the weak spot, but here's how to find it. But then suddenly he heard a bullet pierce the dome. A small hole was formed in it. Yunmu was overjoyed. It was Zhang who used his technique to find a weak spot and break a window of freedom for his friend. He said that this was the only way he could help at this stage. From here on, the friend would have to make it on his own. Yunmu couldn't contain his joy. Das-Yun was fine. He had been so worried about him. Now go ahead. The young man will do whatever it takes to make his way to freedom. He used his mad blade and the dome gave a crack. The enemy realized what was about to happen. He ordered his followers to reinforce the walls, but Yunmu's energy was already very strong. Our hero once again immersed himself in an energy bomb state. He used the thunderbolt technique. This time the dome didn't hold. Yunmu was free, to the dismay of all his enemies. From such a strong flow of energy, not all of the opponents were able to stay on their feet. And Li Yunmu, with eyes blazing with hatred, told the esteemed gentleman from the Kaoshinzong sect that here they had met. Now they could say goodbye to their lives. Meanwhile, Das-Yun, seeing that his friend was all right, turned to Noji. He said that they could go now. But the girl was so exhausted that she even passed out. I had to figure out how to bring her back to consciousness. The boy went tricky. He whispered in her ear that he had heard her admit that she liked Yunmu. The girl was so frightened by what she heard that she woke up despite the incredible pain. She started screaming at him not to even dare to blab to anyone. The girl was so ashamed. She cried out that she wanted to give her soul to God right there. Big Xiong reassured Noji that he wouldn't tell anyone anything. He just wanted to wake her up. The friends saw Yunmu break out of the dome. Zhang immediately said that it was great that he was able to get out. But after a second, the young man realized that something was wrong with Li. It seemed that he was bewitched. Yunmu's eyes shone with red light. His mouth spread into a beastly grin. His whole body seemed to be possessed by a demon. The comrades also noted that he had become like a demon. Zhang said that Yunmu couldn't fully control this power yet. Trying to become an incarnation of a devil or a deity, one would lose their mind in the blink of an eye. The enemies were also dumbfounded by the guy's transformation. He destroyed the person influenced by the rainbow crystal with a single blow. That's an incredible power. A fierce battle began. Our young man instantly coped with all the attacks and destroyed the opponents. Liu Nojie looked at her Yunmu and couldn't believe her eyes. How could he become so cruel? This is not the guy she knows. He is already lost forever. Ling Zheng looked on and couldn't believe his eyes. Dozens of his men had fallen at the hands of some boy. The enemy said that you shouldn't look down on their sect because of one misstep. He's the captain of one of the best units in the clan. Full of confidence in his strength, Zhang declared that he was going to defeat Yunmu and join the ranks of Kaoshinzong's strongest warriors. The battle began. But the enemy miscalculated. Using an attack of thunder and lightning, he defeated the enemy. Meanwhile, the friends had no more strength to run away. Zhang stopped and said thoughtfully that the guy had changed a lot since the Zhengzhou competition. He had the image of the current Yunmu in front of his eyes. He didn't understand how an ordinary person could grow up in such a short period of time. Having disposed of all the enemies, Yunmu headed to the Sotor of his comrades. Except he never came out of his demon state. He flew like lightning and said he was going to destroy everyone. Liu Noji looked dumbfounded. She was afraid that he was going to attack them as well. The girl didn't know what to do. She started to shout to the guy to come to his senses, that they were his friends. But the words didn't reach Yunmu, and that's when Dacian got involved. Saying that it was time for a friendship palm, he gave a good slap to Li. He passed out and fell asleep. Noji wondered if Xiang could have pacified Yunmu's inner demon with a single slap. They looked at their friend sleeping peacefully. Dacian said that the girl was reading too many comic books since she decided to shout to the guy's heart, and he already had experience in how to bring Li to his senses. At this time, many warriors were missing from the lists in the Musicians Guild archives. Li Yunmu really caused a lot of trouble. An aide approached the president and said that several major clans had sent letters with the latest news. A conference with the clan heads began. All complained that their warriors were dead. They demanded an explanation from Tutor. The president calmly explained that apparently the people selected were weaker than Li Yunmu, and the result was obvious. They had lost the battle. He asked if that was the end of it or if there were any more questions. He informed everyone that if they were going to continue chasing the young man, he would not stop. One of the callers replied that it was out of the question. Even the members of the strongest Chaosian sect couldn't withstand such a beating. None of them were worthy of becoming part of the secret society. Todd was praised for finding a great seedling. He smiled wryly, saying naturally. Yunmu finally woke up after fighting so hard. He didn't understand what was going on around him. He asked his friends where the people from Chaosian Zong were. Naz instructed him that he had destroyed everyone, and then he tried to attack his friends. They could barely fight it off, but it was crazy scary. Our hero thought for a moment. When he realized what had happened, it was as if he remembered something important and rushed to the battlefield. Zhang and Liu looked surprised at the fleeing young man. Noji only had time to shout, asking where he was going, but there was no reply. The young man ran to the battlefield and started searching for something. He finally found it, the sacred artifact of Chaosian Zong. Apparently it now belonged to him. Zhang watched in bewilderment as his friend walked around the battle site collecting the opponent's artifacts. Dasun came closer and asked if the boy was so well off that all his thoughts were only of profit. Yunmu replied that now he had to collect all the cursed spears. Nazi watched skeptically as the guys began to divide the loot, bickering with each other, and thought that these two were not learning anything. Then Dasun got a text message. He opened it and shouted that he was now rich. Yunmu even got scared. Zhang sat down with a shaky look. Our hero said that his family was already the richest clan. But since the young man was so happy to get even richer, he would believe him. Zhang explained. They were taking bets on the internet on whether Li Yunmu would survive or not. A friend bet 100 million on him. Today, the sects released an official announcement that the hunt for Li was over. In any game of chance, the odds of winning are between 1 and 300. This time it turned out that Zhang had won 30 billion. At first, Yunmu supported his friend, saying that 30 billion was cool. But after a second, he was already sitting on top of him, saying that while he was on the verge of life and death, the first thing Zhang thought of was the possibility of making money off him. Nazi tried to calm the guys down. She yelled for them to stop or Li would break Dasun's bones. But Yunmu continued to fight with his comrade, saying that he had traded him for some 30 million. That's the price of his life. After a small scuffle, the young man decided to see what the bets were. It turned out that there were 6 other people betting on his victory besides Zhang. He sighed sadly. It felt like the whole world was waiting for him to die. When he opened the list of those who had voted, our hero was almost moved to tears. The entire Big Xiang team was there, plus Li Zi and Tang Zoken. He thought that these guys were really the best. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Continent, there was unrest in the Chaosian Zong clan. There were angry speeches coming from the young master's office that Li Yunmu was no different. The followers of the sect were discussing what had happened. It turns out that the master is so nervous because of the death of his successor pet. Pani heard that the young master took good care of his pet. He sent the boy to the slaughterhouse to strengthen his skills. He even gave him a wheel of emptiness, an artifact no one else had. He trusted his pet too much. The master sat in his study and suffered a great loss. He could not understand if his disciple had underestimated his enemy and had not used his abilities to the fullest extent. Now the master's goal was to see Li for himself and find out if he was really that strong. After tidying up, our heroes were on their way. Zhang asked Yunmu if the clothes fit him. The young man replied that it was a bit tight. He didn't expect Dasun to be so skinny. and noted that the guys were good. They had prepared well, even brought a change of clothes. Zhang said that these things had just been delivered by a courier. Yunmu wondered how he had gotten here in the middle of nowhere. A friend explained that he was a courier for the Temple of War. There was no place on Earth where he couldn't deliver something. The boys were pleased that they were lucky to learn about this organization. Otherwise, they would have had to sit in filthy rags. Noji added that this wasn't an ordinary delivery service. An ordinary courier easily dispatched the interfering gang in 1 second, so this is an unusual fighting group. His friends handed Lee a package. The boy opened it and took out a letter from the box. Zhang noticed that it was probably a welcome letter from the Temple of War. Liu Noji also confirmed that it was indeed a letter of invitation. It is what the young man needs most right now. The young man thought deeply. He didn't know what he needed right now. A friend cheerfully reported that he just didn't understand its significance. Now he had the most powerful shadow organization in the whole world behind him. Li Yunmu was astonished. He also repeated to himself that it was a shadow organization. Only for him, these words had a slightly different meaning than for the guys. At this time, some strangers appeared in Tianyun's Zhangjia's country house. A scuffle broke out between the strangers and the guards. The owner had to shoot in the air to quiet the boys. When it was quiet, he asked who they were and to what they owed their visit. It turned out to be the men from the Temple of War. They were ordered to take Li Yunmu's family there. The host froze, looking at the guests. He had not expected such a development. In the meantime, our hero asked his friends about the Temple of War. They explained to him that as soon as someone is chosen as a tester, the whole family is immediately protected by the organization. Naz assured that his family would fall under this program as well. They will be transported to the sacred temple, where it is absolutely safe. There is no risk of outsiders entering the grounds. Zhang added that the people from the Temple of War do not interfere in any way with the security policy of the testers' families. All they do is martial arts. It annoys the rulers of the secular state. Yunmu was interested in the offer. He decided to check them out when he had some free time. Dasun took out a similar envelope and suggested that his friend team up. Liu Noji was surprised that he also had such a letter. The guy explained that he had received it a long time ago, but never responded to the invitation. Noji was really hurt by this. She shouted that Zhang was stupid, and who would dare to let him into the Temple of War. Li interrupted the argument. He offered to take one of the cursed spears for himself. Her friend was also not left without a gift. Yunmu held out the refined sacred pearls to her. They would help improve a certain skill or talent. Noji sat there pondering why the guy would want to give them such good things. And Yunmu replied about the offer to team up, that he unfortunately had to decline. The next sortie could cost the guys their lives. It's very dangerous. But he said thank you. Dasyun was annoyed by this answer. He struck his comrade with what he had at hand, a spear. The young man was indignant. Why he should be hit so suddenly, and even on an open wound. The friend replied that his hand reflexively struck at Li's strange statement. Maybe something useful would come to mind. After fooling around a bit, our friends went to the spatial virtual world in the Banshee pavilion. The master was happy to see Yunmu. He told him that he had brought something cooler than last time. He pulled out an artifact in the shape of a bowl. He asked the receiver to look at it and tell him what he knew about it. The old man explained that it was a wheel of emptiness. To cast a spell, the wheel is turned one way. To remove it, you turn it the other way. He confirmed that the artifact was authentic. The shopkeeper also told me that this bowl has a second part. If you find it, you can create a super sacred artifact. Yunmu wondered where she could be found. He learned that it was in the Tower of Triumph. It could be obtained by going to the 70th floor with the rank of Punjing. Leaning over to the old man's ear, our hero asked him to get something. He hesitated a bit, saying that he couldn't sell it to him. It was too risky. Yunmu explained that it wasn't for him. He pointed at his friends and said that they had saved his life. Now he wanted to thank them. The shopkeeper replied that this item is hard to obtain, and they would cost a lot, about 10 billion yuan per piece, to which the young man replied that he didn't ask about the price. Yunmu then showed one unusual package, to which the old man encouraged him that he was a capable kid. Our hero also asked if the man had the holy water of life. He said he didn't, but he could help him find it. Coming up at that moment and hearing the conversation, Dasyun asked his friend why he needed it. After all, he already had it. The friend replied that he had already drunk it. Yunmu said that he had injured his arm during the battle, so he decided to try the effects of holy water. The bones healed instantly. Now he wants to see if the water will help the old man regrow his legs. Zhang Dasyun called a friend to come with him. He knows a place. With a wink to his comrade, Zhang said that the holy water of life is difficult to obtain, but they will achieve everything. Just need to wait a little while and test their luck. The young man took his friend to the largest underground black market in the spatial realm in Zhengzhou. It's a pretty nasty place. Zhang said that here, if you're lucky, you can buy anything. There are no middlemen, no one to interfere with the transaction. Of course, a lot of what they sell here is stolen stuff from the pockets of losers. Yunmu commented that it looked dangerous. Noji was surprised that the young master knew about such places. Zhang replied to his friends that he not only knew such places, but also frequented them. Now they should split up and find what they needed. To do so, they should be proactive. The girl picked out the directions of travel for herself. The boy cautioned her to be very careful. Yunmu walked while looking around. He reflected that he had spent a lot of time in the upper world. He had almost forgotten what life was really like for most people. Just then the guy heard two guys haggling loudly. One was angrily saying that the other was trying to sell him something with a torn page at an exorbitant price. Turning around, he saw fragments of runes from the dwarf witch tribe in the kid's hands. Yunmu approached the guy and asked him how much he wanted to sell his bundle for. He looked at our hero fearfully. The young man calmly said that he was offering a price, and he was buying. The kid jumped to his feet and shouted that 3 million. He wouldn't sell for less. He looked like a scared kitten. Lee wanted to find out how the boy got the scroll. The interlocutor at that moment raised the price to 5 million. The one who had argued about the price with the kid in front of Yunmu was indignant. It turned out that he had originally only asked for 1 million for the runes. Our hero opened his account to transfer to the young merchant the sum indicated. The people around him wondered how he had so much money and whether he was really going to pay it to some boy. Then they recognized him as the legendary Li Yunmu, who had recently become a major general. The frightened kid also heard talk about who was bargaining with him, and he was very much startled. Yunmu gave the money to the boy, and now he asked him to tell him where he got it from. The boy was frightened and said that he knew nothing about the origin of the scroll. He had stolen it to make money. The little boy cried. He said that his brother was sick and needed money for treatment. If the young man wanted, he would give him back all the money, but only if he did not arrest him. Our guy told the little guy that since he really needed that money so badly, he could consider it borrowed. Lastly, Lee warned the kid, although life is hard, it's wrong to make money by cheating. You shouldn't do it again, or you might run into someone worse. It's better not to tempt fate. When he left the market, he saw that his friends were already waiting for him in the car. Daseun asked if he had found what he was looking for. He and Liu had no luck. Yunmu replied that he couldn't find any. He showed his purchases, a 3-dimensional celestial eye and some tattered scroll. The girl was surprised that he had bought only 1 scroll. There must be a whole collection of ancient records. What was the point of one? Yunmu laughed. He said he had 2 of them, and pulled out another one. Zhang sighed skeptically. In a couple of seconds, our hero was already sitting sad on the ground. Friends asked about the reason for such a sudden depression. The guy replied that he had spent the money for nothing. After all, he didn't even know why he wanted the scrolls. His comrades cheered him up. There's no need to be upset. After all, they're going to the Dark Realm. Maybe the runes will be useful there. Yunmu became animated. He asked if his friends had really decided to go with him. They confirmed their decision. The boys arrived at the foot of a high mountain. The Dark Realm is considered to be the realm of the upper world. Many beasts came from there to hone their abilities, even though this venture was extremely dangerous. Yunmu took a deep breath and noted the low oxygen content in the air. He asked Zhang how long their walk would take. Daseun asked without complaint. They had just approached the area they needed. The mountain was the center point of the Dark Realm. Yunmu was already exhausted from lack of oxygen. He fell to the ground and began to capriciously say that he couldn't walk anymore. The friends started to get nervous. He said that he was not a small child, and no one was going to carry him in his arms. Just then, some kind of shadow appeared behind him. The stranger said it was crazy. They came here by car and he was walking on his own. Daseun drew his weapon, pointing it at the supposed stranger, asking who was here. Tang Zhen came out from behind a tree. He asked me not to be so nervous. All 3 of them wondered what he was doing here. The guy explained that he was the one who gave the map to Yunmu. They are strong and will break through the siege in no time. That's why he decided to come early and wait here. As he approached Li, Tang said that the Kaoshin Zong sect had issued an official announcement. They were giving 3 days to return the Wheel of Emptiness. Yunmu said he didn't have the artifact. Walking down the path, Noje said that it was rumored that the sect wanted to collect all the sacred artifacts to form a special purpose squad. Their master Ye Qing is quite young. He had achieved the same success in the Tower of Triumph as Yunmu. That's also where he obtained this bowl. Thane got a little nervous and coughed. It was obvious that he didn't know how to start. Poto turned to Yunmu and said that his little sister, If the guy had a couple minutes, he could ask her out on behalf of Yoken. Our hero even turned white from the sudden rush of emotions. A second later, he was standing at the nearest tree, beating his fists on it. When Zhang asked him what was going on, he said that for some reason he was in a bad mood and wanted to hurt someone. The boy's mind was filled with passion. He imagined he was pinning Tang Zhoushan to a tree. He thought he had accepted him as a brother, and he had decided to lay eyes on his sister. As long as he lived, Tang should forget about her. Yunmu drew his sword and chopped down the tree. So much resentment boiled up in him. Everyone looked on in bewilderment. Only Yoken said, "Why is he acting like a child? He was even acting childishly." Yunmu gritted his teeth and told him to leave him alone. Then a snake crawled out of the bushes towards our comrades. The boy jumped back, shouting that it was huge. Tang was the first to react. He struck the monster with the Heavenly Demon Emperor Dragon Strike. When he got to his feet, he told the others to be careful. There are many of these monsters in the local forest. It's no time to relax. Our hero noted to himself that he hadn't seen the guy for a few days. But in that time, he had managed to pump up quite well. Along the way, the guy thought that there were several groups of high-level large beasts that were considered shadow companion spirits. Moving through the dark forest, the young man commanded the system to resurrect his shadows. The system said it had spent 2,000 points to do so. Taking a moment to rest, Lee pulled out the runes. He said the ghosts would only appear when they could decipher this pile of incomprehensible symbols. He hoped he hadn't wasted $5 million. His comrades called out to him. They suggested that he get away from his papers and eat some meat. As the young man set the runes aside and turned to his friends, Sunpa was already reaching for his papers. Turning around, Yunmu saw that the monkey already had the writing. He beckoned it to him to return the manuscript. In response to his manipulations, the guy was slapped. The animal started to run away. The young man began to chase after the monkey, shouting curses. Tang followed him and said that they were not going to wait long. His friends watched what was happening and mocked his comrade, saying that he had nothing else to do and decided to play with the monkey. A young man in pursuit of the animal reached the waterfall. He threw the spear and the monkey released the scroll from his paws. The boy finally picked up the runes. He wailed that he shouldn't have run so fast and far if he was going to give him the scroll. Our hero saw the monkey disappear in a stream of water. He guessed that there was something behind the waterfall. He followed the animal and found a cave going deep into the mountain. It was very dark. The boy walked for quite a while and realized that it didn't look like a natural cave. But monkeys couldn't have dug it either. The boy thought he saw the outline of a person nearby. When he looked into the darkness, he realized that there really was someone there. The boy came closer and asked if he could recognize. The next second, panic gripped the young man. A skeleton was sitting in front of him. Lee shrieked in surprise and bounced away. He sat down on the ground. As he came to, he reasoned that it was definitely a man. And it looked like he'd long since given his soul to God. He noticed a glowing orb next to the skeleton. He thought that the owner wouldn't need it, so he crawled over to grab it. Footsteps were heard. The young man panicked again. Someone was coming in his direction. A second later, the furry paws were on his face. The boy screamed in pain. Turning to see who had come, Yunmu didn't immediately realize who it was. He was wearing a mask, apron, and bracelets. But when the mask was removed, it turned out to be a baboon. Lee Yunmu began to resent him for being so fast. He asked why he had appeared so suddenly. Then he exhaled and replied that it was useless to ask the animal. It would not get an answer anyway. And then the baboon put on his mask again and rushed to attack the young man. The fight began. The monkey wrestled on par with Yunwu. The boy was very surprised. That's not a fighting stance. It's a technique similar to the stringmen. The beast attacked again. Our hero realized that he couldn't just survive. He drew his sword and used the Thunderblade technique. But for some reason, the sword didn't work in the cave. It looked like an ordinary piece of iron. Out of nowhere, a monkey jumped out at Yunma again. The guy shouted out in surprise that it pissed him off, and he got a slap from his new acquaintance, so much so that he flew off. As he hit the wall of the cave, Yunmu noted that his opponent was strong. He knows how to fight. The monkey must have deliberately lured the young man into the cave. Here, for some reason, his sword doesn't work. So the boy summoned his shadows. But then the system informed me that the shadow spirits had been summoned for the first time since the resurrection. You would have to wait 2 hours to use them. The young man was clearly annoyed by the news. And the menacing baboon was already flying towards the boy in a new attack. Yunmu only now realized that he had gotten himself into a risky business. But the guy had one more trick up his sleeve, and he went on the attack, saying it was his turn. The monkey flew away from our hero's powerful onslaught. The young man followed, saying that he wasn't finished yet. The baboon started to defend himself. The guy was shocked how he knew this technique. The ape's physical attributes were top-notch. The defense was so good that Yunmu couldn't inflict a scratch on the beast. Finally, one of the maneuvers reached its target. The guy succeeded in breaking the mask. Yunmu looked at his opponent and hoped something must change. But he saw a bestial grin and sheer determination. The young man shouted that he had hit it so hard he couldn't feel his leg, but the beast was still alive. The monkey shouted one word, punishment, and began to emit a huge amount of fighting energy. The boy realized he had to retreat. The cave might just not be able to withstand such an energy surge and collapse. Yunmu told the baboon that if they kept fighting, the ceiling would collapse on them. They should stop and save themselves. He headed for the exit. But the monkey... Turns out she just wanted to protect the skeleton. And now she was heading over to pull it out. But it was too slow. The guy rushed after the baboon. He told him not to try to save the dead man. Tossed him to the exit. He started pulling out the monkey's treasure. The animal was able to get out in time. But there was a cave-in. The entrance was blocked and began to flood. The baboon rushed to shovel the rocks. A powerful blow followed from the side of the cave. It was Yunmu who was breaking his way out. Yunmu appeared out of the hole with a skeleton on his back. He handed the treasure to the monkey, saying that he was returning it. The baboon was so happy that he began to dance. Our hero looked at him and did not understand the meaning of his exclamations. It gradually came to Yunmu's attention. This is the brother of the Destruction King. He is also a spatial beast, so he should be able to understand the baboon language. Then we need urgent help to translate. The boy turned to the lone king. He was a little indignant, saying who was the young man that the king himself should translate for him. But then he began to help. This skeleton belongs to the baboon's master. But he was his friend first and foremost. He never treated the beast as a pet. He trained him in kung fu and even told and showed him how to use the power of strings. A few years ago, the master became interested in one of the practices and moved to the area to study it. Everything was fine until one moment. The master was close to success, but the resulting forces got out of control and attacked him. Before his death, he was very sorry. He thought that someone should master this technique. Then the beast vowed to fulfill the master's wish. He stayed in the cave waiting for the able man. When the baboon was about to give up, Yunmu appeared, and he asked the boy to accept the gift. The beast rolled the sphere of energy in front of the boy. He said that if the boy accepted it, the master would be pleased. Yunmu was surprised as to why exactly he had such confidence in him. Baboon explained. During the fight, he realized that the guy was incredibly strong, but suppressed most of his energy. Despite the mortal risk, he helped rescue the master's remains from the collapsing cave. So Lee is a good man. The beast considers his choice fair, and our hero has agreed to accept the gift. The young man took the sphere in his hands. He realized that it was a Chao Yang Da Yang Gong. The beast was scared that the guy was going to start practicing right away. Yunmu confirmed his assumption. He said he was just practicing. The baboon warned him. The master had spent months studying it, but he was never able to complete it. It was impossible to even understand its principle in such a short time. The young man thought for a moment. It was clear from the animal's eyes how serious he was. Lee commanded the system to select a scanning method. He received the answer. The great flame art of Chaoyang can absorb the essence of the sun and moon combined with the strength of a single person, creating a huge flaming ball, giving the power of a divine phoenix to the wielder. But the technique is flawed. There was an error in its creation. Therefore, it is theoretically impossible to complete it. If trained to its fullest potential, its power will devastate the wielder and batter him to death before the study is complete. Yunmu inquired if there was a way around the effect. In response, he heard that he needed to find the Great Sun, Black Gold Ju, Blood Honorable Hegemony, and Wash Ju and exchange them. Lee had the entire set. He ordered the system to exchange the items and start practicing. The next second, he felt a choking sensation. The system reported that he had done 3 exercises on one breath, so his body was very weak and needed to rest. The guy managed to tell the monkey with the skeleton that he was now, and he fainted. After coming to his senses, the young man told the monkey that he would show him the art of the great Chaoyang flame. He jumped up and released the power from the sphere. The energy streams flowed through his body. He was then surrounded by a pillar of fiery energy that topped with phoenix wings. The guy was euphoric. He shouted to the Monkey King how he liked the sight. He couldn't hold back his tears. His master's labors were not in vain. It was the great Chaoyang Dayangong. Yunmu and his new acquaintance built a ritual bonfire and bid the master a proper farewell. The baboon said thank you very much for everything. Li Yunmu replied that he was no stranger to respecting those who raised and trained us. He thought that the master had risked his life and trained hard to leave something important for future generations. Now he has gone quietly, and both of them are free of this burden. Looking at the boy, the Monkey King said he was good, and from today he has a new friend. He also decided to give the young man 2 more things. He didn't know what the liquid in the bottle was, but he said that the master had treated it with great care, and the sign is a kind of token that identifies its owner. So it should be taken too. As he left, the baboon told the young man to be careful. He would face many challenges in the future. Yunmu also wished good luck to his new acquaintance. Left alone, the guy took a closer look. There was blood in the bottle, but the next second it was on fire. Our hero couldn't understand what was happening. The liquid from the bottle burst out and he found himself in a ring of fire. After another second, the flames soared upwards. It was then that Yunmu saw what it was. It was indeed a phoenix. It stood a huge pillar of fire in front of the young man. He was amazed. He reached out his hand to touch it, but he didn't have time. A sharp slap on the back sounded from behind. It was Zhang coming in. He had already searched for his friend, and sternly asked what he was doing here. Yunmu shouted in excitement for a friend to look, but when he turned around, he realized that the bird was gone. The guy hung back a little. He was trying to figure out if she'd flown away or if it was just a hallucination. Dasyun called out to his comrade. He said that enough of this nonsense. It's time to go back to the others. It's not safe to walk around here. For the next month, the team fought various spatial beasts and monsters, practicing and gradually getting stronger. Liu Noji and Zhang Daxiang joined the ranks of Jinjing Xian's fighters. Li Yunmu had not forgotten about his old friend Zhang Kai. Coming from the lower city, with the least combat experience, he was able to progress well under Li's guidance. So he arranged for him to be a household manager at Qinglong Xinjiang Mansion. But Yunmu himself didn't want to advance in rank. He stayed as a crystal fighter. However, he was able to successfully create a third shadow spirit. It turned out to be a woman. The boy couldn't wait to experience the new shadow. He packed his backpack and said goodbye to the team. After informing his team that he was going to the tower to retrieve the sacred artifact, he set off down the path. He told everyone to just practice and wait for news of his new triumph. Reaching the border of Sunset Town, the boy was unpleasantly surprised. The teleportation array was under maintenance. Captain Wu confirmed that teleportation between tiers of the tower was prohibited. Li started to persuade, because maintenance would have to be completed, so why not do it right now? The captain admitted that the real reason for the ban was equipment problems, and maintenance is just an excuse. He told the fellow that he himself had seen one of the travelers the other day just burst inside a pipe. Immediately an order came down prohibiting teleportation, and it's not allowed to spread about it. In fact, the employee is not thrilled about it either. He doesn't want him, a small man, to have to give up this job. Yunmu said he had something for Uncle Wu. Oh held out a token to the man. If he wants, he can find a manager named Zhang Kai in the Qinglong family's main estate. He will give him a well-paid and relatively safe job, and Wu can finally be reunited with his family. The man was overjoyed. He thanked the young star general. The captain prompted the young man to go to Vega City. There's an independent teleportation array in Taya. It might work there. Standing at the huge statue erected near the city gate, the guy thought that the owner of the city obviously likes to exaggerate everything. Before he could appear in the city, the young man had already become a local star. He was immediately recognized. When he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl with blue hair. She said that a gentleman wanted to invite the boy to have dinner with her. The boy was surprised to be recognized so quickly. He realized that the city lord was looking for him. Yunmu remembered Uncle Wu's words. He said that the lord of the city was a legend. She was just an ordinary weaver. But one day, a strange power awakened inside her. Thanks to that, she became the holy warrior of the city. The girl hasn't forgotten her troubled past, and called herself the Warrior Weaver. And with that, the city was renamed Weaver Girl City. It's the friendliest of the major cities in Zhengzhou, and the city lord is well liked. Sitting in the car, our hero asked why the city lord was looking for a little-known boy from a foreign land. The girl driver replied that he had his own considerations. He would find out in person. Yunmu was brought to the lord of the city. At this moment, the girl was taking a bath. She didn't turn to the boy. The young man looked on in amazement. If this was the holy warrior. There was a halo of unknown energy around the girl. The boy thought that this was the strongest person he had ever seen with his own eyes. She started talking. She said she could feel his power in her back. But the bloodline has nothing to do with the holy lineage. The boy was astonished. She was able to determine that the rumors of him belonging to the holy lineage were false. She is indeed a holy warrior. Meanwhile, the girl has already moved from the bathroom to the chair. She goes on to say that you don't get the title of Star General for pretty eyes. That's impressive. In response, the guy asked what the reason for the audience was. The girl agreed that there was no point in stalling, so she started a direct conversation. She asked if Yunmu knew about the Kuan Yu War. The young man answered in the affirmative. Every 3 years, the continent heads choose the 2 best fighters and send them to the tournament. The winners take the front position and can receive more resources than before. Traditionally, the fighters are the gifted children of aristocrats. The Weaver hoped that this time the Eastern continent would win, and the whole world will recognize Lee Yunmu's name. The boy was confused by what he heard. He started to argue that it was none of his business. The girl calmly continued, "This year's situation is very special. The Earth's energy is abnormal. This has never happened before. Big changes may happen in the near future." The young man wondered, abnormal energy? Then it was the cause of the problems with the teleportation array. The Saintess continued to speak. She said that the guild heads were determined to pre-select the strongest fighters to prepare for the competition. All restrictions will be lifted. The girl, like him, is an ordinary person. But she believes that the guy will achieve excellent results and benefit the Zhongzhou mainland. Yunmu hesitated for a moment. This was a troublesome matter. Such a thing was not in his plans. Rising from her chair, the Holy Weaver said she would give him time to think. And for today, the reception was over. She ordered Qing'er to take him to the teleportation array. A few minutes later, Li was already there, at the Tower of Triumph. He was surprised by the incredible pandemonium outside the tower building. Not knowing what the matter was, the boy decided not to give himself away just yet. He pulled his hood up over his face. The young man began to make his way through the crowd of onlookers. He heard 2 people talking. They were discussing the bets. One of them, in response to who he bet on, said Lin Shuang. Explaining his choice, he said that she was the only disciple of a holy warrior known as a living battle weapon. Therefore, she must be strong. The other one argued with him. He said that a lot of people have been here recently. That's why he's betting on the holy maiden Shuangqin Yue. She'll definitely be able to ask everyone. Yunmu walked closer to the 2 people and asked what was going on. "Why are there so many people in the square?" The guy told a passerby that Ye Qing from the Kaoshan sect had recently decided to challenge Yunmu. He promised that he would reach the 70th floor of the tower before Li and take all the rewards. But in the end, the smart ones decided to split up and went through the 70th floor before Li faster than Ye Qing. Our hero was thinking, turns out he's been challenged. Why doesn't he know about it? As someone who hardly ever uses the internet, going to the mail he saw. Turns out he had been informed, and the guys kept saying, "Those who wished to enter the tower early yesterday morning." But Yunmu never showed up. One of the guys our hero was talking to began to scrutinize him. He asked if they had met before. Yunmu pulled back his hood and replied that he was mistaken. The boy walked and pondered. Some group of people had been shirting the tower since yesterday. He should hurry up, so he headed for the entrance. As he approached the portal door, he read the lists of participants. He said thoughtfully, wondering how many of them were in their 20s. He'd have to keep up the good work. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up. On the doorstep, he activated his army, Li Yunmu's army. With him were the 3 shadows and Li Linglong. The people at the foot of the tower were avidly watching what was happening inside. They were discussing Ye Qing's progress. A message popped up that he had climbed to the 45th floor. Some believed in his victory, while others said that it was complicated. After 3 days of discussion, Ye Qing stopped at the 66th floor. Someone in the crowd noticed that several hundred people from the Tianzong sect had appeared in the square. There were rumors that even if Ye Qing didn't pass the 70th floor, the sequel would be just as interesting. The guys in the set won't let him go so easily. He urgently needs the artifact from the 70th floor, so he will definitely win. Another gawker said that it had been quite some time since several players had gone up. The level 70th pioneer would soon be determined. At that moment, while fighting another monster, Ye Qing found himself on the 70th floor. A huge octopus monster stood in front of him. The master was shocked. It was a nightmare. It was such a difficult test. He was setting himself up that he couldn't give up. He had undergone long and arduous Pujing training to reach this level. There are also those here who have been demoted for failing missions. The young man used the Promethean flame technique, but the monster did not retreat. The heated battle continued. Meanwhile, an emergency notification flashed on the tower screens. It was Li Yunmu from Zhongzhou mainland congratulating him. He had successfully passed the 70th floor of the Tower of Triumph. Ye Qing couldn't believe what he heard. Suddenly, the monster exploded. He was thrown back by the blast wave. Lying in the ruins, the master thought that this strongest artifact must be his. Lin Shuang also heard the message. She was surprised that he had managed to grow to such a level in a few months. A real monster. The onlookers could not believe the message. They didn't understand when the young man had managed to enter the tower, and he was the first one to make it through. At this time, our hero was slowly coming out of the tower door. Someone in the crowd shouted that there he was, the one mentioned in the notice. He was the first person to receive the artifact from the 70th floor of the tower. Yunmu was annoyed. What kind of notification could there be? After all, he had purposely hidden his name from the table. What had happened? Somebody yelled that the guy was leaving. Hurry up and follow him. The young man boiled up. He tried to assure that it was some kind of mistake, said he wanted to leave. But even the hood didn't help him hide. Suddenly, someone put up a fire barrier near the young man. The Kaoshinzong sect members approached him. At the head of them was the Northern Elder. He wouldn't come for nothing. And since his best disciple, Ye Qing, had lost, he was trying not to lose face. The man proposed an exchange. 2 artifacts from the Tower of Glory for a matching spar. Li refused. He sent the elder to try his luck on the black market. He added that he had no idea who in their right mind would buy such terms. Then the elder said that since the peace talks had failed, the young man should not be offended, and he launched a great flame to attack. At first the young man didn't realize what was happening, but then a fireball flew at him. He barely had time to dodge it. The man started threatening our hero, asked if he expected to run away from his attacks forever. It is enough to give him the sacred artifact and everything will stop. Yunmu, taking off his hood, said that it annoyed him so much that the Kaoshinzong sect was getting high on traps. Smiling with a wicked grin, our guy said since his mother didn't teach his attacker not to play with fire, he was out of luck. Our hero said since Grandpa likes to play with fire, let's have some fun. Yunmu used his supreme mastery of fire. One of the sect shouted that the entire dome was on fire. The energy pressure suddenly changed so much. The young man shouted for the opponent to watch him destroy the barrier, and summoned the karmic flame technique. The elder looked at the guy and thought that he was strong for dodging all the attacks so quickly. The dome did not yield to Yunmu. The absorption worked. Everyone started laughing at the young man. They were expecting a super reception. The guy was ashamed of himself too and was ready to collapse on the spot. There's no way to make up any nonsense about it. Lee started swearing at the system. She said the practice had been improved, but it turned out to be completely useless. In response, he received a comment that water could not be used here. Yunmu clarified what that meant. The system explained that the attacks of both opponents were of the same origin. There was no point in fighting fire with fire. The elder said he wasn't going to waste any more time here, and used a big fire attack. Yunmu stood back and didn't have time to dodge the fireball. But what happened? The boy felt no pain. It was just an ordinary fireball to him, and his body absorbed it completely. The man was stunned. Lee had completely absorbed the attack of the great flame formation. The elder thought, is his body an elemental body? Or did he use some kind of technique? That's impossible. Yunmu said that he seemed to have figured it out. If his assumption was correct, then he commanded the great flame array to approach him. The guy raised his hand, and the entire fire dome safely retracted into it. The people around him were whispering. He had succeeded in absorbing the great flame array. What happened? The elder inquired about the guy's training. He assumed they were of the same origin as the techniques of their sect. The man glared angrily at Lee. He said that if he didn't explain who he was, he wouldn't dream of going home today. Just then, from the back, the guy heard a familiar voice. He was asked if he was still a magnet for trouble as before. Turning around, Yunmu saw an old acquaintance, Lin Shuang. She said she hadn't seen him in a long time. She asked him how he was doing. Our hero didn't have time to reply to his girlfriend before an enraged Ye Qing swooped down on him. He shouted how much more the guy was willing to do to make his life hell. At this moment, from all the manipulation, a jade pendant fell out of Yunmu's pocket and was handed to him by the baboon. It was noticed by the cult leader. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. At the same second, he rushed at the student and ordered him to stop the scuffle. The elder then froze in a deep bow before the young man. Everyone, including Li, didn't understand what had happened. The man ordered Ye Qing to kneel down in front of Yunmu. The man began to protest, shouted that he wasn't going to do it. Li had caused him so much pain, destroyed his successor. But the leader would not listen to him. He bellowed menacingly for him to kneel and bow to the young man. The teacher forcibly took the naughty student by the head himself and pinned him in a bow. The man began to say that they had acted recklessly. He never thought that Yunmu would become the master. The boy asked what he was talking about. The elder explained that his jade pendant was an identity card. Yunmu looked at the artifact, so this was what had happened. The man said that Shizu had once gone on an endless journey around the world to practice the great Chaoyang Gong. He never came back again. The elder did not expect to hear about him and see a receiver who had learned this intricate technique. The boy looked skeptically at the people around him. He didn't expect that this old man and that skeleton baboon would be from the same sect. It seemed that this clan was really complicated. The sect leader continued, "If the young man has Sisu's jade pendant, he is therefore the new Sisu." The man knelt down and bowed his head. He asked the master to return to his clan and help his disciples complete the great flame practice. Yunmu replied that he didn't want to hear it. First they attacked the innocent and now they are asking for a favor. Ye Qing was angry at the young man's arrogance. He challenged our hero. He offered to go with him to the Kuan Yu War, and there everyone will see who's really good. At the Tower of Triumph, Li was a few minutes ahead of Yi. If he had been quicker, things would have turned out differently. Our guy replied that he was sorry about that, and teased Yi a little bit. In response to the invitation, the young man cited that he did not want to get involved in the war between the states. Li, smiling, looked into his opponent's eyes, said the one claims that Yunmu a few minutes was faster, and in fact he entered the tower a day later. The elder intervened in the conversation. He shouted at the disciple not to be rude to his elders. However, Ye Qing was not deterred. He threatened our hero that one day he would find him and destroy him. Free from unnecessary conversations and unnecessary attention, Li went for a walk. He bought a bottle of soda from a vending machine and just wanted to open it, as again, he was called out. The guy almost dropped the drink. It was Lin Shuang. She had also decided to wet her throat after visiting the tower. The girl noticed that Yunmu was talking to the Zhongzhou sect head in a rather arrogant manner. He could keep his face. The young man responded by saying that he was a vindictive person and wants to find out who ratted him out. He asked Sister Shuang if she knew why the notification that he had passed the 70th level came to everyone, although the name in the table was hidden. It turns out that by passing the 70th floor, the participant is automatically authorized to participate in the worldwide battle. Each winner appears in a new ranking. There is no point in hiding your name. The guy sighed. It's not easy to remain anonymous like this. Shuang clarified. Indeed, Li would not go to Kuan Yu's war. The young man confirmed, commenting that it was a problem. He replied that there was too much talk about the tournament this year. There might be a conspiracy behind it. After finishing his drink, Yunmu announced that he was going to Jifeng, there to join Dasun and Noji. He suggested that Lin go with him. The friends would miss him. But the girl could not, as she had not yet finished her preparations for the tournament. The young man arrived in Jifeng at the end of the school day. There were no more students, and the teacher was cleaning the blackboard. Appearing in the doorway of the classroom, Yunmu asked why he was washing the blackboard himself. During his apprenticeship, the teacher had assigned Li to do it every day. Walking up to the teacher, Yunmu took away the rag. The teacher said cheerfully that he had finally had enough and decided to come back. He asked why ours was his. Wiping the blackboard, the young man replied that the teacher had traveled the world in search of adventure. He had to see for himself that the boy had finally returned home. At the teacher's smirk, Yunmu sneered, "Isn't that what all first-class fathers expect?" In response, the man said, laughing, that the boy had really grown up. Now, it will be easier to clean the board. Putting the brush on the table, Yunmu began to tell his older comrade that strange things were happening to Earth. The teleportation array was failing and travel was difficult. The man commented on everything that was going on. It turns out that a cosmic crack has recently appeared. Powerful energy is continuously oozing out of it. The teleportation array is exposed, so it is not stable. Yunmu inquired where the crack was located. The teacher didn't know. The young man asked if the ruins were still open. The teacher said that the freshmen were still practicing in them. The boy said he had some free time and would be happy to practice. The teacher asked if he thought he wasn't strong enough yet. After all, Li is at the top of the rankings among his peers. Yunmu replied that it never hurt to get stronger, especially since he had something else on his mind. Lying on his bed at home, the boy sank into thought. He wondered if he was taking on too much. He can't trust people after the situation with his father. He needs to make himself realize that the only one who won't quit isn't himself. So he has to try to become a better person than before. He recalled his teacher's words that he did not want to rely on others. When he was in trouble, he solved problems on his own. But now he had friends who were willing to sacrifice themselves to save a friend. The man stated that no matter how strong a person is, it is simply impossible to do some things alone. You need to give yourself some rest. You need to try to trust your buddies more and rely on them more often in times of need. Teacher Li didn't sleep that night either. Just then, a call came over the walkie-talkie. He was told under the code name Night Dog to leave immediately. The Kaoshin building was troubled at night. That's where the Night Dog went on his mission. He stood outside by the window and listened to the two men in the room planning an unkind deed. One of them was Ye Qing. He asked a stranger for help. Since Yunmu had destroyed his disciple and stolen a sacred artifact, he craved revenge. Behind the table, a second young man was sitting in a chair. He answered the other man not to worry. Since they were allies now, the problems were common. The man saw Ye Qing, but he couldn't figure out who the other guy was. He heard what they said about Yunmu, that he would lose all hope during the competition. He clearly understood from what he heard that the target of their competition was Li Yunmu, and he wanted to immediately report it to headquarters, but the connection was cut off. Suddenly there was an explosion. The conspirators discovered the spy. Ye Qing jumped out of the building and threw himself into the attack using the Promethean flame technique. The opponent reacted perfectly and deflected his punch. The night guest was stronger than Qin, and he couldn't deal with him. His interlocutor mockingly walked to the edge of the broken window and said that the night watchman must not be allowed to leave. Otherwise, the case is trashy. The battle of the two oppositions continued, but all of Ye Qing's attacks were repulsed, and he himself had already been wounded. The unknown man continued to watch quietly. He reasoned that this was truly one of the strongest night guards. There was a reason why this puppy's fame was spreading so quickly. The next second, the unknown man attacked the night guard. He didn't have time to react, and the blow hit him. The night dog sat on the ground. His mask had fallen off. He was wounded. His mask was off, and he was wounded. An unknown enemy approached the guard. He said, "I'm sorry, but for the sake of the cause today, a man must die." The night guard asked the guy who he was. He took off his hood. The master recognized him. It was someone painfully familiar, but a traitor. Yunmu woke up in the morning in a good mood. He had gotten a great night's sleep, calmly brushed his teeth, and reflected on the peaceful days. Lin An started banging on the door. He was yelling about problems. Li Yunmu hurriedly opened without even taking the toothbrush out of his mouth. He asked his friend what he was so angry about in the morning. The guy started to get hysterical about the trouble that had happened. Our hero listened to everything as if in delirium. He could not believe what he had heard. After sitting in a daze for a few seconds, dropping the brush, Yunmu interrogated Anya on what he had just said. In the schoolyard, the students gathered in front of the graveyard where their beloved teacher lay covered with a sheet. The doctor stated that he had been abused and tortured before his death. The disciples listened to the doctor's conclusion with sorrow. Noji cried, surprised at such cruelty. The doctor showed the chain that was found in the deceased's hand. Yunmu recognized this chain. It belonged to Ye Qing. The boy's eyes filled with hatred. The young man rushed forward, shouting that he would send Ye Qing to the other world. His friends looked at him dumbfounded. Noji said that he had lost his mind, and shouted for the boy to stop. Zhang managed to catch up and bring his friend to the ground in a leap. He shouted to bring him to his senses. Asked what he was going to do. Where is the always calm Li Yunmu? The young man lay on the ground, furious and powerless, begging Zhang to let him go. He would destroy Ye Qing. Dasyun wouldn't let go. He said they only had the necklace. It won't give any answers. Did he really think that the Kaoshan clan would give Ye Qing to him? The young man had already stopped twitching. He replied to his comrade that he would then have a massacre with the whole clan. Zhang didn't back down. He said that they would go to the slaughterhouse together. But can the two of them really do it together? And even if it succeeds, how is he going to explain to the string people that he destroyed the clan for nothing? Yunmu screamed in despair. He beat his fists against the pavement. The young man found a way out. He went to Vegas City. The Holy Weaver did not expect such a visit. Li indicated that he would like to participate in the competition. The girl smiled. She asked the reason why his opinion had changed. Yunmu asked with boiling anger in his eyes, did he understand correctly that in this kind of competition, accidentally killing an opponent was not punishable? Saint giggled. How funny he was. The young man asked nervously that it was okay when he was about to kill someone. The girl said she is not interested in the reasons. She wants to know if he really intends to fight. His motivation alone is enough. But usually you need a team of two to compete. The young man said confidently that he could do it alone. His determination was unwavering. Yunmu returned to the academy. He approached the classroom. The door was open. No one was there. Director Tang An called out to him. He offered him a cup of tea, but the boy declined. Li went up to the roof where they often held lessons. He remembered everything his mentor had taught him. It was as if time had stopped. He sat there thinking. Tears ran down his cheeks. Dacian found the comrade. He quietly stood behind and said that you should cry when you want to. Why play tough? Yunmu wiped away his tears and told his friend that he had asked City Master Zhengzhou to recommend him for the competition. He said that he had to destroy Ye Qing even if he was alone. Zhang nodded affirmatively, said Li corrected himself. After pondering for a few minutes, Yunmu turned to Dasyun. He asked him for help. Zhang slowly turned around and walked towards the exit, calling out to his comrade. Yunmu asked where he was going. Dasyun turned around and said where else could he go? He needs to climb the tower. After hard thinking, our hero slept like a dead man in his bed. But then the network started ringing and asking to connect. There was some news. The young man opened his eyes and looked at the screen. The boy from whom he had bought the runes was waiting for him. The boy asked him to come to the black market again. Yunmu went and had no regrets. The joyful little boy handed him a vial of holy water. The young man asked where he got it. The boy said that last time he had heard that he had been looking for it, and so he got it from an old man not so long ago. Li asked about the price of the goods. The boy smiled with his toothless mouth and said to forget about money. He added that he had lived here since childhood and knew every corner. If his brother had any questions, he would answer them and would not take any money. The boy said that was the end of it. He waved his hand and ran away. Yunmu wanted to ask him something else, but he couldn't hear him. He looked thoughtfully after him, thinking that the boy had had a hard time. Yunmu went to the gate of the war room. He shouted to see if anyone was there. A guard appeared from the top of the building. He said that this was a battlefield and that entry was forbidden. The young man introduced himself, gave his identification number, and showed the invitation. He said he was looking for his parents here. The gate opened and the guy was invited to go inside. As he entered, he saw how natural and interesting everything was here. Lots of greenery, beautiful buildings, and quiet people. Yunma was greeted by a security guard and invited to go to the conference room. The guy was surprised and a little tense. Why would he want to go to the conference room? He didn't want to go there. Two guys took our hero under their arms and led him away. He tried to say that he had come here to find someone, that he didn't want to be checked. He got the answer that since he came with an invitation, he belongs to the Temple of War. Inspection is necessary. The young man was getting more and more nervous. Energy filled his body. The guy used the thunderclap technique to get rid of the escorts. They scattered to the sides. Lee stood in a cloud of dust and said that they had brought this on themselves since they didn't listen to anyone at all. But in the dissolving dust he saw his escorts, who reasoned that the roll of thunder was certainly good. But the battle was still a long way off. Yunmu hung back. He thought that this was the Temple of War. Here even his roll of thundercan could easily be transmitted to the gatekeeper. This is frightening. A man in his late teens came up. He sternly asked who was making noise. The guard began to explain. It turned out that it was the War Temple General Qin Feng himself who had come. He looked at the young man sternly. A man in a wheelchair followed the general and asked why he had run away without finishing his game of chess. The boy recognized the man as his uncle. He started to get emotional about why his old man was here. He was surprised they knew each other. The young man pointed his finger at Qin Feng and was already shouting that it was the general. How could this commoner know him? Li Senior explained that En and Qin Feng were old friends, and he asked his nephew where he thought armed martial agitators came from. The boy couldn't understand it. He asked the general why he was friends with this old man. He didn't even wake up, too lazy. Also a lecher. What does Qin Feng want with him? A relative asked why his little boy came here. Did he want to hurt himself more? In response, the boy threw a vial of holy water at his feet. Senior Lee picked up the vial and said that she was not easy to get. The young man replied that it should help him get back on his feet. The old man immediately opened and drank the entire contents of the vial. The remedy worked. His legs grew back and he stood on them firmly. The grown man cheered like a child, jumping up and down and yelling that it was so comfortable to be on his own 2 feet. The young man said since his legs have grown back, he will go. He said hello from his mom and sister. The general asked if the nephew needed to be vetted. The boy replied that he had already participated in the battle in Vega City. If he joined the Temple of War now, there would be unnecessary hassle. The men asked him what his future plans were. Yunmu informed them that the battle was still a month away. He is going to undergo special training in the Dark Zone, because he must win the battle. His uncle approved of the choice. The Dark Zone, a place to improve battle technique. He added that he couldn't help fighting a human, but offered his and the general's help in training. Some guy came to the Lord's mansion in Vega City. He asked for an audience with the Holy Weaver. She asked me to bring him in. It was Zhang Daxun. He bowed at the feet of the Lord and asked to be sent to battle, to make him stronger. The girl was surprised. The eldest son of the Zhang family, the richest man in this city, actually kneeled before the stranger. She asked, "Where is the pride of the Zhang family?" The guy, without getting off his knees, replied that he had someone who needed help. His pride is worthless. He can't be his trusted helper, so he has to get stronger. The weaver looked on with surprised eyes. The boy kept saying that she could do whatever she wanted with him. Lord replied that her training can be very hard. He has to keep up. As she left, she informed me that special training starts every day at 3 o'clock. You have to be on time. Meanwhile, there was a stir in the Temple of War. The boy approached from the back of the crowd. Everyone was cheering someone on, wishing them luck. They were saying that if he lost, he didn't need to lose face in the Temple of War. This guy was Zhan Wuya, the representative of the War Temple. He was puzzled at what was happening. He approached one of the crowd and asked what was going on. He said that there was a boy who had already defeated 4 from the temple. Zhan Wuya was very surprised to hear that the stranger possessed light magic. As he got closer, the young man saw Li Yunmu fighting in the makeshift arena. Our hero looked at yet another opponent whose specialty was ice. He noted that the guy really had a hidden talent with his standard equipment. Since the enemy had ice, our Li had nothing to fear. He used the solar flame technique. The battle began. It was ice and flame. The older comrades watched with interest. Uncle noted that it was very difficult to control thunder and fire. Where did he learn to do that? Meanwhile, all of Yunmu's opponent's ice had melted, and the guy used the devil flame technique to finish him off. The people around him marveled. He had won again. Where did he even come from? John Wuya was skeptical. The general told Old Man Lee that his boy is no ordinary kid. He has an innate talent. The same one, without taking his eyes off his nephew, pointed out that his features were at a low level, and, after a moment's silence, he added, whether it was possible to resist the will of heaven. His boy stood alone on the battlefield, jubilant that he had defeated yet another foe. The young man, laughing, turned to the general and asked if this was all that the students of H Arm of War were capable of, and called for the next one. John Wuya rolled up his sleeves. He said that he would escort him to training. Our guy heard from behind that he needed to find a couple new guys to train with him, and then the warrior would be ready. Looking around, Yunmu was taken aback. A relative was coming out to him on the tatami. Yunmu replied that he had not moved his buns for a long time and ordered him to play with him. Yunmu started to argue that he hadn't awakened yet, but the man didn't want to listen to his excuses. Old Man Lee, warming up, was waiting for the battle. The guy told him not to get angry if he broke his bones. The battle began. Yunmu moved around the ring like the wind. Senior Lee noted his high speed. A couple seconds later, the young man was already behind his opponent's back, whispering in his ear as his speed. The general bantered with his acquaintance. He chuckled that Old Man Lee had said that the little devil was nothing to him. The elder Lee managed to twist out from under the guy's fist, striking his heavy blow with the words that fatherly love is like a rock. It turned out that he was the strongest unawakened person. The young man flew away. Lying on the ground, the guy said it was hard and he admitted his defeat. He also lamented that how dare he beat his relative to a pulp. He threatened to tell his grandmother. Uya looked at the man and didn't realize what kind of uncle he was. He couldn't sense the man's string power, but he beat the guy without any effort. The older Lee teased, asking how the little guy was doing and how it felt to be defeated. The general joined the conversation. After patting his friend on the shoulder, he advised him not to take the defeat to heart. Even he, Qin Feng, couldn't guarantee that he could handle this old fox. Feng continued to say, "A guy shouldn't think that his uncle is such a bastard. When he was young, he became a temple of war instructor, relying on his physical skills." Uncle interrupted the conversation by saying that it was all in the past. There was no need to talk to him so much. He asked if the young man wanted to study with him. Yunmu thought for a moment. This kind of training would be hard. One might even die in them. And on the border of Vega City, Zhang Daxian's training was in full swing. He watched as the devil failed to repel the saint's attack and shouted that he was giving up. The girl easily dispensed with the monster, telling him to tell his boss that she needed him now. The devil shouted his surrender and asked to be let go. Zhang was amazed at the ease with which the Holy Weaver had dealt with the enemy. He thought that this was the essence of a saint warrior's strength. The girl lord handed Zhang a dark sphere with the words, "Take it and learn." Taking the orb, the young man wondered what it was. A substitution technique? The warrior replied that if he wanted to get stronger, he should do as she said and not ask unnecessary questions. The young man, realizing the seriousness of the training, replied that he understood. A month later, movement began on Dragon Island. People came up to the main tower and wondered if it had started yet. Someone replied that the main guests had not yet arrived. And then the gawkers were surprised. Everyone stared at the tower balcony with bated breath. The representatives of the 6 major powers, the clan elders, appeared there. The Heavenly Castle representative looked around with amusement, speculating whether there would be someone who would shine this year. A representative from the Warrior Temple responded that he promises there will be good participants this year. The Heavenly Religion representative smirked. It would be a great show to watch. Representative Dao Yin noted that Brother Qin insists as if he knows something. The representative of the Sea Temple confirmed that Qin dared to insist because the War Temple had executed people this year. The representative of the Temple of Barbarians was surprised that people were being sent to the other world in the Temple of War, and noted that it would definitely not be boring. Qin Feng stopped the discussion, stating, "He did not say that the boy belonged to his temple." Whispers ran through the crowd that a Saint Swordmaster, a person at the level of a Saint Warrior, had arrived. A huge giant man named Hong Manchu arrived next. He roughly pushed apart everyone who was blocking his way. All eyes turned to the sky. A huge icebird flew by. The Celestus of Snow and Ice, Yegenseyu, arrived on it. The Heavenly Castle representative remarked with a laugh that such people had come here as well. It was very lively. Then he heard a gurgling sound. Turning to the sea, he reported that there was an animal in the water. Everyone saw a huge fish come out of the water, just some kind of sea monster. The Sea Moon Celestial Hai Yue arrived in such a spectacular manner. With indignation that the fish should be in the sea and that it was so noisy, Chao Tianzong came in. A representative from Temple Barbarians noted that everyone who should have arrived, and it was time to begin. Qinfeng asked him to wait for another child. He assured that it wouldn't be as much fun without him. Li Yunmu was approaching the island on a small raft with an oar on his shoulder. He also wondered where the fish had come from. He was announced, Li Yunmu from Vega City. The guy looked around and noted to himself that the Almighty had not arrived yet. The registration for the tournament has begun. Zhang Yuan from the Bamboo Grove clan was announced. He put his hands on the ball and glowed with green equals Psi Nova energy. Our hero looked around. He was worried. The registration had started, but Zhang Daxun hadn't shown up yet. Is he really that irresponsible? Hearing Ye Qing's name from the receptionist, the guy was stunned with rage. His eyes glittered with anger. Seeing the enemy, the young man was astonished. Ye Qing was glowing with purple energy light. Yunmu remembered that he had been glowing with ordinary light a month ago. How many levels had he traveled before? After the snow and ice celestial Yegan Shui, blazing with fire, walked our hero. Yunmu put his hand on the ball, but nothing happened. It didn't show the guy's energy. The receptionist girl dryly announced that Li Yunmu from Vegas City had failed to qualify for the competition. The people around him started laughing at the guy. He's got regular light. Why did he even come here in the first place? Ye Qing looked at the guy with a caustic smile with words that recently went to the favorites. He thought how strong he could be. The young man heard from all sides unceasing statements like, "It would be better not to pry and embarrass yourself." The Weaver Saint stood up for the boy. She said that Li Yunmu's actions had long ago proved that he could compete. He was only excluded because he didn't have a golden light level. Ye Qing did not relent. He challenged the girl's words, claiming that rules were rules. One must pass the 70th floor of the Tower of Triumph and reach the golden level, or higher. Because he is a holy warrior, is it okay to break the rules? The female warrior got angry at her opponent. She angrily asked who said they were going to break the rules. Qing remained silent. To interrupt the altercation, Yunmu said that he would show everyone his level. Marked, it seemed to be a rainbow light. The enemy looked at the young man and could not believe it. He could only say, "How could he?" Yunmu replied that he would show you how it is, and slammed his fist into the ground. There was an explosion. Ye Qing was furious. He looked at everything that was happening and thought that this couldn't be happening. A silver light shone around our hero. The opponent was tearing and thrashing. Yunmu had come so far. How could such a thing be possible? The Saint Weaver replied that the boy used to suppress his strength. But now he wants to become stronger. He needs to find a place to gradually pass all the levels. And he needs to wait. He's not finished yet. The young man shouted, "Golden string." And now his halo shone with a golden hue. Ye Qing stood in shock. The young man had overcome 2 levels in a row. Finally, Li shouted rainbow light and the halo glowed, shimmering. Even the general didn't expect this from the guy. He reached the rainbow light in one breath. It's just a legend that should be written in textbooks. The representative of the heavenly castle with an unchanging smirk remarked that this small one was quite interesting. Our hero stopped in front of Ye Qing and wondered with a smile how this could be. Looking directly into his opponent's eyes, he wondered if he had anything else to say, or if he still needed a show of force. Yunmu took off his hat in front of Ye and mockingly said that it was boring to destroy him like this. As he passed his opponent, Li whispered to him that he knew what he had done and he would pay for it. Li stepped aside and continued to scold Daxun to himself. Where does he go because it will be too late? He had already promised himself that he would kill him. Then a helicopter hovered over our hero's head. A young man jumped out of the helicopter. Taking off his hood, he greeted everyone and said that he wished to register. The guy introduced himself, Zhang Daxun from Vega City. He looked at his friend and smiled. Yunmu was pleased, but he called his comrade names and asked how he dared to be late. The young man replied that he had gone into the reading room and lost track of time, but he was here now. Yunmu saw his friend's rainbow level. He hadn't seen him for only a month, and he had changed so much. Not only had he reached a new level, but he had also cut his hair. Zhang replied that it was not convenient to have long hair abroad. At that moment, someone jumped on Li from behind. It was Li Zi. The girl replied that Liu Noji had asked to team up with her to represent Tianyunbao. The guy replied that he didn't expect to see them here. A voice from behind commented that the young man was surrounded by beautiful ladies. Turning around, Yunmu saw Chu Qingyu. He hurried over to his old acquaintance to see how things were going. The girl replied that it was not bad. On recommendation, she took her father's position and became a city lord. And then she snapped and complained that the smelly old men had said they didn't need help and had gone to the Acropolis. The young man confirmed that the Acropolis brought in a lot of revenue. Lin Shuyan stood behind our hero's back and looked at the conversing people with a smirk. At this moment, the head of the String Guild, Lord Tude, appeared on the stage. The giant man laughed. At such an advanced age, and he still likes to be the center of attention. The guild leader opened the games with a welcoming speech. All players were invited to take part in the 54th full-scale battle. He, as the organizer of the competition, wished everyone good luck. As the speech continued, he lost a line from the cheat sheet written on his hand. Li Zi nervously whispered that if she couldn't find it, let her forget it. Noji couldn't understand what was wrong with the head, and the man, not confused, ended with general phrases. Let's have fun. The old man said that the 54th full-scale battle is open. The spectators were jubilant. They couldn't wait for the games to start. The first challenge, Savage World, was announced. Noji stood next to our hero and panicked. Her string power had disappeared for some reason. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. Yunmu reassured her. It was the old man who had now activated a special technique. Therefore, everyone's string powers were suppressed. After commanding the start of the battle trials, the gate of the barbarian demons opened. Li Yunmu was amazed. Outer space. This was the guild leader's abilities. Lord Tude told me that there was a demon with sharp claws behind the door. It's the most ferocious wild beast of the contestants' level. The first challenge is to go in there and destroy the ferocious beast. Li listened intently. The Lord said that the participants would not be helped by string power in this test. Their bodies and skills are all they need in a battle like this. Many participants were surprised by such conditions. Therefore, everyone was given a moment to think whether to go there or not. The guild leader once again said loudly that it was up to the participants to decide whether or not to participate in a full-scale battle. Then he turned to the first participant, Gu Tiancheng. He asked if he would continue the battle. He said of course he would. Following the departing warrior, they said, "This is the strongest rookie of the 3 whale cities from Haichin. He would easily pass the test." Passing the gate, the guy was surprised to see a devil with claws. He even grinned. In front of him stood a huge horned monster with eyes glowing with fire. Lord Toad offered to look at the situation from the inside. He took out a remote control and pressed a button. The audience discussed among themselves that there was nothing to see. Gu will go easy on this trial. Yunmu heard the peevish responses and turned to look at the screen with everyone else. The picture was not favorable. The boy had already been struck by the monster with his claws. Everyone was surprised at what had happened. After all, Gu was a master of rainbow light. It was announced that Gu Tiancheng had failed the test. Gao Weizhou is called up next. The guy who was named refused to participate. He shouted out what kind of battle this was, and many people rushed out after him shouting, "Save yourselves." The guild leader looked after those fleeing and laughed that these fools only knew how to rely on the power of strings. Amidst the thronging crowd, the Lord noticed a young man standing calmly. He took a closer look and asked if it was their sprocket. At last they'll look. The remaining daredevils failed the test one by one. 6 people had already passed and not one had returned alive. Someone in the crowd raised the question of leaving again. Lord Todd was furious. He was cursing that this year's contestants were no good, so he decided to send whoever he liked into battle. His gaze stopped on Li Yunmu. He asked if the boy would pass the test. Our hero was determined and adamant that he would pass. The boy bravely went to the portal gate. When he met the monster, he said that it was great to see such with his own eyes. Li looked at the Hulk in front of him and wondered what his speed was. The devil immediately rushed to attack. The young man successfully dodged the blow. The viewers were glued to their screens. They relayed to each other that Li had ducked. The representative of the Celestial Temple became animated. Said that what was happening was more like a competition. Finally, something to watch. Yunmu continued to dodge the devil's attacks and noted that even though he was so big, his speed was fast. But compared to the stinky old man, he was a long way off. The young man, having exhausted the beast, threw a punch. He concentrated all his strength in it and managed to strike. The spectators were delighted. The boy was able to defeat the giant beast using only his own strength. The struggle continued. Our hero managed to break off one of the devil's claws. With this claw, the final blow was struck. The beast was defeated. The audience at the screens cheered. The heads of the temples praised the young man. Very good. The task was accomplished. The other participants were discussing that the guy passed so easily, he was the first one to handle the test. His friends rejoiced at his victory. Li Zi loudly exclaimed that he had done it. Liu Noji replied that now they should try their best too. But there was one person who didn't share the others' merriment. Yeqing skeptically stated that everyone had good skills. Next, Yeqing, Zhang Doxiang, Li Zi, Liu Nojie, Ling Shuang, Zhan Wuya, and Chu Qingyu demonstrated their excellent fighting skills. Noji walked up to Yunmu. They chatted that all the comrades had passed the test. The guy replied that there was no one else to look at. It was better to stand back and wait for the results. Taking a few steps to the side, Li heard Zhao Yanfan of the Heaven Clan successfully passed. The guy even staggered. His friend, noticing this, asked what was wrong with him. Yunmu was greatly surprised by such a participant. Chu Qingyu had gone through many hardships. Ever since he left the Heavenly Clan, no one had seen him. Our hero looked at the screen and thought how much this kid had changed. Elder announced the end of the first round. He lamented that more than half of the disciples would be reported missing, and the rest had proven that they had the ability to fight in unfavorable conditions. The Lord moved on to explain the second test. Here, too, there is a right to choose. The location of the second round is an illusion. Whoever is careless will also go missing. Addressing the participants, the head of the Strings Guild said that the participants had 1 minute to think about it. Those who don't want to participate still have a chance. He cautioned that those who dare to participate must be prepared to risk their lives. The participants went into the corridor. It looked like a small house from the outside, but inside it was very long. On the way, Yunmu shared his guesses with Noji. It seemed to him that the guild leader was from a space system, and this space was created by him. The young warrior approached a huge door at the end of the hallway. The oversized participant said to open it and see. The door yielded to him. The others breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have a barbarian. Once inside, the participants noticed that it was quite cold. There was a statue in the middle of the room. Yunmu walked closer to take a closer look. The girl depicted had the face of a human and the body of a snake. Lin Shuang walked up to the boy. She began to explain to the young man that it was the Banshee of Wushan Mountain. It is said that it is... The conversation was interrupted by a girl from the group of warriors. She cried out loudly and frightened. She was asked why she was frightened at every little thing. The shocked girl pointed out to everyone that the statue had opened its eyes. Yunmu, skeptical, raised his head upwards to verify what was said. Beams of fiery energy began to build from the eyes of the sculpture that opened. Our young man was startled by a sudden radiance. He covered his face with his hand and asked what that glow was. Someone answered that it was Frost's sister. One by one, the participants began to fall down. They wanted to sleep, and it was impossible to open their eyes. Yunmu didn't last long. He also fell beside Lin Shuang's friend. The head of the guild, walking between the sleeping warriors, announced the beginning of the second trial. He wished them pleasant dreams and to be careful. Otherwise, you might never come back. Li woke up in the rainforest. He reasoned perhaps this stone statue had transported him here. Li Linglong's daughter Li Linglong appeared on his shoulder in her true appearance. She informed her father that she had sensed a source of power. The boy looked ahead and saw a tranny mountain. He assumed that that was the way to go. The guy commanded Linlin to hold on tight and quickly ran towards his intended target. After a while, the guild chairman appeared in the rancor with the sleeping members. He walked between them and noted wistfully that no one was awake yet, though they had long ago gone there. After a few seconds, the young warriors began to come around. The Lord noted who came back after how many seconds. But Li Yunmu was lying on his back. Ling Shuang came to her senses and called out to the guy. He didn't respond. After half an hour, the situation with Li had not changed. The friends began to worry. The boy should have come to his senses long ago. Li Zi tried to shout to the guy in a panic, asking him to wake up. But nothing worked. She wanted to rouse the sleeping man and had already reached out to him, but Zhang said that you can't touch the young man. Otherwise, he might go to hell. There was nothing they could do to help him now. Li must rely on himself. Meanwhile, Yunmu was still unable to reach the mountain in his dream. He was running and couldn't get out of the forest. The mountain was right in front of them. The boy didn't understand why they were walking in circles. Every 5 minutes he found himself in the same spot. Panic seized Li. He screamed and swore. Exhausted from the constant race, the young man sat down to rest. He lamented that he was tired to death. He said that he had indeed seen a ghost in the forest. He started throwing stones at the shabby tree. Yunmu said it was annoying. He said to make it disappear. In the same second, the tree was gone. The boy was dumbfounded. After coming to his senses, Yunmu crawled over to where the tree was growing. How could it be possible? It was really gone. Li pulled himself together and began to ponder what was happening. Could it be that saying something here would... The guy walked up to the trees and started trying to touch them. It was something like a hologram. Yunmu became excited. He realized that he wasn't teleported to some separate place. This was his spiritual world or his dreams. The boy wished this world to be his creation. Then he has nothing to fear. The boy reached for the mountain. He tried to grab it. He commanded her to move. The hologram shifted slightly. The image of the mountain became less clear. Li made an imaginary tug, and the stronghold soared into the air. The boy shouted that he was the god of this world. Once in the air, the rock turned into soap bubbles. There was something hidden inside the foam. The young man caught and examined the shard. It was a fragment of scales. He assumed it was from that stone statue. The baby sitting on her shoulder was surprised at the find, and the scales began to consume her. The guy tried to stop the process, but it didn't work. Linlin disappeared into the fragment. Yunmu looked at the empty hand. He could no longer feel the energy. He had lost his connection with the little girl. At this point, the guy woke up. He had a severe headache. Dasyun reported that the friend had slept for more than half an hour. Everyone thought that he would not come to his senses at all. Jang helped the young man up. Yunmu asked how things were going. The comrade said that the second stage was over, and the others had already passed the third stage. The guy said they had to hurry too and went ahead. At that moment, Dasyun called out to Lee and stabbed him in the back with his sword. Our hero only had time to think why. The sword broke off and remained in the Gyunmu's shoulder. He asked Jang why he had treated him like that. What had he done wrong? Dasyun, throwing away the sword shard, smiled evasively and said that the guy was too disgusting. Yunmu could barely stay on his feet and listen to his former friend. He went on to say that he had disliked Lee from the very first day at the academy. It turns out that Daxiong decided to get close to our hero to choose the right moment to finish him off. And now Ye Qing has also made a lucrative offer to make the Zhang family a top sect. Lastly, Zhang revealed another piece of news. He was the one who sent teacher Li Bo into the other world. How could the latter even think that Ye Qing could do it alone? Yunmu was in a daze. His opponent drew his gun and asked Li why he was sad. It's not like he really considered him his best friend. Zhang is the son of the richest man in the world. How can he be friends with someone like our hero? Dasyun pointed his muzzle at Yunma, but then the guy confidently told him back that it was all nonsense. Yunmu looked at Zhang and said that he was a fake. Because firstly, his friend always called him Xiao Mumu. Secondly, one could be fooled by pretending to be someone else. But Zhang Dasyun was the only one who couldn't do that. Li Yunmu said that this was the only guy he could trust unconditionally. The guy summarized that this was it. The end of the second trial. He hadn't woken up yet. The boy woke up from his dream again. He couldn't understand what was in front of him, a hologram or reality. Then he saw all his friends playing cards waiting for him to wake up. And he realized that this was reality. Yunmu walked over to the players and said that they didn't seem to care at all. They didn't care if their friend was alive or not. Lin Shuang replied that there was nothing to worry about, as he would definitely have no problems. Now that everyone is all gathered, they can stand back and wait for the results. Dasyun, walking beside him, clapped his friend on the back. A chill ran down Yunmu's spine. He said he was scared. Zhang walked forward and showed Li his hand with his thumb raised upwards. When Yunmu equaled the statue, it crumbled into pieces. From out of nowhere, a guild elder appeared. Examining the pieces of the sculpture, he reported that someone present had fallen into the second dream and had successfully passed the test. The Lord went on to say that this kid took his scales. Who could it be? Yunmu remained discouragedly silent. He thought apparently these scales were the source of the statue's power. It turned out that since the statue was destroyed, those who didn't wake up in time would sleep forever. Everyone else successfully passed the second test. It was announced that the final test will be held tomorrow, and now everyone can go to their resting places. Lying on the bed, Yunmu examined the scales. He wondered why Li had penetrated it so easily. She also changed her appearance. Dasyun came out of the bathtub. He offered his friend something to eat before the shower so that he wouldn't faint. The boy agreed to eat some noodles. Just as he started to eat, the Holy Weaver entered the room. She said that tomorrow was the final test, and she had come to tell the boys the true purpose of this competition. Zhang questioned what she meant by the true purpose. The girl replied that he should have already realized that this year's competition was different from previous years. The Weaver explained that there are cracks in the space. Yunmu, meanwhile, continued to eat his noodles. Dasyun inquired about the cracks. The guest explained that the highest level the strings players have is Holy Warrior, but that's only for those on Earth. According to records from a century ago, one man made a crack in space. Inside, it is a powerful kingdom. It doesn't belong to this world. There's something that doesn't belong to this world, and experts can't explain its purpose. One day, one of the Saint Warriors from the strings entered this crack and released a tremendous amount of power. He surpassed the level of a Holy Warrior, and the main purpose of the competition was to choose the one who would be sent to this space. Li was finally done with his paw, and finished listening to the girl. It turns out that cracks appear once every 100 years. A lot of people don't expect them to show up anymore. Our hero summarized what was said. The participants are wanted to give back what they had in that world. If it was so valuable, the heads could get it themselves. The girl continued. The spatial rifts are very unstable. Once a person who crossed the rift reaches a level above the rainbow level, they will encounter a tremendous force. The force of the strings and the energy between the cracks will intertwine. A person can tear. The Lord said it was very dangerous and she would not force the young men. But they need to know. Things aren't easy to help her. It's about their future. The girl handed them the container. Said it was made for them. If they dared to enter space, they could use it. Arnie couldn't understand what it was. A silkworm pupa or something. The next morning, participants who had completed 2 levels of challenges waited for the 3rd phase to begin. The head of the string guild, Lord Taud, came out to them and asked if everyone had slept well the night before. Looking around at all the participants, the head noticed that everyone had such a frightened look on their faces. Then he proceeded to announce the last test. He pointed to a cave. The terms are, whoever goes through it wins. There are no restrictions. In an ominous voice, he informed me that there were no rules inside at all. You could do anything, even destroy people who stand in the way. The crowd began to resent the statement. To this, the Lord explained that if you do not destroy the enemy first, he will destroy you. You have to pick a strong opponent first, and that's like harboring a snake. The participants were given 3 minutes to think. At the end of it, everyone is welcome at the entrance to the cave. A heated discussion started among the participants. Who and what they think about it. Everyone wants the reward, and if they're from the same clan, aren't they from the same family? Some people, thinking it was inhumane, refused to participate. Yunmu heard that Ye Qing was about to enter the cave with his comrade. That's when Dasyun and Noji came over and asked if they would come in now or wait some more. Li looked into the darkness of the cave and felt a powerful energy emanating from there. It's not going to be easy. The young man suggested that he and Shuang and Dasyun go scouting first, and Chu Qingyu, Liu Noji, Li Zi should wait outside for a while, then come in. By the time they arrive, the first 3 will try to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Yunmu made a special point to be careful because spatial beasts were not the main enemy. It's the humans that should be feared. The whole team was in agreement. Everyone, without agreement, trusted Yunmu completely. Zhang Dasyun noted this to himself as well. Looking at his friend, he thought that he did not know exactly, but he could feel it. He had made a good leader. In parting, Li Yunmu told the comrades that the next test is the last one. Do not perish. The 3 strongest fighters set off into the unknown of the cave. The participants walked and reasoned that spatial monsters weren't that easy. They have quite a high level. Ling Shuang cautioned her comrades. She felt someone's breath ahead of her. A second later, someone's scream came from the darkness of the cave. Yunmu withdrew on automatic, shouting that he was coming. Everyone was creepy, but moving forward was necessary. As the participants walked into the depths, they saw a huge dragon. It completely blocked the passage. The friends stared in a daze at the warrior already defeated by the monster. They couldn't figure out what it was. Zhang pointed out that they wouldn't be able to defeat such a monster even with 10 men. Meanwhile, the 3 girls from their team, Noji, Qingyu, and Zi, had already entered the cave. They were walking in total darkness. It was impossible to see anything. Then some armed guy jumped out of the darkness. He was happy to see that the team was made up of only girls. Without hesitating for a second, Li Zi gave a victorious strike to the offender. Noji said she didn't think the girl would be so determined in battle. Zi replied that it was Yunmu who had taught her to never give her enemy an opportunity to counterattack. Noji pouted. She realized that Li Zi also liked Li Yunmu. She started shouting that she was not the only one who wanted to be by her boyfriend's side. The girls squabbled over which one of them liked the young man more. Qingyu was surprised at their boldness. Meanwhile, the first part of the team was thinking about how to overcome the dragon. Yunmu noted that hard steel was useless here. They saw Ye Qing and his companion dead under the monster's clutches. Dasyun suggested that there must be an alternative way to pass the monster. Zhang used his arcane technique to scan the cave and determined that there was a passage behind the dragon. Comrades need to figure out how to get past the dragon, and then you can continue on your way. There's no need to defeat it. Li Yunmu rejoiced at this information. If so, then the news is great. The young man came closer to the dragon and said that although he could not defeat the dragon, it would also take a lot of effort for the dragon to overpower him. The monster let the guy meet it with clubs of fire. Our hero remarked that if he could play with fire, he should be kicked in the face. The guy wanted to use the solar flame technique, but before he could even finish the spell, a pillar of fire flew towards him again. Lin Shuang watched silently at what was happening. She had already seen the guy's relationship with the fire near the tower, and Dasyun was in shock. He was screaming at what he was doing. Yunmu advanced through the tongues of flame, cackling at the monster's unwillingness to let even him finish. Upon approaching the dragon, the guy said his behavior was appalling and asked to be allowed to pass. The dragon gathered the full power of its flame and once again tried to sizzle Li, but he only heard the words to give up as it was useless. The poor beast was in shock. He began to doubt his powers. Walking down the aisle, the guy turned around and shouted to his friends to hurry up. It's not hard. Lin snapped that it was easy for him to say, but not everyone is like him. Dasyun replied that it was useless to complain. We have to get through somehow. Zhang once again activated his secret technique, Eye of Alicia. He calculated the timing of the dragon's attack and the human's attack. He calculated one way to run past the monster. The guy was moving in a loop, leaping as if he were attacking. He was already glad his plan was perfect. But at this moment, The dragon attack accelerated by 0.2 of a second, and Big Xiong's business was not good. Lin Xuang screamed in panic that a friend would be burned by a monster, but Dacian jumped out unharmed. He happily announced that he enjoyed fighting worthy opponents. It turns out that Zhang always allows a miscalculation of 0.5 of a second. That's why it all went around. Landing on the dragon's head, he apologized for stepping on it. A couple seconds later, the young men were side by side. Yunmu encouraged his friend that he had passed, said Dacian's eyes were easy to use, asked if he could see through everything. The comrade smiled and replied that of course. It doesn't matter if it's hard or tricks. He sees everything. Yunmu was amazed at his comrade's talent. It turned out that Zhang could see everything. Now Dacian on the other side of the dragon was already beckoning Sister Shuang, shouting that it wasn't difficult. The girl mentally lamented that why on earth did she go with these two? They have such abilities. But there was nowhere to go. The one called Big Sister must protect her little brother. With these thoughts, Li Shuang set off, looping and performing somersaults past the monster. She was already at the finish line and saw the eyes of the guys. Thought she was done. But at that moment, Li shouted for her to be more careful. There was danger behind. Turning around, the girl saw that the dragon was about to release a stream of fire. This was bad. Yunmu rushed towards her, held out his hand and shouted for her to grab on. The fire was already following the flying Ling Shuang. She was reaching out her hand towards the guy. In a second, she had already grabbed him and twisted around, ending up at his back. Apologizing, she set her companion's head to the stream of flames. The boy only had time to think that it was her unique ability to frame her brother. The young man mumbled about what his girlfriend had done to him. The girl apologized. She justified that it was an emergency situation, to which the offended friend replied that people are not ready to die just like that. And he almost died. There were voices coming from the side of the cave where the entrance was. Someone was shouting to his opponent not to dare to challenge him. Just then, two angry individuals rolled out of the darkness in a puff of dust. They were bickering, oblivious to their surroundings. Qingyu walked behind her friends and thought that she wanted to act as carefree as them. Yunmu stared and didn't understand. Aren't these two on the same team? What's going on? Having guessed the essence of the argument, Dacian made himself comfortable to watch the long-awaited show. The argument was interrupted by the dragon lightly nudging the girls with his paw. Qiang fell down. Noji instantly reacted by using the Iron Mountain technique. The attack had no effect. And the girl shouted in rage, which he stood up like a stumbling block. It didn't matter whether he died or not. The rival, standing behind her back, added that he was sticking his nose in other people's business. The dragon drew in a full breath to attack the screaming girls with fire. They both fell silent, realizing they were about to be roasted. Yunmu was afraid for his friends. He shouted for them to run away or they would die. The girls stood in a stupor as the fireball approached them. The friends on the other side of the cave were frightened that they had suffered an attack from the monster. When the puffs of smoke cleared, everyone saw that Chu Qingyu had saved her friends. She took a breath and said that they had been saved. A little more time, and it would have been too late. Qingyu told the comrades to move on. They withdraw from the competition as they couldn't pass the dragon with their own strength and barely kept alive. The girl looked at Yunmu and said she would take care of her. He thanked her. Li Zi, hanging on Chu's shoulder, kept saying that she would not give up. The girl had worked so hard to become stronger. She wanted to catch up to him, and the results are still bad. It's not fair. Qingyu continued to move towards the exit, dragging the two companions on her, and replied to Zi that she would be stronger next time. At least she still had the courage to continue. Yunmu told the others to keep going. The exit was probably somewhere close. After walking for a while, they came out of the cave on the other side. There were a few more players waiting for them. At the exit, the finalists of the String's Stray Shine were waiting. After looking around at all the people who had come out, he estimated that there were 30 to 40 people left. That was far more than he had expected. He congratulated the participants for passing the challenge. The giant barbarian shouted, interrupting the elder that he could walk into a crack in space right now. The man said he wanted to explain to everyone that there were two ways. One, in an hour, when the energy in the space becomes stable, everyone will be able to enter. And the second is, if they want to go in right now. If it's now, only 8 people will be able to pass through. In this case, the energy of the space will be overflowing, and each subsequent person will die. Lord Toad said it was up to the contestants to decide. He wished me luck. The giant asked the Sea Maiden, if everyone could enter in an hour, it would be worth the wait. Would she agree? The maiden said that it was probably not as simple as he thought. Lin Shuang told the comrades that she sensed something wrong. We should be more careful. From all sides was heard talk that it was only worth waiting an hour and then everyone could pass. But there were also those who thought the majority were a herd of sheep, because they are going to sit idly by. and one of the participants, without consulting the others, jumped into the crack, saying he wasn't going to wait. Already flying towards the target, the daredevil was stopped by someone with a wipe. The people around him were shocked. Who was shooting? And then the battle for the right to be the first to enter the portal began. People were like dumbfounded, killing each other. The elder sat back, smiling evilly. He'd been waiting for this. He said the world belongs to the people. Those who act for their own ends will be executed by heaven and destroyed by earth. The giant shouted that he would come in. He looked around and wondered why all this was happening. Couldn't they have waited an hour? A guy with a sword rushed after him. He shouted that those who didn't want to go to the other world should get out of the way. Our friends fought off the surrounding chaos. Ling Shuang, approaching Yunmu, asked what they would do. The guy replied that she would enter with Zhang Daxun. When asked by the girl how himself, the young man replied that he had more business to attend to. The boy looked on with fire in his eyes. He said resolutely that everything he had waited so long for. It turns out that in the crowd of fighters, Yunmu spotted his main enemy, Yeqing. He strode confidently toward the soapbox. Said he was here to pick up his dog face. Yeqing rushed at our hero, shouting that he would pay for everything. Li rushed to meet him, saying he would make him take those words back. The confrontation between the two fire warriors began. They simultaneously used Promethean Flame and then Dragon Fire to attack. As they approached each other, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The other players, noticing the two stronger warriors in the fight, decided to seize the moment and attack to destroy both of them at once. Li and Ye, noticing the incoming attack, used the Red Lotus technique, scorching everything around them, thus neutralizing the attackers. The fight against threats and insults continued. As the fight continued, the guys used a few more techniques identical to each other. Yeqing said that Yunmu was repeating everything after him. Yunmu replied that they were using the same techniques for the same purpose. In fact, they were like a reflection of each other, the same species. Meanwhile, Jianwu managed to reach the portal. He turned around, saying that it was all a farce. Sister Shuyan saw this and informed Zhang that they had to hurry because one had already come in. The guy replied that he hadn't seen Li the whole time they were making their way to the crack. Lin explained to Daxun what the young man said about unfinished business. She's sure he'll be fine, and they need to go in. The friends jumped into the portal at the same time. Now there are only 5 seats left. Yeqing used the Promethean Flame. Li covered himself with another warrior to save himself. Going on the attack, Yunmu said. They are not like humans. They are just holding themselves back. Qing replied that they are doing the same thing. Yunmu is avenging a teacher. He is avenging a loved one. Our hero replied that he was different from a soprano, to which Ye agreed that he wasn't a saint. But didn't Yunmu use other people to block attacks now? The boy was taken aback. Meanwhile, all around, everyone was frantically rushing to get to the crack. As fast as they could, they pushed their way to the entrance. Eventually, 3 more players reached the target. The others became even more furious. Ye and Li's opponents at this time realized that they were fighting as equals. They stopped and switched to talking. Yunmu agreed that he was not selfless. Qing replied that he wasn't a hero, but neither was Li. Our hero argued that although he acts out of self-interest, he has met people he wants to protect, and they are ready to protect him. Li told his rival that he doesn't have people like that because they are different. And if anyone offends his loved ones, no matter who it is, he will send him to the underworld. The opponent shouted for him to stop talking nonsense, and threw himself into the attack with Karma Fire. Yunmu attacked similarly. Yeqing was angry, not understanding where the enemy got such power from, noting that he had 2 peculiarities. Another player joined Yeqing's side. He commanded his comrade to move forward. He will deal with Yunmu himself. The opponent began to tell. From the first stage, he felt that there was something wrong with the guy. Couldn't he hide his true nature? Our hero informed him that he would never become a member of the Heavenly Clan, simply relying on his ability Yi's relationship with Yeqing. In response, the enemy laughed, saying that Li is a funny kid. He also wants to say stop pretending. As he finished his negotiations, the outsider noted that he now had a worthy opponent. Saying that it was stuffy in those clothes, the enemy threw off his mask, and in front of Li was a completely different person. It was a representative of the sacred religion who looked very similar to Daxun. The enemy said that his name was Cape von Esmeralda. He looked at the guy with multicolored eyes. Turns out our guest was a Catholic priest. Yunmu replied, how could a big shot like him show up here? And answered himself to finalize his plan. His opponent explained that he had cooperated with the Heavenly Clan and lowered his cultivation level to rainbow level. All to complete the cunning plan. Yunmu shouted out what the enemy's plan was. He replied that a goose is not a pig's companion. At that moment, the enemy caught his sword with his bare hand. Yunmu was taken aback. How could someone like him understand his actions? And the enemy had already struck him with holy justice techniques. And he heard that villains die because they talk too much. Another technique followed. Yunmu fell down but regained consciousness. The priest noted that our hero had well-trained breathing and endurance. But in the striker's opinion, the next shot should have been the last. Oh used the holy glow tactic. Yunma was thrown back by a fire wave of immense power. The enemy gloated that he had caught the boy. He said that the young man's heart would stop beating in 2 or 3 minutes. Our hero lay flat on the ground and did not move. He thought that the technique and experience of the enemy on the combat level. They are not at the same level at all. As he got closer to the injured Li, Cape Von Esmeralda's opponent decided to reveal the truth that it was not Ye Qing who sent the teacher to the other world, but him. Yunmu froze in surprise. He lay there without moving as his opponent narrated. He laughed at the fact that the guy thought Ye Qing could destroy the Thunder Night Dog. And now the enemy went for a crack, leaving Yunmu to slowly wait for the end. The enemy swept through the portal with furious speed. The young man who had been running through the portal barely had time to stop at the entrance. The people left in the clearing realized that this was the last contestant. That meant the others had no chance. The rift energy has become unstable. There was a 20% chance of surviving going there. No one wanted to risk it. Nazi saw where the friend was headed. She yelled that he was hurt and better not move. Our hero struggled to get to his feet. The whole crowd was talking about how the guy couldn't stand. How could he continue on his way? Gathering the last of his strength, Li threw himself into the open portal. When the guy was in the energy space, the systems informed him that the body was breaking down, and 20,000 needed to be spent to rebuild it. The boy tried to do something, but the power of the space-time rift was too great. He realized he could only survive by defending himself, so he ordered the system to change his body. The body was successfully transformed. The young man fell into a forest over which large birds were flying. Yunmu sat looking around. He reflected that it was very dangerous, almost getting killed. The young man only had time to think that it was strange why he was here alone. And then something came at him from behind and grabbed him in a sack. It was either a woman or a demon. She carried her booty, saying that the records were correct and men would fall from the heavens. We should give it to the queen. The guy, meanwhile, was cursing. Realizing that trying to coax him out of the bag was futile, our hero used the Prometheus flame technique and set the bag on fire. When he got out of the confinement, the guy began to swear, saying that if the stranger wanted to put him in a bag, let it be at least pink. Li chased after the stranger, using dragon flame. The girl dodged his attacks. In the midst of the fight, the guy overhears a new acquaintance say that the records weren't lying. Men can use magic. Yunmu froze. He asked if there was a man or woman here who couldn't do sorcery, and in that second he got kicked in the jaw. As he flew, he thought his opponent's strength was his leg strength. In midair, the girl caught up with the guy with another hard punch. Yunmu found himself struck down. Lying on the ground, he thought that the opponent had inhuman strength. Her rank was much higher than the string people. Then our hero saw a beautiful girl with long red hair in front of him. She again commented on what was going on, talking about some books that said that men are all weak. Li Yunmu said that he didn't have time to deal with the unknown girl. He used Shadow Number 1 to destroy her. The shadow attacked the girl. However, she didn't realize what was happening. She didn't see the shadow. Realizing that the stranger couldn't see the shadow, he assumed she had no power. Li rushed over to the girl, saying he needed to talk and didn't have time. A shadow came over him. He realized something was coming from behind him. He ran as fast as he could. Bouncing back to a safe distance, the guy saw a huge woman. He exclaimed that this is a strange world. Women fall from the sky. Sitting at the giantess' feet, the boy commanded Shadow Number 1 to protect him. But the Hulk spotted the shadow on the approach and repelled the attack with a preemptive strike. The system sent a message that Shadow Number 1 was dead. The young man was surprised that this woman could see his shadow. In fact, the giant didn't realize what she'd cut. Then a girl our friend already knew ran up to her. The woman called her Chili Peppers. She asked if Queen Pampushka was okay. Yunmu wondered at the strangeness of the names. It was also unclear who they even were, but it was clear that they were too strong, and it was worth it to slip away quickly. Turning around to escape, our hero ran into 3 girls. One of them surprisingly and joyfully stated that it was a man. Another, calling her Luke, informed her that you shouldn't talk to men so carelessly. The books say they are rude. Bo approached Li sitting on the ground and ruffled his hair. She told Sister Current that he was very obedient. The guy got angry. He got on all fours and roared at the girls. Bo was frightened and cried. Queen Pampushka commanded the others to hold our hero for her, so he couldn't escape. The girls obediently went from 4 sides in an attack on the young man. Meanwhile, the queen herself drew her huge sword and attempted to cut through the sky. Yunmu gripped his weapon, thought how could a person without string power achieve such strength? The boy shot a stream of fire from his bow at the tribe leader. A fiery raven warrior appeared in front of the woman. He asked Li why he had disturbed his dream. The guy explained to the spirit that this woman was very strong. The onion watched what was happening and was amazed at the man's technique. The young man explained to Raven that he had been bullied. He asked the warrior to help him teach his abusers a lesson. At first, Crow refused, but Lee persuaded him. Yunmu happily informed the people present that his spirit was about to destroy them. Raven tried to crush Queen Pampushka with his huge hand, but something now went wrong. The Lordess stopped him with ease, pushing back the attack with her hands. In response to the warrior's attack, the queen used the battle chariot technique. Firefriend got a good punch in from Pampushka, and froze for a few seconds, realizing what was happening, and dissipated. Our hero tried to stop the warrior, yelling for him to help him. In response, he heard that the woman was too cruel. A warrior's strength is no match for her. Now the warrior is on his own. Then Yunmu summoned his number 3 and number 2 shadows. He commanded them to attack from the top and side. The woman couldn't figure out what these things were. She realized that she would be attacked in a sneak attack. She went melee on shadow number 2, saying it annoyed her. The queen grabbed the shadow with one hand and crushed it. The young man couldn't believe it. The system reported that shadow number 2 had been eliminated. Now the woman aimed her gaze at the next to last shadow of Yunmu. Turning around, the hulking man found shadow number 3 on the other side. Before the young man could even blink an eye, he received a message that all of his shadows had been destroyed. Lee Yunmu was very angry. He looked at the people around him and said that he could win. The young man launched several fiery attacks, but Pampushka deflected them all. She said that his magic was similar to that of the man who had fallen down earlier. Yunmu thought it was probably Ye Qing. The boy went on the attack, at least a little, but he was able to throw the queen off her seat. She fell to the ground, summoned the Hell Sword technique, and shouted that strange man. She said that she couldn't destroy him. Suddenly, her anger was replaced by a state of amorousness. She thought what a strong man this was. Yunmu intended to continue the battle, but something went wrong. The huge woman screamed that she couldn't fight anymore. She gave up and fell to the ground. The queen lay there wailing that she couldn't move. The guy's really good. His magic is so strong that it caused her internal injuries. She said she would sleep soundly until the prince's kiss woke her. She asked our hero not to spare her delicate flower and to act. The guy thought the woman was sick. He declared the fight over. He was going to leave. His path was blocked by current, telling him he couldn't leave. She explained that since he had won the queen, the plan was to marry her. Yunmu's information about the impending marriage came as a furious shock. The guy replied skeptically. Who would want to marry a huge queen? Is that a joke? But the huge woman stood up and said that if he didn't get married, he would go to jail. The young man shouted that she had actually said she couldn't move. He kept yelling that he wasn't going to marry her anyway. He'd only marry for love. The woman took him by the scruff of the neck like a kitten. The guy couldn't do anything about it, and only shouted for the bad woman to let him go. The bride told him to think he was babbling. Meanwhile, in the city of women, a girl was rushing around. The Xiaoqing girl joyfully ran to the queen. This time, she had a serious conversation with her. The people around her looked at her with smiles. After the death of the material, the girl became a government official, even though she was a child. Our hero was shackled and thrown into prison. He started shouting to be let out as he had a very important matter to attend to. From behind, the guy was called out, and the neighbors in the confinement informed him that it was useless to shout. They didn't care about him. Yunmu saw some acquaintances participating in the competition. Giant and John Woo. They were sitting on the floor. One of them said that if they didn't shout, they might get out of here. They threw the newcomer a key to remove the shackles. Releasing his hands, Lee inquired what the boys were doing here. They told him that they had been defeated by Queen Pampushka. A young man from the Temple of War asked how Yunmu ended up here. The guy told him that he had won the battle, and then he was told that the winner was obliged to marry the queen. The interlocutor breathed a sigh of relief that he had lost. Our hero looked around, noted the place was strange. We need to find a way out of here. There was a girl guarding them. The young man tried to get the guard's attention by offering her a lipstick kit. The girl came closer. They were Lee's sister's favorite lipsticks. He wanted to give them to her, but he decided to trade them for information. A girl tried one of the lipsticks and was pleased. She said it was much more comfortable than what they use. Yunmu promised to donate the whole box. Only she has to tell me what this place is like. Why it's all girls and no men. The guard informed me that this is the kingdom of Nyua, the great goddess of matchmaking and marriage, creator of mankind. They have no men. Even if children are born, they are girls. But every 150 years men fall from heaven to them, so they always stay here to catch a man in time. The young man did not understand. How then they have newborns? But the girl did not answer his question. Instead, she told the prisoners a secret. The bigger the breasts, the stronger the woman, and the weak can only watch the prison cells. Our hero went on the sly. He said he could help the girl enlarge her breasts. Meanwhile, the queen was picking out an outfit for the bridal room. Xiaoqing walked into her room. Dumpling didn't expect to come so quickly. The girl asked why the queen was looking for her. A woman said she went out to catch men today. She fell in love with one. She planned to remarry, but he refused. So she asked a smart girl to persuade him. Suddenly something exploded outside the city wall. Everyone was at a loss as to what could have happened there. The queen thought that behind that wall was the Fuxi tree, deity, Lord of the East. Pampushka said she had to hurry. There was something going on behind the wall. To the girl, she entrusted the area inside the wall. There were puffs of smoke around the tree. There was a scarlet glow around the crown. Next to Fuxi's tree, there were some girls lying down. They were trying their best to protect him. And next to them stood someone in a cloak. It was our Li Yunmu's nemesis, Cape von Esmeralda. He grinned at the defeated warriors, said that they were much stronger than he had expected. The guy wanted to destroy the tree and had already taken a step towards it. But then Pepper Chili appeared behind him. A battle had begun. The enemy reacted quickly and attacked the girl. But she managed to dodge. The young man noted that the same was true of ancient writings, but she had proved to be so strong. She had not yet awakened her powers. The enemy attacked Pepper Chili with the Holy Glow technique, but she again managed to bounce back, saying that she was blown away. The girl accelerated for the throw. She said Cape is pretty fast, but she doesn't know how to lose. Pepper rushed forward with her Nuwa fighting technique. The body of an ordinary person can't keep up with her speed. The enemy noticed that she was really strong, but he wasn't alone. His accomplice Yeching was already approaching Chili from behind. He channeled his energy flow and applied the blank shot technique. The attack caught up with the girl. She was seriously wounded. Without letting one attack recover, Cape von Esmeralda struck with another divine attack. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, the enemy said that she deserved to be the queen of the Nuwa clan. Strong. He asked if she didn't want him to destroy her. The wounded girl grinned. He thought she was a queen, but she's just a captain. The queen was already seated behind the unexpected guest. She commented that he was also the weakest captain. Li Yunmu at that moment was still trying to bribe the guard by showing her a vial of magic remedy. He promised to give it to her only if she told him what was going on. Someone came up behind them from behind. The girl guard was called and told that she could go. It was Mrs. Xiaoqing. She said she had a word with the prisoner. Yunmu became nervous. Another devil. He had almost succeeded in unscrewing the page already. The girl walked closer to the camera, sat on her knees, and started talking. She introduced herself. Minister Xiaoqing. Our hero was surprised. It was the first time he had heard a human name here. Li sat down opposite and began to say that the minister had come to persuade him to. But the girl interrupted him. She asked if he wanted to escape from here. She could help him. The boy was a little shocked. The girl caught him looking at her, asked what he was staring at. The guy explained that she had such small breasts, so she's very weak. How she can help him. The girl boiled with rage. How rude he is. What's he staring at? She's a civil servant. After calming down, Xiao told her proposal. She will let the boys out, but they must help overthrow the queen. The girl explained that the queen is very cruel and jealous. She enslaves all women who are prettier than her. It is a serious crime in this country if you do not worship her beauty. The same applies to girls who fell from the sky. They also become slaves. That is why only men are locked up in the cells. Li Yunmu thought of Lin Shuang's sister. The boy honestly told the minister that the queen is very strong. He can't beat her. The interviewee said she had a way to make the guy stronger. Meanwhile, the queen was already dealing punches to Yeching. Her huge fist made the guy fly a few meters away. Watching what was happening, Cape noted the large size. He didn't think a man could grow to that size. He said the queen's strength is also astounding. The guy went on the attack using the Godblade technique. A huge beam of fire energy was directed towards the woman. But the experienced warrior blocked his attack in the same second. The opponent was dumbfounded. With such a huge body, Pampushka moved so fast. Now it was the woman who went on the attack. She channeled all her power and struck the ground with her huge sword. The opponent was wounded. The difference in their strength was very great. Cape von Esmeralda looked up at the tree. He thought the purpose was clear, and turned his attention to its fruit. Our hero continued to talk to his new acquaintance. He wondered how she could make him stronger. She said that 150 years ago, one of those who crossed the border left 3 stones filled with energy. They can raise Yunmu's level to Sacred Warrior in a short time. Within stones, you can overthrow the queen. The young man asked why she didn't use the power of the stones herself and defeat the queen. Xiao explained that she couldn't use the stones. They can only be used by someone like him who has the power of strings. She can't defeat her with her own strength. Yunmu, rising, told the girl that he didn't even care about their country. But his friend must be in a desperate situation. That's a different matter. The guy agreed to go with Xiaoqing and overthrow the oppressive queen's regime. After a while, Yunmu was running across the rooftops of the city, shouting that he had had enough. They were discovered immediately after they escaped. The 3 boys were already being chased by a squad of angry women. Our hero swore at the barbarian giant. He said that if he hadn't tried to steal the food, they wouldn't have been recognized. Stepping on a pile of rocks, the young man slipped and flew off the roof. The new acquaintances only had time to stare in his wake. Lee Yunmu was lucky. He didn't fall to the ground, but into a pool. Grabbing the curb, he tried to figure out where he was. It was a bathhouse full of girls. The guy thought he was in paradise. Outside the city wall, 2 warriors tried to confront the queen, but no matter what they did, it didn't hurt her. Cape von Esmeralda couldn't understand. His level is lower, but his experience is on the level of a holy warrior. Why such a difference with the queen's powers? It was written in the ancient annals that the queen of this world was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Leaning in for another attack, Pampushka asked what the young man was muttering. Meanwhile, Ye Qing jumped from the back and said that he had caught her. He only wanted to activate the Red Lotus technique, but the woman threw him off, shouting that she wouldn't let him use the spell. Turning around, she gives her foe another great punch with her fist. The guy flew off again. Cape made another attempt. He used the Divine Light spell, and everything around him lit up with a bright glow. It blinded the queen. She couldn't see anything for a few seconds. When her sight was restored, her rivals were gone. The woman lamented that they had run away. These 2 were walking through the woods. They reasoned that the power of people in this world far exceeded their abilities. It was lucky that they were cooperating, because it was impossible to accomplish the plan alone. Cape von Esmeralda asked how far away the meeting place was. Ye Qing replied that, judging from the map ahead of them. As they approached the appointed place, they saw a girl sitting down. She asked if they were really from the Yi family. It was Xiao Qing. She told the approaching guys that they were very slow. The young men were surprised that this child was the Link, to which the girl asked to be respectful because she was older. Cape asked if she was an agent of the Yi family on this earth. The girl answered in the affirmative. She asked the new acquaintance if there was a red-haired child named Li Yunmu. The guy started to get outraged out loud. How is that possible? He hadn't been sent to the other world, and he had the strength to go through the portal. How did he even get here? Qing replied that she didn't know the details, but the guy really came and is still alive. In addition, he was approved by the queen. Because of the injuries, the 2 interlocutors are not as strong as Li. The girl asked if the guests would help her destroy the tree and appropriate its fruit to the Yi family. Ye Qing asked that this strategy was developed 150 years ago. That's why she came to them. Xiao replied that she was a civilian official and was not strong in combat. But the young men needn't worry. She has a plan, and it's already starting to come to fruition. Turns out hundreds of years ago, the first humans arrived in the land of women. They discovered, although the women here were unaware of the power of the strings, possessed tremendous power. There are no men here, but the women continue to reproduce. With a little investigation, the men learned that there is a tree of the Fuxi gods in this world. This tree bears strange fruits. After eating them, a man has boundless strength. That's why the women here are so strong. Every spring, during the blooming of Fuxi, women collect the buds. When the bud is brewed and drunk, it is possible to become pregnant. The men who learned the truth offered the queen a deal. Exchange a few things from the outside world for a few fruits. Interested in the items, the queen agreed. When the man returned to Earth, he found that by eating this fruit, the highest limit was crossed. That is, the level of a holy warrior is crossed. This surprised many people. That's why all the events were hastily recorded on a scroll. It is kept secret by the String Clan. No one knows its location. Now every 150 years, men come into the world of women, in exchange for the fruits of Fuxi. The young man Ye Zhong from the Heaven Clan was not among those who crossed the border. A smart, cheerful guy helped the country of women to develop. He fell in love with a girl from the Nuwa country. The boy went to the queen and asked permission to stay here and live with his beloved. The queen considered his help to the country and did not object. So Jun stayed in the city and started his own family. But it wasn't that simple. Everything Ye Zhong did was a conspiracy. He tried his best to gain the queen's trust and leave his offspring to be able to cooperate with the descendants of the Heaven Clan. The goal: to destroy the Fuxi tree, to seize all the fruits and give them to the Heaven Clan for cultivation, to have an absolute monopoly on them. Today, Ye Zhuang's descendant is this girl Xiao Qing. The boys were surprised that she had announced that the plan was underway. What does she mean? The girl said they could make a deal, just wait for the signal, and then she would help defeat the queen. Turning around, she added that maybe this Yunmu guy would help their plan. Meanwhile, Yunmu and his companions continued to run away. They managed to get rid of their pursuers. They reached the forest on the east side that the Qing girl had told them about. The giant asked, "Does the guy really listen to what the little one says? They all ran away, so why even care about it?" Li replied that he had helped them escape so that they could help him find something. The barbarian's interlocutors asked if it wouldn't be difficult to search for a stone in this forest. John Wuya replied that it was useless to complain. One must search individually. It would be faster that way. The boys split up for the search. Each chose his own direction. Yunmu decided it wasn't reliable to rely on them finding him separately, so he found a place where he wouldn't be seen. The guy accessed the system and resurrected his shadow helpers. He commanded, and numbers 1, 2, 3 went off to find the rock. Number 1 was up to the task. He found the rock. Lee Yunmu saw where the stone lay. He was pleased with the find. But it wasn't that simple. The stones were guarded. Comrades arrived, and with their help, they managed to defeat the Guardian. When they came closer to the pile of boulders, they were surprised. It looked like an ordinary place. How could Lee have found it? On one of the stones, resembling a door, there was a circle. Our hero went over and touched it. It looked like something had to be done to open it. Lee looked around and saw a stone fragment with 3 holes in it. He looked around and saw a stone fragment with 3 holes in it. On the stone is written, first, Singard. Second, money is power and strength. Third, why are you so strong? The young man couldn't understand what it was. Some kind of riddle? While they were thinking of searching individually, a huge guard crept up from behind. He launched an attack. His large sword landed a few centimeters away from Yunmu. The guy recoiled, falling over, not realizing what was happening. A guy from the Temple of War came out to do battle with the Guardian. The barbarian watching his comrade fight noted that this young man was strong. The giant rushed to John W.'s aid in the battle. He decided to see who was hiding under the helmet. Ripping the helmet off his head, he staggered back. At that moment, the knight threw the boy back. The barbarian even got a headache. The surprised Yunmu wondered who was inside. He answered so Lee wouldn't be frightened, but there was no one in the armor. John Wuya continued to fight with the headless guard. Lee Yunmu joined him. He used a fast leg attack. The warrior was like a pile of scrap metal. It hurt the guy's legs to kick. The boys sat down to take a break. They discussed that this Iron Man had appeared suddenly. It must be the Guardian. Jean said he felt the power of the strings during the attack. Yunmu replied, that means it controls it, so the armor behaves like a human. John said that such a big guy would be difficult to defeat. Nash Giroy will suggest that the comrade just shoot him down. Then things will be much easier. The headless knight began to attack Lee. He barely had time to dodge. The opponent was so fast. The young man used the thunderclap technique and blocked the guard's movements for a while. He shouted to Wuya to break the shield. The comrade gathered all his key energy, focused his breath to reach Dan, and supreme energy filled his body. He delivered a crushing blow to the armor. The shield flew out. Lee noted that was a great job. Wuya said his fingers were a little numb. To the guy's surprise, the armless knight stood up again. Jean said that since there was nothing alive in the armor, the Guardian couldn't feel anything. And as long as it can move, it will attack. Our hero had already put his fire energy into action, saying that we couldn't give him a chance. Just then, a barbarian approached from behind the armor. He had changed a lot. His eyes were burning. His face was blackened. The giant said he would see if he could defeat him. The king of giants fell the guard. He began to struggle. The 2 comrades watched. The giant was victorious. He put on his guardian armor. Turning to our hero, the barbarian handed him the guard's plaque. He walked over to the stone at the entrance to the cave, inserted the plank into the first hole. It fell in. A second later, a column of light burst out of the hole. I guess that's right. Yunmu hesitated for a moment. They had received the trustee's certificate. But if the power is money, what is the power for you? The guy pondered whether it was even worth it to continue fighting. The giant shouted that those words made his head hurt. He will never solve riddles again. John Wuya called out to Lee. He handed him a string crystal and suggested that he try inserting it into the cell. The young man rejoiced. That's right. The crystal was both currency and cultivation material, combining the nature of money and power. He praised his comrade for his ingenuity. The crystal in the hole also glowed. It all fits. There was only one hole left. Yunmu asked his friend Wuya to rack his brain. He replied that there were no clues. Lee remembered Xiaoqing's words and realized that only cross-border people could do this. The answer must be something that doesn't exist in this world. The young man pondered some more. It's not in the world, but it could make them stronger. It could only be one thing. Perry shouted string power and launched a charge of energy into the third compartment. The stones creaked. The round lock on the cave twisted. The door opened. The giant was surprised. The boy was indeed able to open it. Lee called everyone inside to find what they needed. The cave was very dark. The companions walked a little way and saw a chest on a pedestal. When we got closer, we saw that there was something engraved on the lid. Yunmu read the writing. To my descendants, I have spent my life for this thing. I will help you in your great endeavor. Destroy his body, magnify his aura, and send him to the God realm. But that could ruin everything. You can't see anything from behind. Lee wondered. Descendants. Who are they? The boy looked at his comrades. John Wuya told him to promise to leave as soon as he found what he needed. Yunmu explained that Ouya had already fulfilled his promise. The next test is a dangerous one, and he will take it upon himself. The barbarian engaged in a dialogue. He said he was done playing around. They fought together, so it's all about trust. Looking reproachfully at the lad, he added, running from the danger of what kind of brother he was. Zhan Wuya also replied that it didn't matter where he would go. Leaving the Nuwa kingdom was impossible right now. Li grinned. A group of guys who don't even know whether to survive or die. New friends said even so, go, back to the kingdom of Nuwa. Yunmu walked ahead. He said it wasn't his destiny to die. In the City of Women, everyone was discussing the attack on Fushi's tree. Who attacked, how it went. When the women found out about the cross-borderers, they became outraged. They said they should be executed, because they're getting stronger every time. Our hero and his companions sat on the roof and listened. The women said that the queen had arrived in time, otherwise the tree would not have been saved. Now the queen would punish the gang severely. Li thought for a moment. The barbarian said that they didn't touch the trees when they ran. Yunmu replied that it was definitely Ye Qing. John wondered why the guy had such a look on his face. The guy replied, in addition to what he knows, there are a bunch of things he doesn't understand. Near the Fusi pepper chili tree, seeing the queen tried to say something to her. The queen cut off her speech. She told her not to speak if she was seriously injured. Medical assistance has arrived. Everything will be all right. The tree is fine, so the warriors can be sure to recover from their wounds. Looking over the wounded girls, Pampushka scolded. Men had done such things to her people. She promised that even if she had to dig, they would pay for what they had done in blood. In the town, meanwhile, the locals were mildly confused. They could not understand whose huge child was walking down the street. It was 3 guys dressed in women's costumes, walking through the city, trying to blend in with the crowd. Yunmu reassured his buddies, whispering that they were the most beautiful now. The giant wailed that we should end this. Li replied that there was nothing wrong with pretending to be a woman. The guy approached a local resident, asking where the women who had crossed the border had been taken. He explained that the queen had asked them to ask a couple of questions. The girl replied that I think they were in the reception area. She told me how to get there. The comrades approached a building with beautiful minarets. One of them said that this place did not look like a place where prisoners were kept. Yunmu resented that the difference between the prisoners was very big. It's like an aristocrat's palace. He suddenly fell silent when he heard Sister Shuang's voice. She was shouting. The guy kicked in the door, burst inside screaming. All 3 boys froze on the threshold of the room. The girl was getting a massage. She cried out that it was so relaxing. She doesn't feel tense anymore. Zhang Dasyun was also there. He asked his friend why he was with the guy from the war temple, and also why he was dressed up like that. Yunmu was furious. He threw off his wig and shouted that he was working hard. Why is Dasyun chilling out? The young man replied that he didn't know. As soon as he arrived, he was sent here. Maybe he was mistaken for a girl again. He added that Ye Gangshu and Haiyue were also in the pool in the backyard. Yunmu was surprised that there was such a resort place in such a remote place. A local girl explained that it was 100 times better than the queen's bedroom. Though they are backward in their world, they respect foreigners. And squealing that it was the right thing to do, she threw herself around Zhang's neck, calling him young master. Dasyun explained that it was a waitress. Her name is Pomegranate. She already knew he was a man, but she promised not to tell anyone. He told her many things about his world. Yunmu promised that her brother would give her many things from their world if she told them about hers. All the friends gathered in the room and listened attentively to the girl. She told them everything. Yunmu summarized. The sacred Fushi tree is the source of everything here, and it seems that what they need to bring back is the fruit of the tree. After gathering all the information and comparing it, the guy still had some points of contention. The main one is Xiao Qing. Lin intervened in the train of thought. She said that she had met Xiao when they first arrived. She was not only interested in everyone's identity, but also in the situation of things on Earth. Sis was curious as to why she wanted to know so much about the situation on Earth. Gang Shui and Han Sui entered the room. They asked the new arrivals why they were dressed like this, like a group of perverts. Li explained that they were looking for a way to get some fruit and get out of here. Asked if they were with him. The girls replied that although it was very nice here, they were already tired of the place. The baby waitress, upon hearing the team's plans, began to whine pitifully that her brother wanted to get out of here. Dasyun stroked the little girl's head and explained that it was inevitable. He would go to his world sooner or later. The friends traveled to the city gates. One of the comrades told Yunmu to look ahead. He was taken aback. The queen was entering the city. She had returned after fighting for the Fushi tree and searching for enemies. The young man commanded everyone to lower their heads and walk past quietly. She wouldn't notice anything since they were dressed differently. Our hero went first. He lowered his eyes down and already passed the queen. but she turned around and asked him where he was dressed up. The young man commanded everyone to run to the sacred tree. Lee himself stayed behind to cover the group. He attacked using the Prometheus flame technique. The queen noted that he had the same technique as the guy who attacked the tree, and concluded that the guys were in on it. Pampushka said Honey was hurting her, and went on the attack. Yunmu drew his sword and launched a snow sword strike. Then he used the thunderbolt. But all these attacks did not leave a single scratch on the queen. The young man thought that this was probably Fu Shi's strength. The queen threw her punch, and this time it reached its target. Yunmu flew back a few meters. The first person to see Pan Yu's defeat was Zhang Dasun. He looked around and immediately rushed to help. The two new friends also rushed to the boy's rescue. The giant shouted that his older brother would save him. One by one, the barbarian began to use his fighting techniques. Iron Fist, Hammer of Fate. But a strong woman rises from the dust clouds. The giant is shocked and confused. The queen, meanwhile, without wasting a moment, delivered a powerful blow to our friend. Pampushka screamed that she would fly to the ends of the earth. She hates one-celled men who use childlike strength in battle. John Wuya entered the battle. He activated his chi energy accumulation technique. The queen's opposition was great. Their fists met midway, and no one was going to yield. Pampushka manages to wriggle out of it, and her jab reaches its destination. Inspecting the downed boys, the queen approached Lee. Said the first rule of the female clan: if you harm a tree or her clan, you will die. Therefore, Yunmu should blame her two comrades. But no sooner had she struck than a strike of strings came flying towards her. It was Dacian. Turning around, she asked, "The damned heathens are also ignorant in matters of life and death." While adjusting his tie, Zhang said that this guy always has a shadow present, but it always turns into light, always attracting people who want to strive for light. Moving closer to his friend, Dacian said that even people like him were starting to trust the guy. Lin Shuang joined the conversation. She stated that she blindly believed that they would win. Therefore, Lin and Dacian approached the queen. They said that although she's not a bad attitude, they apologize, but they have to defeat her. Not far from Dacian, John Wuya began to regain consciousness. The guy said that the wounded should be thrown out of the battlefield and kicked him away. Wuya flipped out, and Dacian went on to say that he didn't know how good his relationship with Li had become during his absence. But when Xiao was in danger, he ran away the fastest. Zhang turned around asking where his real friend's face was. Ling, a little shocked by his friend's behavior, asked if that was why he had kicked him. At this moment, after shouting that the endless chatter was annoying, the queen was already on her way to attack Big Xiang. The guy answered her with a shot from his huge shotgun. Following close behind, Lin Shuyan was already flying into the attack. A huge explosion resounded in the air. Dacian, looking from the ground, noted that the battle was fierce. The queen is indeed a beast. At the young man's feet, Shuyan's wounded sister fell down. The next moment, Pampushka had already flown up to him. She shouted that he had no time to worry about the others. A second before the blow, Yunmu came up. He caught the queen's sword and saved his friend. In his hand, he held a flask of Trun energy. Saying the words from the engraving, "Break the body, increase ki energy," the guy broke the cap on the flask with his teeth, then uttered, "Approach the realm of the gods." Gangsue and Hansue were already running toward the sacred tree. They ran so fast that they did not notice that the rest of the group was missing. Meanwhile, Yunmu had already opened the third flask of energy. There was a fiery glow around him. It blinded everyone around him. Queen Pampushka couldn't understand what was happening to the young man. The guy was unlike himself. Energy was radiating from his body all the time. Li commanded Zhang to take everyone to the sacred tree. In response to his friend's objection, he said not to worry. She would definitely die this time. Dacian saw that frantic look in his comrade's eyes again. He hurried to get everyone away, shouting to Li to hurry up. Yunmu went to Queen Pampushka. He asked if she wanted to go to the sacred tree, but she won't go through. The woman looked down at the guy and said her heart was breaking at the thought of hitting him. The queen went on the attack with the earth-splitting technique and struck with her huge sword. Li Yunmu made a dog sign with his palms. The queen commanded, "Let's go," and wanted to head for the tree. But she was held back by a tremendous power. She wondered why the young man's spells had become so powerful. Our hero depicted the Chaoyang cow sign with his palms and gave the command to fire. The queen was unable to fend off such a powerful flame. It threw her several meters away. Pampushka was lying on the ground screaming that she was dying of burns. Yunmu said they weren't finished and jumped up. The young man used a blade spell. The ground beneath him exploded. The guy was jubilant. He said it was done. He'd never been so strong. The queen's voice came from the dust clouds. She said she hadn't seen the boy for several days. In that time, he had become very strong. No one had ever hurt her so much. Our hero drew his sword of northern lights, but then a beautiful girl appeared out of a cloud of dust. She said she hoped they had played well, and that he had changed a lot. The guy was taken aback. He asked the girl who she was. In response, he heard that she was his favorite. The young man shouted that she was a liar. The queen said that she changes her appearance after eating fat, but she can do her best, the stranger said, and applied Earth Split while the guy was in shock. She knocked the sword out of our hero's hands. He flew off to the side. Yunmu noted that the queen's strength and speed had increased significantly. One can't relax even for a second. The girl stuck her sword into the ground and suggested that this time they should be honest. The boy didn't understand why she lowered her weapon. She underestimated him. The queen explained that they never took advantage of one-on-one combat. The young man chuckled that such beautiful people felt more confident when they talked. The girl asked if it mattered what he had said earlier. The guy replied to forget it. Suggested to get it over with quickly. The huge girl grabbed the young man with her hands, said he was talking nonsense. With a cry that this was mean, the beautiful queen hurled the young man against the rock so that he stamped into it. To finish the guy off, she slammed her fist into the spot where he'd sealed himself in. Thanks to his good reaction, the young man managed to jump to the ground at the last moment. Getting up, Yunmu asked if she wanted to kill her husband. And he thought to himself that she was pretending that she wasn't that strong. But in reality. Then Li decided to try what his father had taught him. Yunmu stood up in a Taiji Quan pose. This supreme beginning is the limit before the separation of yin and yang forces. The girl rushed after Li, telling him not to run away. Then she wondered what kind of strange posture he was in. The guy dodged the kick with his foot, saying that the sun is born in motion and yin energy in silence. He regrouped. In the next second, he struck her in the stomach with his hand. The girl fell to the ground, flying away. The young man wondered what it was like for her to be overwhelmed by her own power. The queen replied that he was vile, and began to rise. Asking what kind of things, Pampushka rushed to attack. Except that Yunmu blocked all of her blows. The guy used the pet the horse technique and attacked the girl from behind, hitting her in the back. Her opponent was on the ground again. She had no way of knowing why it was so hard to hit him. The young man in turn marveled that his old man's technique worked so well. The next moment he saw the queen moving towards him again to attack. He was surprised that she was still on her feet after all the blows. He stood up in the Tai Chi Quan stance again, as he suddenly realized that his strength was gone. The young man didn't understand why his strength, and even the strength of the strings, was gradually running out. He remembered the inscription in the cave. Destroy the body, increase chi energy, peak, and you can destroy yourself. Maybe this inscription had something to do with what was happening. With a cry of distraction, the queen delivered a blow to the young man that he was unable to repel. She wondered where his power had gone. The battle began. The girl used the dragon jump. The boy fought back as best he could. As she struggled, the young man noted that her strength and speed became even greater. His body stopped obeying him. Yunmu realized that if he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to move at all. He figured it was just a side effect. There was nothing left to do but summon a legion of shadows. The young man said that maybe he should be ashamed of it, but who told him to be defiant. This is not a warning. It is a siege. He went into a stand. The queen replied that she hated that attack. It's annoying, and rushed into battle. The guy fended off her blow with the sticky hands technique. The shadows went to work. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. She couldn't see the shadows. Once again on the ground, Pampushka noted that it was really hard to resist his tricks. She couldn't go on like this. The hero's thoughts were all in one place. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for them. It must be over with as soon as possible. The queen rushed to the attack with the thought that the next step was her last. One by one, she struck all the shadows with a dragon strike. Li replied that one move would determine the outcome, just the way he likes it. The guy's focused. One must act lightly and smoothly. One must be perfect to feel the surge of strength. Both opponents struck each other at the same time. There was a huge explosion at the site of the battle. On the ground, both opponents lay exhausted. The shadows gradually dissolved into the air. Just then, our hero heard a familiar voice. Someone said that the queen and Li Yunmu were one shot, two birds with one stone. Both of them lost. The boy opened his eyes and tried to get up. The voice continued. She watched them with great amusement. She didn't expect the young man to be able to make it this far. Xiao Qing stood in front of him. She said that everything seemed to be going according to plan. Two more of his enemies landed next to Yunmu, Yeqing and Esmeralda. Yeqing kicked the wounded youth and gloated that he had crossed the border. He had been beaten up, and now he was going to die. This time he got hit. Esmeralda added that at such a young age, he was able to reach out to the queen. He really is intimidating. But luckily, their team isn't that easy. The guy kept saying that they don't know if the queen is alive or dead. We need to make sure. He looked at the queen and said, I didn't expect her to be so beautiful, but she must die for a great cause. And he began to form a fireball to attack. But then the onion shouted, ready, shot. The enemy's arm was pierced by an arrow from the girls who had come to the rescue. Arrows rained down from all sides. Ye Qing looked around. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. The ravine where the battle was being fought was cordoned off by thousands of girl warriors around the perimeter. Luke reported that it took a long time to get around such a circle. Smiling, she concluded triumphantly that they had finally fallen into the trap. Li Yunmu was lying on the ground, unable to get up from his wounds. Queen Pampushka, sighing, gradually rose to her feet. Cape was surprised at how strong she was. After her wounds, she could still stand up. The queen walked, and her enemies remarked that her strength was greater than that of the holy warriors. Another would have fainted long ago. Soya Qing said that the person in front of them is a great person. She is the strongest queen in the history of their country. A woman is a queen. Ye Qing shouted at the girl for betraying their family. Xiao replied that she hates her family. She is sick of her own last name. Li Yunmu lay there and silently listened to the girl's story. She began to tell him that she could have grown up peacefully and happily as an ordinary child. But the Yi family had destroyed her and her family. Head Yi only married her great-grandmother because she was weak and obedient. He controlled her completely. After the baby was born, he beat his wife, locked her up, and wouldn't let anyone in. A few years later, the woman passed away. After the father brainwashed the daughter and she was influenced by the Yi family. She had to pass on the will of the family from generation to generation. So he turned into a demon who continued to bully everyone. And the girl did not escape this fate either. If she started to resist, she was beaten. When it became impossible to bear it, she made a decision. She destroyed the demon with her own hands. She wants to get rid of the Yi family completely. Bo commanded the archers to prepare and fire. Clouds of arrows flew toward the conspirators. Li Yunmu was lying down and only had one thought in his mind, that he must die. The queen and Xiao Qing stood aside and watched. The girl said it was the end, but the queen said it wasn't. The Esmeralda took Wu Qing's back. He hid behind his comrade during the attack. Dismissing his former associate, Cape complained that the latter had assured him that his plan was perfect. The injured Ye Qing lay on the ground and remembered how much ridicule he had endured. They said it was a waste of time, after all. He was no match for his brother. The Lord was ashamed when a person with such a low level of strength was born. The guy has been told since he was a kid that it would be great if he felt confident and worked hard to get stronger. He was hired a trainer to make him the strongest in the new generation. That was Lin Jian. Ye Qing began to win. He defeated the strongest rookie of the clan and hoped that his father would be proud of him. But then the news about Li Yunmu came out, a dark horse among the newcomers. Yunmu defeated Lin Jiang when he chased him for the jade pendant. Ye Qing vowed to avenge his friend. So he went to Cape von Esmeralda, so he could help. Ye Qing told him everything about the female queen and the secret of the Ye family. And now lying on the ground, he saw Lin Jian come to take him with him. Li Yunmu stood up and walked over to Ye Qing. The queen and Xiao Qing were very surprised that after everything, the young man could still stand. The guy said he didn't expect it to end this way. If it wasn't for this world, they could have been friends. Yunmu shouted to the wife that they had even fooled him, so he asked for a favor. The last enemy he would deal with himself, said Li, and pulled out another flask of string power. Looking at Cape von Esmeralda, he reiterated once more that he would sort it out himself, and that no one else should interfere. Xiao shouted that there was no way he should use the third portion of energy. His body wouldn't be able to withstand it. But it was already too late. The young man had already activated the power of the strings. Seeing the fire whirlwind, Cape was amazed. Such string power, how powerful it was. A second later, Yunmu was already behind the enemy's back and struck. Esmeralda fell to the ground. He used the ball of light technique. But for our hero, any fire techniques didn't hurt. The enemy, unwilling to surrender, shouted that they weren't done yet and threw fireballs. Li did a double hand strike, tacked on a fire attack, and hit his opponent with his own weapon. The guy flew off and fell to the ground. Yunmu walked over to Esmeralda. He asked, "The guy is ashamed to be beaten by someone like him. What would be left of him if the title of Holy Warrior was removed?" But then Li reminded his rival that he was no longer a Holy Warrior, and as for their well-planned case, Yunmu walked up close to Cape, who was lying on the ground. He remembered the doctor saying that the teacher had been bullied before his death, and Li had told his opponent that it was time for them to settle the score. The kid avenged his teacher's death. He said that when he sent the teacher to the other world, he should have known that day would come. Cape lay down and threatened Yunmu that his clan would take revenge on the guy, but our hero replied that no one would even know that he had dealt with him. Everyone will think Esmeralda died exploring the crevasse. When he looked back, the young man saw his team. He asked the boys why they were back. He told them to run away. Zhang explained that they had met Xiao and a group of soldiers on the way. They thought they would have to fight, but she told them the plan and they rushed here. Daxiong asked a little resentfully why Li hadn't told them about the plan. When Big Xiong realized that Yunmu was unaware of the plan, he cursed that they were being used by the Nuiwa clan. Esmeralda, meanwhile, would not accept defeat. He thought there was some mistake. He could not die at the hands of a child. He took a needle in his mouth and spat towards Yunmu, saying he would take him with him. Sister Shuang noticed the attack, shouted for Li Yunmu to be careful, and covered the guy with herself. The needle hit her. No one realized what had happened. Everyone turned around at the scream. Ling Shuang was hanging in Yunmu's arms. She said that the needle was poisoned. Cape, lying on the ground, shouted that this poison was the only one of its kind of the Heavenly Clan. There is no cure for it. Our hero threw himself fiercely upon the unkilled enemy and ended his journey on this earth. Friends tried to save Shuang, but nothing worked. The poison wouldn't leave her body. Yunmu approached her friend and said that he would try it. Zhang replied that it was useless because the poison would spread quickly through the body. Li said he didn't care and commanded the system to run diagnostics. Dacian figured the guy shouldn't be allowed to use the system in plain sight. Scans showed the poison had spread throughout his body. Yunmu began to heal his friend. The system said that if he continued healing, he would only hurt himself. The guy shouted that this was nonsense and ordered him to continue. Hansu looked at what was happening and didn't realize who he was talking to. Dacian looked at his friend and noticed that once again he had a different strength than the strings. Zhang also wondered what kind of creatures had manifested behind his buddy, but then the boy felt the power disappearing again. He realized that he was in a bad way. The side effects had begun. His eyes began to darken. He heard Dacian call out to him, "Xiaomu." Yunmu woke up in some building. He heard the speech with his mouth full that he was finally awake. Turns out he'd been asleep for 3 days. The boy saw the former queen by his bed again. He shouted at her not to eat. She had gotten fat again. She replied that how could she keep her beauty if she didn't eat? The young man got out of bed and was disturbed by the strange sounds coming from the street. He asked if it was the enemy. The queen reassured him and suggested he look outside. Pampushka told him to look at how their country had changed. There was a feast in the street. Everyone was rejoicing, drinking, eating, dancing, including his acquaintances. The queen said it was a victory. Yunmu inquired about Sister Shuang. How is she? After a little silence, the queen led him along. The boy did not understand what he saw. He asked Pampushka what it was. The queen explained that although they tried to cure the girl, the poison could not be removed. Her body was completely destroyed. Only with the nutrients from the tree could she fight the poison. She is on the verge of life and death, but once she leaves the tree, the poison will consume her completely. Yunmu walked over to Ling Shuang, touched her head and said that he would definitely find a cure and bring her back home. The most important thing was that she would wait for him. He asked the queen to leave him alone. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was sitting by the lonely cross. She was saying that he had lost. She didn't think that she could ruin a plan that took 100 years. The girl said confidently that from today she would no longer be a shadow and would live at her own pleasure. Yunmu stumbled upon it by chance. He asked the girl who was buried here. Xiao replied that it was her mother. Yunmu realized the rudeness of the situation. He apologized and said he would leave now. The young man had already started to leave. The girl asked him to wait. Li sat down next to Qing. She began to apologize for dragging him and his friends into such a dangerous situation. The young man replied that he had realized long ago that the girl was hiding something. She was surprised and asked how he had guessed. The guy explained that as soon as he heard her name. The others have product names instead of names. Later, he heard that the tree was under attack, and Captain Chili was defeated. Only the queen was able to protect him. It seems that only the queen could stand up to Esmeralda. Then the girl asked him to overthrow the queen, which is very suspicious. Xiao wondered how he knew she wasn't together with Ye Qing. The guy replied that it was the power of the fruits. In fact, Ye Zhong had left his descendants fruits so that they could defeat the queen, but the girl didn't give them to the conspirators. It wasn't hard to tie everything together. He assumed that Xiao wanted to fake the queen's injury to lure the enemies into a trap. Xiaoqing said that a person like him is scary, but it's over. They've gotten their revenge. The guy became the hero of this world. Yunmu became sad. He said that because of these warriors, he lost his teacher who became almost a father, and his sister Shuang, and Xiao lost her mother and her childhood. After that, she thinks they won. The girl replied that she really should hate her mother, but her face before her death. She said that the daughter should live only for herself and apologized. The girl felt sad. Yunmu backed up the sign. He said that after all, her mother was also a victim. She should be happy that she escaped reincarnation. The girl cried. The young man asked her what she had done wrong. She replied that even though she had been called a hero, she had not always done the right thing. Li looked at Xiao and said that everyone makes mistakes. But when one gets on the right path, one has hope. It was time to go back. The whole town came out for the send-off. The queen said that the dear one was leaving so suddenly. She allowed me to take some fruit from their tree as a special gift for them. The friends replied that 5 berries were enough. Yunmu explained that today's energy fluctuations were the best for opening cracks. If they don't leave now, he doesn't know when they will. But he promised to come back for sure. Pepper Chili opened the gate, and a huge column of energy pierced the sky. The queen said it was like a dream. Xiao replied that they should go on living. As he flew through the portal, Zhang asked his friend if he thought there was too much fruit. It was a pity, because they had let him take more. As she got closer to the tree, the queen was shocked. She said that the brat had really taken the fruit. It was as if Li Yunmu heard her voice from a distance. The guy smiled and replied that he hadn't. On the ruins of the heavenly realm, the sprout of the fuxi tree began to break through. It was reported to the president that there are energy fluctuations in outer space. He was glad. He said reflectively that he was finally back. He thought the players had been wiped out long ago. He gave a mission to inform the other clan representatives of his return. At the exit of the portal, the group was met by a representative of the celestial realm. He noted that Yunmu had become much stronger in the few days he hadn't seen him. The Heaven Realm representative looked around waiting for Ye Qing. Li, noticing this, told him not to look for him. He was the last one to leave the portal. The man was in a panic. He took our hero by the shoulder and asked what he was carrying. How is there no one else? The young man pushed his hand away, repeated that he had said no. They were all dead. The man became furious with grief. He grabbed Yunmu by the chest and started screaming at him to tell him clearly how this could be. Li said in a calm voice that the people from the Chaoqiang clan were dead, and then wondered what this had to do with the Heavenly Clan. Why did he react like that? The representative of the Celestial Kingdom came to his senses. He let the boy go. He apologized, said he wasn't himself. Lord Toad said, "The battle is over this time. Everyone did well." He was very happy for them. He said that the participants must be tired, so a car has been prepared to take them to rest. After a second, he added that everyone except Li Yunmu. The boy was surprised. The principal said he would go with him. The Lord took the young man to his office and started the conversation with a question. Did he destroy a member of the Heaven and Chaotian clan? The head of the strings put his hands behind his head and continued that these two had enjoyed life for too long. Their ambitions were great. Even if you didn't, it would destroy them sooner or later. Li looked at the president in silence. He continued to say that the Chaoqiang clan had been completely destroyed. But the Heavenly Clan would immediately send someone to investigate after the leader disappeared. The guy will fall under suspicion, so he suggested that Li Yunmu join the Night Watch to inherit his teacher's title of Thunder Night Dog and promise to protect the boy. The young man exploded with indignation. He shouted, "How could the leadership send one man to perform such a dangerous task? What were they thinking?" Lord Toad stood up and said that they had acted unwisely that time. Then they lost a brilliant talent. Therefore, they hope that Li can inherit his place. He is a great student. Yunmu realized that the old man was using his teacher to lure him to them. The young man replied that the head of the strings must first answer his question. He agreed. The boy wanted to know if there was any way to return to that world. The cunning old man said that if Li joined the Night Watch, he could open a crack for him. Yunmu was very angry, but gritted his teeth, thinking that it was an old fox. The guy said he needed to think it over, headed for the exit. The old man wrote something on a piece of paper. He called an assistant and asked him to give the letter to the Heavenly Clan. Left alone, he said that Li Yunmu shouldn't blame him. After all, no matter how good the quality of the jade was, if there was no ring, it would be nothing more than an empty stone. Meanwhile, Yunmu has already received a punch to the jaw. The next blow threw him back a few meters, but the guy didn't defend himself. This was Anzi's reaction to the news of what had happened to his sister. He couldn't believe what had happened. He asked Li, "Why did this happen? What is he saying? Isn't he strong? Why did his sister wed every time Yunmu saved them? Why not this time?" Dasyun intervened in what was happening. He took An's fist and said that he was also there. If he wanted to continue, Zhang would also fight. The sobbing young man turned around and walked away to relive his grief. Li watched from the trail and could only ask if Anzi was all right. Liu Noji came up behind Yunmu. She pulled the guy by the bottom of his shirt and told him not to blame An. In his eyes, Li is omnipotent. Our hero twitched that the t-shirt slipped out of the girl's hands. He told her to calm down. He didn't blame his friend. Then, saying he had to go, went about his business. The girl looked after him. The young man sat at home and thought that he was still too weak. In front of people with great strength, he still can't do anything. He had to improve quickly to compete with them. The young man commanded to open the shadow system. He evaluated the possibilities. With the help of shadow spirits, the speed of power improvement would quadruple. After thinking about it, he decided that 4 times is slow. He doesn't have time. It needs to be faster. Then he needs to collect more shadow spirits. If 4 isn't enough, he'll collect 10. If those aren't enough, he'll collect 50. He started yelling that if 50 wasn't enough, he would collect 100. A month later, Noji and Li Zi's friends were talking. Z said that they haven't seen Li Yunmu for a month. He blames himself for the situation with Shuang. Liu Noji replied that the guy locked himself in the dormitory. The incident with Lin hit him hard. Li Zi stated that as soon as they returned, Zhang had gone to Vega City for special training. The girl flipped through the latest news on the monitor. Her calm tone was replaced by an excitedly surprised tone. She shrieked that if it was Li Yunmu, we wouldn't be able to catch up with him. She had read on the news page that someone had challenged Bai Zirui. Who's so confident? Li Yunmu's picture popped up on the screen. At this time, Bai Zirui was already talking to our hero. He said that Li Yunmu was quite brave for challenging him. Even though he is handsome, it won't narrow the gap between their strengths. Li replied that he knows. He just wants to see how much progress the practitioner has made in a month. The interlocutor grinned that it was presumptuous. Then he should put him in his place. The gawkers on the streets of the city said that Yunmu had gone mad. Bai Zirui is the best master. He's superior to the boy in every way. He can't be defeated. String energy levels are divided into 3. Super strings, extraordinary level, and transcendental level. Bai reached extraordinary very early. Li Zi and Liu Noji stared at the screen in a stupor. They were very worried about their friend. Bai Zirui said that since Li Yunmu insisted, he would not hold back. The guy rushed to attack, explaining to Li that his unique technique was to spin his legs and create wind. Yunmu asked if the legendary fighter was so slow. The young man rushed into a counterattack in a second and caught up with his opponent. He was dumbfounded. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Li said hopefully he didn't intentionally lose. Zirui didn't realize how his opponent was around so quickly, but he said out loud to the guy not to be so cocky. He just wanted to see what he could do, and he wouldn't give in again. Yunmu replied that it wasn't worth wasting his time. The opponent replied, preparing to attack, that the kid needed to be more careful or he would turn his life into a nightmare. Bai performed a lightning-fast shadow strike. This was his crowning skill. The impact sent huge puffs of smoke billowing around them. The stones flew in different directions. When the dust cleared, Bai saw a completely uninjured Yunmu. Li asked, "What was this cheesy ability?" He had expected more. The guy said he didn't have time for wimps. It's time to call it a day. So he used the rising flame technique. The enemy was shocked by such flames. He had nothing to counter it. Yunmu stood in front of him, surrounded by fire. But the fire did not harm him, but seemed to emanate from him like a glow of energy. Meanwhile, the streets were once again bustling with discussion. Was this guy really able to reach the string level so easily? Why is he so strong? He's going to crush Bai Zirui like a bug right now. He doesn't stand a chance. Our hero analyzed what had happened in the battle. Not only his speed, but also his defense had improved. Even the temperature of the flame is much higher. This fushi fruit is really good. Except, 10 days ago there was already a fruit-bearing tree in the heavenly realm where the sprout had once sprouted. Our hero stood under it, and wondered whether or not there was a fetus. There were only 2 of them left. After a short hesitation, he still ate the magic fruit. He needed to become stronger. The berry tasted disgusting. But afterward, the guy felt an incredible rush of energy around him. But then, there was a message from the system. The power of the celestial realm was being sucked out in colossal proportions. Something must be done, or the borders would be destroyed. The guy started cursing that it wasn't fair. The young man said there was nothing he could do and would have to use everything he had. He took out all his crystals and commanded the system to make him strong and ruthless. Now, remembering what was happening, Li thought that the donations were just that, donations, to make him feel stronger afterwards. It was worth it. The bell on the door rang loudly. The boy heard a familiar voice saying a welcoming phrase. Yunmu came to the store where his sister worked. Li Ruyan, seeing her sad brother, asked what was wrong. He asked her to give him all the string crystals. Ruyan, pulling out the supplies, was surprised to notice that he had come to get the crystals a few days ago. Did he really use them all up? The brother replied that he had used up all of them. Now he wanted to get some more. The girl slid a suitcase over to Yunmu. She said there was a lot in there, so he'd have enough for a long time. Then our hero got a call from Dasun. He was happy to see his friend, and again called him jokingly Xiao Mumu. Li asked if he had achieved any results. Zhang told him that Weaver didn't know how to return to the Nuiwa world. If she knew, the friends wouldn't have gotten involved in this war in space. When Dasun said that she had contacted the Poison Master, Yunmu tensed up. Zhang continued, if they get the poison from the Sacred Sky sect, the Master could help make an antidote. The sister heard the boy repeat, Master of Poisons. A friend told me that it was a genius who apparently had the ability to enter the Master of War level. But due to his refinement of poison skills, he was too late. He is the only one in the entire continent who can cure the poison of the sacred sky sect. But if they ask him to come... Comrade continued that he realized free cheese is only in a mousetrap. However, he's obliged to save Sister Shuang. Sitting in a cafe, our hero heard someone calling his name. It was Mr. Tan, the headmaster of the academy. The boy asked what he could do to help. The principal announced that the selection and competition of the newcomers in the Temple of War will begin soon. The Siphon Academy is sending its best students to the competition. The young man replied that he wished them success. Tan continued that a team leader is needed to lead them to the competition. Initially, it was supposed to be teacher Lee Bowen. The principal hoped that Lee would be able to take them instead of the teacher. The boy was dumbfounded by this offer. The guy got nervous, stood up. In response, he said he didn't have time to deal with the children. But Tan didn't back down. He said that this was the last class that teacher Dowen had led, and he would be glad to have Lee lead them. After hesitating for a second, Yunmu said to have a meeting place sent to him. Perhaps he would come. But don't get your hopes up too high. After saying that, the young man left. Looking after Lee, the principal thought. He's sure the guy will come. In the courtyard of Jifeng Academy, a group of rookies were sitting in the courtyard. Some were practicing. The girl Enlu thoughtfully interrogated Zhao Jiajia's boyfriend, "Is Senior Lee Yunmu really coming?" To which the guy skeptically replied that Senior Lee Yunmu is the best of the new generation. How could he be the leader of their team? Behind them, a muscular fellow named Shen Chen was practicing with a huge sword. He resented Lee being called the best of the new generation. And Lu was angry that Shen Chen had spoken ill of her idol. She was pulled away from the fight by her friend Wei Xinran. Another girl who was reading a book before, Zhang Yuji, asked her not to make any noise. Someone was walking in their direction. All the boys raised their heads and saw the very same hero in the sky. Li Yunmu approached the disciples using his wings. Hearing their conversation, he noted that he was not welcome. An asked her friend Xiran to pinch her. She couldn't believe it was true. After a strong pinch, she said it was true. Our hero landed, and his admirer sighed at how beautiful his wings were. They fit him perfectly. Walking over and looking around at the kids, Lee asked if these were the best students. A muscular guy stepped forward with said their captain Shen Chen. Yunmu looked at the boys with an acidic look. He asked, "Should the best students be so weak?" Jeffing Academy was really getting worse every time. The team captain was stunned for a while. He could not believe what he was hearing. When he came to his senses, he shouted in a rage who Yunmu thought he was, offered to fight. But Zhao Jiajia stood in front of him. He calmed the guy down, saying that he shouldn't be so impetuous. Compared to him, they were... Lee answered the call. He said since the guy wants to fight, he'll teach him a lesson. Shen Chen kept saying to himself that the best of the new generation was just nonsense. He wanted to prove otherwise. Shen Chen rushed into the attack with his huge sword. Lee analyzed his technique. He noticed that the string power was quite chaotic. His movements seemed to be swift and full of energy, but in reality, the guy had a lot of gaps. The young fellow had already approached Yunmu, and with a battle cry he wanted to strike, Lee said skeptically. Even his pets fight better than the captain. Yunmu stood still. A crow flew towards the sword. The guy was shocked when his attack was blocked by a bird. Our hero, looking at what was happening, said that he had said so. Even a crow can grab Shen Cheng's sword. The guy's eyes filled with rage. He shouted at Yunmu to shut up. On the second attack, the raven knocked the weapon out of the young man's hands. He fell to the ground. Our hero continued to tease the guy that he didn't even know how to hold a sword. To say that he was weak would be an understatement. But the young man did not give up. He grabbed his gun again. With a shout that this was not the end, he lunged at his older comrade again. Yunmu took a step back and the sword struck the ground. The explosion raised a pile of dust and rocks. The fellow students remarked that Shen Chen was really angry. Looking at the exhausted guy lying on the ground, Yunmu said that he really wanted to destroy him. He said that he had enough determination, but not enough strength. The young man asked, "Does Lee want to say that he doesn't even deserve to compete?" And promised that one day he would become stronger and would definitely beat Lee Yunmu. The comrades helped the young man up, and our hero said that he was beginning to like him a little. The older comrade said that although they know him, he would like to introduce himself. His name is Lee Yunmu. From today, he will lead their team, and will lead the group to win the trial. The young men watched and listened intently. Lee continued, "There will be many dangers during the trials. There is a risk of dying at any moment. Therefore, those who are afraid should give up right now. If they agree to any dangers, however, they simply must be prepared." 3 days later, a group of disciples led by Lee Yunmu were already rushing through the desert in a jeep. The team discussed the first challenge in the Temple of War. You can pass it by obtaining the heart of an earth dragon. The elder was asked if this dragon was strong. Lee encouraged the students that it was just a small gold crystal monster. An raised a panic. The monster was a golden crystal, and they were only black. How would they be able to defeat it? Yunmu calmly replied that if the group learned to work together, even if the opponent's string strength was higher, there would be no problem. A group fighting a dragon appeared in front of the car. One of the newcomers offered to help. The elder replied that it was their prey. They would go to the depths of the desert to find their own. Walking through the ruins of a city deep in the desert, the group couldn't find anything, though the map clearly said they were centered here. Captain Shen Chen was getting nervous. He shouted that there wasn't even a trace of dragons. They must have been cleaned up by other teams. He kicked the rubble sticking out of the ground. Yunmu advised the boy to look more carefully under his feet. The ground beneath my feet stirred as if it were an earthquake. Li realized what the matter was. He shouted to Shen Chen to get out of there. It was like an explosion from the ground. The captain was thrown upward. When the dust clouds cleared, a huge earth dragon stood in front of the group. From the glowing eyes and huge fangs, it was clear that Shen Chen had awakened the Earth Dragon King. Yunmu only had time to command everyone to get ready to fight before the monster already rushed to attack. Anna asked the older man what they should do, but she couldn't stand on her feet and fell down. With its mouth open, the monster approached the girl. She froze in panic. Shinran jumped out in front of her. She said to leave the dragon to her. She took off her glasses and let the fiery energy out of her eyes and shouted for him to stop. A sphere of fire formed around the monster's head, preventing it from moving. Yunmu stood watching the actions of his wards. He noted that the control technique was interesting. The girl, meanwhile, called Zhao Jiajia's friend for help. The guy came to rescue his friends. He told them not to worry. With the help of his whip, he deftly pulled both girls out from under the dragon's snout to safety. But now the beast was chasing him. He was confused as to why the dragon was attacking him. Running away, the young man shouted for the older man to help him. Yunmu watched smiling. He replied that they were a team. They should trust their comrades. And the boy screamed in panic that he only believed that he was about to die. Zhang Yuji intervened in the situation. She commanded her friend to run in her direction. Meanwhile, the girl analyzed the situation. The nerves of the dragon's knee joint are located under the stone armor of the thigh. They need to catch the moment when the monster raises its legs. Waiting for a convenient moment, the girl threw her sword at the dragon's vulnerable spot. It managed to wound one of the monster's legs. The youths cheered and shouted that Yuji was the best. Jia was happy that they had won. Yunmu stood aside and chuckled. Do they really think that's it? Kids are kids. The team's joy did not last long. The beast stirred again and began to rise to its feet. Zhao wondered aloud if he was dead. Zhang Yuji realized that the dragon was going to use the string power to attack. She commanded her comrades to run faster. That's when Team Captain Shen Chen came running to the rescue. Li Yunmu noted that the guy walked back too slowly. Shen, flying up to the team with his huge sword, asked his friends why they had such doomed faces. The young man struck with his weapon in the direction of the dragon. The sand rose with an explosion. The guy ran up to his friends and declared that the strongest of the team was here. Zhang Yuji was annoyed by the captain's slowness and asked how did he get out of the sand? Climbing on it? The young man became angry. He shouted for her to shut up. He had just saved them, but the rescue wasn't long. The sand dust cleared and the monster was on its way to attack the team again. The commander has ordered us to prepare for a counterattack and assigned areas of operation to each player. Shen Chen himself will be doing damage from the ground. Zhao Jiajia ordered the beast's horns to be tied. Zhang Yuji had to search for and attack his weaknesses again. Wei Xiran will keep controlling him to create an opening for the rest of the team to attack, and Lu will add to everyone's protection and blessings. Our hero, meanwhile, watched and cheered. Although they are not very strong, but they work together perfectly. It seems that they are the best team in Jiefeng Academy for a reason. The plan was good, and the team succeeded in defeating the scary beast. They rejoiced and shouted to the elder that they had defeated the golden crystal beast. Yunmu rejoiced along with them. He thought that these guys were really good. But that was only part of the task. The team needed to get the dragon heart to win. Zhang Yuji had identified its location. Shen Chen made an incision to get it. Looking inside, the girl saw a glow. She realized it was bad. The monster wasn't dead, it was going to evolve. At that moment, the dragon opened its eyes. There was a large explosion accompanied by a rainbow glow. The rest of us couldn't figure out what was going on. Thrown aside by the blast wave, the boys shouted to their comrades that the Earth Dragon had evolved. We must run. In the next second, Shen Chen pushed Zhang Yuji in the back. Zhang Yuji flew back a few meters. Getting to her feet, the girl began to resent what he was doing. But I was shocked by what I saw. It turned out that the comrade was strung on a dragon fang sticking out of the sand. It could have been Zhang Yuji. The Dragon King was resurrected and evolved. It was not for the good. He was summoning the rest of the dragons. Zhang Yuji commanded that they would apprehend the dragons, and Lu should help her friend in the meantime. But the girl was no longer around. She climbed up the fang to help her friend. Crawling over to her comrade, An scolded him. She said he should stop acting like a hero. The young man, squirming in pain, asked what she was doing here and ordered her to run away. The girl got angry. She shouted that enough of this nonsense. She is a medic, and her job is to bring everyone back alive. The dragon noticed the girl. Her comrade shouted for her to be careful. The monster was rapidly heading towards Anlu. The girl froze on the spot in confusion. Lee Yunmu got involved. He eliminated the monster. He told the boys they did a good job, but he'll take it from here. With the help of the great flame art, Yunmu shattered the fang on which Shen Chen hung. Lee caught the wounded young man by the leg. The man said that he should be left behind and the others rescued. Our hero gave the guy a hard look and replied that he was here to make sure everyone was okay. The other 3 team members stood surrounded by dragons. They stated that they were not doing well. Zhao Jiajia began to say that he was happy to be friends with his comrades and fight as a team. Zhang Yuji grinned that his friend had already started to say his last words. Some of the guys shouted that if they were going to die, they were going to take some dragons with them. Suddenly, one of the monsters began to behave strangely. Wei Shinran asked what was going on. Zhao Jiajia said that the dragon had eaten something and its stomach was rumbling. A second later, the monster was burned in a pillar of fire. Zhang Yuji was surprised at how bright the flames were. The next moment, the friends heard another beast being destroyed behind them. Looking around, Zhao Jiajia noticed that it looked like they would still be living. Wei Shinran asked if they would have a problem with the elder helping out. After all, he is their leader. Yunmu reassured the children. He said that the reason each group had a leader was to help in emergency situations. He advised his comrades to protect the injured commander. He would deal with the rest of the dragons. The monsters kept arriving. Lee Yunmu went on the attack. Zhao froze, watching the older man's actions. Yuji asked his friend what he was standing for, and the guy euphorically replied that Lee was so handsome. Admiring his senior comrade's skill, Jiajia dreamily said that in a year's time they could really become so strong. Our hero, meanwhile, was pensive. The Dragon King is worthy of his title. His skin is much denser than that of his normal earthbound kin. The Mad Blade technique doesn't work at all. Lee decided he had to change tactics. He got inside the enemy. Zhao shouted that the dragon had eaten the elder, and he was very frightened. Yuji hurriedly reassured the guy. It seems like it's quite the opposite. The Dragon King was attacked by an elder from within. Walking up to the children, Lee Yunmu explained to them that the monster only had hard skin on the outside. All this time, Anlu had been trying to help Captain Shen Chen and heal his wounds. The guy asked her not to waste her string power on him and save it for the others. The girl was nervous at such words and asked her friend to calm down. Yunmu approached the group and asked sternly what kind of drama they were causing here. Anne asked the elder to find a way to save Shen Chen. Her string power was only enough to stop the bleeding a little. The wound itself she was unable to heal. The young man turned to the system to analyze the method of treatment. The situation was actually serious. Ordinary methods could not help. Holy water was needed to restore his heart. Then Lee, looking at the dragon's heart, asked if replacing the wounded organ was possible. The system replied that it could, and was possible if the body did not reject it. The young man hurriedly approached the wounded guy. He asked An to step back. Yunmu took the boy's hands in his and warned him that it would hurt a lot. You have to be patient. He decisively and quickly performed several manipulations. Lee then ordered the system to rebuild Shen Chen's body. It took 30,000 yuan and 10,000 experience. The rest of the team looked on in amazement at what was happening. And Lu asked, "What kind of power is this? Maybe a medical string technique?" To which Yuji replied that he had never seen such a thing in books. After all the manipulations, the wound recovered. It was really incredible. The first person Shen Chen saw after he opened his eyes was Zhao Jiajia. He said excitedly that his friend had finally woken up. Sitting down on the sand, the young man couldn't understand what was happening. He couldn't believe he was still alive. An went up to the comrade and told him that he was alive and well. The elder had saved him. The young man was very surprised. At the scene of the battle, Lee noticed an interesting item. It was something like a brooch or a pin. Scans have revealed that this item contains chemicals that can stimulate the monster's size and increase the chance of its evolution. Yunmu thought for a moment. It turns out that the Earth Dragon King just now didn't die for a reason. He noted that the find was an artificially created object, but there were only a few people near the monster. Could it be? Ayan pushed the recovered comrade toward Yunmu and said that he had something to say. The boy stood in front of the older man at a loss. He even started picking his nose nervously. Our hero asked what he was doing. Turning to the side, Shen thanked Yunma after a moment of hesitation. But then he blurted out that he didn't think he'd save the guy for nothing. He owes me a favor. He owes me one. And Lu prompted her comrade to just be honest. Our hero looked at what was happening and smiled. This team has exceeded all his expectations. They're very cohesive. It might not be a bad thing to be their leader. Lee Yunmu's gaze became piercing. He looked at the kids fooling around. He realized that there was a traitor among them. The team arrived at the checkpoint for the second test. There were discussions about why the leader should give the dragon's heart. Some said it was the rules. Our guys took a place in line with the other teams. An, seeing that Shen was on the sidelines, called him over to the group. The discussion began about what the second level would be like. The team was curious, but also a little scared. Jia said that since there was a senior, there would definitely be no problem. But our hero did not hear the discussion. O was constantly thinking about what had happened in the desert. A potion that turns a golden crystal into a rainbow crystal. A black crystal level academy team member would never be able to make on his own. The children have no way to defeat the rainbow level beast. If it wasn't for Lee, using this potion becomes fatal for the team. Yunmu was 80% sure that it was done against him. 2 questions remain. Who did it? And why? Someone interrupted his musings. The young man was patted on the shoulder from behind and addressed like a younger brother. The stranger turned to Lee with a request. If they have an extra dragon heart, could they please share? Their team didn't get the artifact and can't go any further. But the guy asked to take pity on the kid sitting on the bench. Yunmu was surprised at what he saw. It was Anzi. He was sitting deep in his thoughts. The stranger went on to say that the child had suddenly decided to participate in the trial, but he had only arrived today, so he asked for his price for the pass. Lee gave his heart immediately. However, the team was somewhat shocked at what was happening. The team captain went up to his senior teammate and started cursing. He yelled that the only way to get to the second level was with a heart, which the team leader had to give. What should they do now? To all complaints, Yunmu replied that he knew they would pass as is. At the jury desk, our team's turn came up. The guy at the table clarified that he was the team leader of Jifeng Academy. He asked for the Earth Dragon heart. The team leader replied that he had no heart. The receiver made an irritably sad face. Instead, our hero held out some sort of sign to the young man and said that this would do just fine. The groggy guy at the table suddenly jumped up and replied that their team could certainly pass. An started pestering Yunmu, asking what he had just shown. The young man replied that it was a letter of invitation. Glancing around the square, our guy noted to himself that there were more people who had passed the first level than expected. Out of nowhere, Liu Noji swooped down and jumped into Liu Noji's arms. She shouted that she had finally found him. Yunmu asked the girl why she was here too. Liu replied that her grandfather insisted that she lead one team. Then the microphone test sounded and everyone turned toward the sound. A voice congratulated all present on passing the first level of the test. The second level was now announced. The chief examiner of the second level was asked to welcome. A beautiful woman appeared in front of the audience. Yunmu automatically, after his adventures in the Nuiwa Kingdom, noted that she had large breasts. Standing next to her, Noji became nervous. The woman announced that there was a possession test to be taken at the second level. She is the chief examiner, Zuo Ming. The examiner said they'd start without further ado. She let the red spectrum energy flow around her and said mental illusion. Yunmu burst into flames. The woman asked not to panic. Min said that the illusion would turn into the deepest obsession in the hearts of those present. Only those with strong hearts would pass on. Zuo continued. She asked to gather all her body energy in her hands. It becomes an illusion of one's own beliefs. Each person in attendance held something of their own cherished. The woman explained that whoever survives her attack and does not break the transformed item passes the test. A daredevil emerged from the crowd. He thought the challenge would be difficult, but since it was so easy, he would be the first. That daredevil was the leader of Lingbo City. He should already be at the level of the rainbow crystal. His transformation is a hidden sword. He must pass the test. Zuo Ming replied with a sly look. Good, let's start with him. With the first blow, the fantasy sword in the guy's hands fell apart. A girl from his group ran up to the leader and asked if he was okay. And Lu was surprised that even with the rainbow crystal level, the warrior couldn't stop the attack. Zhang Yuji replied that this level test does not indicate strength. It shows whether the faith in one's heart is strong enough. The examiner commented that she thought the guy was arrogant because of his strength. But he turned out to be weak. Who's next? And Lu held the princess dress in her hands. It shattered to pieces. Ming asked, does she think she is playing at home? The next one was Jia. He had a whip in his hand, but it was also too weak. The guy failed the test. Zhang Yuji materialized a book. His defense was good and the guy passed the test. Shen Chen passed the test with a huge shield. Despite Wei Shinran materializing the doll, her faith was so strong that she endured. Li Yunmu analyzed what was happening. The ordeal was indeed difficult. 2 of his wards had flown out. Chen and Yuji's passage was something he had expected. But the modest-looking Wei Shinran appeared so confident. The boy's musings were interrupted by Min's voice. She called out to look at one of the contestants. The woman was surprised. In the 4 years she has been working as an examiner, this is the first time she's encountered such strong conviction. Looking around, our hero recognized this exceptional person. It was Enzi. Correcting his glasses, the young man said that his goal was different from the others. Liu Noji looked at her friend. She recognized his illusion. It was Sister Shuang. After passing all the participants, the woman walked up to Li Yunmu. She said that he was the last one. She regarded the boy with interest. What she wanted to experience most in this challenge was Li, the best among the newcomers. Even Elder Qin Feng praised him. I would like to see how he performs. The woman swung her whip, yelled, "Get it!" Li's team was startled. The elder had not yet transformed his conviction and a whip was already flying at him. The impact raised large clouds of dust. It was unclear through the dust, but it felt like someone was holding the examiner's gun. The dust cleared. Yunmu asked, turning to Min, what he had done to offend his big sister. She had obviously hit him harder than the others. At that moment, everyone saw the whip being held by a huge warrior, Shadow Number 1. The people around me exclaimed that this illusion is so cool. This power. Turns out the examiner was clearly amenable to children. And Z looked with astonishment at what was happening. He didn't understand why Li Yunmu was here. Zuo Ming released her whip and it vanished into thin air. She smiled and said that Li had passed the test. She also announced that the top 3 in tomorrow's test would be the winners. Now everyone should rest. The woman noted to herself that she'd used 80% of her strength and hadn't hurt him. He really is a monster. In one of the offices, someone reported that the mission had failed. The Earth Dragon with evolution did not cause any harm to Li Yunmu's body. Looking out the window at the bench where our hero was resting, someone kept saying they would find an opportunity on the 3rd level. The head of the conspiracy replied that it was not safe in the Temple of War. All the more reason for Li to detect the enemy. Our hero was sitting on the bench and remembering what Aeon was like before. The incident with Shuang's sister seemed to have changed him a lot. He approved of the boy's decision to come to the Temple of War. It was a really good choice for him. Many resources and skills could not be bought with money. The team found their leader. The boys asked the older man why he was so glum. Yunmu turned to the boys and said what he was thinking. He would have to break his promise to lead the group to victory. His friend had come to take part in the challenge. Getting into the Temple of War is very important to him. And that's why Li will help him win the challenge. Even if the next level is to go up against the guys. The young man looked intently at the gathered comrades and said that he was not worthy of being the team leader of Zifeng Academy. The dumbfounded boys looked at the older man. He kept saying that he would go to the academy and tell them everything there. He would find them a new leader before the test tomorrow. Shen Shen sat down next to Li on the bench and said that he had had enough. This test is very boring. And Lu started yelling at the guy. She asked what he was talking about. They're already here and Shen says he's had enough? The young man explained that he would participate in the 3rd trial, but he wouldn't try. Chen turned to Yunmu. Said he could do whatever he wanted, could go and help his friend win. Looking absent-mindedly at Yunmu, the guy said that there was no need to mention the new leader. After all, there could only be one Li Yunmu. The guys supported the captain's speech. They confirmed that Jiajia and Lu had already dropped out of the competition. But the team is not going to fall apart. They should learn from each other. They've only been in the academy for a year and are still very weak. And Lu walked over to Li and took his hand. Smiling, the girl said that the older man should help his friend win. They will all cheer for him. The next day, Zuoming met the participants at the start of the final challenge. The boys have to go through a portal door. Behind it is a straight path upwards. The contestants must climb up it. The 3 who cover the greatest distance in 3 hours will be the winners. There are no rules, so leaders need to be careful and protect their team members. The woman announced that the test was about to begin. Yunmu was among the first to pass through the portal. On the other side of the door, snow was waiting for the participants. More specifically, a snowy mountain appeared in front of them. Yunmu thought that this must be a secret place. The wind here has a very strong string force that could freeze the body. Every snowflake here is very sharp. When it hits your skin, it scratches it. Even the Temple of War had a hard time finding a place like this, and was walking and thinking about the unknown danger ahead of him. Yunmu, looking after him, decided to command first and then follow his friend. And Z hurried after his team captain. He said that the snowfall was too heavy. It won't last that long. We need to find the leader. He was told that the captain had no idea where to find their leader. An struggled to move forward in the blizzard. His comrade reassured him that they were already halfway there and needed to be patient. Then the captain asked what level the newcomer was. Black crystal or silver crystal? Hearing that Z was a member of the golden crystal, the traveling companion stopped. He was surprised. Turning around, he looked at Anya with frantic eyes and said it was great. As he approached the guy, he grabbed him by the neck with a shout that he was now saved. An didn't realize what was happening. but he felt that the power was gradually leaving him. The comrade was sucking it out. The wily traveling companion wouldn't let go of Anya, telling him that it was his family technique. It allows you to absorb other people's string energy. The boy rejoiced. As long as he could absorb the golden crystal's energy, he could live. Our friend started screaming, but no one could hear him in this blizzard. Energized, the enemy abandoned the young man, saying that he took his share and reached the end with him. He laughed that An would become ice and left. Losing consciousness, Tsu saw the back of the receding energy vampire. After a while, Anzi woke up. He realized that someone was dragging his leg up the slope. When he opened his eyes, he didn't immediately recognize who it was. He'd lost his glasses. Looking closer, he recognized a familiar silhouette in the outline. It was Yunmu. The young man started a scandal. He asked his friend to let him go. He yelled that they weren't on the same team. He didn't need Lee's help. He scolded, saying that the world doesn't revolve around Yunmu. Now An is no longer a weakling and won't hide only behind his back. He was no longer a crybaby who relied on a friend. After hearing everything, our hero replied that he understood his hatred perfectly well. Lee himself hates himself. Although Shuang is Anya's sister, Yunmu treats her like an older sister in his heart. Because of this, Yunmu can't leave the guy alone. If ZSF dies like this, how will he explain it to Lin when she comes back? The young man said instead of hating himself, it was better to hate his own ineptitude. He told Lee that even the blow he had given his friend was just anger at his own incompetence. For the next few meters of the journey, while Lee dragged him, An wailed that he was weak, that he hadn't tried before, hiding from his problems behind another man. He must work hard, learn to fight to protect his loved ones. Yunmu walked on, climbing to the top. He replied to his friend that he knew all that was said. Lee told Tsu to stop crying, tears freeze. The higher the friends advanced, the stronger the wind became. Yunmu noticed the guy ahead who betrayed and took Anzi's energy. He walked rejoicing that he would be the first to reach the top, that he had made it. Approaching the traitor, the unaware Lee asked him to move out of the way. The guy recognized our hero, and after examining his burden, he realized that it was An. Tsu's former comrade chuckled that he seemed to have found a sidekick, suggested that he throw out the trash, Anya, and cooperate with him. The stranger really thought Lee was dragging An for money. He offered him a double price for his help if he brought him in first. After saying that, Yunmu finished off his friend's abuser. An asked Yunmu to let him go. He said that he had already reached his limit. Our hero hesitated. Even his body began to freeze. It seems impossible to carry even one person to the end with only the power of the strings. In that case, Lee said that there was only one thing left to do. After saying that, he slipped his hand into his portal. The rest of the participants were gradually making their way to the top. Some whimpered that they could go no further. They were encouraged that they were almost there. Some said that there was no need to give up. After all, with the help of the Jing family brothers, everyone had finally made it here. Some of those who were walking behind said that if they hadn't followed their brothers, they would have frozen to death. But there was an obstacle in the way of the group. They all looked up when they heard someone calling them. Yunmu sat in front of the group on the way to the summit. He warned that the road was blocked. The participants recognized the young man, but they were outraged. How come? What does he mean? Lee pointed at Anzi lying behind his back. He said that this guy won first place in this trial, so the endpoint is here. The trial participants began to resent why that guy had to be first. The young man replied that it was simply because he said so. The group began to be outraged. People scandalized over who Lee Yunmu thought he was. Someone suggested that we all attack him together. Another guy backed him up, saying, so what if he's the best rookie? He may not be able to handle it alone, but when it's all together. The Jing brothers looked at the outraged heroes and chuckled, saying that they were fools. Yunmu called upon the great art of fire to help. One of the Jing brothers even marveled at how in an instant, the 4 people had turned into ashes. Lee turned to the brothers, asked what the 2 of them were going to do. Do they want to become like their comrades, or do they want to stay here? They asked him if he thought the boys were just as scum as the others, and they replied that the 2 of them were much stronger than the others. Yunmu replied that since they were so confident, it was worth checking. They could try it. Lee himself thought that these guys were really different from the rest. Perhaps they had even reached the level of superstrings. Fighting these 2 will only drain our hero's strength. The other contestants will be able to take advantage of that. Lee has decided he will not attack. Maybe they'll change their minds about fighting. One of the brothers interrupted our hero's thoughts. He said that there was no choice. There was only one option. Our hero's eyes lit up with rage. The thought flashed through his mind that the battle had not been avoided. One of the guys headed towards Yunmu. He looked smirking at Lee and rubbed his hands together. But instead of fighting, the guy put up a second sign not far from the first one. He shouted happily to his brother that he had secured a great seat for him. Our hero was slightly shocked. Turning to Li, the young man clarified that he only needed one seat. When he received an affirmative answer, he said that they would take the other 2 seats. Our guy breathed a sigh of relief. I think the plan worked. Meanwhile, a group was approaching the guys sitting on the road. It was led by an instructor who had left his team to get a reward. The head of the group promised that his team would not die in vain. When he entered the War God Hall, he would give double the reward. The group perked up when they heard one of the brothers call out to them. He reported that this is where the trail ends. There's no more room. The participants in the group shouted, "What do you mean there are no seats?" They demanded that the 3 boys get out of the way. The other brother apologized. He told the newcomers that that guy, pointing to Li, had blocked the road and there was nothing they could do, so they had to settle for 2nd and 3rd place, and they should come back. One of the group shouted that enough of this nonsense, and called the others to all attack together. The boy's eyes lit up. He replied that they didn't seem to listen to advice. And in a second, he was already flying into the attack with his 2 swords. He was lightning fast, and a couple of men had already fallen at his hands. The remaining instructor was surprised. The young man looked like a ghost. Yunmu, looking at everything that was happening, thought that it was fortunate that he didn't have to fight the brothers. They are indeed very strong. If there had been a fight, it was unlikely that Li would have been able to defend Anzi for the rest of the competition. Now these 2 are providing protection for Anut. Li doesn't have to waste his strength. Watching the battle unfold, Yunmu informed his friend that they had won. When it was over, a friendly team of new and old friends were celebrating the victory. Only our hero was dissatisfied why everyone had gathered at his house. Everyone congratulated Anzi on her 1st place, and they discussed that it was all thanks to Li Yunmu. Our hero's dad came up to Anya and said that he, as a former member of the Temple of War, could help him a little. The boy agreed. But our hero advised him to refuse because he doesn't know what he's agreeing to. Yunmu turned to his father and wryly said, "It's strange that he's even with them. He's usually out of sight." His father threw the boy to the floor and held him in a vice-like grip. He shouted that he dared not speak like that. All he does is run around and solve problems with his enemies. Dropping the boy, the elder Li left. And Yunmu was approached by Sister Ryan. She said that you shouldn't think about your father like that. He's actually very worried about him. She said her brother knows that with a temper like their dad's, it's impossible to relax at all. To keep his son out of trouble, he stayed at home and did not go outside. Seeing the frowning old man every day, Ryan even felt sorry for him. When Yunmu is gone for a long time, his father goes to see someone every day to find out news about his son. The boy sat listening to his sister with a blank stare. He had no idea that the person who worried about him the most was his father. The teleportation area was lively this time. Friends and family came to see Li and his group off. Sister said that she would take care of her parents when she said goodbye. And Yunmu needs to take care of himself. The elder asked Wei Shinran to activate the teleportation. The girl pressed the lever. And Z, seeing his friend off with a glance, said that Xiao Mumu should wait for him. He would definitely become stronger as soon as possible, and would be on par with him. The group teleported, but for some reason, the destination was far from Jefeng Academy. Shen Chen told the guys that apparently they had been teleported somewhere in the forest. Maybe there was a problem with the port. Li Yunmu guessed that they had been sent here on purpose. Someone must have changed the location of their teleport. A voice came from somewhere above and said that Li was right. He should be commended for his ingenuity. The original plan was to destroy him while there was panic. But it seems that it wasn't as simple as the enemy thought. Yunmu recognized the attacker as a member of the Sacred Heaven sect. The young man withdrew, saying if the Heavenly sect had gone to such lengths to bring him here. He was told not to pretend. He understood why they were looking for him. The man with anger in his eyes said it was time to avenge their leader. Li continued the dialogue with a smirk on his face. He expressed doubt that they would be able to scratch him, but the enemy was already approaching from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy noticed the glint of a weapon and managed to dodge. When the dust from the attack began to clear, Yunmu said, "Here comes the traitor." He was very surprised. The girl cutting off her hair said he was really hard to deal with. She thought that the Earth Dragon King would be able to destroy the young man, but he was able to defeat him easily, and a change of strategy had to be made. Fixing her hair, the girl went on to say that although it took a lot of effort, she had finally accomplished her mission. Ambilou, flapping her eyes, could only utter, "How could this be?" It was Wei Shinran. She said she was tired of pretending to be a good girl. Captain Shen shouted that enough of this nonsense, demanded that she return to them. The girl looked at him with a smirk, apologizing, but she had already played the team. She advised to find someone to accompany them, and waved goodbye. An couldn't believe it. She rushed after screaming, "Aren't they best friends?" From the traitor's attack, and Lu closed with his sword Chen. A frightened An sat on the ground and couldn't believe what was happening. Shinran's eyes were full of determination and anger. She shouted for Shen to go away. The boy couldn't believe what was happening either. He wondered if Wei was joking. The girl approached the representative of the celestial realm. She said that her part of the contract had been fulfilled. Now she demanded what she had been promised. The man reassured her by saying that she would receive everything. When the girl equaled Yunmu, he said that the interlocutor had almost ruined her girlfriend. Shinran boldly declared that she didn't need friends. Tears sprang from Unlu's eyes. She couldn't accept that her friend was a traitor. The representative of the Celestial Kingdom replied that it was a touching show, and ordered a companion to destroy the group. Chen commanded his friends to form a battle formation. They prepared to defend themselves. The young man swung his huge sword and didn't realize what had happened. The strength seemed to be getting less. Jiajia leaned back against the captain and also noted that the strength of the strings was becoming weaker. The enemy confirmed their fears. It turned out to be the cursed land of Hongman Province. A strong man had once fallen here, and his anger had cursed the place. Everyone who comes here can't use the string power freely. And the closer you get to the center of this place, the harder it is to use the string power. The enemy looked at me with an insidious, evil gaze and stated that it didn't matter how strong people were elsewhere. Here they are weak. He'll threaten the frightened boys that they'll all die here. In the same second, the two minions of the Heaven Realm flew apart from the impact. Their leader couldn't believe what was happening. Looking at the opponents lying on the ground, Yunmu said that he hadn't used only physical strength in a long time, to which Li heard Liu Noji's voice. She said that if he thought he could only defeat them with physical strength, he was wrong. Noji stood next to Yunmu. He warned that the enemies were approaching. The girl got into a fighting stance and replied that she would no longer hide behind Li. She intends to fight this time. One blow and both enemies flew apart. Our hero noted that she was actually a pretty good fighter. Looking at the approaching opponents, he thought he should start too. The battle began. Yunmu said that they would beat up the enemies one by one. The young team watched this battle with their mouths open. Zhao Jiajia noticed it didn't seem like they were only a year older. Our heroes dispersed the surrounding rivals. Rejoicing in their victory, they slapped each other's hands. But the sect leader was quick to cool their fervor. He said it was too early to celebrate. He had made a mistake, of course. He had not expected them to be so strong physically. Even though both young men are martial artists, there are only two of them. They won't be able to fight for long. The enemy asked if the boys would get tired. He called the rest of the minions to come out. The Heaven Realm sect warriors began to surround our team from all sides. There seemed to be countless of them. Yunmu made a welcoming sign with his hand. He smirked at the fact that so many people had come for him. Apparently, the sect had taken him seriously. But he has a lot of people, too. And after saying that, his enhanced shadows appeared behind Li's back. But now they were not three, but many. The boys were amazed. What was it? Where did so many ghosts come from? The leader of the opponents was also puzzled. It's a summoning technique, but it's impossible. The strength of Li's strings should have weakened. Yunmu said that he didn't have much string power left. Therefore, it should be finished quickly. The young man commanded that a legion of shadows bring him the heads of these men, and pointed at his opponents. A big fight broke out. Guy demanded that no one be left alive. The shadows obeyed the order without question. The frightened enemies fled, but there was no escape from the Shadow Legion. The Heaven Realm sect leader announced, "Those who run away will be exterminated. His minions must fight to the last man." With the command to stand until the end, the enemy hoped that so many warriors would quickly drain Yunmu's energy. Suddenly, Shadow number 1, having caught up with his opponent, stopped a few centimeters away from him. Yunmu didn't understand what had happened, why his fail-safe weapon had frozen in place. The system sent a message that the young man had run out of available accounts. Li howled that it had happened so quickly. How was this possible? His comrades didn't realize who he was talking to. He looked like a man in a state of bankruptcy. Yunmu fell silent. I started to think. He got carried away and didn't notice the consumption. It was the same as last time. The boy remembered his recent workouts. He strived to be stronger. The young man wanted to summon as many shadows as possible. The system reported that in his current state, he could only control 4 shadows. If you exceed that amount, the body will collapse. The young man asked what could be done. The system said that if he wants to control a lot of shadows, money is everything. The young man wondered how money affected the number of shadows. It was explained to him that if the string's own strength was not enough to control a large number of shadows at the same time, then by paying, Li could borrow strength greater than his own. Yunmu was jubilant. He could have as much money as he wanted. But after 2 hours, the guy's account was empty. Li got very angry, and the system replied that this was the result of consumption for shadows. For all the scolding, the system added that the payment increases exponentially. The more shadows, the higher the payment. The young man was now standing on the battlefield and worried that he had wasted a lot of money. At that moment, an enemy was approaching our guy. He rejoiced that the power of the strings was leaving Lee, and said that it was time to finish. The opponent pointed out that Lee Yunmu was worthy of praise. If he didn't send the sect leader to the other world, he would even be invited to join the sect. At last, the enemy said he was sorry, but Lee must die here and now. Yunmu said with a chuckle while looking at his opponent's energy cannons that he was thinking of defeating him with this. The sect chairman commanded all his warriors to prepare and fire at the same time. Our hero commanded his group to get ready. And in just a second, Lee shouted to his team to run. The guys were a little taken aback. The opponents were also visibly agitated. They did not expect such a retreat. Yunmu turned around, showed his gob, and shouted that he wasn't an idiot to fight against energy cannons without string power. One of the minions of the sect asked the master what should they do. He replied that they should pursue it. The enemy was very angry at this development. He said in a rage that he wanted to tear Lee apart. The pursuers were gaining on our team. They were constantly firing charges from the energy cannons, and it was getting harder and harder for the guys to avoid them. Then the elder commanded Shen Chen. Since his physical skills are not very good, he should take the team far away where he can utilize the power of the strings, and Yunmu would run in the other direction to disperse the opponents and weaken their numerical advantage. The assistant informed the master that the pursuing team had split up. Then he ordered Wu Ka to take someone to chase after the boys. He would go after Lee himself. The enemy followed our hero and his companion. He shouted after them that the boy was running to the very depths of the cursed earth. Yunmu lurked behind a tree and turned around. He made sure that the enemy was indeed pursuing them. Liu Noji asked, "Will the kids on Team Jifeng be okay?" Without hesitating for a second, the young man replied that of course. He added, "Who does she think trained them?" Meanwhile, the boys were running with all their legs. They were already tired, but there was no opportunity to stop for a rest. They had to keep running. This was when Zhang Yuji noticed something wrong. He shouted to the captain to watch his feet. They stopped. The cursed land was a swamp. The swamp had swollen ahead. Now they had nowhere to run. They had already been caught up behind them, and a voice said that luck was on the enemy's side. The boys suddenly ran towards the swamp and were almost missed. Looking around, the youth saw a group led by the deputy representative of the Sacred Heaven sect, Rainbow Crystal String Wu Ka. He said that in this area, they would be able to utilize the power of the strings. Shen commanded his friends to do the same old thing, and the boys took a fighting stance. Wu, with an acidic smile, began to explain to his minions, "Whoever wins, the most young men will get the prize." Just then, someone shouted for Mr. Wu Ka to be more careful. Above his head, Shen Chen had already flown up to attack with his huge blade. A second, and the dust from the impact blew around. The guys looked hopefully at the dissipating cloud. Yuji asked, "Did he make it?" But the enemy was experienced. He caught the boy by the blade, told him it wasn't good to attack so sneakily, commanded his group to fire. At this moment, Shen Chen called out to Jiajia. And above the heads of the attackers, Zhao Jiajia was approaching to attack. He called out that he was on his way. His swift whip knocked the weapons out of his enemy's hands in an instant. Wu guessed that the captain had decided to slaughter his subordinates so that he would be alone. He said that brats like them wouldn't be able to hurt him, to which Shen Chen confidently replied that they could calmly. At the same second, Zhao Jiajia shouted to the captain to catch the end of his whip. The further development of events depended on Enlu. The girl concentrated all her energy. Wu Ka only had time to shout for them to defend themselves. Zhang Chuzi had already started to conspire his technique. Silence is the main thing. Mind is emptiness. Thoughts are absolute. God is everything. Supplementing his energy with the flow from Anlu, the guy sent out his crystals to all the enemies. Wounds from sharp shrapnel were followed by an explosion. The comrades rejoiced at the success. With Anne's strength, the explosion was really powerful. Only the captain was wary of the dust cloud. From there, a wounded and furious Wu Ka jumped out. He shouted that it was time to fight them seriously. Shen shouted that the guy wasn't dead yet. The guys need to go back. The first to stand in the enemy's way was Yuji. Wu attacked him. The guy flew back a few meters. Zhao Jiajia, annoyed by his buddy's injury, rushed at his pursuer to attack with his whip. But Wu managed to get out of the way and hit the guy back. With a beastly grin, the enemy looked at the dumbfounded Shen Chen and said that it was his turn. The captain covered Anlu with himself, commanding her to stand behind him. The insidious enemy taunted that it was useless for them to hide. They would die anyway. The enemy came close to the young man, took him mockingly by the chin. But the boy continued to defend his comrades. He said that he would not let them be destroyed, but that Wu would have to fight him first. Wu Ka began to mercilessly strike the captain one after another. The wounded fellows supported their friend. They were asking him to fight, for all the members were bleeding for him. The enemy said angrily that when Chen died, no one else would protect them. With another strike, the opponent stopped feeling Shen Chen's heartbeat. He thought that the guy had died standing up. Wu Ka walked towards Anlu. He said it was her turn. The The girl would meet her friend soon. And Lu was sobbing with fear. She called out for Shen Chen to save her. The enemy had already prepared his furious fist to attack, but Shen Chen was looming over him from behind. He shouted that he warned him not to touch his team members. The enemy couldn't believe how this was possible. The captain struck the enemy with the dragon's firepower. The enemy was defeated forever. But the boy couldn't stop. He fiercely struck blow after blow, and Lu screamed with all her might for him to stop. It's over. The young man stopped and screamed in an inhuman voice. When Shen Chen woke up, he saw his friends beside him. They said that he had made them worry. Guy asked An why she was crying. There was nothing wrong with him. Tears kept pouring down Lu's cheeks. She replied that she was afraid she was going to lose another member of the team. He scared her a lot. Shen smiled and told his friend not to worry. Nothing would happen to him as long as he didn't bring Wei Shinran back. In response to the surprised looks of his comrades, the captain explained that Team Jifeng couldn't be without her. Therefore, he had returned straight from the underworld. An pounded her friend's forehead with her fist. He yelled that it hurt. The girl, holding back her tears, explained not to make any more jokes like that. He made them worry a lot. While the friends were talking, Zhang Yujie thought for a moment. He was sure that this power did not come from Shen himself. It was like that earth dragon that had gone mad. Meanwhile, the second group of pursuers had gotten on Yunmu Yinoji's trail. The leader commanded his warriors to run in the opposite direction of the footprints. In response to their surprise, he explained that Li had not left such obvious footprints. He had noticed the tracks of cover. The pursuit team rushed with all their legs in the opposite direction. Our friends in turn ran without stopping. Noji shouted to her friend that they should not leave such obvious footprints. The young man reassured her, saying that they would not be caught up. Yunmu explained that a cunning guy like the sect leader would always pretend to be clever. After finding such obvious traces, he would definitely start chasing in the opposite direction. With the words "act stupid against smart" as the best option, our hero stumbled and fell. The annoyed young man picked up the flower, whose stem he had tripped over, and began to shout that who had thought of planting it in the middle of the road. A bear cub with flowers on its tail and a pot of honey drew behind the stem. The friends stared in surprise at the find. The little bear began to scream. He screamed so loudly that his friends covered their ears with their hands. When Yunmu asked why he was suddenly screaming, Liu replied that she should put his flowers down. If he continued to shout, he would definitely attract. Before the girl could finish speaking, a huge bear grew up behind the young man. The boys froze. Yunmu asked the girl, since she was a good student, whether she thought they could defeat the beast with just their fists. Nausea didn't have time to reply. Mama Bear roared menacingly and rushed at them. The friends ran as fast as they could. At this time, the pursuers realized that Li had fooled them. The master beat his fist on the tree and said that he wanted to destroy it. Just then, a great noise was heard from the forest. The enemies decided to head that way. The friends continued to run away from the bear. Liu Noji asked his friend to think of a way to defeat the bear. Li replied that they couldn't. Yunmu's foot treacherously stepped on the trap, and the boys flew down into a huge hole. The bear slowed down and only stared into the darkness after them. Waking up on the ground, the young man tried to figure out where he was. The recovering friend explained that they had fallen into some kind of trap. Yunmu blushed. Noji asked why he had such an expression on his face. Looking around, she realized she was riding a guy. Embarrassed, she jumped back a few meters to the side. The guy got up, looked around. He said that the bear was still sitting on top. So to be safe, they had better stay here for a while. They wandered deeper into the cave. Suddenly, there was such subterranean beauty under the cursed earth. When they reached the underground lake, the friends sat down on the shore. They pondered that magic power might be hidden here. It was chilly. Lunoji started to sneeze. Li Yunmu carefully threw his jacket over the girl's shoulders. She blushed. A friend told Li that he could get sick that way. The guy replied that it didn't make any difference. It's cold here and he can't do anything about it. The girl moved over and with the words, "We'll be on the same terms," threw half of the jacket over Yunma. The guy moved a little closer to make it warmer. He looked at Notsa warmly. She sat there like a cawing sparrow, a little flushed at the proximity. Noticing the look in his eyes, she asked loudly what he was looking at. The young man looked away embarrassed, saying he wasn't looking at her, looking at their reflection in the lake water. The boys wondered how long they would sit there. The girl didn't realize she had fallen asleep. Li woke her up. He said he found something. Sleepy Nosy, wiping her eyes, asked what could be found in this god-forsaken place. The young man pointed to the water and said it was there. Liu asked what he was doing there. Yunmu explained that he was fishing, offered his friend a snack. She declined. He couldn't wait to show off his find. Li told Noji to jump into the water after him. Before she knew it, he had already pushed her into the lake. Underwater were tunnels to other places. When Lu Noji swam out of one of the cave compartments, she was very surprised by what she saw. She asked her friend if it was real. In the middle of the cave, Surrounded on all sides by crosses was an energy ball. Taking off his wet clothes, Lee Yunmu told his friend that it was an energy shield, and offered to come closer and take a look. Liu Noji replied that it's better not to get close. Crosses are tools of suppression. They were put up to suppress what's under the shield. There are a lot of crosses, so it's very dangerous. The young man said that since his friend was afraid he could stay where he was, he would go alone. The girl was indignant. Once again, he did not heed her warning. Liu Noji made up her mind after all and followed Yunmu. As they got closer, the friends saw a round artifact on the dome. The signs on it seemed familiar to Yunmu. After thinking for a moment, he remembered. The guy took out the bowl obtained from the battle with the Sky Sect. The runes on it were identical to those on the contraption under the dome. The young man remembered that the old man at the Wanwen Pavilion had said that the bowl had a second half. Maybe it does. Someone used it to suppress something here. The guy combined the two items. They fit like they were one and the same. Turning the artifact around, Lee Yunmu found himself on top of a surging stream of energy. Gradually, the bowl sucked the entire energy dome into itself. The young man rejoiced like a child. At last, his bowler was fully assembled. Naze called out to the guy. There seemed to be something else under the dome. When the smoke cleared, the friends saw a stuck sword on a pile of bones. Yunmu headed towards the sword. He walked and wondered why there were so many bones. Everything was covered with them. He was about to grab the hilt of his sword when his friend shouted at him not to touch it. Lee froze. Nazi clarified that there was no need to touch the weapon. It exudes a very evil aura. She can feel it. The girl kept saying that they don't know anything about this sword, so it was better to be careful. The young man listened and stepped back. At that moment, someone entered the cave and started swearing about who they were. From the form of clothing, the guys guessed that it was a member of the Heavenly Sect. He asked where the void treasure ring that suppressed the sword was. The guy who came in looked at the orientation cards in his hand and exclaimed that it was them. Noji whispered to Yunmu that they had been discovered. The guest's eyes lit up with rage. He said that the heavens themselves were on his side. If he caught the uninvited guests, he would be promoted for sure. Yunmu knocked out the attacker with one punch. He was surprised that he was so weak. Turning around, our hero went to the sword. He said that since the Heavenly Sect was not indifferent to it, it was impossible to leave the weapon here. Noji was startled. She questioned whether Lee really wanted to take it. The young man said that since they even used suppressors for this sword, he wanted to look at it. And he reached for the hilt. Barely touching the sword, Yunmu felt a large flow of energy. The guy abruptly ripped his hand away from the hilt and fell to the ground. Noji was terrified. After a couple of seconds, the young man regained consciousness. He said that the moment he touched the weapon, he felt that his strength had run out. The girl was swearing profanities. Getting to his feet, Yunmu decided it was best to forget about the sword. It didn't seem to be for him. His friend lamented that maybe he had learned his lesson this time. The boy boasted that this time he was not leaving empty-handed, and he showed me his pot. The comrades got out of the hole. Yunmu said that the bear seemed to have left. Tired from the busy day, Liu Noji asked what they should do next. The boys walked slowly down the path, thinking that they needed to get out of this forest quickly. Yunmu said he didn't know how the guys were doing. They didn't realize that an energy charge was already flying at them. A moment and the comrades were thrown back by the blast wave. Looking up, Lee saw the enemy standing on a tree branch. The Heaven Sect Master said that it was easy for him to find them. Yunmu began to quip. He asked his opponent that it was bad to be clever and be wronged by his own cleverness. Did he hurt his dignity? Called the master Grandpa. Our hero then rushed to attack, urging the enemy to fight him. Noji shouted, not understanding why he was provoking the situation. In response, she heard back. He didn't know his opponent was so offensive. Immediately, a charge from the energy cannon flew at the guy. Noze had time to warn him. The young man was able to dodge the attack. Once on the ground, our hero said that he was indeed almost killed now. But when he saw where the shell flew away, he noticed something. The enemy behind him gloated. He said that this time the young man could not escape. If he knelt down and apologized, his body would remain intact. In response, Lee replied with a smile. He wished he could deal with his opponent later. After all, there would be no next time. The Heavenly Sect Master didn't understand the guy's irony. He asked him what he was talking about, because he was about to die. Yunmu pointed behind his back and said he was talking about him. Behind the guy, a huge bear appeared out of the clouds of dust. Lee approached the animal, stroked it. He regretted that its fur was on fire. The charge had hit the bear. Pointing at his opponents, the guy told the animal that they shot at him. These people are scum. They want to take his bear cub. The beast's eyes lit up with fury. He grinned. The representatives of the Sacred Heaven sect were a bit confused. They didn't understand what the guy was doing to the animal. But the next second, the animal was already rushing at the enemies. They started shouting that this bear must be destroyed. Yunmu told his friend that it was time for them to get out of here. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, the doors of the secret bunker opened. The guy who greeted the visitor said that the deputy bishop was waiting. Through the open door, the guy escorted Wei Shinran out. The girl was walking under supervision down a corridor with creepy flasks of liquids on both sides. These vessels contained either humans or monsters. They were knocking on the glass, asking to be destroyed. Wei Shinran shrank back in terror. She tried not to look around. At the end of the corridor was a laboratory. In it, a man in overalls and tools was doing something with another monster. He said it would be over soon. At that moment, the door opened, and a guard and Shinran appeared on the threshold. The guy reported to the deputy bishop that the girl from the Wei family was here. A pungent, unpleasant odor hit the girl's nose. She covered her nose with her hand. The deputy invited her to come in quickly. Wei said she brought him the man he asked for. Now he owes her what he promised. The man was finished with the manipulation. He reported that revitalization was not easy. Taking off his overalls, the deputy bishop said to Wei Shinran not to worry. He would do what he promised. The man said she could trust him, but he had a few more errands for her to run. So now she should go back and wait for messages. The girl got angry. She shouted that he was playing with her. The agreement was that she would bring Li Yunmu here, and he must do what he promised. The man looked at her sternly. He replied that he had already told her to go back and wait for her errands. No matter how angry the girl was, she had to obey and walk backwards. The wily scientist stood looking at his work and pondered the need for more test subjects. The girl walked down the horrible hallway and thought about her dad and mom. She remembered how her family had once been grabbed by Xiaoxin. She screamed for him to let them go. The girl was lying on the ground without strength and begging her family to do nothing. An evil scholar stood over her and said that she was the genius of the Wei family. He offered to make a deal with her. Now walking down this seemingly endless corridor, as it seemed at the time, she thought she could do it. Don't try to get in her way. Our heroes, after a full day of walking, finally met people. Nazi noticed that the villagers looked like the Hongman tribe. The young man said that it was logical for the heavenly sect to send them to the Hongman continent. Seeing a local, Yunmu called out to him, calling him Big Brother. The man was frightened and started shouting that there were strangers here. A crowd of locals came running to the shout. They surrounded our heroes. Noji and Yunmu stood surprised. The boy was only asking what happened, Big Brothers. Someone among the tribal elders ordered that they be brought to him. Our hero tensed up. He asked what they were going to do with them. Here the natives swept the guests up in their arms and told them to give them proper hospitality. The guests were seated at a large table covered with all kinds of food. The locals murmured, calling them strange or ugly. One of the locals tried to feed Yunmu more, saying he was too skinny. He told him not to be shy, to make himself at home. The guy was lucky that a bigger man stepped in and told him that if the guests were overfed, they would die. And they're skinny because of their build. Patting Yunma on the shoulder, the tribe elder explained that the brother was too good-natured. And the people of their tribe were very fond of making friends. Li replied that everything was fine. He asked to be shown where the nearest intercontinental teleporter was. The elder explained that the travelers needed to go directly south. At that moment, a sentry ran up to the elder. He shouted that bandits were approaching the village. The elder turned dark. He said that the boys would have to finish them off. One of the vigilantes would be left to protect the guests. All the men ran to the battle. Yunmu asked the guard if they were often attacked by bandits. The man told him that they had appeared a couple months ago. The villagers began to suddenly disappear. Then the bandits came and said that they were the ones who had tied up the villagers. And if they wanted to keep the kidnapped alive, the locals had to give up all their savings. Yunmu headed in the direction of the fleeing men. The guard said it was dangerous. The young man replied that he had not yet thanked him for his hospitality. The locals surrounded one guy, shouting that he was the boss of the bandits. The battle began. The dust was puffing up and rocks were flying around. The bandit commander grabbed the tribal elder. He asked the old man if he would fight to the end. The man replied that even if they died, they would not follow the enemy's lead. The bandit swung his sword, saying goodbye to the old man. At this moment, Yunmu appeared and struck the enemy with his weapon. The elder sat on the ground dumbfounded. He kept saying that the young man was so strong. The guy looked around and asked if anyone wanted more. The chief bandit's subordinates ran up. They surrounded the young man. Yunmu asked the attackers who authorized them to do this to the village head. The bandits asked their leader what to do. He told them to run, and yelled that this guy was a monster. Our hero went after them. After catching up with the opponents, he eliminated the minions. The ringleader he captured and began to interrogate where they had taken the villagers. The man asked to be spared. He said that they tied up the people and sold them, but he did not know where they were then taken. The elder listened and lamented that they wouldn't even know where their relatives had been taken. Yunmu clarified that was all he could tell. The man said there was another man who contacted them, A few months ago, a man came to their village and asked them to help him find people. He promised 10 gold pieces for men, women, and children. The man himself was wrapped up tightly and his face could not be seen. He was much thinner than the locals. The young man realized that this person was from an alien continent. He wondered what their purpose was. The elder approached Yunmu and thanked him for his help. He said he would leave the rest to them. The young man said he was welcome and asked him to answer one question. The village head agreed. Yunmu again asked for the location of the intercontinental teleport. The old man said again that they should just head south. That way they could get to the biggest city on their continent. Our friends reached the town of Mantian. The locals also turned out to be very friendly. They tried to show their hospitality in every possible way. They called Lee for a drink, invited him to show him around the city, invited Noji. Breaking through the crowd, the friends heard a familiar voice. Someone was asking them to get out of the way. Yunmu and Noji saw the guys. It was Shen Chen and the others. The boys said, after escaping, they realized they were on the Hongman continent. Since the only intercontinental teleporter was located in Mansion City, they decided to wait for their older comrades here. The full team walked into the teleport building. Liu went to the front desk and asked for a teleport for 6 people to the central continent. The rest of the team sat down in their chairs and started dreaming about being home. Yunmu considered the furnishings. He noted the stunning decor. His musings were stopped by Notze's exclamation. She resented that teleportation was very expensive. The guy came over and asked her friend how much was missing. He said that if he didn't have enough, he could just exchange the materials for money. When he saw the sum of 600 million, the young man's face stretched in surprise. The employee said she hoped they wouldn't rob anyone. Yunmu took out a box of artifacts he had saved earlier and asked for an estimate of how much he could exchange them for. The girl said she needed to take a look. She estimated the contents of the box at 15,083,000 string crystals. The young man was shocked. He thought that in the central continent they wouldn't have given more than 3 million for it. The girl explained that the monsters of the central continent are very valuable in their continent. Since the transportation method is only intercontinental, the cost is very high. The young man asked, then the materials of the Hongman continent would be very expensive in the central continent. He received an affirmative answer. Li Yunmu, smelling a profit, announced to the team that they would not return for the time being. My friend wondered what he was up to again. The Heavenly Sect head's office was in the middle of an argument. It turned out that Li Yunmu had taken the sacred artifact. The guard from the cave was on his knees and promised the head, if he let go, to chase down Li Yunmu and retrieve the sacred artifact. The head said not to worry about the sacred artifact. He still needed experimental materials. The guy got excited and said that he could grab Li Yunmu. The head said it's not necessary. The guard is useless anyway. The young man screamed and begged for mercy, but no one listened to him. The Heavenly Sect Master survived the fight with the bear. He informed the head that Yunmu had appeared in Mantian City 2 days ago. He asked for 2 teams to pursue, destroy our hero, and recover the artifact. The head replied that he would entrust the matter to Wei Shinran, and sent her a letter. The master said he had many connections in the city and could find him faster. Rising from his chair, the head replied that he would not repeat himself a second time. The head approached the master, took the cigarette from his mouth, and asked him not to spoil his mood and the grand celebration. Already heading for the exit, he added that otherwise his entire family would go with him to his operating table. In the mysterious forest of the Hongman continent, hunters walked around. They were discussing that usually 3 steps were enough to catch a beast. But today, there were none at all. One of the boys suggested going deeper into the woods. The other resented the surprise, asking, did he forget? 2 years ago, more than a dozen rainbow crystal-level people went on a quest against an enchanted butterfly Banshee in the southern forest. A few days later, they returned, but some of them went insane, some of them passed away on their own. The young man replied that he remembered. And then it was worth going back. They agreed to return in a few days. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yunmu was wielding a weapon. In anticipation of getting paid for the monsters, he defeated another monster. He told Noji that he didn't know how the others could turn down such an opportunity. Loading the monster into his star space, he dreamed that when he returned to the central continent, he would definitely sell it at a great price. Just then, a growling sound was heard above the boy's head. It was another monster coming. Li Yunmu was unspeakably happy to have such a guest. The monster tried to run away from the attack and growled. The boy and his friend followed it, shouting that no one would come to help. Except that during the chase, our friends didn't notice how they knocked down a sign warning of the butterfly Banshee. While chasing the dragon, Yunmu suddenly fell into a cliff, although he couldn't be seen as he approached. Liu Noji sat down on the edge of the crevice. She screamed in panic, but there was nothing she could do to help. The girl saw Li being swallowed up by the darkness of the gorge between the rocks. She was suddenly a galligram who was glad that the guy was dead. Lie. Noji started to move away from the cleft, giggling. Yunmu, using his wings, flew out of there. The boy wondered if this monster possessed illusions. He didn't notice that it wasn't his friend. Approaching his friend, the young man reasoned that magical monsters cost a lot of money. As he approached the girl, Lee asked if she saw where the monster had run to. She pointed in the direction. The young man rushed to run in the direction indicated. Fake Liu's eyes lit up with a fire of hatred. The real Liu Noji wandered through the forest, confused. She couldn't understand where her friend had gone. He had just chased after a beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Off the trail, she heard some unintelligible sounds. Between the trees, she saw Li Yunmu. He was wounded. The girl approached the boy, asking what had happened to him. Li replied that it was that beast. But it was nothing, and called her after him, saying he knew where to go. Noji followed the young man, but it wasn't the real Li Yunmu. She too had fallen into a trap. The guy led her to the monster's location. He said he was very cautious. So Liu would go first and then he would block its escape route. The girl followed forward, and the false Yunmu followed her with his sword. The young man prepared for the attack. He had already drawn his sword to strike, as suddenly, Noji herself used the Iron Mountain Strike to attack the outsider first. The girl stood in a fighting stance at the ready, and said that he was not the real Li Yunmu. The hologram twitched slightly, distorting. The liar asked how she figured it out. Liu replied that she had to use her brain. Noji explained that that beast, although it was of the golden string level, it was very stupid. It wouldn't be able to injure Li even if the guy was just standing there. The illusion began to dissolve. She said afterward that he had been careless this time. But it didn't matter. Either way, they couldn't escape. Liu Noji rushed to find her friend. She needed to tell him everything as soon as possible. It must be very difficult for him. Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was sitting under a tree to rest. But then his friend started acting strange. Like a cat, she started sneaking up on him. He even wondered what she was doing. The girl would sneak up on him and say with lust in her voice that her body was so hot. She was asking for his help. She was clearly trying to seduce the young man. The guy started to panic. It was very hard for him to restrain himself. She came close to Yunmu. The young man didn't understand what was wrong with her. He yelled for her to calm down. Her eyes glowed with a hypnotic light. The enchanted boy was already tempted. But then he was sobered by a familiar, ringing voice. The girl shouted for him to stop now. The real Noji was furious. She shouted how dare he use her appearance for such things. The girl, with a cry of imposter, struck a blow at her opponent's head. The friend complained that she was annoyed by the imposter. Li Yunmu couldn't understand how one Liu Noji blew the head off another Liu Noji. The angry friend yelled at the guy, explaining that it was an illusion. These illusions can affect hearing as well as vision. But if they are struck, they do not retain their shape. Disappearing into space, the hologram said one last time that she wanted the guy to die in pleasure. The distorted space turned into butterfly Banshee in the next instant. She said, for that matter, destroying prey with your own hands also felt good. The boys looked up at the monster that appeared. Yunmu asked, "Is it a big moth?" Noji said that this old woman looked more like a butterfly. The evil butterfly has already begun its attack. The young man said that since it was an insect, he should use fire. So he drew his sword. The evil monster tried to attack our hero, but he managed to dodge the blows. Once in front of the enemy, the young man told the large moth to remember that he was not alone. At this moment, Liu Noji was already behind the butterfly's back. The girl gave her opponent her crowning elbow strike that sent her flying into a tree. Yunmu joked, saying that was all the enemy could do. What about illusions? The enemy was insidious. Butterfly Girl laughed, saying that people were really stupid. She wondered why he thought she wasn't using the illusion now. Turns out both in front of and behind the guy were holograms. The creature from behind rushed to attack the young man. Li Yunmu summoned one of the shadows for protection. The butterfly was very surprised. The guy asked if she still wanted to attack him. Dissolving another illusion said he was really strong. Bypassing our hero, the flow of energy headed towards Liu Noji. The monster asked if she was as strong as him. The girl managed to avoid the blow from the front, but she was unable to repel the attack from the back and was swallowed by a cloud of energy. Yunmu, with the help of his wings, rushed to his friend's aid. The Banshee butterfly appeared again in front of the young man. She said that his friend was not dead. However, the creature had turned her into one of its illusions, and the boy was asked to guess which one was Liu Noji. Li was both angry and confused, and Butterfly teased, asking why he wasn't attacking. Afraid of accidentally injuring his girlfriend? With the words that he would then just have to go to the other world, the illusions began their assault on him. Yunmu dodged as much as he could from attacks from all sides. He put the defense of the Shadow Legion ahead of him. With his sword himself, he repelled the active attacks of the cunning opponent. Suddenly, there was a hand on his shoulder from behind. It began to whisper in his ear that if he wanted to survive, he'd better forget about whether she lived or died. Li responded by telling her to take her hand away. The monster screamed at what he was doing, and a sudden blow flew into his back. The boy fell to the ground. Breathing from his injury, the young man thought that it wouldn't go on like this. At that moment, the scale pendant, obtained during the illusion tests, on his chest glowed. At that moment, 4 butterfly holograms were closing in on the guy. He yelled for them to go to hell. At that moment, the young man heard a familiar voice calling for his daddy. The flying illusions began to explode one by one. Li Linglong's figure grew in front of the young man. She stood up to defend her father. Li Yunomu rejoiced. His daughter imprisoned in the pendant had returned. The enemy wondered why this supreme being would obey an ordinary human. The illusions rushed to attack with renewed vigor. Butterfly thought she had to hurry before Linlin could see through her holograms. But the girl had already scanned everything that was going on. In a second, all illusions were shattered. Only one butterfly Banshee remained, and Liu Noji unconsciously began to fall downwards. Butterfly was surprised at how easily Linlin got rid of her illusions. Is this really the power of a supreme being? But the captive Liu Noji was still her ace up her sleeve. The monster shouted that as long as she had her, no one could help Li Yunmu. The butterfly rushed out to catch the falling girl, but then she felt a hand on her throat. The beast couldn't move. It was Li Linglong's attack. Li Yunmu safely caught the still unresponsive friend in his arms. The Banshee butterfly could not get out of the girl's hands. It begged to be released. But Linlin replied that there was no mercy for her and destroyed the monster. After a couple of seconds, Li Linglong transformed back into the little Shadow Queen again. She threw herself onto Yunmu's neck with a cry of "Daddy." Cuddling with the baby girl, Li quipped that his daughter is amazing. Sitting in her father's palm, the girl cried out, "Mommy!" Yunmu looked where she was pointing her finger and was surprised. She called Liu Noji as her mom. The girl lying on the ground began to come to her senses. The young man turned away so Liu wouldn't see the little girl, and told the girl not to scream and to go home quickly. The girl must not see her. When Nausea regained consciousness, she asked if she had been swallowed by a large moth. Where did it go? The boy replied that he had defeated the monster, but the awakened girl started to attack her friend. She still doubted that the real Yunmu was in front of her. Screaming for the stupid moth not to try to trick her, she punched the guy a few more times. A couple minutes later, the battered boy was wandering down the path. The girl ran after him, wondering if he was all right. Li rubbed the bruises and kept silent. The friends equaled each other and walked together. But suddenly, Yunmu heard some sound. The young man grabbed the girl's hand and saying that they should hide. "Someone is coming." They ran into the bushes. A truck was driving down the road. There were voices coming from it, making someone run. A rope was tied behind the car, at the other end of which a girl was running. The girl was crying. From the cab came shouts that if she didn't run, she would end up like the guy in the back of the truck. There was a young man lying there unconscious. There were 3 guys sitting in the cab of the truck. They were discussing that they didn't expect to meet an enchanted girl in the forest. One of them said that luckily they had the deputy head's medicine, and the enchantments didn't affect them. The boys guessed that they were people from the sacred heavenly sect, so they decided to follow them. The car stopped, and there was a commotion. Someone was telling the brothers to hurry up. Yunmu and Noji were shocked by what was happening. They didn't understand what this place was. The cult guys dumped the contents of the truck into a huge pit. It was a whole ravine of human remains. Li Yunmu compared what was happening with the information he had received in the past few days. He realized that the disappearance of the locals was related to the heavenly sect. But what did they want to accomplish by doing this? One of the guys brought the bound girl to the cliff and said that when they finished playing with her, she would go to her fellow countrymen. At this moment, Yunmu jumped out from his hiding place. He shouted that their holy sect was a perverted concentration camp. Looking at Li, the guy from the car started asking who he was, how he had entered the forbidden land of the sacred heaven sect. Our hero replied that it didn't matter who he was. It's better for the guy to just answer his questions. Otherwise, he'll die painfully. 3 guys started laughing. One of them said he hadn't laughed so hard in a long time. Who did Li think he was? The second one smirked and supported that even Li Yunmu didn't dare to say such a thing to his big brother when he came over. The third added that it looked like the guy had gotten a little lost. We need to teach him some manners. At the same second, the third youth, recognizing Li, rushed forward with a shout of "For Lao Zi!" Our hero easily dodged the attack and quickly delivered his blow, damaging his opponent's arm. The rest of the sect's minions ran to his aid. From behind these 2, Liu Noji had already attacked. All 3 guys were lying on the ground after the attack. Li Yunmu sat down next to the guy whose arm he broke. He said that if he didn't want him to break the other one, he should answer the questions. Li asked what happened to all those people. The boy replied that he didn't know exactly. He had only heard about the experiments that the deputy head was conducting. The young man began to ask where the experimental base was. "Where is the deputy head?" The boy replied that he really didn't know the rest. Yunmu turned around and started to walk away with the words, "What a waste of his time." The guy went to the bound girl. He untied her hands, with the words that she should do whatever she wanted with the offenders. Our hero and his friend went away. The girl, sitting on the ground, cried and said thank you. Walking through the forest, our friends reasoned that they didn't know what the Heavenly Sacred Sect was doing this time. How many people had been kidnapped? Obviously nothing good. Now that they've lost the transportation team, they will definitely investigate as soon as possible. Yunmu said to tell Shen Chen and the team to go back to Mantian City. It's too unsafe here now. At the same moment, someone attacked the friends. Yunmu managed to use his wings to carry Noji out of the attack. Once in the air, the guy saw several energy cannons aimed at them. The guy said it started even earlier than he expected. While saving his friend, Yunmu couldn't completely dodge the shelling. One of the shells hit him. Yunoa hung in the air. He could no longer move. Another shot rang out. Fortunately, the guy had the defense of the Great Flame Art. He was able to repel the blow. Staying in the air, the young man turned to the direction the attack had come from. He said that those things couldn't handle him, and it was time for the attacker to come out. A man appeared from behind the trees and said he admired him. Yunmu was amazed at what he saw. He asked in surprise, "Is it really you?" Wei Xinran walked towards them. The girl looked at her former friends with a hard stare. The young man went down to the ground. He asked Wei, "Did they send her to destroy him?" The girl denied it. She said she was sent to retrieve a sacred artifact. Yunmu informed her that he had the artifact and she could have it if she wanted it. But Li added if she had the strength to do so, and summoned a legion of shadows. Taking her sword in hand, Shinran replied that she would give it a try. The battle had begun. The girl dodged the shadows' attacks. Li analyzed what was happening. Skillful combat skills combined with mental attacks would compensate for the lack of string power level. But isn't the expenditure of such mental power exhausting? Yunmu looked at the girl and didn't understand why she... In the next second, Jinran used her mental powers against her former comrades. Noji said that she couldn't move. Yunmu felt the same way. The girl rushed to attack, but she was stopped by one of Li's shadows. Yunmu looked at the already exhausted girl. The continuous mental attacks put a great strain on her body. He couldn't understand if the Sacred Heaven Sect's artifact was really worth such an effort. Wei Xinran, being at her limit, remembered about her family. She remembered how the deputy head had said that she had to find a way to take the sacred artifact away from Li Yunmu. Otherwise... Yunmu shouted at her not to continue, but Wei's eyes lit up with fire. She replied that she had no way out. Li drew his sword and asked Liu Noji to stand still for the time being. He said that it was his own business from here on out. With the words, "Let's see what you can do," Yunmu went to attack the girl. The battle began. Shinran launched another mental attack against Li. The young man asked why she would use a mental attack if she knew the consequences. The girl weakened completely. The guy knocked the sword out of her hands and said it was over. Applying the standing water sword technique, Yunmu knocked Wei down. Rising from the ground, Shinran asked why Li hadn't destroyed her. The guy replied that if he did that, the Jiefeng Academy team would hate him, and also added that it's the idiots waiting for the girl to come back to them. The girl's eyes showed her surprise and hope for something bright for a second. But, remembering the full horror of her situation, she said firmly that she had nothing to do with him. Yunmu explained that was why he called them a bunch of idiots, and he gave the girl the artifact and told her to take it and give it back. As he left, the guy said that he didn't know why Shinran was busting his ass like that, but there must be some reason. The girl stood up and turned to Li. She said he asked about the sect's poison needle. She would help him with it. As for that sacred artifact, she'll return it when this is over. Yunmu looked back and said that there was no need for that. It was just better for the girl to return quickly with the artifact without making them wait too long. And he would take his artifact himself. Yunmu himself thought of making a gift to the heavenly sect, so he sent a little shadow queen into the bowl. The comrades returned to the city of Mansion. In the town square, someone promised a high reward. Yunmu went to squeeze through the crowd. Noji asked where he was going. The guy replied, "It looks like there's a good reward for catching some guy. Maybe he could make some money." After sneaking into the center of the crowd, our hero heard that 100 million is given for the capture of one guy. He must be captured alive and go to the palace to collect the reward. The young man told his friend who came up next that the guy in the drawing was so funny. They need to catch him. But then the handcuffs snapped on our hero's arm. The guy who caught him said he wasn't on the wanted list. He didn't expect to catch him so easily. Yunmu snatched the portrait from the herald. Sal shook it and shouted for the guy to open his eyes and look closely. Where does it resemble? At this moment, Noiji, holding back laughter, noted that it was indeed a bit similar. Li at that moment really began to question his appearance. The man who caught Yunmu said to follow him. Liu Noji tore the guy up. The man's handcuffs remained empty in his hands. He shouted that the man was missing. Naza, dragging her friend away, screamed why she always had to save him. The townspeople were left in the square arguing that the handcuffs were designed for their size. They were too big for the young man. There were men scurrying around the square trying to figure out where the couple had gone. They couldn't just disappear. Eventually, everyone decided they weren't in that square and went looking elsewhere. When the hunters for Lee Yunmu dispersed, the guys who had dressed up as roast puppets took off their masks. After catching his breath, Lee Yunmu put his suit back on and beckoned his friend to go. Noji was surprised, asking where to go. The city is full of wanted ads. The boy confidently stated that he needed to go to the palace and ask them everything. The young man walked and resented being painted so ugly. It almost made him angry. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the palace, the city governor, while reviewing the orientation, reasoned that Lee Yunmu was famous in the central continent. How could he be related to the disappearance of the local population? His assistant replied that he didn't believe it either. But as they see it, there was a huge number of anonymous letters of complaint on the table. The governor suggested that someone is deliberately framing the young man. Even if this is the case, the only thing left to do is to catch him and ask him personally. At that moment, the doors to the meeting room opened and two men in growth suits entered. The guy in the dog costume asked who was in charge. The governor responded by asking who they were. Noji and Yunmu took off their masks. The young man said that he was the one everyone was looking for. The governor's aide shouted to catch them sooner rather than later. The governor asked the aide to calm down. He said that since they had come here on their own, they would talk frankly. Lee listened to the man's story in silence. Someone had reported that the guy was kidnapping people from their continent. He sacrifices them and learns forbidden spells. The governor looked sternly at the boys and asked if it was true. At this time, a lonely Wei Shinran was sitting in her room. She was huddled on her bed. The happy faces of her friends looked at her from the picture frame. Someone called out to her, "A girl of the Wei family. The assistant bishop wants to see her." Yunmu sat in the chair across from the governor. He said it was absurd that he was involved in the missing persons case. The man replied that they were not going to falsely accuse the guy. They could leave if the results of the investigation proved innocence. The young man showed some flame and asked what if he refused. The city manager asked that if that is the case, they should not judge them. The man called the guards and asked them to invite respectable people to visit them. The man called the guards and asked them to invite respectable people to stay with them. One of the guards held out his hand to Noji and asked that she come with them. The girl shouted not to be touched. Yunmu, still sitting in the chair, called out to the guy and told him not to go near her. The guards sensed Lee's strong aura. He thought that the guy was emitting the aura of a Fluxmaster. If he fought him, he would definitely lose. The silence in the office was interrupted for a moment by a man who entered. He said hello and was curious why no one had come to greet him. And they were all in the office. One of the guards addressed the entrant as young master. He said he felt a strong aura and asked to look at the guest. Yunmu smiled and said when he saw him enter, he knew that he was born into an influential family of the Desolate clan. But he didn't expect him to be able to sneak into the palace easily. It's been a long time. They greeted each other with their hands in a friendly manner. The man who came was the giant with whom Lee had been tested in the Nuiwa Kingdom. A friend asked Yunmu what he was doing. He suggested we go to his place and have a drink, and was surprised to notice that the guys are very strangely dressed. Our hero replied that it's a long story. The governor's aide began shouting after them, telling the young gentleman to wait. This man is involved in the disappearance of people. The people would be angry if he just left like that. The giant looked back and asked, "The man wanted to say that his brother was involved in this? Is it true?" He turned to Yunmu. Our hero's lightning-fast answer was a firm no. The young gentleman told the governor and aide, they heard, that Lee had nothing to do with it, and proceeded to lead the guests to drink. The aide lamented some more that it was unthinkable, but the governor did not want to leave things like that. He turned to the young gentleman and said that this was a serious matter. If he continued to be so willful, he would have to force the lad to... In response, the man received a comment that although Uncle Liu is now the governor, but decided not to listen to him. Asked him not to forget that the giant is the heir to the Desolation clan and the future leader. If he's going to attack him, go ahead. Taking his friend by the shoulder, the young gentleman informed him that his buddy was going to be a big man in the future. How can he treat him like a murderer? Lee despises such horrible acts. He added that the governor will not find any evidence and can only rely on letters of advice to find the true culprit. It turns out that only Uncle Liu is the willful fool. Yunmu grinned. Turning to the governor, he said that he didn't come here just to mess things up. He asked if they needed any evidence on the case. The guy said he had one piece of evidence and it was very important. Meanwhile, Wei Shinran entered the deputy bishop's office. He started the conversation by saying that she had finally arrived, and he hoped that the girl had brought what he wanted. Shinran placed a bowl on the table saying that this was the weapon Lee Yunmu had taken. The man was surprised that it was intact. He said it was a big surprise. The girl with anger in her eyes asked decisively where her family was. The deputy bishop asked her to relax. She would see her relatives, but they looked a little different. Wei Xinran yelled out what he meant. The man replied that he was willing to bet she had already seen his zombie army. The girl was angry. She gritted her teeth and could barely contain herself, and the torturer continued to taunt her by saying there was a problem. He didn't remember her family's capsule numbers, and suggested that maybe she could find them herself. Xinran stood in deep horror at what she heard, and the man added if of course she recognized them. The girl sat up in despair, almost falling to the floor. Her legs gave out and panic enveloped her whole body. Already confused, she heard a mocking comment that her reaction was funny. That's how people react to a nervous breakdown. A wild roar erupted from the girl's chest. She bent over and couldn't stop, and the man kept torturing her. He said that even though they were locked in the pods, her family kept asking him to spare the girl. He came close and whispered in her ear that the boy in particular was 7 or 8 years old. He added that he really liked the way he screamed in pain. When he left the heartbroken girl, he told her to leave. After all, her family put on a good show for him. She should thank them. The girl, gasping in pain, thought she had betrayed her friends and attacked her mentor. But still she couldn't save her family. She had lost and deserved to die. The girl put her mental mind control technique into action. Drawing her sword, she rushed to attack the departing man. At that time, a conversation continued in the governor's office. The barbarian reacted to Yunmu's words by viciously slamming his fist on the table. The young master was furious at what he heard, that it was all the fault of the Holy Celestial Sect, and there are more casualties than expected. Li confirmed that there were dozens of dead in the pit. The guy was getting angrier and angrier. He said, "How dare she touch his people?" The barbarian shouted that on behalf of the desolate clan, he was declaring war on the heavenly sect. The governor interrupted the young master. The boy listened to the man through clenched teeth. The governor had warned if he knew what it was like to fight against a first-class force on the sacred continent. Worth considering again. A pit of people doesn't prove the sect's guilt. If we rashly start a war, we'll be in big trouble. He continued that even if Li Yunmu is a major general, what he said was only one side of the coin. It doesn't prove anything. People ran into the office shouting that they believed him. The governor, seeing the crowd arriving with astonishment, began to ask why the elder. His speech was cut short by the elder calling his granddaughter, who turned out to be the same girl released by the boys into the forest. When she contacted the governor, she said that she could confirm that the Holy Heaven sect had kidnapped people. The young gentleman asked if she could confirm. The girl answered in the affirmative. Nazi said that this girl rescued from the pit of corpses. The girl said that it was the guys from the sect who caught her while she was hunting in the forest. Those present listened with horror in their eyes as she told them that she'd seen many dead people from their clan in the truck. She overheard the guys discussing that the celestial sect was catching their people to experiment on them. The outraged crowd began to demand that the young lord declare war. There's no room for cowards in their clan. They want to avenge their brothers. How dare the sect treat them like this? They will pay for everything. The giant turned to the governor to ask if he still wanted to stop them. Crumpling the letters lying on the table, the man shouted, "Do they really think he is a coward? Since there is now enough reason, he officially declares war on the Sacred Heaven sect." Out of anger, he scattered the letters of denunciation around the office. After calming down a bit, the man asked the boys to moderate their fervor. He asked how they would find out where the secret laboratory of the celestial sect was. Li Yunmu asked not to worry about it. He knows the location. Everyone was surprised. The guy smiling added that his daughter knew where the lab was. Sitting in the living room, the young guys on the team offered their help. Someone suggested maybe they could find Shinran. Yunmu calmly replied that the people from the continent could handle it. After he took the guys back to the city, he would check the headquarters himself. Anya started to resent that they wanted to go there too. At that moment, Shen Chen heard someone come in and went to see who was there. Opening the door, the young man was greatly surprised. The guys in the room were wondering who was there. The bewildered young man replied that it was Wei Xinran. The girl timidly stood on the threshold. The next second, Xinran staggered and fell into Chen's arms. He saw that the girl was wounded. All the team members rushed to meet her with shouts and questions about what was wrong with her. The exhausted girl whispered to Yunmu to forgive her. She said she promised to bring the poisoned needle, and held out her hand, in which the weapon lay. She added that she had given her word to come back in one piece, but she couldn't keep it. Our hero looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment and horror. The guys, almost crying, said maybe it would all work out. The wounded girl asked, turning to the captain, if she could return to the crew. Shen Chen, with tears in his eyes, shouted that of course you can. Lying on the floor, the girl cried. If that vicious sword wasn't there, nothing would have happened. She pictured herself with her friends and family, when everyone is healthy and happy. But now she was lying on the floor, with her weeping companions standing and sitting beside her. And in the cursed forest at the entrance to the secret laboratory, there was a battle going on. Locals attacked, shouting that they would avenge their family. The guards at the door, fielding cannons at their opponents, shouted that they must guard the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. One day, their sect would be invincible. The onslaught of the local tribes was strong. With shouts of advance, their numbers kept arriving. The guards at the doors wondered how much more time they had to defend themselves. At this moment, something was happening in the cave, beneath the cursed forest, where Yunmu had removed the sword's protection. The sect leader, surrounded by an army of zombies, was approached by a master and told that Montian was tough and their people wouldn't be able to defend themselves for long. In response, he heard that there was plenty of time. When the leader gets the sword, they will die. The master asked the master if it was worth turning the entire desert continent against himself for the sake of this sword. The bishop replied that of course you should. This sword is God's weapon. The surprised man interjected, repeating, God's weapon. The bishop explained that the literature says that the cursed god killed the old god with this sword and got this place. After his victory, he cursed his sword and threw it here. God's weapon has God's will. Even if you see part of the kingdom, this is the highest glory. Taking the cup in his hands, the bishop said that the ritual was ready. Now he would subdue the sword. He ordered the master to guard the entrance and let no one in who might interfere. Beginning the ritual, he added that this sword could absorb the energy of the flow and release the power of the curse. But for now, he uses the weapon to convert the flux energy from the zombies. He converts the power of the curse into zombies. The man switched to shouting, saying that even though it was a god's weapon, it was under his control. Carrying out his horrible plan, Bishop thought that even if it hadn't been used in tens of thousands of years, this weapon had tremendous power. However, it will still be under his control. Something went wrong. Explosions started happening all around. The evil genius realized that his zombies couldn't handle the power of the curse and began to break apart. He needed to hurry up. Launching the power of his sword, the bishop shouted for the monsters to obey him, and he almost succeeded. At that moment, the front door burst open. Yunmu entered the cave, apologizing, saying that he had come to return something. The man asked if he was Li Yunmu. Our hero answered in the affirmative, and told the deputy leader that he was grateful for taking care of his disciple. The man replied with a snide look that if he had come to avenge that girl, he was too late. The young man, smirking, replied that he wasn't late, assuming that the enemy was not aware of the... He himself gave Wei Shinran this weapon. It was his surprise. Yunmu commanded to come out. A shadow queen in the form of Li Linglong appeared in front of them. The girl intensified the process, and the zombies started exploding even faster. The enemy holding onto the sword realized that the curse energy was returning as the zombies exploded. The bishop was thrown back by the increased energy. Li Yunmu looked at what was happening and said, "Countless lives have been ruined for the sake of this sword. It seems like he really wants it." With the words that he would not let the enemy take possession of it, the young man grabbed the hilt of the sword. Barely restraining it, the lad thought, the sword could still possess such power after some of its energy was absorbed by the divine cup. At that moment, a warning came from the system. A powerful force is running through the guy. He might not be able to withstand it and die in a minute. It was recommended to use star space to separate the force. Yunmu remembered his star space and ordered his power to activate. The energy of all the artifacts in the warehouse of his star space began to flow to him. With one hand, the young man held onto his sword. In the other hand, he felt the energy flow of the entire star space. Yunmu let go of the hilt and channeled all the energy he received into the sword. His light energy swirled around the weapon. And afterward, it was as if all the energy streams had ears in the ground, leaving a funnel around the weapon. The guy took the cherished weapon in his hands and said, "This is what the sword really looks like." Raising the blade above his head, the young man wondered if it was too easy to subdue him. In the same instant, the sword was reflected with a stream of purple energy. Our hero, terrified, shouted out that it was a surprise attack. His eyes filled with the same light that came from the weapon. The thought, "What is this?" flashed through his mind. In the next second, the guy was already in his star space. A team of guys ran into the cave with shouts of Lei Yunmu along with the giant and his men. Naza saw her friend holding a sword with his hand. She started calling his name. The guy didn't react to the people who came in. The whole group stopped wondering what he was doing. Noji quickly caught the gist of what was happening. She said that Lee was trying to control the sword. "You can't touch it now." That's when people noticed another participant in what happened in the cave. They said they couldn't be who it was there. The bishop stood there all wounded, barely able to stand on his feet. He couldn't believe how his body had gotten like this. The cursed energy was destroying his body. He started to turn into a monster. He shouted that he would destroy Li Yunma. At that moment, our hero was still trying to match the artifact. Noji shouted that she had to protect Li Yunmu, and all the guys rushed over to help. Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was on the star river of his subconscious. He saw a man there and asked who it was. The young man covered himself with one hand, wondering what his level was. The stranger's strength was overwhelming the boy. This pressure was terrifying. The stranger began to say that it wasn't easy to kill a god. If he cultivated another original power, star power, today's day would not have survived. It's pointless to stay in this semblance of life. Let's get started. The young man heard the words, "Extermination, my sword awaits me," and he saw a glowing blade against the starry sky. Energy streams swirled around him. The voice continued that, although tens of thousands of years had passed and everything might have changed, as long as the power of the star stream was renewed, it would always be the right time for him to return. Yunmu struggled to stay on his feet. He thought he was in the memories of this sword. This power was so familiar. Suddenly the energy swirled around him. It was the power of star space that was about to engulf him, the young man thought. At this time, the monster massacred our hero's friends. Standing on the giant, it said, "How dare he stop it?" Looking around at the wounded guys, he said they were overconfident. The evil monster looked at our hero. He asked how the hell Lee Yunmu dared to disrupt his plan and steal the cursed sword. He headed towards the young man, saying that it wouldn't be too late, after he destroyed him. Noji shouted after him to stop the monster from doing that. The monster walked up to the guy, said the sword still belonged to him. At this moment, the glow of the blade dazzled everyone. Yunmu finally came to life, picking up his sword and apologizing. Turning to the monster, he said that the sword was now his. The monster thought that the Flowmaster could resist his attack. Had he realized the message of the gods left in the divine weapon? With thoughts that he couldn't give it time to strengthen its abilities and needed to destroy it right now. The monster threw itself into the attack. Lee Yunmu repelled the attack of the monster attacking him with his sword. The fight has begun. After a brief fight, the monster lay on the ground. Noji shouted questioningly that Lee had won. Looking at Lee Yunmu, the girl realized that there was something wrong with him. Lying on the ground, the bishop said he had fallen into his trap. The young man stood there not realizing what was happening to him. He felt asphyxiated. And then he realized that the monster's spilled blood was poisonous. The monster got up from the ground and mockingly said that the young man's right side should be paralyzed right now. Did Lee really think that the deputy leader of the heavenly sect would be so weak? Walking up to Yunmu, he told him that he had been studying poisons all his life, conducting experiments on countless people. The perfect experiment is himself. Saying that, the monster reached for his sword. He grabbed the blade and yanked the cherished sword out of the young man's hands, kicking him. Our boy screamed in pain. Leaning over to the injured Yunmu, the monster told him to close his mouth. Finally, the sword was his. Sitting on the ground, Lee said that an unholy man and a cursed blade were the best combination in the world. If it were him, he would have thrown away the sword. The enemy looked at the wounded enemy in surprise. Yunmu continued asking if the bishop had forgotten how he became like this. The opponent ignored Yunmu's words. He told the Annihilator to release the curse. Dark energy began to ooze out of the sword. But something went wrong. The monster screamed and fell to his knees in pain. He felt like his body was about to be torn apart. It needed more flesh and blood to support it. The monster went to the pile of failed zombies. Absorbing them, he gradually transformed completely into a monster, losing his human form. Walking over to Yunmu, Noji offered him a medicine. It could help neutralize the toxin. Lee, thanking, ate what was offered, and went off to fight another battle. Noji looked after him and asked him to be careful. The guy replied as usual, telling her not to worry. Yunmu's eyes lit up with rage. He said it was time to end it. Raising his sword, the young man asked the monster if it wasn't better to die. Why does he continue to live like this? The monster said that Lee's greatest mistake was not finishing him when he had the chance. Now, standing up to its full height, the incredible beast said that there would be no such opportunity now. Our hero, upon seeing the monster, said that it had become even more hideous. The terrifying monster lunged at his opponent, telling him to try and overpower this perfect body. Yunmu dodged the attack. He thought that the enemy had become so fast with a huge body. The monster caught the guy's gaze and asked what he was looking at. The young man attacked the monster with his new sword and gave it his best shot. The boy was shocked. No amount of manipulation was doing any damage to this monster. The monster smiled and said that this body was perfect. It has instant regeneration. He explained that every zombie he had turned was now 100% integrated into his body. They all make up his power. Snatching the sword out of Yunmu's hands, the monster shouted what Lee possessed to overpower it. The young man was already exhausted from the attacks. He realized that he couldn't defeat his opponent directly. He was too strong. Toward the oncoming enemy, the lad deployed his army of shadows. The monster pounced on the shadows with furious force. He shouted that it was a waste of time for Lee to think of harassing him with such an attack. At this time, our hero crept up from behind and in a leap wanted to cut off the monster's head. But he only got the arm. Yunmu was looking at his enemy's recovering body in despair. He wondered if this was the power of the sage stream. But an idea occurred to him. The power of the cursed sword was not fully awakened now. If he could awaken it with the power of star space, as shown in the vision, he could defeat the monster. The young man needed enough time to activate the power. He began to simply run away from the enemy's attacks. There was only one thought beating in his head, that the sword should already get its full power faster. The enemy noticed that the boy was avoiding the fight. He wondered what he was going to do. Gathering all his beastly strength, the monster moved on the young man. He thought he had the cursed sword in his hands, and it didn't matter what he wanted to do. With thoughts that he would just destroy Yunma, the monster swept through him. The friends were watching the fight. They were shocked by what was happening. Ryunoji screamed in panic, calling out for Lee Yunmu. Turning back to the girl, the monster said he had completely forgotten about her. Heading towards Noze, he kept saying that she shouldn't worry because she would see her friend soon. But then a cursed sword shone across the cave. Yunmu stood up to Noji's defense. The opponent was surprised that the guy was still alive. Our hero replied that he seemed to be luckier, and he asked the enemy if he was ready to die. Beast grinned at Lee's words, asking what he was even talking about. But at this moment, the enemy sensed Lee's increasing energy. He couldn't understand why his power had become overwhelming. Could it be because of the cursed sword? Looking at the confident Yunmu, his opponent couldn't believe that he was able to fully master the power of the cursed sword. As the monster continued to think whatever it was, our hero instantly attacked it with the words, "Take that." The monster's eyes darkened. He only had time to say that the boy had become faster than the wind. The guy dealt thousands of blows to his opponent in an instant. There were many wounds running through his body. The monster started laughing at Yunmu's attacks again, saying that this was the full power of his sword as well. His body is endlessly regenerating. When he exhausts Lee, the guy interrupted his opponent. He asked him to take a closer look at his body. The beast was surprised. The wounds were indeed not healing. But how could that be possible? After all, this body is perfect. Could it be the fault of the cursed sword? Then the voices of the people he had tortured began to echo in the monster's head. He started screaming for them to be silent. It was the cells of the dead people that were turning against him. The beast screamed at full force. How dare they? He is their god. Yunmu responded to this cry by asking if the one deserved to be a god. He's just scum. Go to hell and repent of your sins. The young man gave the final blow. The beast fell to the ground and said he had lost, but everyone still did not believe it. Our hero replied that nothing is impossible. With one last swing of his sword, the guy said it was over. Friends cheered and shouted for Lee Yunmu's victory. The boy, looking at his reflection in the blade, said he didn't know this power would be so hard to give him. Maybe he's too weak. And the boy's eyes closed. When our hero came to his senses, there were happy faces of friends all around. Anj said that she was sure everything would be all right. Lee Yunmu started grumbling that they had made a mummy out of him. The others listened, saying that this was something to celebrate. Liu Noji yelled at everyone, telling them to leave. The guy needs peace. Pushing everyone out the door, the girl said she would take care of him herself. Left alone with Yunmu, Noji asked how he was doing. The boy, getting out of the bandages, asked why he was twisted like that. Then he said he was fine, not to worry. He touched the sword next to him, but he couldn't feel its power. Something wasn't right. Just then, to Notsu's annoyance, a giant came crashing through the door. He ran up to his friend and started rubbing him on the shoulder. Said he meant a lot to his people. If he didn't survive, they would be very upset. Yunmu asked if they had cut ties with the celestial sect. The giant replied that it was understandable. The inhabitants of the continent wiped out everyone in the cursed lands, and the rank-and-file followers were banished from the continent. The young man asked what their real purpose was. Do they really need this sword that much? The comrade replied that if the captives were to be believed, that was the purpose of this sword. God damned. The young man began to resent that the name was dumb and sounded like someone secretly shitting under the door. Liu Noji turned to Yunmu, saying that she thought the guy was in a very dangerous position.